The day the gates opened was the day the world fell. Hundreds of monsters devoured defenseless people. Many people died because of monsters, and only a very small part awakened supernatural abilities in themselves. These people were called the saviors of humanity, the players, and Lee Hyun-wook was one of them. The man with blue hair and blue eyes extended his hand preparing to attack. He was the great Emperor of Steel. He was an F rank, and people called him their last savior. But with each passing second, his image was crumbling. And after some time, Hyun-wook found himself in military uniform again, mentally cursing everyone around him. Hyun-wook thought his life was a real mess. Dozens of soldiers had their heads on the floor when the commander came out to them. Hyun-wook found himself in an anti-monster military force that consisted of players who had awakened abilities. The guy's head was buried in his helmet. He was frowning heavily, clearly angry at the circumstances. Standing on the training ground, Hen couldn't understand why he, humanity's last chance, had to stand in such a pose. Then the guy's gaze fell on the weapon that stood near the huge green truck. A certain man exclaimed that the strongest warriors were in front of him, so how could they have lost sight of 9 cartridges? But without even listening to his superior, one of the soldiers decided to use part of his strength. And then, a steel bullet from the pocket of one of the soldiers headed towards the intruder. Hyun-wook swallowed the bullet with ease, his mouth wide open. It seemed like the other soldiers didn't notice. The elder, whose eyes even sparkled with anger, asked if all the soldiers were really adequate. The soldiers immediately responded in unison that this was not the case at all. The commander listened to them attentively, but Hyun-wook was distracted again, turning his blue eyes to the strange panel. The notification on the system window showed that the weight of metal available for control was 300 grams. Hyun-wook didn't understand how he could stay sane if he was in the army for the second time. He remembered how he was drowning in blood, lying among hundreds of the same soldiers. This will happen in the near future. Dozens of buildings were destroyed. Some burned down and others fell apart. Hyun-wook saw the last cars and houses explode. Hundreds of people lay in their own blood. Now a terrible silence reigned on the earth. Among the dead were everyone, from a mother with a child to the strongest soldiers. As he said goodbye, Hyun-wook chuckled and said that, in the end, it wasn't the monsters that killed the people, but the players, the heroes. Adjusting his plague doctor mask, the player mockingly asked if it was really the great Emperor of Steel standing before him. Taking off his mask, the man casually reminded that Hyun-wook was only an F-rank holder. The plague doctor exclaimed that they, as divine beings, had judged humanity. Behind him stood other such heroes. Hen, with tears in his eyes, replied that they had sold their souls to the devil. He insisted that if he had known how to become stronger a day earlier, he would have easily finished them off. The plague doctor smiled, asking if the great emperor was really so upset. The hero leaned over and advised Hen not to grieve. Other divine beings approached them. Tears began to flow from Lee Hyun-wook's eyes. He frowned even more, realizing that there was nothing he could do now. The blonde exclaimed that even with this knowledge, Hen still remained useless and died. A giant towered over them, holding a club in his hands. The doctor said that such a death was befitting Hen's rank. As the weapon was about to pierce his throat, Hyun-wook screamed loudly, addressing Gordon Preece. Hyun-wook clearly didn't expect that he could go back in time like in the web novel. A small congratulation appeared in front of him, saying that Hyun-wook had figured out how to become stronger. The commander exclaimed that when he said 1, the soldiers would answer, "Soldier," and when he said 2, they would say, "Come to your senses." After going back to the past, Hyun-wook's abilities were reset to their previous levels. But he didn't grieve about it. But then everyone began to carry out the commander's order, obediently responding to his commands. Clearly pleased with what was happening, the commander smiled brightly and continued shouting. After some time, the soldiers came to line up. They marched and worked in a coordinated manner. The soldiers whispered that they would most likely have fried sausages and chicken for lunch. But Hen was clearly not inspired by these conversations. He did not understand why he returned to the army. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the cat, who was standing in the distance and was clearly unhappy with the quality of her food. After calling the reserve squad, the man said that they would need to do something before eating. Corporal Hyun-wook replied that they had just finished training. The others in his squad were also dissatisfied, but the senior officer only grinned, and then casually asked the corporal again. Sang-guk addressed Hyun as a loser. Frowning, Lee realized that he had completely forgotten about the army's biggest scumbag. Oh, Sang-guk asked if he should send his entire platoon. He came closer. San said that Hyun should try harder to move up from F rank instead of finding compromises. Sang-guk asked if Hyun would take responsibility if something happened while they were chatting. Watching the other soldiers ridicule him, Han recalled that he had previously thought he would never rise in rank. San said that Hyun should follow orders without arguing, since he is a corporal. Watching as the people around them began to pay attention to them, Lee Hyun only frowned more deeply. Hyun couldn't understand how he could be so pathetic. San asked why the corporal was staring at him like that. But then the man in the military uniform decided to use his power. Golden runes began to swirl around his hand. The other soldiers were very scared when they looked at the back of their comrade. Walking closer to his subordinate, San asked what Hyun was hoping for since he was a D rank. But then, avoiding the blow, Hyun-guk dodged his commander's pentagram. The guy then smiled brightly, exclaiming that he agreed, but first they should eat. In response to this, Oh-san was clearly angry. As if not believing his ears, the commander asked again. Then Hyun-wook advised San to look around. Everyone around them was looking at their conversation, listening attentively. Hyun said that his co-workers might think that Sang-guk was abusing his position. Hyun-wook said that he was worried that bad rumors might be spread about Sang-guk, and that he had greatness in his future. Hyun-wook said that the commander would definitely make a great contribution. Sang-guk nodded thoughtfully, agreeing. Hen exclaimed that since San gave the order, they would try to finish the food faster and then complete the task. The man then turned away, pressing his finger to his lip. He praised Hyun-wook, barely clearing his throat. Then Sang-guk began to look at the soldiers in front of him with a bashful expression, frowning slightly. The commander loudly exclaimed that they should not look at him, but rather go and eat. Turning away, Hyun told Park Jun-mo that he would go since he had no appetite. The boy behind him looked down, clearly puzzled by his friend's behavior. The commander didn't understand what had happened, because Lee Hyun-wook seemed to have been replaced. Turning the corner of the building, Hyun-wook headed in the opposite direction from the cafeteria. Then the man suddenly began to bite his lips with all his might from the obsessive thoughts in his head. The guy with blue hair turned away abruptly, catching him in one place, as if deep in thought. He thought that he had done a great job, because that bastard deserved a completely different attitude for what he had done. Hen recalled that if he hadn't made a fuss, he wouldn't have caught up with Gordon Precy in rank. The system warned that Hen had 1 more gram available for control. The permissible weight was now 309 grams. Hen held a few dozen spoons in his hand. He knew that he shouldn't talk about his ability to raise his rank just yet. Meanwhile, the soldiers in the canteen were wondering where all the spoons could have gone, or if they had been taken apart. One of the soldiers reported to Private Jun-mo that absolutely all of their spoons were missing. At the same time, Hyun-wook brought the first spoon to his mouth. His lips opened wide, and then the man swallowed the spoon. He sighed heavily, raising his head higher. Even the cat looking at this spat out its food, and Hen said that steel was delicious. A system window appeared stating that there were 13 minutes left until the metal was absorbed. Taking the knife, Hen thought that it weighed 140 grams. So if Lee increased the weight, he would be able to control something other than it. Hen said that the shells and spoons weighed 1 gram each, so returning to the previous rank would take too long. Then Hyun-wook remembered that he only had 3 days left to prepare, and then the man frowned deeply. His blue hair began to fall over his face. He remembered that he would soon have to defeat the first-level boss mob. Barely leaning forward, the man began to straighten his military uniform. Then blue energy began to swirl around Hen and the knife hovered above his palm. The man then grinned brightly, saying that he would still show who a real expert is. 3 days later, the 3rd Brigade of the 1st Battalion was at the 5th post of Namsan. 2 soldiers stood near a small green building, holding their weapons tightly in their hands. Jun-mo looked at his comrade with regret, frowning deeply every now and then. Hyun-wook, on the other hand, slightly tilted his head as if he was peering into something in the distance, and his gaze was cold. Jun-mo really couldn't understand what had happened to his comrade, so he couldn't take his eyes off him. Then Jun thoughtfully said that the corporal had not been himself lately. Looking at his watch, the corporal realized it was only 4 in the morning. He asked if Jun was uncomfortable. Jun-mo threw up his hands and replied that it wasn't like that at all, while Hyun just sighed tiredly and turned away. The system window warned that Hen had 6 more grams available for control. Then, with an awkward smile, Jun-mo said, correcting himself, that perhaps these changes were for the better. But suddenly, Hyun-wook moved towards Jun-mo with a gun in his hand. Jun-mo got scared and stepped back. Frowning, Hen sternly asked if his comrade trusted him. For a moment, Jun-mo froze in surprise. But a moment later, Jun smiled awkwardly again and answered in a trembling voice that he trusted him. Closing his eyes tiredly, Hyun-wook asked his comrade again. Suddenly looking behind his comrade, Lee Hyun turned to Park Jun again. Then the man chuckled as he reloaded his gun. Junmo sat down on the floor, asking in surprise. And then, not far from their post, goblins appeared. They had nasty faces, glowing eyes, and huge fangs. The monsters were holding weapons that resembled katana. All the goblins were pouring out of the portal. They were watching the military forces' training ground, clearly planning to launch a massive attack from all sides. At the same time, most of the soldiers were simply sleeping, completely unaware of anything. But a moment later, the training ground was cut by a loud scream from a goblin. A small knife was thrown at him. This power clearly belonged to Hen, who with one blow knocked the monster to the ground, throwing it back. Then Hen's blows reached the other monsters that were walking nearby. Hen's energy followed the monsters across the sky like a thin, blue thread, easily killing them in seconds. Hen could do it with just one hand without even straining himself. But for a moment he froze, looking at the goblins. In front of him stood a huge crowd of goblins who gripped their weapons more tightly. Smiling, Hanwook said that, unexpectedly even for himself, he had been waiting for these goblins for 3 days. But then the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. He abruptly turned his intense gaze, frowning heavily. In front of him stood a goblin who plunged his sword into the ground, breathing heavily. Then the monster suddenly dug his claws into the ground. Hen said that he was always good at ambush attacks, so he was already on par with the monsters. Then, having drawn several circles in the air, the man began to spin his knife, deftly controlling it. The man said that life had given him a second chance. A green, disgusting liquid began to flow from the monster's mouth. The man said he didn't want to spend this life the same way he had in the past. And then all the goblins pounced on him at once. But Hyunwook only exclaimed, reflecting their attacks, that these goblins would definitely die if they kept fooling around. Hyunwook gained immense strength, as he could decapitate a monster with just one movement of his hand. His small knife was able to easily knock the tree to the ground, cutting it in two. The monsters that were watching the man's actions suddenly froze, their mouths wide open. The man looked at the small stone glowing brightly red, lying next to the goblin's corpse. The man, looking at him, remembered perfectly well what kind of future awaited them all. Then, with one easy movement of his hand, Hyunwook lifted the shining stone from the ground. And just a moment later, Hyunwook swallowed the goblin's remains, opening his mouth wide. Even the goblins were very surprised by this act, looking at their enemy as if he was crazy. Biting his lip, Hyunwook exclaimed that the stone tasted disgusting, so it was Manastal. Then the monsters looked at the young man with a strange mixture of disgust and pity on their faces. The system window congratulated the guy for absorbing metal from another world, so the amount of mana would be increased. Hyunwook knew that he needed to eat steel to become stronger. Turning away from the system notification, the guy smiled madly, his eyes wide. Hen realized that if he ate everything, he would easily overcome all difficulties. Then the man suddenly directed his energy at a tree that stood not far from them. Concentrating his strength into his fist, the man exclaimed that he was about to begin his mukbang. And then Hyunwook pointed a huge knife at the goblins, which was encircled by blue energy like a thread. Hen whispered that he felt the movement of metal. Jun asked if the corporal could sense things that were not in his line of sight. Jun shouted that this had to be reported. Hyun replied that the department wouldn't believe in his F-rank ability. Then, looking at his comrade with fear, Junmo asked what they should do then. Leaning over, Hen asked him to promise one thing. He said he would go and check everything and he would not leave his position. The man understood that if his superiors found out about this, they would take all the weapons for themselves. Within moments, the man found himself in a fight with dozens of goblins who had pounced on him. The guy could easily avoid their attacks, which incredibly irritated the monsters. He created dozens of copies of his knife that circled around him like the most dangerous shield. Anyone who tried to approach Hyunwook died immediately. Instead of blood, green liquid flowed from the goblins. The man cut the monsters' legs, making them completely defenseless. Hyunwook was surrounded by monsters, but it seemed like he was winning, but the goblins weren't going to give up. One of the monsters was watching what was happening. He had bones hanging on his chest and a large club in his hands. Hyunwook continued to easily fight off the attacks of the monsters, who were now afraid to approach him. Frowning deeply, the boy said that the goblins should continue to squeal. But then, one of the monsters managed to hit the man on the head. Then the monster screamed loudly, but a moment later, the monster's knife fell to the ground, and then ended up in Hyunwook's power. The man was able to anticipate his enemy's actions the next time, immediately fighting off the attack. And then the man was able to use his enemy's weapon to repel the new attack. The energy from the blow traveled so far that some of the goblins even had to retreat. But a moment later, the monsters rushed into battle again, screaming loudly. The guy recoiled. But then, with a sharp jump, Hyun-wook cut off the goblin's head with just one jerk. Landing abruptly, the man froze in place for just a moment. And a second later, a strange greenish liquid flew out of the mouth of another monster. Hen exclaimed that this would scare the monsters even more. Then he threw the goblin's corpse to the ground. A second later, another reddish ball rolled across the ground, sparkling brightly. The man said he died because he was attacked from behind, and the goblins are trying to do the same thing. Hen became very angry and said that if one more bastard attacked from behind, he would eat that creature alive. The monsters were clearly very surprised by their opponent's words, suddenly rising from the ground. Hen hoped he had scared those brainless bastards enough. He said it was time for the main course. The man then looked away from the blue eyes, realizing that he might be difficult to find. The man began to carefully examine the surroundings with his eyes, not understanding where he could be hiding. At the same time, his main enemy was clenching his huge fangs tightly, watching him. The insidious boss monster was hiding in a tree, hiding his face behind a hood. He was a goblin shaman. The monster watched the battle carefully, its eyes shining brightly with a yellow light. And then, as if on purpose, the man stepped forward, saying that he should pick up the object. And at that very moment, the shaman took into his hands one of the plates from his chest, on which runes were drawn. Hen knew he had exposed himself, and the goblin boss would not let such a chance pass. So the man reached for the object. Hyun-wook sincerely hoped that the shaman was different from the rest of the idiots. And then the boss used runes. Smiling brightly, Hyun-wook realized that everything was going well and that soon the victim would come to him himself. But then the monster just grinned nastily. For a moment, it seemed as if the goblin's pupils had disappeared. The shaman's decoration broke into pieces, and inside it was a small, glowing green core. But Hen managed to jump back when the ground seemed to be slipping away from under his feet. Then the guy grinned nastily. He watched as sharp stakes grew from the ground, piercing the bodies of other goblins. At the same time, all the other residents of the building had no idea what was happening outside the walls of the buildings. One of the men turned to the platoon commander, saying that it felt like the ground had just moved. The commander replied that if the soldier woke him up again for something nonsense, he would kill him, and the soldier apologized. At the same time, dozens of monster corpses hung on sharp protrusions of the ground. The man watched as the monsters' bodies were pierced by stakes, one after another. Those monsters who managed to survive looked either with insane fear or with burning hatred. The shaman, however, remained on the sidelines, watching the entire massacre from the safest and farthest point. Then the goblin boss lifted his head wearily, sighing heavily. He gripped his club tighter, but after a moment a mad passion appeared in his eyes. The monster smiled brightly, opening his eyes wide. But suddenly a human voice came from behind him. Hen exclaimed that he had finally found the shaman. Without waiting for the goblin boss to react, the man immediately attacked the monster using his huge mana supply. And then it seemed as if the body of the huge monster could be lifted upward with ease. But a moment later, the monster jumped high into the air, pushing off from a nearby tree. Sitting on the goblin's corpse, Hen said resentfully that this should have been his perfect shot. In response, the monster smiled brightly and then laughed, looking at his enemy. But Hyun-wook also smiled brightly in response, saying that this shot was just a trap. And then the man again pointed the knife at the monster, which was floating in the air with ease. And in a moment, a huge number of knives were circling around the body of the goblin boss. The shaman looked away in fear. It seemed that the shaman's loud cry could be heard throughout the entire forest near the training ground of their military unit. For a moment, Hyun-wook's eyes widened in surprise and fear. He exhaled heavily, instinctively swaying. The monster held Hyun-wook's weapon in its hands, which was shining brightly with a blue glow. The knife that was about to hit the shaman's neck seemed to be emitting poisonous energy. The goblin tried to resist it. And then, throwing the weapon away from himself, the monster looked angrily at the enemy, tightly clenching his jaw. Hen chuckled, saying that if the goblin was able to grab his sword, it meant he was a terrible loser in the past. But the monster only gripped the knife blade tighter. Liquid, water-like green blood began to pour from his hand. Hen said that the shaman had sent a gang of goblins after him, so let him come down and he would cut the boss into pieces in no time. But in reality, Hyun-wook knew that this was nothing more than a bluff. He lowered his frightened gaze. The man thought about what to do. He turned his gaze to the crowd of screaming monsters. Hen knew that the boss had finally joined the fight, so the morale of his minions increased. But the man had less than 40% of his mana left. He was using it up too quickly. Looking away, the man suddenly made the decision to reload his weapon. And then the goblin boss stood up from the ground, raising the huge club with the skull on it high. Hen loudly exclaimed that if he could not eat the shaman, then let them die together. The man then said that no matter how long it took, Hen would eat it and return to guard duty. But in response, the shaman only smiled broadly, looking at his opponent with interest. Suddenly, a military figure appeared behind them. The man walked past the goblins and called out to the corporal. Hearing Junmo's voice, Hyun immediately turned around in fear. Junmo's eyes widened in surprise. Jun was trying to find the corporal, asking where he was. His eyes widened, scared of the monsters. Noticing Jun, the shaman immediately pointed him out to the other goblins. He shouted something to them in another language. And then the goblins immediately rushed towards the young military man, ignoring Hyun Wook. Clutching his gun tighter, Hen hurried after them, frowning deeply and fearing for his comrade. Park Jun recoiled when he saw dozens of monsters approaching him. Jun screamed loudly as the monster swung its katana while Hen advised his comrade to dodge. Covering his head, Jun didn't notice how Hen almost tore the monster's body into two parts. Then, using the dead goblin's katana, Hen headed towards the other monsters nearby. But some monsters could easily fight off the military's attacks. They smiled brightly and laughed, and there was clearly a crazy passion raging in their blood. But a moment later, Hyun Wook wiped the smile off his face, shoving the barrel of a gun into the monster's throat. And then the man fired, and the goblin's mouth burst into flames of bright red. A few moments later, the monster's body was already thrown back several meters. Then the boy frowned even more, clutching the gun tighter in his hands. He aimed its barrel at the enemies. The man then aimed the gun at a small trap that the goblin boss had made for him. The guy turned his gaze to the open portal that hung in the air, but now there was not a soul near them. After a few more moments, Hyun Wook turned his gaze to the knife that was stuck into the ground. The man looked closely at the empty areas while wisps of smoke hovered around them. Hen was angry with himself, realizing that he had missed everything. He thought the goblin boss was very vigilant. Suddenly, a loud voice came over the radio with an order to report the situation. They did hear gunfire. Taking the radio in his hands, the man repeated several times that the gates had opened on the territory of the 5th post. Hen reported that the monsters turned out to be goblins. But after the first skirmish, they left. And the man turned his gaze to Jun's trembling body as he was ordered to report his losses. But then the man suddenly looked away, exclaiming sharply that they had no casualties. The soldier on the other line responded that the soldiers should remain there and be in touch, and not leave their post. But Hyun Wook no longer listened to the commander's orders. He thought fearfully that she would come soon. Hen remembered the girl with red hair. She had already come out to them because a portal had opened on the territory. She was a paladin of the VSBM, a lieutenant named Seo Yun-ha. The girl was dressed in a military uniform and held a weapon. The guy understood that if Yun-ha came, then, just like in his past life, he would close the gates, killing all the monsters. Hyun was afraid that she would take the weapon. After finding a legendary level item, Yoon said that it now belongs to the army. It was a legendary item called adamantium. It was a crystal that sparkled brightly in different colors. Hen recalled that in the past, this was the main item that earned him the nickname Emperor of Steel. Hen knew that if he missed this chance now, the next one would come in 4 years, and then he would die the same death again. Remembering how he was choking on blood, Hyun Wook exclaimed that he would take him first. He knew he had to do it before the backup team arrived. Hen said the goblins needed a human sacrifice. Jun pointed back in fear and asked what was going on. Hen continued to wonder where the monsters might appear. Hyun Wook knew that goblins hunted in groups and the city was overcrowded. But suddenly a voice came over the radio. The soldier said that goblins had also appeared at the 6th post. The man then turned his gaze to the strange spark that was shining brightly on the tree. A moment later, Hyun Wook smiled brightly and a good plan immediately appeared in his head. The corporal said that the 5th post would go to the aid of the 6th. He repeated this several times. The commander recalled the order that the soldiers must remain in place and defend their post. The man asked what the F-rank soldier was going to do since the goblins would just kill him. Hen responded by turning off his radio. Jun grabbed his comrade's leg, saying that because of this, Hyun could easily be sent to a military court. Hen said that the 6th post contains mages and archers who will not be able to fight at close range. And Junmo exclaimed that there was no way for one corporal to prevent their deaths. Hyun Wook thoughtfully replied that he would not go alone but with his comrade. Then he pointed at Jun. Jun thoughtfully put his hand to his head and asked if the corporal hadn't heard his words. Some people exclaimed that they should help the 6th post, since even Corporal Kim Jong-ok was wounded. The commander reported that the response team had moved out and that the 6th post should remain in place. The soldier responded that they would die that way. The small building was occupied by dozens of monsters who were beating on the door and trying to break down the walls. The soldier asked if Corporal Kim was okay. He was lying on the ground in a small pool of blood. Gritting his teeth tighter, the man replied that the barrier would not hold for much longer. The other soldier hoped for help from his commander. The soldier said that help would come only after their death. But suddenly there was a dead silence. The monsters ran away from the soldiers' small shelter. And then all the stones that lay nearby rose into the air. And then the goblin boss thrust the tip of his weapon into the ground. It seemed as if the surface crumbled into stones. A moment later, hundreds of heavy stones controlled by the shaman began to fall from the sky. The soldiers tried to stay on their feet, but the building shook and the windows broke in a second. As soon as he looked out the window, one of the soldiers said in a trembling voice that it was a boss monster. The soldier said that the goblins would destroy the post, and then take their bodies to the altar and rip out their hearts while they were still alive. The corporal pointed the gun at himself, saying that ending his life now would be less painful. Tears started to flow from the eyes of the second soldier. At first he wanted to stop him, but then he realized that it was pointless. And then the stones froze in place, giving the soldiers only a moment to come to their senses. But a moment later, the monster boss grinned brightly again and swung his staff. Suddenly a voice came over the radio. The guy said he would help out the sixth post, but the soldiers needed to get ready to shoot. The soldier reiterated that they would need to use the fire ability and aim at the light. The soldier decided to follow the advice, even though he knew it would take a group of shooters of his level to put up resistance. Looking at the small hole, the soldier peered into the distance, not understanding what Hyun-wook was planning. The soldier muttered that he couldn't see anything and didn't understand where to aim. But suddenly a bright light appeared in front of him. The soldier immediately understood what he should do. Holding the goblin's head tightly, Hyun-wook ordered him to aim. The monster tried to resist. Hyun-wook immediately exclaimed that he would control the trigger himself. The man then extended his hand forward, barely squeezing his index finger. He did it as if he were pulling a trigger. And a moment later, the trigger, made of steel, repeated Hyun-wook's movements. The soldier cried out in surprise as the trigger of his gun began to move on its own. And then the fiery arrow headed into the distance, ignoring the obstacles in the form of flying stones. The arrow hit the body of one of the monsters, and Hyun-wook was thrown back several meters. The monster looked with regret at his body, which was covered in bright flames. A moment later, the monster exploded, and Hyun-wook watched from the side. Now, Hen's mana consumption has become more moderate, because the destructive power of the shooter is a good help. But upon hearing the sound of the explosion, the other goblins also turned to look at Hen, clearly angry. Both shooters were clearly surprised by this turn of events, their mouths wide open in surprise. The corporal, who had recently been planning to commit suicide, was suddenly glad that they had managed to hit the target. But this only made the shaman even more angry, looking at his enemies with contempt. The monster boss had been sitting on the tree all this time, once again lifting large stones into the air. The shaman again pointed the weapon at the small house, which had already been badly damaged. Hyun-wook barely managed to jump away, avoiding the shaman's trap. At the same time, the magicians blew up another monster. After some time, only large plumes of heavy smoke were swirling in front of their shelter. Han again told the two soldiers that they should reload. The soldier's mouth dropped open in surprise. But then the shooter followed his order and immediately began to aim at the light again. But then, just a few moments later, the shaman came out to the enemies on his own. He watched as his minions burned in the bright fire, suffering briefly before dying. But some monsters exploded immediately and their remains remained on the cold ground. Watching his army being destroyed, the shaman only clenched his jaw tighter. At the same time, a certain man was hiding in the bushes, realizing that he was just a simple private. Jun understood that even if he could find the boss, as soon as he sent the signal, he would be immediately finished off. Jun was sitting in ambush near the battlefield of the sixth post. Bright lights were flaring up around him, part of the land was scorched. Jun remembered that the corporal had said that he would distract them. But now Pa knew that most likely Hyun was planning to kill them all himself. But suddenly Juna was found by one of the monsters, accidentally passing by. The goblin then swung his katana with all his might, screaming loudly. He was clearly going to finish Jun off. For a moment the boy froze in fear and then began to scream loudly, begging for help. And then the corporal came to his aid, throwing a knife towards the monster. It froze for a moment. Then, something on Hyun-wook's vest suddenly lit up with a bright light. The boy's body was now emitting a bright light. He ran towards the goblin, who threw his knife away, and then the boy decided to take control of the soldier's weapons again. He pulled the trigger again, approaching the monster, and then a fiery arrow flew into the monster's back. He only managed to turn around in fear, and a moment later the monster's body began to burn. Hen tried to immediately run away from the scene. Hyun-wook gave Park Jun a stern look and simply pointed his finger at him. The private soldier responded by exclaiming that he would immediately return to his position. As he watched the goblins suffer in agony, June again noticed a strong change in the corporal's behavior. The goblin chief boss had been watching them all this time. He only frowned slightly as he looked at the corpses of his comrades. Hen thought that the shaman had shown himself enough, so it was time for him to come out. Hen received a notification that he was using up his mana too quickly and only had 12% left. Hyunwook thought that the shaman wanted to make him wait until he used up all his mana, and his subordinates were destroyed. But he was pulled out of his thoughts by Park Jun's ringing voice. Hyun turned around in surprise. Turning back, the man peered at his friend's silhouette. Jun was screaming and begging him for help. The shaman held Jun's head in his hands, lifting him off the ground. He placed the sharp tip of his staff against his throat. Park Jun suddenly began to apologize to the corporal, saying that he really did everything as he was told. Tears welled up in Jun's eyes and then he screamed in pain. The boss, smiling nastily, cut his neck slightly. Then the goblin screamed loudly again, something in a language unknown to them. And pleasure was clearly visible in the monster's eyes. And in response, the guy only clenched his teeth harder, freezing in one place for a few seconds. Hyunwook suddenly raised his hands, turning to Park Jun and looking down in shame. Hyunwook suddenly extended his hand forward, saying that this all happened because of Park Jun. And from behind, several monsters were already trying to attack him. They screamed loudly, swinging their arms. But then the guy smiled brightly, saying that thanks to Park, he had checkmated. The boy then decided to use the archers again, sticking his finger forward and pulling the trigger. At the same time, the young man's crossbow jerked, lit up with a bright blue light, and then dozens of fire arrows were aimed at the goblin boss's body. He instinctively dropped Jun's hands. Unable to bear the pain, huge streams of green blood flowed from the shaman's mouth. The goblins also didn't have time to hit Hyunwook because he rushed to help his comrade. The boss had already dropped to his knees and Pak fell next to him, almost lying in a pool of blood. But then, clutching his head, Jun cried out in surprise that he was okay. Then Hyunwook smiled happily, saying that in that case, everything was fine. He wished himself a good appetite. But it turned out that the goblin boss still had the strength to escape. He quickly rushed away from the spot. The guy tried to hit the monster in the back, but his force immediately bounced off the monster's body. Hyunwook realized that the boss was wearing leather armor, making it difficult to land a hit. A notification appeared that Hyunwook only had 9% mana left. The soldier then cried out, asking why the goblin only covered his back with armor. But the boss, of course, ignored him. He suddenly stopped near the portal. Then the goblin boss looked at Hyunwook behind him with undisguised malice. Hyunwook's eyes widened in horror, realizing that the goblin wanted to escape through the gate. Then the man cried out loudly that this must not happen. He suddenly rushed forward with all his might. The goblin had already reached out his hand towards the portal when Hyunwook was rapidly approaching him. The monster's claws were barely touching the portal. All he had to do was make one last dash. But then, suddenly, the shaman's necklace rose up. Small bones and pieces of steel were attached to it. The man only had 7% of his mana left. But he still decided to take a risk, pulling the necklace towards him. Using his last strength, the man clenched his fist sharply, and then it lit up with a bright blue light. Realizing that the guy was pulling him back, the shaman turned around in surprise. The man then swung with all his might. A notification appeared that only 4% of his mana remained. And at that very moment, the guy suddenly pulled the shaman towards himself, and he froze, unable to move. Hen pushed the boss away from the portal, sending the monster's massive body abruptly crashing to the ground. The goblin became even more frightened, and therefore tried to take off the necklace, which was burning with a bright light. The guy hit the boss again, using up the last percent of his mana. He exclaimed that he just wanted to eat. Hen muttered that he still had his skills, but his body was as weak as it had been in the past. Having exhausted all his mana, Hen stopped to catch his breath. But suddenly in the distance, he noticed a divine light that resembled fireworks. Yunha was already standing among hundreds of soldiers, shooting a bright beam into the sky. The men held their pistols tightly in their hands. Seo Yunha had already arrived at the scene. Her bright blue eyes sparkled as if showing her determination. Then the man rushed to the goblin's corpse, not understanding where that special item could be. After a few moments, he finally found a stone in the monster's chest which was stained with blood. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from behind him. The man said that they had found the gate. Two soldiers pointed a gun at Hen, telling him not to move. The boy stuck a rock in his mouth. Then came the order to introduce himself. They demanded that Hen state his rank and name. The guy turned around and his mouth was covered in green liquid. He said he was Corporal Hyunwook. The soldiers exclaimed that they had found a wounded man. Seo Yunha turned around but then continued to look at the portal. The military insisted that since the gates were open, the enemies were still close to them. But the girl still couldn't understand how 3 ordinary soldiers defeated the boss monster. But after a moment, the girl decided to take a closer look at the monster's corpses. And then Yunha noticed that all the monster corpses had the same wounds, even the boss. So it was obvious to her that all this was the work of one person. Yun began to peer at the bodies on the stretchers. A notification appeared before Hen's eyes that the adamantium would only be absorbed in 10 hours. Seeing this, the guy laughed with relief, barely covering his eyes with his hands. The system said that after absorbing the enchanted metal, Hen would gain magical abilities to match the enchantment. Yun immediately turned her attention to the young man, not understanding how he could laugh at such a moment. The boy's eyes widened, realizing that he could now detect all metals within his radius of control. But then came the warning that 2 goblins were running away. Yun immediately headed towards them, and the guy was happy that he could now feel the response of all the metals around him. Hen extended his fist forward, believing that this was the day the Emperor of Steel had truly returned. In the 3rd Brigade, 2 girls were chatting about how those rumors about the F rank were probably true after all. The girl in the military uniform said that everyone else was waiting for death, but suddenly a corporal appeared and cut the goblins. Another girl said it was fantastic. A man overheard them and said the atmosphere sucked. Sergeant Oh Sung-guk exclaimed, "Do they really want him to believe this lie?" Another soldier replied that it was true, but a certain man advised him to be quiet. The boy handed the part to the sergeant with trembling hands. He was about to let it go, but a man said that Guk had not yet answered. Pak An-il, who was present during the goblin attack, was surrounded by 2 men. Sang-guk suddenly turned to the future ace, saying that he could tear apart 3 goblins. He asked if it was possible to raid the gate with 3 guys. Lee Won-seok, who had been pestering On earlier, said it was impossible. The sergeant said that he himself did not see how they defeated the boss, so it is more logical to think that someone came to their aid. San said that if an F-ranker becomes a star, it will violate military discipline. Won-seok tightened his grip on An-il's head, smiling brightly. The sergeant said that this cannot be allowed. At the same time, before the eyes of a certain man, there was a building on which was the inscription, "There will be no tomorrow." Empty, snow-white corridors with many doors appeared before his eyes. He walked into the battalion commander's office and then loudly greeted the man. Corporal Hyun-wook saluted and introduced himself, saying he was there as ordered. There were 2 other people in the office. Hen thought that they could turn a blind eye to his misdeed, since everything ended well. Standing not far from the commander was Lieutenant Song Yun-ha, a B-rank player. Her short red hair barely touched her shoulders, and next to her stood a guy with red, tousled hair. It was Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, a C-rank player. The commander, whose face was disfigured by scars, asked if it was true that Hen had disobeyed orders to wait in place. Kim Kang-seok, a B-rank player, asked if Hyun-lee had repelled the first wave of monsters from the gate. Hyun-wook knew that one wrong word, and he would be sent to a military court, so he had to pull himself together. Hen answered loudly that he had witnessed the gate opening while he was on duty and had immediately reported it. Kang-seok replied that he didn't understand Hyun's motivation, since usually F-rank soldiers are torn apart by monsters. Frowning, the boy understood that Kang-seok would continue to press, so there was no way to retreat. The boy suddenly cried out, pressing his lips together tightly, that he felt cheated. Hyun-wook said that he felt like the commander was deceiving him. Kang-seok awkwardly asked again. Min-hee intervened in the conversation, asking how a mere private could speak like that to the battalion commander. But Kang-seok suddenly stopped the young man with just one movement of his hand. He fell silent, looking at the commander in bewilderment. Then the commander, who had a large build, asked why Hyun-wook thought so. Hyun said that during their training together, Kang-seok always emphasized one thing. The guy asked if the commander remembered about this. Kim just raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. The commander kept telling them that if they studied the VBSM, Guide to Tactics for Fighting Monsters, then they would be able to resist trolls at any rank. Hen insisted, referring to the commander's words, that he might have problems with the troll, but he was quite capable of defeating the goblin. Hen said that he disobeyed the order of the Central Command, but without his support, the entire 6th Post would have perished. Hyun-wook hoped he had made a strong argument, but now it was time to play on emotions. The commander had told them earlier that for a real soldier there was no concept of rank, so they must fight as if it were their last time. Hen said the commander always emphasized this, and he considered himself a soldier and subordinate of a commander whom he respected infinitely. Hang said he and his fellow soldiers risked their lives to implement their strategy. He said his commander's words became a pillar of strength in the army where he was bullied for his rank. Hyun said that hearing that Kim had changed his views made him feel like his whole life had been a mistake, so he felt cheated. When Khan Seok was promoted to second lieutenant, the gates began to open and he almost died in a battle with the orcs. But then Kim returned to the army without hesitation, barely having time to recover. Hyun recalled that Kang then became one of the first members of the VBSM, so he is a soldier to the core. Hyun Wook didn't understand how he could be sent to a military court after all he had said. And suddenly, Kang put his arm around the corporal's shoulders. Patting the boy on the shoulder, the commander said that he now understood Hyun Wook's motivation. And then the commander called Hyun Wook a junior sergeant. He paused for a moment, awkwardly introducing himself. But Kang Seok interrupted him, saying that Hyun would now be a junior sergeant. And then a notification appeared that the metal absorption was complete, so Hen received a new ability. A congratulatory sign appeared in the background, but Hyun Wook didn't pay attention to it. Li Ming also froze in place, not understanding how this was even possible. Yunha sighed heavily and then rubbed her eyes tiredly, as if she didn't want to see the tearful picture. Although the commander pressed his lips tighter, it was clear that he was barely holding back his tears. Hyun Wook froze in place, his face suddenly covered in cold sweat. He looked at Seok in surprise. Trying to comprehend what was happening, the boy opened his blue eyes even wider. Then Hyun Wook asked again if he had heard right. After a while, all that was left in front of his eyes was the blue sky. Meanwhile, the 3rd Brigade was training in the 1st Battalion's gym. Some were fighting, others were just watching. Hyun Wook decided to pump up his biceps, so he picked up a barbell, but suddenly the guy swore loudly. After some time, he put the barbell, which had 25 kilograms on each side, back in place. Hyun Wook was very angry, but he was also tired as sweat was pouring down his body. Hyun knew he was in such a hurry to avoid the guard, but he ended up in shit. Sang-guk and Won Seok were watching him. Then the sergeant barely slapped his fist on his friend's chest, smiling nastily. Wiping the sweat from his face, Hyun Wook was once again lost in his thoughts, his gaze downcast with tension. He remembered that Min Hee had said that no F-rank person had ever become a junior sergeant. Hyun understood that thanks to Min Hee, who began to dissuade the commander, he was able to buy himself time to think. Hyun would have preferred to live like a mouse and not attract attention. But suddenly Won Seok approached him. Won asked if Hyun needed a bench. The guy looked around, realizing that there were many more benches nearby. Noticing the boy's reaction, Won Seok smiled strangely, as if looking at Hyun with disdain. Hyun asked what was going on with Won Seok. He frowned slightly, not taking his eyes off the boy. Vaughn said that if the most famous person lifts such weights, it brings shame to their part. He said it loudly, attracting the attention of the other guys. They turned around in surprise. Hyun Wook turned his attention to the group of military men who had been watching their conversation from the very beginning. Among them were Sang-guk and 3 other soldiers. The sergeant laughed, heavily lifting 2-kilogram dumbbells. Then the guy looked down, realizing that Captain Oh-san was a complete nobody. Hen understood that if he let this go now, San would start to openly mock him, as he had in the past. Hyun sighed heavily and said that he was in a bad mood right now, so Won-suk came at the right time. Turning sharply, Hyun Wook challenged the future ace to fight him. His face seemed to fade for a moment. Won Seok was very surprised, and so, opening his eyes wide, he immediately turned his gaze to his friend. Sang-guk also immediately turned his gaze to his friend, clearly not expecting such a proposal. Rumors spread throughout the army. Everyone was talking about how the future ace and the F-ranker were going to fight. After some time, the two actually met in the arena, and many soldiers crowded around them. Hyun Wook was wearing blue gloves, and he shook his head slightly as he looked at his opponent. The future ace adjusted his red gloves, suddenly sighing heavily. The man then licked his lips in a disgusting manner, saying that he would definitely teach Hyun Wook a lesson. Won Seok lunged at the man, swinging his arm with all his might. Hyun immediately flinched. It seemed as if the future ace almost cut the air with his blow. 2 soldiers stood at their post and discussed the fact that Choi Yoon-jung had gone on leave. Another soldier said that he was very happy when he learned that he had the talent of a holy swordsman. The military man replied that there was a man with the barbarian class who was nicknamed the future ace. Choi Myung-ho frowned, looking at the girl. He served as a warrant officer in the VSBM Special Forces. The girl said that Myung-ho had come a long way to get to them, so she couldn't meet him empty-handed. And after a while, they found themselves in front of the arena where the future ace and the F-rank guy were fighting. Then suddenly one of the men took a sharp step forward, heading towards the enemy. But Wonseok wasn't going to back down. He was about to hit Hyun again, but Hyun ducked in time. The future ace continued to deliver a huge number of blows, but the guy easily dodged them. However, moments later, Hyun-wook was pushed against the wall, causing him to lose his balance for a second. Then Hyun-wook took another step forward, and it felt like his foot was sinking into the arena floor. But Won-seok didn't care about that. He let out a loud cry and rushed to strike the boy again. And then the boy with blue hair really got scared, his eyes wide open. The rest of those present froze, clearly surprised by such an active duel. Won-seok was about to almost smear the boy across the wall, but he managed to bend down and end up behind the enemy. The boy froze for a moment and moved to the farthest wall. Won-seok's eyes widened and he frowned. Hyun-wook waved two fingers as if beckoning Won-seok over. His gaze was focused and frowning. He didn't expect such rudeness, and so he immediately turned around, his fighting spirit greatly increasing. A moment later, Won-seok still remained in place, awkwardly wiping his clothes. A guy asked the warrant officer what he thought because the guy's technique was very impressive. Choi Myung-ho rubbed his chin, watching the fight closely. One tried to land punches again. Choi asked what the point of this tactic was if he couldn't hit the opponent. The soldier replied that Hen simply lacked experience, but if he hit the target, that would be the end. Then the ensign thought about his words. Meanwhile, Sang-guk angrily watched the battle. Sang-guk shouted loudly, asking why Won-seok was giving in to this guy. He ordered him to pull himself together. Other soldiers chimed in, asking if this was just a joke for Vaughn. Some even bet on him. And Vaughn thought they were lying because even his whole body felt heavy. It was hard for him to even stand still. The future ace's eyes turned red as the man swung at Hyun-wook again. In response, Hyun-wook took another step forward, the steel and iron parts on his boots glowing blue. And then the guy barely wiggled two fingers using his new power. The boy then kicked the floor with all his might, mentally thanking himself for having this ability. And then his opponent's foot seemed to sink into the iron floor. Vaughn's face immediately changed. Then Won-seok swung again, but he couldn't move anymore. Hyun easily backed away again. Suddenly, his eyes wide with fear, Vaughn couldn't understand what was happening to him. He tried to hit Hen's body, but with each blow, his torso only sank deeper into the metal floor. Hyun smiled, realizing that his ability to control metal made it look like Won-seok was fighting in a swamp. But suddenly, a loud cry was heard throughout the training hall to stop this. Won-seok reached out to Hyun, saying that there was something wrong with his legs. Hyun asked if it had happened so suddenly. Smiling mockingly, Hen asked if it was because things weren't going according to his plan, and these words made the future ace lose his temper. Through his teeth, he called Hen a piece of low-ranking shit. And then the man decided to use his special power. Puffs of smoke began to rise around him. Watching Won-seok's transformation, the ensign's eyes widened in surprise. Won-seok decided to use the Berserker Mode body enhancement. Thanks to this, his body size increased more than 3 times. The guy's eyes were shining with a bright red fire. He was breathing heavily, looking at his enemy. But Hyun-wook didn't even think about straining himself about it. He just slightly flexed his hand. The guy frowned deeply, clenching his fists sharply, and his gaze suddenly grew colder and more focused. The ensign thought that this no longer looked like a simple sparring match. He also did not understand why the enemy did not care. Choi then compared their fight to a confrontation between an enraged buffalo and a leopard hiding its fangs. Having barely risen from the floor, Won-seok did not take his eyes off his opponent in front of him. The ensign suddenly chuckled, saying that was interesting. The girl replied that Vaughn was a D rank. Meanwhile, Won-seok turned to Hyun, saying that he would finish him off right there. But a moment later, the guy seemed to fall back into the swamp at Hen's mere command. But despite the heaviness in his body, Vaughn still hit his opponent, throwing him into the wall. The guy instinctively covered his face as he pushed off the walls of the arena. Sang-guk started shouting that Won-seok was doing well and that he should continue in the same spirit. The other soldiers echoed his sentiment, saying that it was not for nothing that they called Vaughn a future ace. His fist seemed to spark. Looking at his hand, Vaughn couldn't figure out what was happening. It felt like he had punched a steel door. It was as if there were wisps of smoke floating around Hyun-wook. He still couldn't move, covering his face with his hands. But Hyun-wook's new ability was the ability to use a steel physique. Thanks to this, he could turn part of his body into steel. The guy's hands literally became iron, so Hyun-wook just laughed, thinking that this pig would be better off stepping on him. The future ace then screamed loudly, calling Hen a useless F-rank soldier. And then, when Won-seok tried to hit him again, Hyun-wook pounced on him. Having rushed past the huge body of the enemy, the man frowned deeply, looking at him. The boy knew it was stupid to waste such an ability on Won-seok. But still, in an instant, his leg became steel. And then Lee Hyun kicked his opponent's body with all his might. Then Hyun-wook hit Won on the back. He thought that he was a scumbag who was making a fool of himself because of his strength. Hyun hit Won in the face, almost knocking the man to the floor. He thought that sometimes a beating could be a good medicine. And then Hen knocked his opponent to the floor, continuing to strike his body over and over again. Sang-guk recoiled in fear, not taking his eyes off the arena. The other soldiers also froze in place in surprise. Only the ensign smiled awkwardly, thinking that the leopard had shown its fangs after all. Choi watched closely as Hyun-wook struck Won's body, causing him to cower, covering his face. The man couldn't stop comparing the massacre to a confrontation between a leopard and a buffalo. Frowning, the ensign thought that the leopard had grabbed him by the throat, and a real beast would not let go of its grip. He imagined the leopard biting the buffalo's neck until it bled, baring its sharp fangs. The battle between Hyun-wook and Won-seok looked like this. Now the leopard couldn't stop striking. But suddenly his opponent lifted the boy's body above the arena, grabbing him by the collar. Won-seok, whose face was disfigured with bruises, admitted that he didn't know what kind of tricks this pathetic scumbag was using. The man continued to hold Hyun-wook tightly, who tried to break free from his grip. And then Won-seok was about to slam Hyun-wook's body onto the metal floor of the arena with all his might. Then the guy clenched his teeth tighter, imagining how strong a blow he could receive. Thus, Hyun-wook set off on a free flight across the battlefield. Won-seok, on the other hand, seemed to put no effort into winning. The young man could only fly down silently, resigned. But Won-seok didn't let him land head down so easily and held him down. The man asked, a little irritated, if it was really a flying armbar. The man watching what was happening thought that if the blow had hit the target, someone would have broken their arm. Won-seok's instincts were much better than the observer thought. An ordinary player would never be able to defeat someone who used body enhancement. Meanwhile, the young man in the arena proved the opposite, taking new steps to overcome the strengthened player. Won-seok's nerves began to give way and he raised his fist for another blow. Hyun-wook was screaming hysterically the whole time, as if he was gathering his strength into a fist. When Hyun-wook bit Won-seok's finger, it made the latter even more angry. So, the strengthened man tried to push this weakling away from himself. But this only played into Hyun-wook's hands. He broke free from the hold and jumped to the side, dodging the blow. Then, after making another maneuver, he found himself on the thug's shoulder. And the next moment, the young man grabbed the thug and began to strangle him. Everyone present was surprised that this young man was trying to perform a rear naked choke. The man in military uniform, who had been standing calmly until then, began to support the young man. The body enhancement only worked on the muscles, so Hyun-wook could still squeeze the carotid artery. Hyun-wook smiled because he knew very well that he had the effect of a D-rank steel physique. But here's the problem. Even with the cheating skill from the system, he couldn't get rid of this big guy. The system reported that Hyun-wook had used the steel physique effect in a wider range than what was currently available to him. As the system reminded the young man that his body could be harmed, cries were heard from the audience that they needed to stop. Hyun-wook chose to ignore all sounds and system notifications. He only had one thought. The young man held the big guy in a grip, assessing his actions and looking at someone in the corner of the room. For Oh Sang-guk, this warning should have been enough. And indeed, this man stood at the other end of the room with an expression of fear on his face. Won-seok grimaced and hissed something about not losing to this loser. There was no way he could afford to lose and be disgraced in front of everyone present. And all because he was considered a future ace. Hyun-wook looked at his opponent with eyes full of hatred. But the next moment, something happened that no one could have predicted. Hyun-wook's opponent grew even more muscles and now looked even more like a brute. The veins on his face were bulging and his eyes were bloodshot. Everyone around was whispering about how amazing the second boost was. Now no one could predict who would emerge victorious from this battle. Hyun-wook tried his best to push the big guy to the floor. But his opponent did not plan to give up either, although he howled in pain. The next second, the outcome of the battle was clear. The bruiser was defeated. Those present were shocked and ran back several meters. And the ensign smiled and thought that this young man was a true fighter. He even mentally compared Hyun-wook to a real beast. The whole building was in an uproar over the outcome of the recent battle. Luckily, Won-seok was breathing. It looked like he just passed out after the fight. Some kid jumped out of the crowd shouting that he knew Hyun-wook would win. He pounced on the young man and asked him if he was okay, while the one for whom the fight took place stood to the side, unable to come to his senses. He couldn't turn his gaze to the winner of this battle, refusing to believe what had happened. Hyun-wook looked annoyed, his eyebrows furrowed. But the next second, a warrant officer approached him, asking his name. The last person Hyun-wook expected to see was Ensign Choi Myung-ho. They introduced themselves to each other, but Hyun-wook couldn't understand why the ensign was there. The next moment, Myung-ho handed Hyun-wook a business card and asked if he would like to participate in a special operation. The onlookers around began to whisper that Hyun-wook had been invited to join the White Tiger Association. Well, that's right, because the ensign himself suggested that he join the best group. Hyun-wook tried to think of what to do. Nothing better came to mind than to remind him of his F rank, to which the ensign replied that ranks were what helped distinguish ordinary people, and they needed a fighter like Hyun-wook. The young man immediately cursed everything and everyone, complaining that everyone had their eye on him. The army was a closed place, and he would definitely get caught one day if he got into fights with any villains. So it was necessary to keep a distance, but Hyun-wook still took the card. He did this out of pure politeness, but from the outside it looked as if he had accepted the invitation. Envy rolled like thunder through the crowd of onlookers watching all this. That same night, when it was already dark enough, no one could still calm down after the battle. The battalion commander's room was also especially cheerful. Two men sat opposite each other discussing pressing matters. The ensign complained that they were always short of people, and that was to be expected. Another man was unhappy that the guilds were recruiting even C ranks. They looked at each other with some kind of undisguised anger in their eyes. It seemed that their problems now converged on the fact that one's organization was taking people from the other. The battalion commander asked the warrant officer about the purpose of his visit. As far as he knew, he came here because of Sergeant Chun. The ensign smiled and said that this was true, but according to his information, the sergeant was on vacation. Thanks to this, he noticed another interesting student. The image of Hyun-wook and how the young man dealt with a difficult opponent immediately popped into his mind. The commander apparently immediately understood who we were talking about. The ensign smiled as if confirming the commander's guess. Apparently, these two were in for a long dialogue, backed up by heated arguments. At this time, there were still several people on the street. Lee Hyun-wook, running from someone, and in fact, the person chasing him all this time. A man in uniform was looking at this stupid woman from the window and talking on the phone. The battalion commander asked someone on the other end of the line to find out about Hyun-wook's past. Meanwhile, the pursuer caught up with the young man and caught him, without stopping asking him how he could become stronger. Hyun-wook managed to escape the hold and continued to run while the boy said that he wanted to be like him. The commander and the one he was talking to came to some kind of common decision and said goodbye. Hyun-wook, running with all his might for the sake of training, looked rather pitiful. The commander said that the soldier should not blame him. It did not sound sincere, and the smirk on his face confirmed it. He was saying that it was all about the greed he had awakened in everyone. At this time of day, the city streets were teeming with people strolling. A woman was picking up her order from a restaurant while her child was looking in the other direction. The next moment, the child ran around the corner screaming that there was a monkey there. A little boy tried to lure a monkey out of a dark alley where it had disappeared. But what he saw there didn't look like a monkey at all. The boy became frightened and confused upon realizing this fact. In front of him was a monster with a red star-shaped mark on its forehead. And then tens of hundreds of the same creatures began to crawl out of the strange portal. At the moment, no one in the battalion had any idea what was happening. They were cut off from normal city life. Hyun-wook stood in the battalion's armory and was constantly amazed by the weapons on the walls. The battalion commander recognized his achievements and gave him a day off, as well as the right to choose his weapon. But the platoon leader didn't believe in Hyun-wook. He remembered that in his previous life he must have been arrogant. Looking at the new weapon, the young man said, "Believe it or not, all this is already in the past." The girl who had been with him all this time looked at him in surprise. Her eyes became colder as she voiced her thoughts about Hyun-wook's self-confidence. The girl said that judging by the wounds of the goblins who were closest to the gate, he stopped the first wave single-handedly. She couldn't wrap her head around it, so she asked if it was even possible. At this moment, Hyun-wook settled on some kind of weapon. The girl was even more perplexed because this weapon did not look solid at all. She told him he didn't have to pick up anything just because she cornered him and asked him to pick a proper weapon. But Hyun-wook had already chosen. It was a cloud blade with the effect of absorbing water and creating a moist mist. It may have seemed like a worthless weapon, but in the future, thanks to it, Sergeant Yun-jong would become known as a holy swordsman. The real name of this object was the Dark Hand of the Master of the Clouds. In the myths of different eras, the followers of the three weather gods descended to Earth. They were the master of the wind, the master of the rain, and the master of the clouds. The hands of the latter were called the hands of darkness. The hands of darkness can also be interpreted as blades hidden among the clouds. By unleashing their full power, one could use lightning powerful enough to clear a dungeon single-handedly. The girl tried to object once more, asking if this weapon was not too small to be a reward for his achievements. But Hyun-wook said that he was happy with everything, and there was no time to choose another one. The next moment, everything around shook and a siren sounded. The entire base was once again thrown into an uproar by the nasty announcement that the gates had opened in 81. The sergeants and soldiers began to jump out of their beds and gather. The eternal running along the corridors from one door to another began in an attempt to find partners. The siren continued to scream, but Hyun-wook looked unperturbed and stood in place. The girl noticed that he was not at all surprised. On the contrary, he remained completely calm, as if he had been expecting it. After some time, several squads of heroes arrived in the city. Heroes dressed in silver armor walked through the streets. The common people and other heroes were talking about how this was really the first time they saw the Blue Flower Guild. Everyone admired the majestic armor and weapons of these guys from the elite squad. The heroes talked about how if they sold all that armor, they could buy a building in Gangnam. Meanwhile, the squad began to take roll call. There were only 6 people there. Hyun-wook, who was in command of his squad, also decided to raise their morale a little. Noticing that one of his squad members was wasting time rolling up his sleeves, he stopped him. The young man asked why such serious preparations were needed if no monster would come here. To which Hyun-wook replied that their squad was on training and they all risked dying here. He addressed everyone again and asked everyone to check their gas masks. Suddenly, some guys from another squad approached them and asked why they were so seriously preparing. In reality, they really didn't have that many risks, since they were just a support unit. Hyun-wook understood all of this perfectly well, but the preparations still made sense. He turned to the one who had just tried to break their fighting spirit and reminded him that many kobolds were escaping from the Red Territory. Chinkul, still with the same strange smile, replied that he would figure out what to do himself. He also said that he was not low level like the rest of Hyun-wook's squad, so he had no intention of listening to their advice. Hyun-wook said it was his job to warn, and he was right. Disappointment in their own abilities swept through Hyun-wook's squad. They all gritted their teeth in anger but could not answer their elders. Suddenly, Hyun-wook's voice cut through. He was telling his squad to come to their senses. He said that this was not the first time they had heard such things, and now they were on a real battlefield, so they could not hang their heads. All the soldiers unanimously agreed to follow the commander's orders. Hyun-wook said that the kobolds are small, so it would be enough to install motion sensors in the sewers. He also didn't forget to add the phrase that they had 20 minutes for everything. Then he noticed that one of his subordinates was behaving unprofessionally and approached him. Junmo replied that he felt that the sergeant was unusually excited today. The area they needed to work in was already fenced off and they were ready to move out. But Hyun-wook still saw the silent question in the eyes of his squad members. The young man looked at his subordinates with a reproachful gaze, and his subordinate made an innocent face and asked what was going on. The next moment, an object hit Hyun-wook on the neck, preventing him from finishing his sentence. An arrow pierced his neck, leaving some kind of growing marks on his neck, as if from poison. The young man fell to the ground, unable to do anything. The next moment, a stream of poisonous smoke descended on the place where he had stood before. This happened in several other places. Soon the entire area was covered with this poisonous green gas. The soldiers as one shouted indignantly about the danger of poisonous gas. But before they had time to come to their senses, a crowd of kobolds emerged from nowhere. Hyun-wook still couldn't move because of that notorious arrow, so he just lay helplessly on the ground. The danger of attack hung over him like the sword of Damocles. He saw above him the menacing face of the leader of the attacking monsters. Hyun-wook's pupils dilated as he finally realized how helpless he was. The enemy was approaching, but no one was in a hurry to help the poor fellow. He swung at the sergeant's eyes as he had a particular interest in blue eyes. But the next moment, someone pushed the kobold away from his place, preventing him from gouging out Hyun-wook's eyes. A question was heard asking if the corporal was all right. The monster retreated a sufficient distance, but was ready to attack again. But a flame lit up his head and he gripped his blade tighter. Hyun-wook howled that Park Young-mo should run away from here right now. John Mo asked what was going on with confusion and asked Hyun-wook to quickly put on his mask. But not even a few seconds had passed before the poor guy's head separated from his body and went into free flight across the training ground. Hyun-wook had just seen another person die in front of his eyes. It was nothing new to him, but it was annoying. Hyun-wook, from the very beginning, tried by all means to protect the poor hero. Because in his past life, John Mo died in the same place trying to save Hyun-wook. He remembered the look on the young man's face, and he was going to save him this time. He also remembered that he had recently approached John Mo with a request. John Mo was ready to carry out any order the sergeant ordered, as he was one of the few people on his side. Hyun-wook said that he would give him a signal later. When that happened, John Mo was supposed to gather the squad members and leave the operation area. Surprised by such an order, John Mo did not ask any unnecessary questions and simply stared at his commander. But their conversation was then interrupted by an approaching military vehicle. Although John Mo managed to answer that such an order from the commander was desertion, to which Hyun-wook replied that it was not desertion at all. On the contrary, it was a tactic. The fighters' smart devices continued to receive messages that there were no more survivors in some areas. At the same time, the commander of another detachment was giving signals to his subordinates. He tried to show them with his fingers how his squad should advance. Everyone had to stand in line and use long-range magic. Then the commander divided the detachment and pointed out to its parts the direction in which they needed to move. A group of armed soldiers immediately broke into the abandoned building. The penetration of Point Pi was completed, and everyone was ordered to line up. The offensive squad created magic circles and was ready to hold their positions. The Kobold army advanced on them but did not dare to get too close to the magic circles. It seemed that these monsters could start an attack at any moment, and were not at all afraid of magic circles. And indeed, a moment later they all rushed into the attack as one. A battle cry was raised that the army of soldiers must continue to hold out, and then another exactly the same cry, but the kobolds were already getting closer. And then the commander gave the order to attack, and fire burst out from the magic circles, incinerating the monsters. It looked like someone had set off a giant firework. At the other end of the gate opening zone, someone was giving orders that the monsters needed to be pushed towards the drain. The soldiers reported one by one about the installation of sensors in different areas. Some of them were still fiddling with the sensors, while others were already ready. When ready, the commander of each detachment left a white cross made of electrical tape on the ground. One of the commanders approached a soldier gluing a cross and asked what he was doing. Hyun-wook greeted the commander and said that he had installed the motion sensors according to the manual. He also added that he marked the relevant places with aluminum tape. The commander hissed and looked around to where the soldiers in armor were standing. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee replied that they had such a strong guild backing them up, so there was no point in fooling around. The first platoon would begin the operation in 20 minutes, and the support squad would be tasked with obtaining the antidote. Hyun-wook had no intention of indulging this young man's wishes. He said that the platoon vice commander ordered them to stop any monsters that might escape from the rear and enter the residential area. The lieutenant looked at Hyun-wook with a strange look. Then he looked just as pitifully somewhere in the direction where the other soldiers were standing. Gritting his teeth, he asked if Hyun-wook was serious. He added that Hyun-wook seemed to have forgotten that he got his position because the battalion commander did him a favor. He was the only young boy in the barracks. He had also only fought in a real battle once, and the lieutenant was now reminding him of all this. And then the lieutenant asked him to make his face simpler and not to teach him how to do his job. Hearing the verbal altercation, Choi Seon-ha, who was a spellcaster, ran up to them. Seeing her, the lieutenant hesitated. After all, she was the vice commander. In fact, this whole squabble had been planned by Hyun-wook for a long time. That was why he provoked the lieutenant. The lieutenant tried to wriggle out of it and, with a smile on his face, said that he was simply explaining to the support squad what it was like to participate in a real fight. He then hugged Hyun-wook for added credibility and asked why the vice commander was here. The girl clapped her hands, remembering something, and said that the battalion commander was calling Lee Hyun-wook to him. Hyun-wook silently wondered because he didn't expect this at all. Somewhere on the roof of one of the many buildings, there was a squad led by a girl. She looked ahead through binoculars while her snipers had someone in their sights. She clearly saw that Hyun-wook was currently talking to the vice commander about something. The vice commander also spoke about Hyun-wook not letting the second platoon commander pick on him. The girl also promised to finish installing the sensors for him so that he could be free. Hyun-wook looked away, trying to assess the situation. He thought that he didn't have much time left for everything. Meanwhile, on the roof, the sniper was asking the girl if she was sure that the attack squad was supposed to be here during the raid on the kobolds. The girl had no choice but to say that it was someone's order from above. According to her, the soldiers were simply supposed to do what they were told. After some time, Hyun-wook reached the temporary command post of the battalion commander. The man with the scar on his face looked at him reproachfully. Also in the room was Ensign Choi Myung-ho. The commander turned to Hyun-wook, about to say something or give a new order. But the young man did not pay much attention as his thoughts were occupied with the presence of the ensign in this room. The commander said that he wanted Hyun-wook to pass the test and take the place of Choi Yoon-jun, who was currently absent. He ordered him to act as the first platoon commander on this raid. It was strange. The commander had no interest in him in his previous life. So what had changed now? But there was no time to think. Hyun-wook had to return to his squad. The young man turned to the battalion commander, intending to deliver a long monologue and disappear from his sight. He said that since the split, he had always carried out missions only with the support squad. He did not understand why he would risk the soldiers of the first platoon. At this time, somewhere in the water supply system, the sounds of the kobolds advancing could already be heard. The commander was not going to say anything more, he only added that it was an order. Hyun-wook realized that this time he couldn't escape such responsibility. Suddenly, someone from the Delta squad reported that the boss monster had left the kobold nest, and everyone in the second and third zones needed to keep their eyes open. Hyun-wook realized that the kobolds would soon attack the support unit. If he didn't arrive in time, the unit in the rear would be destroyed. He needed to get out of here right now at any cost and help the squad. Hyun-wook suddenly came up with something. He said that he had something to share with the battalion commander. The man looked at him coldly and replied that he was listening to him. The sergeant looked down at the floor and thought about what exactly to tell him. Meanwhile, a woman with binoculars watched the movements of people and monsters from the roof. She saw someone moving between the houses along a narrow alley. A question appeared on her face, as she certainly did not expect such a change in the situation. The runner turned out to be Hyun-wook, whose running style certainly couldn't be confused with anyone else's. He was shouting something, trying to reach the support squad. And then, having abandoned all attempts to call anyone, he simply shouted the word, "Gas!" This was a command for the squad to quickly get away from the scene. The vehicle started moving and the sensors on the ground turned red, signaling an attack. Some of those present were shocked by the sudden change in the mood of the entire detachment. The vice commander also shared the general shock and looked at what was happening with horror. In some places, thick plumes of smoke began to descend to the ground again. Hyun-wook tried to dodge the poisonous gas so as not to accidentally get attacked, but it was too late to shout anything to anyone. The whole street was filled with poison. At that moment, Hyun-wook cursed everything under the sun and thought that everything happened much faster than expected. He recalled telling the battalion commander that he had lost all of his platoon's members on his first mission. This reminder made the commander wince and the ensign stare at Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook expressed everything he thought about the order to become a platoon commander, and he asked whether he should regard this as the fact that the battalion commander also considered ordinary soldiers expendable. The commander said that the sergeant had misunderstood everything and tried to justify himself. But Hyun-wook interrupted him and said that at his command, he was even ready to say goodbye to his life. He knew he couldn't tell his commander now that he knew the future. It was too risky. Then he spoke again and said that if he were to command a foreign detachment without sufficient experience in combat, then the likelihood of great losses was very high. He thanked his commander for believing in him, but if the price of this test was the lives of his comrades, then he refused to carry out the order. The commander's face darkened even more. Now he looked like a thundercloud. The ensign said that disobedience during battle was a grave crime and asked if Hyun-wook knew about the consequences. But Hyun-wook knew the consequences better than anyone else present, because if he didn't do anything now, everyone in the rear would die. Hearing that somewhere very close in the sewers the paws of monsters were already knocking, there was no doubt about the attack. The commander agreed, saying that since Hyun-wook insisted, he could stay with his support squad today. Not having foreseen such a quick agreement from the commander, the sergeant was shocked. But he rejoiced too soon because then a strange but was heard. The commander said that as a true soldier, Hyun-wook would later have to deal with the consequences of his disobedience to orders. Apparently his karma was too bad because he couldn't make it in time. Now he walked down the street, covering his nose with his hand so as not to inhale this poisonous smoke. Then he finally put on his mask so that he could at least breathe calmly. The young man was still scolding everything around him because he had not managed to do anything. He moved forward as he walked, taking weapons out of his inventory bag. He took out a bottle of water and spilled some. In this way, he managed to sprinkle his sword with water so that it would not fail him. Now his newly acquired blade had absorbed 25% of the water, but due to the toxic smoke, it was still impossible to see anything. Disappointing thoughts began to creep into the young man's head that he was late. In his mind, he prayed for Junmo to gather everyone and flee as ordered. The young man pierced monsters with his blade left and right, trying to somehow help the squad. On the other side of the fog, inept soldiers were also trying to somehow fight off the attacks launched against them. The poor soldier fought off the monster and screamed for help, trying to somehow save himself. He turned to a private with a rifle to help him. The next moment he realized what to do and pointed the barrel of the rifle at the attacking monster. With a loud cry, he alerted the rat to its sudden death and opened fire. The kobold, who had already raised his pick to attack, turned around in an instant and looked at the man with the weapon. But this did not help him much because the next second the bullets reached him and his flock. The man clearly didn't know how to shoot, since out of all the shots, only 2 hit. He turned to the support squad and asked them to climb into the military boxes and take An Min-tai with them. They had just saved that poor private with all their might, so An Min-tai was given a second chance at life. The soldiers dragged their brother-in-arms along the ground, leaving a trail of blood on it. The vice commander seemed completely unprepared for the attack. She simply covered her head with her hands and waited for the end. One of the soldiers turned to her and asked the girl to come to her senses as soon as possible. He thought that the poor girl was only 20 years old. This was her first real assignment after her appointment, and she had the misfortune to end up here. In the current situation, he could do nothing for the support squad soldiers. The troops were running low on supplies. They were emptying their last magazines and most of the bullets were simply missing their targets. The poor guy defending the vice commander was thinking about what to do and how to be. But then an idea crossed his mind that he needed to do what Sergeant Hyun-wook would do in this situation. From somewhere, shouts were heard that Private An Min-tae needed urgent medical attention. The vice commander of the squad was still unable to recover, so another person temporarily took over her duties. The soldiers said that they were already running out of supplies. And the young man who had taken on the duties of vice commander took a hammer out of his inventory. He turned sharply to the support squad, bringing everyone to consciousness. He reminded them that kobolds were obsessed with shiny things. He was going to attack them to get them out of here. He also asked all members of the platoon, the vice commander, and all the wounded to quickly leave the battlefield. Everyone started asking what Private Park Jun-mo was talking about, but Jun-mo didn't want to deal with what was happening, so he simply referred to the platoon vice commander's order. The Blue Flower Guild was outside the red zone, so when Jun-mo gave the signal, everyone had to run. He understood perfectly well that his pathetic electrical power was not capable of killing even one monster, and yet he would have to use it. So Jun-mo rushed into battle with the kobolds without thinking twice. The monsters' eyes immediately sparkled as soon as they saw something glowing like Jun-mo's hammer. He led the enemy away, giving his brothers the opportunity to escape. Having moved away to a sufficient distance, he shouted that everyone should run right now. The soldiers were about to object but kept their objections to themselves. And the vice commander seemed to finally come to her senses and quietly said Jun-mo's name. The young man ran headlong because the kobolds were getting closer. He repeated that if Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook were here, he would have found the same use for his pitiful forces. If he were here, he would definitely use Jun-mo as bait. But he wasn't here, and Jun-mo was just being willful. Suddenly, all the attacking monsters behind Jun-mo simply exploded and fell down dead. The running youth's head crashed into someone's press. He thought that his death had come. But suddenly a familiar voice was heard, saying that he had heard everything. Hyun-wook raised his blade into the air and majestically began to create mist around them. This fog neutralized the poison, and now all the poison was harmless. Jun-mo was glad that Hyun-wook himself came to his aid in such a difficult moment, and the sergeant addressed him by name, preparing either to scold him or give him new orders. Jun-mo immediately decided to justify himself and said that he had misunderstood everything and that he was simply trying to imitate Hyun-wook. But things didn't go as expected by Jun-mo. Hyun-wook smiled and thanked him for surviving. Tears appeared in the poor man's eyes from the sincerity with which these words were spoken. The monsters were still somewhere very close, and it was not worth letting down our guard so easily. Hyun-wook said that he was sincerely proud of Jun-mo. Then he added that thanks to his courage, he would be able to enjoy the feast. It looked as if the sergeant had gone mad, saying something about the number of dishes prepared for him and that he would eat each one. The monsters continued to attack, but now no one was afraid of them as Hyun-wook chopped off their heads faster than they could sneak up. His sword glowed in the smoke, and wide blue streaks of energy erupted from his blows. The monsters fell to the ground and red gems fell out of their bodies. Hyun-wook paused for a moment and put a calm expression on his face. Hyun-wook said that it all looks very tasty. He was talking, of course, about the kobolds. Those wild monsters stared at him like he was an idiot and were about to attack again. Hyun-wook looked at his partner and thought that it was because of him that he couldn't eat. He glanced at the pack of kobolds and the pile of magic stones that had fallen out of them. Only after a few sentences, Hyun-wook asked Jun-mo where their boss was. The kobolds, of course, did not wait for him to answer the question, but rather prepared even more for an attack. Hyun-wook noticed the change in their mood and looked at the monsters. They looked as if reinforcements were about to arrive at any minute. The young man cried out in disbelief and already understood perfectly well what he should expect. He raised his sword up for a powerful blow, and at that moment, the kobolds turned away in the other direction. They decided that it was time to flee, and so they scattered in different directions. Hyun-wook immediately realized something and ordered Park Jun-mo to run away as their unit was in danger. The gas reduced visibility, making it impossible to provide assistance. The girl on the roof ordered the attack squad to stay in their positions and shoot the kobolds. The sniper accepted the order and only then asked where the woman herself was going. She thought about how Hyun-wook acted as if he knew what was going to happen. She needed to check something, so she suddenly jumped down from the building straight into the green, poisonous fog. At the same time, the vice commander of the detachment still had not come to her senses. She begged for salvation, although she was already in relative safety. The soldiers reported that Private Aminte had lost consciousness and would soon die. He needed treatment immediately. Some of the soldiers were also wounded in one part of the body or another. Others were literally on the brink of life and death. Their shelter was torn to pieces by the monsters that attacked again and again. The boss monster's spell was too strong, but the soldiers had to hold on at all costs. The monsters continued to attack without stopping, and the seals could no longer hold them back as before. The boss monster didn't even put much effort into dealing with these miserable seals. So after some time, the barrier was predictably broken. The kobolds were approaching, and the poor soldiers had nowhere else to retreat. The enraged monsters raised their weapons to strike, moving at great speed. The soldiers asked each other what they should do, and gradually accepted that this was their end. The boss monster was advancing even more menacingly than usual. But suddenly 2 more figures appeared from the fog, chasing the monsters. The monster boss apparently heard someone speaking to him, and so he turned towards the sound. And of course, an enraged Hyun-wook jumped out of the fog, already waving his sword. He shouted for the monsters not to touch his squad and raised his sword over the head of the monster leader. The latter turned out to be too smart a creature and jumped back in time, dodging the attack. What he didn't know was that the sword would follow him, repeating the trajectory of his jump. The blue flame moved in a zigzag pattern, cutting the monsters in its path into small pieces. One of the monsters even tried to cover himself with a jug on his back. But this did little to help him because the next second he was pierced by a blow. More toxic smoke began to pour out of the jug, spreading inexorably around. And all because a crack appeared on the jug. The leader of the monsters made a strange face, as if he was already quite fed up with all this. His subordinate monsters continued to attack, trying to take at least someone to the next world. The kobolds began to scatter in different directions, even more than before. Hyun-wook looked at everything that was happening with bewilderment in his eyes. He and Jun-mo ran straight towards where the crowd of kobolds had just retreated from. In fact, it was a diversionary tactic on their part, as the monsters were preparing to attack from the other flank. One of them began to suspiciously play something resembling a flute. A bunch of arrows flew at the 2 soldiers, trying to pierce them and kill them. But Hyun-wook was prepared even for this, and so he began to repel the attacks with his sword. But Jun-mo unfortunately didn't know this, so he decided to cover the sergeant with himself. Hyun-wook yelled at him to duck and not get hit. Well, that's what he did, since he had nowhere else to go. Hyun-wook used his metal transformation ability to constantly receive systemic reminders of danger. He continued to perform the same tricks when suddenly the system announced that he had lost control of the M7 bayonet. This wasn't very good, as the knife landed right next to the kobold. And no matter what anyone says, these monsters possess some kind of intelligence. And then Hyun-wook realized that the dark kobold mage did not control them all, but commanded them personally. So scaring off these monsters wouldn't buy them much time. This clearly did not play into the military's hands. It was also dangerous to fight while Jun-mo was around. Therefore, Hyun-wook ordered him to return to the fortification. Jun-mo wanted to say something back, but the sergeant shouted at him to just run. The kobolds continued to attack, led by a single black mage. It turns out that none of them were fully aware of their actions, and they were all just puppets. The 2 young men walked forward. Jun-mo was still following Hyun-wook. Arrows were flying at them from behind, just trying to hit them and pierce them to death. Then Hyun-wook used his mind control ability. He blocked a huge number of arrows and jumped behind some box, which served as cover for him. It was time to come up with a further plan, but the situation changed again. There, in the distance, his gaze fell on one of the kobolds looking at him. That monster was practically devouring the young man with its gaze, preparing to attack at any second. Hyun-wook exhaled and said that they were a little late, but they did it. But before his eyes appeared a picture of crying and wounded soldiers of his unit. They had no idea they would see this sergeant anywhere nearby and were planning to die quietly. Some of them were so surprised that their eyes widened and their voices trembled. The boy who took over as vice captain reported that Private An-min-tai was unconscious. Hyun-wook asked what happened, because he was sure that there was a responsible person with them. But this most responsible person now huddled in a corner and trembled like an aspen leaf. Hyun-wook turned to the vice captain and asked what she was doing since the private was dying. But the girl was in the grip of a panic attack. If their only healer was in this condition, things were bad. The young man understood that if things went on like this, they would be destroyed. Hyun-wook put a serious tone into his voice and addressed Sergeant Choi Seong-ha. This address seemed to temporarily bring the girl out of her trance. She finally came to her senses and stopped crying. She looked up to see a serious Hyun-wook standing in front of her and realized that she had done something wrong. The young man turned to her again and ordered her to come to her senses in order to protect others. Hen asked if the blue-eyed lady was going to spend the rest of her life regretting it. Biting his lip, the man asked the girl if she could imagine how terrible such a life was, and tears immediately started flowing from the girl's eyes. She reached out her hand to Hyun-wook. After some time, several monsters appeared in front of the soldier again. Green smoke hovered around them. Song-ha placed her hands on her body, and golden chains seemed to grow from them, rising up to the ceiling. Hen asked about the man's condition. The girl replied that he had lost a lot of blood because of her. But then the girl said resolutely that she would not give in. She looked up at Hen in front of her. Then, in response, the guy smiled softly, sincerely thanking his comrade. Hyun-wook told the other soldiers that he would lend them their knives. A moment later, he raised the weapon into the air. The boy with curly hair guessed what the sergeant was going to do, but he refused to believe it. But suddenly confirming his suspicions, Hyun-wook said that he would definitely take revenge on them. At the same time, a certain man was driving a luxury car, talking on the phone about a wonderful event. But a moment later, the girl disconnected the connection with a light movement of her finger. A huge tarantula sat on the girl's shoulder, carefully watching the actions of its owner. A certain red-haired girl said, smiling, that she would have to pay a visit for consolation. And then the girl's car drove on, illuminating the night streets of the city. She said that she would go to Itaewon. At the same time, Hyun moved towards the monsters. Suddenly, the guy found a cross under his feet, which was made of scotch tape. And then, using the weapons of the entire squad, the man approached even closer to the monsters. They surrounded him. One of the monsters peered cautiously from behind the huge boxes, frowning only slightly. And then, one of the monsters suddenly pounced on its enemy, baring its sharp fangs. Another monster followed suit, brandishing a sharp iron weapon. Ignoring this, Hyun-wook merely raised his swords up, not taking his eyes off the cross at his feet. Hen smiled. Thinking that all the victims had gathered in the perfect hunting spot, had they really gone crazy? Lee thought that he had placed the boxes and sensors in the right places around the marked place in the center, and the only error was in Zone A. The boy reminded himself that the game would end when he got to their leader, who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. And then Hen decided to use his metal detection ability. That's how he figured out where the monsters were hiding. But then the boy remembered that there was metal that he couldn't see. It was held in the hands of monsters. Realizing that his opponent's weapons were made from cobalt, Hyun-wook suddenly frowned and opened his eyes. Hen then raised several knives into the air, pointing them in different directions. Hen used his metal control ability as he pointed his swords at the monsters around him. The leader of the monsters bared his fangs, watching Hyun-wook's actions closely. The swords clearly showed their trajectory, leaving behind blue threads. The knives pierced the bodies of many monsters. Hen was able to decapitate or pull through most of his opponents, but some managed to escape. When the sword almost reached the boss, he only managed to turn around in surprise and wave his hand. But after a moment, the monster decided to show his power. His head flared brightly, and his hand drew runes. At that moment, the monster, from whose hand it seemed like fiery branches were growing, managed to catch up with Hyun-wook's knife. The runes drawn in the air grew larger, preventing the weapon from harming the monster. Hen immediately suspected something was wrong and therefore turned his tense gaze back. Hen was happy, realizing that he had finally found the boss. She pointed her entire weapon at him, switching her attention. The boss's runes served as a shield for him, but his magic was barely enough to resist a single sword. And so, just a moment later, he roared loudly and his mouth flared with bright fire. Hyun-wook's eyes widened in horror and surprise. For a moment he froze, not daring to move. This helped the boss gain more strength. Now he increased the shield and grabbed all the knives, not allowing them to move. Then the boss grinned nastily, his yellow eyes barely frowning. His face was still engulfed in flames. But Hen was also retreating and was not going to give in. He extended his fist forward, relaxing it for a moment. The guy exclaimed that this boss was just a bastard who should give him the knives. The boy tried to use his ability to control metal, but everything seemed pointless. One of the surviving monsters suddenly froze, watching the actions of its leader. The second such monster smiled nastily, turning his gaze to his opponent. Putting strange pipes to their mouths, the monsters began throwing various projectiles at Hyun-wook. There were so many projectiles that Hyun-wook didn't even have time to reflect their blows. And so, just a moment later, Hyun-wook screamed loudly when he saw hundreds of sharp blades flying towards him. Hyun-wook tried to cover his face with his hands, staggering from the projectiles. He was holding a small sword. After a while, the guy's hands were pierced by blades. He knelt down and the monsters watched him with interest. Meanwhile, their leader was still burning Hen's knives, which were already covered in soot. Then the monster boss smiled evilly as he continued to burn Hen's weapons. He looked at his opponent with an arrogant expression, and then the boss pointed his finger at the enemy. It was as if he was calling on his henchmen to kill Hen. And in just a moment, the monsters pounced on Hen, who could barely move from the pain in his body. Covering his face with his pricked hands, the man quietly cursed under his breath, sighing heavily. The boy exclaimed that these bastards almost made him think that everything was over, just like in his past life. This thought became Hen's main motivation as he pulled out the sharp blades from his body and lifted them into the air. The guy's hand became steel. He understood that if it weren't for the body reinforcements, then everything would really be over. But the guy still managed to subjugate all the metals. The monsters watched in surprise as their weapons flew towards Hen. But a moment later, the guns changed their trajectory and were now aimed at the monsters. Hyun-wook's gaze changed, becoming lifeless and gloomy as he loudly cursed at the monsters. But at that very moment, hundreds of monsters holding a special metal in their hands pounced on him. But suddenly the guy waved his hands, wishing all the bastards to die quickly. And then Hen's blows became much stronger. He was able to cut through the monsters' bodies with ease. Some of them screamed and prayed for help from their relatives, but it was too late. A mad whirlwind swirled into the building, grabbing and subjugating all metal objects. This whirlwind captured absolutely the entire building, and then went beyond its boundaries, almost destroying the nearest buildings. After a few minutes, everything calmed down. Hen was left standing in a pool of green blood and clouds of blue smoke. The monster boss, who seemed to not even have time to comprehend what had happened, looked at the enemy with horror. Hyun-wook turned to the dark kobold mage, who froze for a moment, looking at his opponent. Hyun-wook made a face and frowned deeply, saying that it was time for them to settle the score. The monster boss clenched his teeth tighter, as if holding back his own rage. But a moment later, the monster grinned and a huge amount of green liquid poured out of his back. Hyun-wook stood frozen in place as he watched the monster attack. It took him a moment to realize what his enemy was planning to do. The green liquid quickly almost covered Hen in a huge wave. He covered his face with his hands again, staggering. Hen shouted at the boss that there was no point in fighting since he had already put in a lot of effort to ensure that only one monster remained. Having stopped fighting off the stream of green poison, Hen decided to use his metal detection ability. A moment later, everything seemed to disappear except for a few huge iron objects. Lee Hyun knew that if he thoughtlessly threw blades at the boss again, he would lose. He decided to act more carefully. The guy turned his gaze to the monster who was holding a small iron weapon in his hands. But what bothered the guy more was that the monster didn't move at all, as if frozen in place. But a moment later, dozens of burning branches were directed at Hen, which almost reached his body in a second. The monster's head was on fire again, and a huge shield of runes appeared from under his hand. And then one of the branches finally tied Hyun-wook's leg. He could hardly resist the boss's strength. Having abruptly thrown the enemy onto his back, the monster began to drag Hen closer to himself. The monster boss then bared his teeth, showing the boy his huge fangs. He tensed as Hen approached him. The monster then lifted the man's body up, as if throwing it from side to side. A moment later, the boss lifted the boy even higher. He tried to resist, but it was useless. Hyun-wook screamed loudly, casting an angry glare at his enemy. He twitched his leg, trying to free himself from the chain. And then the monster let go of him, throwing him into a huge wave of green liquid. Then, from under the water, an explosion was heard. Most of the buildings were already almost submerged in strangely colored water. It seemed as if the whole world had stopped for a moment. Having lost sight of the enemy, the monster boss began to visibly worry. His chains were now spinning around him. But just a few moments later, the monster stood up, smiling contentedly. But then Hen suddenly addressed the monster, calling it a small rat. It opened its eyes in surprise. Hen stood behind the monster. His leg was damaged and seemed to be stuck underground. At that moment, the man decided to use body enhancement, so his legs became steel. Blood began to flow from the boy's mouth. He gritted his teeth and asked how many more PTSD flashbacks he would have that day. The monster boss bent down and gripped his sword tighter, as if preparing for a new battle with the enemy. But a moment later, the monster disappeared into the green surface of the water, leaving behind only splashes. Seeing this, Hyun-wook's eyes suddenly widened and he frowned, clearly angry at the situation. But a moment later, the monster appeared in front of Hen again, running quickly and heading somewhere. The monster boss managed to slip past Hen's back, as he managed to react in time and back away. But the boss tried to stab Hen in the back and he only managed to turn around in surprise. But the man still managed to jump back in time, avoiding the monster's blow. The monster fell past him. Hyun-wook almost lost his balance and fell into the green mist behind him. Suddenly, the boy swung his knife, frowning deeply. He asked if the monster dared to aim at his back. The boss immediately tried to protect himself with his hands. Hen asked if the monster knew how much he hated being attacked from behind. With a loud cry, Hen struck the monster again, causing it to duck, almost falling to the ground. But then the monster frowned heavily, looking at his enemy with undisguised malice. The monster boss noticed that Hyun-wook had the ability to create a steel body, but a moment later the guy kicked the monster in the face with all his might. After pushing the boss back a few meters, Hen shouted that he just needed to give him a thrashing. The monster's helpless body flew a very large distance away from Hyun-wook. Hen said that since going back in time, he had imagined many times the moment he would take revenge on them all. The guy said that the monster in front of him would be the first to fall, and that could already be considered an honor. UK smiled, saying that once the monster's mask was destroyed, it wouldn't be able to use its shitty magic. The guy said it was time for him to get treatment for his PTSD. And at that very moment, blades pierced the monster's body. Dozens of knives cut the monster's body, and he only managed to scream loudly in pain. A few moments later, the monster dropped a small knife from its hands which rolled into the distance. The monster's mask was broken into many pieces and now lay uselessly on the ground. The monster began to wheeze and gasp, and its body shook violently, but Hen reminded it that the boss wasn't even dead yet. Then the guy suddenly grabbed the monster by the face, forcing him to look at him. Taking out a knife, Hen asked if the monster knew how many years he had spent crippled because of him. Hen said that the boss was simply marked by the blades of his squad members who were killed by the monster in his past life. Raising the monster above the ground, the boy suddenly remembered Park Jun in military uniform. The guy in his memories was always kind and naive, always happily greeting the corporal. And that day, when the monster boss held a knife over Hyun's face, Jun was the only one who helped him. Hyun remembered Jun's bloody face, who had given him his gas mask so that he could survive. Jun exclaimed that this was revenge for Park Jun, who died trying to save him. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. Then the boy turned his gaze to the sword, which was shining brightly with a blue light. He pressed its tip against the monster's belly. The guy then turned his gaze to the sign that the cloud blade could absorb the blood of monsters. After that, Hen's gaze fell on the blade that was lying behind them. This weapon had previously belonged to the boss. Leaning his blade against the monster's head, Hen said that there was still one last step before the boss died. He remembered his face, which was disfigured by a huge scar on his face. Hen exclaimed that this would be revenge for him. And then, holding the monster's face tightly, the boy stuck the blade into the small hole in its head. The monster screamed and yelled loudly as its body was cut in half in a split second. Hen then thrust another blade into the monster's body, which was now smoking greenish. Heaving a sigh of relief, Hen was glad that he was able to change the first event, because in his past life it had tormented him. Then a road appeared before the guy's eyes, which was still filled with gas. But turning around, the guy noticed a small medallion that was lying next to the monster's corpse. Hyun-wook's eyes widened as he looked at the object, clearly very surprised by it. A system notification appeared that the guy had received the highest level devil medallion, Inferno. The guy looked at the object in bewilderment, not understanding how it could have ended up here. Inferno belonged to a huge monster that resembled a dragon and was guarded by hundreds of knights. He recalled that the army of the dead was hell for the surviving people, and the dragon could be controlled by a certain player. The worst enemy of humanity was the necromancer. He had long hair and huge red eyes. There was almost no information about the necromancer. Hen recalled that the only thing they had in common was the ability to level up, so now he hides this ability because of him. Hen recalled that in the past he was barely able to finish the fight in his golem workshop, but in the end, he only received a copy of Inferno. Hen didn't understand why the real Inferno ended up with a completely different monster. Clutching the medallion tighter, the guy asked through clenched teeth if there was something he didn't know. A moment later, the boy turned around, realizing that the poisonous gas had begun to dissipate. And then the boy put the medallion to his lips, realizing that he needed to eat it faster. But he was stopped by the loud voice of Yoon-ha, who was standing behind him. She called out to Hyun, who froze in place. Hyun immediately pointed her sword at Hae-wook, asking who he really was. Blood was dripping from the boy's mouth. He awkwardly raised his hands, realizing that he had screwed up big time. But suddenly another girl approached them, with a huge tarantula sitting on her shoulder. The girl removed the gas mask from her face, telling Hen that it was an impressive fight. Catherine Yu greeted the sergeant, saying that she was the leader of the sole strike force of the Blue Flower Guild. Hundreds of monster corpses lay before the guy's eyes, and the gas around them slowly dissipated. The monster boss lay separated from its brethren, its body badly mutilated. Yoon-ha asked what Hyun was hiding. At that moment, Hyun hid the medallion in his back pocket. Catherine looked at Yoon and said that the third daughter of the paladin commander had already grown so much. Taking a closer look at the girl's face, Hyun-wook immediately lost his temper, frowning deeply. Yoon introduced herself and stated her position, saying that Catherine was in a combat zone. She said that civilians were not allowed in, but Catherine ignored her and headed towards Hen. The girl's real name was Yuhaina. She was the second daughter of the leader of the Blue Flower and was an A rank. The girl handed Hen a business card, but he only looked at Haina's face in bewilderment. Staggering, Catherine was surprised, asking in bewilderment if Hen didn't know her. Hen reasoned that of all the villains who had destroyed humanity, he would never forget Catherine. A memory flashed before his eyes of Yoon ordering Hyun to get ready because he had to survive at any cost. The girl held a shield in her hands, protecting herself from the bright flames. Hyun shouted that Yoon had better leave. Turning around, she replied with tears in her eyes that the boy's life was now in her hands. She insisted that she would be Hen's shield. But after a while, the guy discovered the girl's corpse, which was being eaten by hundreds of insects. A girl sat next to the corpse, her face hidden behind a mask. A bloody moon was visible behind her. But with her blue eyes and red hair, she was still easily recognizable as the murderer Song Yoon-ha. Yuhaina asked if Hyun didn't realize the opportunity that was before him. The boy's hand was shaking violently with anger, but he suddenly clenched it into a fist. Yoon-ha repeated again that Hyen was in a combat zone, so she should leave. Then the girl exhaled heavily and long, turning her gaze towards the paladin. Hyena said that Yoon should call her the leader of the Soul Blue Flower Strike Force. The guy didn't understand what was going on between the two girls because he clearly felt uncomfortable. But suddenly a car drove up to them, forcing everyone present to suddenly fall silent. Hen decided to take a closer look at the silhouette of the black car that was rapidly approaching them. A man stepped out of the black car. For a moment, Hyun-wook froze in anticipation. It was Commander Kang Seok. He greeted Yoon-ha but suddenly interrupted her when she began to give her report. Then the commander cast an angry glance, examining the situation around him. His gaze immediately caught on the mountains of monster corpses that were scattered everywhere. Frowning even more, the commander looked away, examining the damaged area. Then Kang Seok's gaze fell on the corpse of the boss, who had an unusual blade stuck into him. Catching the commander's angry gaze, Hen was very scared. His past self would have already hurried away. The commander then turned his angry, steely gaze to Hen in front of him. Hen just wanted to scream and run away so someone else could clean up this mess. Kang greeted the leader of the Soul Squad, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Catherine asked if everything was okay with the commander. Kang said that unauthorized entry without prior approval was unacceptable even for a Blue Flower Guild member. Haina said that Khan was a typical soldier who couldn't be moved by anything, but she insisted that she had important business there. The girl then kissed her business card, leaving a pink lipstick mark on the white paper. The girl then stuffed the card into Hen's armor, saying that everything was correct. The girl then patted Hen on the nose, saying that the sergeant had better call her. For a moment, Hen was confused, but a moment later the commander called him. Haina hurried away. Kang said that Hen would be in charge of the operation to clear out the kobold, as saving civilians was the priority. The commander said that he would grant full authority. Hen nodded, not understanding the commander's thoughts. Kang frowned, saying that once Hen had settled everything, he would have to report the results personally. Hyun exclaimed that he would do everything. At that moment, Yoon-ha turned to the commander. A moment later, she turned around, frowning deeply. Her dull gaze was directed at Hen. The guy looked at the girl in bewilderment, mentally rejoicing that he had at least managed to survive the dangerous moment. A week later, the bright sun was shining again over the 3rd VBSM Brigade. A notification appeared that the absorption of Inferno metal was complete, and the weight available for control had increased. A breathing place was forming in Hen's stomach. The system warned that he might experience pain. Hen leaned over the toilet, flames coming out of his mouth. He remembered that he had been through this before, but now his body was weak, so it felt more painful. But suddenly another guy came into the toilet and called the sergeant. Jun leaned against the booth, hearing Hen's groans. He asked if the sergeant was watching something interesting alone. Hyun leaned against the door and sank to the floor, holding his stomach. He replied that everything was not at all as Jun thought. For a moment, the boy's eyes seemed to sparkle with pain. Jun asked if the sergeant would show him later, but then the entire toilet was lit up with a bright light. Jun recoiled from the stall in fear. The gates with the kobolds, which everyone underestimated, caused a lot of incidents. Luckily, Sergeant Song-ha brought An-min out of critical condition, and he was taken to a military hospital. Hen gave up trying to protect everyone on his own, and instead began training the members of the support squad to be able to stand up for themselves. But this led to two problems. The silhouette of Song appeared before his eyes, greeting him. Hyun recalled that Sergeant Song-ha began to pester him frequently after that day. She would fish him out in different places, try to start a conversation, and act nice with Hen, and this behavior made Min-hee very angry. Hyun realized that in the army there are too many variables for everything to go according to plan. Well, the second problem was that the commander suddenly offered Hen to become an officer. Hyun simply decided to wait until his commander was fired. Kong said the Itaewon operation convinced him to make that decision. Kan shared that he has a dream of creating an ideal military culture where ranks are not more important than beliefs. Hen didn't understand why the commander wanted him to help him with his fantasies, but he replied that he would think about it during his vacation. 3 weeks later, Hyun was finally able to take his vacation. On the first day, he went to Seoul Station. Hen was back in the toilet, scaring everyone around him with his energy. The whole room was once again lit up with red light. And so, finally, Hen received the ability of the breathing place. Now he could speed up the assimilation of metal or postpone it. The guy muttered under his breath that they would finally stop spreading rumors that he was doing something weird in the restroom. Hen knew that in his current state, he probably wouldn't be able to handle the next gate. Memories flashed before my eyes. Journalists asked if the commander would really leave Seoul Station. People demanded that the army and the authorities explain their position. Otherwise, they would simply abandon the townspeople at the station. Hundreds of people were pounding on the doors and begging to be let out and saved. They left red marks on the glass, and the screams of horror did not subside for a long time. Looking at himself in the mirror, Hen suddenly realized how close he had come to death. Hen knew he had to be fully prepared during his vacation and then influence the future. At the same time, Song-ha muttered that she hadn't had a vacation for a long time, and the army just sucked. Having put a cigarette in her mouth, the girl could not light it. She did not understand what happened to the lighter. But suddenly Hen saw her and was very surprised, his eyes wide open. The girl was no less surprised by the meeting, freezing for a moment. She looked up at the guy nearby. The girl asked Hen if he had a light. He came closer and asked her again what she was doing there. After some time, a huge train and rails appeared before their eyes. Song-ha sat next to Hyun, who was looking at the girl. She also felt awkward. The girl was clearly tense, and noticing this, Hen also awkwardly looked away. But suddenly a thought came to the girl. She raised her interested eyes to the guy. Smiling, the girl said that Hyun's parents must be happy since he hadn't been on vacation for so long. But Hen only dryly said that his parents died when he was still little. The girl recoiled from such an unexpected answer and then lowered her confused gaze. Noticing Song's strange reaction, Lee Hyun's eyes widened in surprise. Smiling, the guy said that everything was okay because he was once lonely, but now he found people who replaced his family. The girl's eyes widened and she asked again how someone could replace a family. Then Hen remembered his team of friends from his past life. They were shouting that they would wait for him. Suddenly turning away, the guy said that they could be called friends or colleagues. The boy could even address them as comrades in arms. But turning away, Hen smiled softly. After some time, the boy finally arrived in the Yeongdeungpo area. He was left alone at the station. Hen knew that in 4 days he had to prepare for future events and also earn money. Walking a little further, the guy saw a huge poster in the subway with a warrior drawn on it. Then the guy thought about the fact that the owner of the blue tree is already a multi-trillionaire. The man pressed his lips together and frowned, holding back either anger or poisonous envy. He remembered his killer, Gordon Pressey, who was now literally swimming in his black money. He understood that Pressey's company was buying high-ranking players and strong people, acquiring items. His company is gradually being naturally introduced into the management of everything. Hen knew that they lost to the villain for many reasons, but the main one was money. Even if it was impossible to match Gordon financially, Hen should have had enough so that Gordon could not draw him into his money game. Hen understood that he knew the key future events, that is, where and when the money would accumulate. Hen decided to come to the guild Hope. He decided that he would invest faster than everyone else, then even pennies would accumulate. But he would need a loyal person. Hen knew that the investment should be entrusted to someone who would not abandon him, even with just a verbal promise. As Hen walked up the stairs, he suddenly heard screams. A man was asking for some idiot not to piss him off. The brunette said that there were few clients, but the blonde grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and swung, threatening. The blonde asked if the brunette was really offering him to be a bodyguard at the event. But when Hen walked in, both men immediately turned their surprised gazes to him. The blonde jumped up to Hen, smiling brightly and saying that he hadn't seen the tin can pilot for a long time. A memory flashed before Hen's eyes. The blonde man introduced himself and offered to be his friend since he had also awakened. Hyun was glad to have a new friend, so he shook his hand back. He smiled brightly at Lee Won-chul. But in the present tense, Hen said that they were not on good enough terms to be happy to see each other. Hyun walked past Won, turning to the worker behind him, who awkwardly greeted the sergeant. Then, with a voice trembling with excitement, the employee asked why Hyun-wook had come. The blonde turned to the employee and asked if he had eaten his own brain for lunch. The blonde said that he greeted her normally. Won asked if Hyun had forgotten all their past memories. Frowning deeply, the boy asked through clenched teeth if Hen needed to refresh his memory. Memories of how Hen was able to hold the office in the air flashed before the boy's eyes. The teenagers who surrounded him advised Hyun to stop fooling around and show what he was really capable of. But suddenly Won-chul jumped out, croaking through his teeth that Hyun was not awakened but just a loser. In a moment, the objects were on the floor. Hen suddenly dropped them from his hands. The boy grabbed his cheek, wiping the bruise. Blood was trickling from his mouth. The blonde barely staggered as he swung, while Hen found himself on the floor, his eyes wide with bewilderment. Chul asked how Hyun could call himself awakened with such worthless power. Won-chul was a C-rank player and asked if Hyun was acting strong again. The man cried out, asking if Hen would mind if he beat him up again, like the good old days. One said that Hyun would beg for mercy. The employee rushed to him, telling him that he shouldn't do that. The blonde pushed him away, advising the guy to leave so as not to die along with Hen. But suddenly, Hyun's indifferent reply came. He said that Won could certainly try to do it. The blonde asked again, and Hyun repeated that Won might try to kill him. Then Won-chul chuckled and then barked, calling Hyun-wook a common bastard. The blonde quickly hit Hen in the face, but he didn't even flinch, standing motionless. The wind whirlwind near Hen's face barely swayed his hair. He frowned even more. But a moment later, the sharp blade of an ink pen was in front of Vaughn's eye, and the knife blade was already aimed at Chul's leg. One extra movement and the boy could have been left without limbs. And just a moment later, dozens of sharp knife blades and daggers were pointed at the blonde. Hyun said he could beat Chul half to death as if he were beaten by an entire army squad. Hen frowned even more and said that in other words, he could put an end to his life as a melee player. The blonde clearly didn't expect such behavior from Hyun-wook, and so he opened his eyes in surprise. But suddenly a man came in and said that it was time for Won-chul to go out, otherwise he would be late. The guy suddenly froze in the doorway, asking in bewilderment what was going on. Hyun immediately said, as if regretting it, that he was so sorry and swore to Won-chul that he would be more careful next time. Then Hyun-wook rushed into the blonde's arms, and he quickly pushed him away, not understanding what was happening. Hyun whispered to Chul that he heard that he was kicked out of the guild for pissing himself and running away during the first raid. While all the other heroes tried to resist the monster, he simply hurried to run away, listening to the indignation of the other players. Gritting his teeth even harder, Won-chul angrily asked how Hyun could even know that. Hyun reminded him that he could still talk, and then the guy asked if Won would really fight an F-rank player. Hyun said that he would preserve Won's dignity, but in exchange he would let him stay out of his sight. After some time, the indignant cries in the guild died down. Only the bright sun illuminated the building. The guy laid out 3 cards on the table, one of which was Yu Hai-ina's business card, which had a trace of her lipstick on it. Won's employee asked if Hyun was telling the truth and that the stock would skyrocket. In response, Hen smiled softly and nodded his head approvingly, watching his friend's reaction. The brown-eyed brunette joyfully exclaimed that in that case it would change their lives. At the same time, some guards were indignant, asking how much longer they would have to stand guard. One of them suggested joining the raid. Suddenly, Won-chul grimaced and his friend asked what was going on. But then a man approached them, calling the guards bloody servants. He asked why they were making noise. Then the fat man approached Won-chul and asked if he was the boss. The man began scolding Wanchul again for confusing the zones. He advised the blonde to learn to listen. But then, a moment later, the blonde grabbed the collar of the guy in front of him. And just a moment later, Wanchul hit the man in the face, sending him flying back several meters. One of the guards recoiled in fear, clearly not expecting this from Wanchul. But then the blonde continued to strike the man, whose body was already covered in blood. The blonde screamed loudly as the stranger's blood splashed onto his face. The other guards looked at their boss in horror, staggering. After some time, the blonde finally calmed down and then slowly rose from the floor. The blonde ordered to find Lee Hyun-wook. He kept saying that he would definitely finish off that damn bastard. Park Cheol-soo was the leader of the Hope Guild, and in his past life he discovered a way to upgrade Hyun's abilities. Park Chol said he found it hard to believe that the stock would skyrocket. Hen knew it was hard to trust someone who claimed that they could change their whole life by making money out of nowhere. Park Chol asked if it was possible that information was shared with Hyun for the purpose of spying on him. Hyun asked if Park Chol could trust him, knowing all the information about him. At that moment, Park Chol's eyes widened, awkwardly replying that he, of course, believed Hyun. Hyun reasoned that he had told Park the whole truth except for the information about his past life. Hen showed correspondence with the general, where he offered him to become an officer and said that he would strive for it. Park Chol reread their correspondence in surprise, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Hyun handed over the bank card to Park, saying that he wanted to trust him with his investments. Hyun said that there was only 20 million won on the card, but that was all he had left from his parents. Park hesitantly accepted the gift. A memory flashed before Hen's eyes of him sobbing, unable to contain his emotions. A huge scar disfigured his face. That day, Park patted him on the back, saying that everyone in this world has talent, but in their world it's called superpower. Park smiled, telling Hun not to smoke himself. He suggested that they just continue living until their talents were recognized as superpowers too. Hyun understood that this investment was his way of repaying Park's kindness that he received in his past life when he had nothing. The guy remembered that in the future, humanity would encounter extraterrestrial beings who could communicate. Acquiring technology through interaction with them will be a turning point in the Gate War. The abilities of extraterrestrial beings will be vital in stopping the gates and waves of monsters. The guy understood that he would need an expert who could communicate with extraterrestrial beings. The boy wanted those beings to pass on their technology to him. They were small in stature, but their eyes sparkled brightly. After some time, Hen found himself in the blacksmith's alley, asking how much the mana stones cost. Hen was about to create his first master-level item with the help of the dwarven craftsman. All this time, Wanchul's men were watching him in the alley, hiding in the crowd. Hen was planning to recruit blacksmiths whose status would later rise from artisan to master before the villains found out about them. The blacksmith said that he only sells what is on the shelves, so Hen had better not ask about anything else. It was the craftsman Kang Jong-do who was expelled from the blacksmith guild for his eccentricity. Hen smiled at the old man, saying that he understood everything. The boy noticed that he was forging a spear made of Ori Halcon. It is capable of killing a dragon and will eventually be pierced into the heart of the dragon Terax. Hen understood why the blank for the first item was in this workshop. Suddenly, a girl came out to them and said that another Khmer had come to see them. The old man asked how she could call customers jerks. The saleswoman replied that Chon-do himself called others jerks. Looking at the girl, the guy smiled softly, thinking that he had not seen his comrade in arms for a long time. Before him stood a young girl, the blacksmith Kang Baek-sol. 4 years after the death of Chon-do, she will inherit all his abilities and surpass her mentor. Then the girl began to evaluate the guy's outfit, realizing that his coat and boots were quite expensive. Baek-sol smiled, saying that Hyun was a respected customer. Then she laughed gently, asking what he was interested in. Hen thought that Sol's blind obsession with money was like that of a dwarf. He wondered if she would trust him now. Then Baek smiled, naming the purchase amount. She said that Hen was not a customer, but her boss. The old man gave her a displeased look. Chongdu asked why a non-mage would buy poisonous magical metals and beads that he couldn't even process. Baek advised his father to calm down. Hyun smiled, saying that these were excellent items and that he would visit them more often from now on. Then Jongdu sighed heavily and shook his head. The girl asked Hyun to come to them more often. Hen mentally apologized to her for having to challenge her to a fight again. He remembered the girl's corpse, pierced by blades. Ignoring the girl's bow, Hyun-wook decided that this time he would protect her at any cost. Won-chol's staff followed Hyun even into the hotel, monitoring his every move. The boy, who had been carefully hiding his face, suddenly turned around, his eyes wide. At the same time, Hen took a small purple cube from a bag that was filled to the brim with objects. After swallowing the metal, the boy realized that by the end of his vacation, he should have significantly increased his resistance to poisons. The guy started the process of assimilating the poison-enchanted metal. After that, the resistance to poison should have increased. Hen knew that normally it would have taken that long, but now he had room to breathe. The man imagined that the metal cube in his stomach was burning in a bright fire. The metal quickly melted inside the guy, allowing him to be absorbed faster. Hyun Wook had the ability to breathe fire. His inner furnace was activated. Suddenly, there were a lot of notifications that Hyun would be in severe pain. The alarm was blaring loudly in Hen's ears. He leaned over and commanded the system to shut up. The boy's veins turned red. He knew that there was very little time left before the gates at Seoul Station opened, so he had to be patient. A member of Wanchol's guild gave him Hyun's location. He said that the boy had not left his room for 2 days. Meanwhile, the streets of Seoul were already enveloped in night. An empty bag lay on Hyun's bed. A notification appeared that Hen had been poisoned with various toxins, but had now absorbed all metals. But Hyun Wook was disappointed that the metal resistance was only level 2. Hen thought that, in principle, the weight available for control would be enough to control 60 blades. Now Hen had a new D-rank ability. He could spend mana to break metal. Hen knew that with this ability he could disable almost any equipment with one move. But suddenly the guy felt as if his head had been pierced by an electric current. Turning his head sharply towards the unexpected guest, Hen immediately frowned deeply and tensed up. The blond man broke Hen's door in two with just one blow. Hen watched him indifferently. Noticing Hyun's strange reaction, one asked if the guy had been sitting in that hotel and hiding the whole time. Hyun said that he was a soldier and therefore had many restrictions. He asked Chul to just leave. But in response, the blonde grinned nastily, saying that the guy's words were just plain nonsense. Rushing towards Hyun, one asked if he was so afraid of his death that he was making up such nonsense. Swinging his sword again, the blonde shouted that Hyun Wook would be better off just dying. But then, suddenly the guy raised his hand up, using the ability of the steel body. The blonde immediately opened his eyes wide and frowned, clearly not expecting such a reaction. When Hen stopped his blow, the blonde asked what happened to the guy's body anyway. Frowning, Hyun asked one to continue outside, otherwise the civilians would interfere. There were dozens of other people around them who, of course, heard that the door to one of the rooms had been broken down. But the blonde ignored the guy again, swinging his arm and calling him a pathetic tin can. The blonde then tried to kick Hen, asking if he was really going to bluff until the very end. But Hen dodged in time, saying that his words 2 days ago were indeed a bluff. But then Hen also took a swing, saying that he was not going to bluff anymore. Then the guy hit the blonde on the chest, and for a moment he stopped breathing from pain and fear. But then the blonde screamed loudly. After a while, Hen asked if he could ask him one question. Hyun asked why Wan was going so far if it was nothing compared to what he had done to him. The blonde's trembling body lay on the floor the entire time. But then he chuckled, saying that Hen had become too self-confident. The blonde ordered Hyun not to look at him like that. Then Wan suddenly rose from the floor, preparing to strike. A fiery whirlwind began to appear from under the boy's feet. Hen looked down at Wan in fear, stepping back. Hyun shouted, asking if Wan didn't understand that civilians could get hurt while they were fighting. But then the blonde only frowned more and asked what difference it made. The boy's face twisted sharply, realizing that Wan Chul had simply gone crazy. The guy realized that he was the only one Chul needed. So there was only one way to minimize the damage to the house. And a moment later, Hen suddenly rushed to the window, avoiding the blow of the fiery whirlwind. Then the blonde man shouted loudly again, asking where Lee Hyun Wook was going. But a moment later, Hen's feet suddenly lifted off the ground, leaving the blonde alone. And the blonde jumped after him, hitting Hen in the air. He fell backwards in surprise. A few moments later, Hen's number exploded, and his body flew 10 meters away from him. Hen's body broke a hole in the asphalt, sending clumps of dust flying around it. But Wanchul didn't even leave Hyun there, jumping after him. He said he would finish him off. Hyun Wook immediately activated his steel physique skill. He could control his body as if it were metal. This was his chain of abilities. Now he was ready to attack again. Wanchul was surprised that Hyun Wook changed his trajectory in the air. The young man landed on the ground painlessly with the help of his skill. He may not have been able to fly as freely as in his past life, but using his abilities allowed him to control his body. His opponent took a swing and said that the young man seemed to have been given some cheap buffs in the army. He also added that such pathetic tricks would not work against him and sank to the ground nearby. People started to stick their heads out of their apartments to see what the noise was under their house. The man asked Hyun-wook if he was going to continue to evade. Without waiting for an answer, he barked at him to advance as quickly as possible. But then he abandoned all this and, without waiting for any response, began to attack himself. Their battle shook the earth and some vehicles were thrown into the air. People meanwhile left their homes in fear, shouting that the players had started a fight there and they had already reported it. Hyun-wook knew that there were a lot of civilians watching them, and he was a sergeant and couldn't respond to their attacks in full. If people interfered now, it could ruin his plan for the gate at the station. Having stopped being afraid, people took out their phones and started recording everything that was happening on camera. Won-chul guessed that Hyun-wook's lack of enthusiasm was due to these viewers and suggested getting rid of this obstacle. The man then activated his ability and was about to attack someone. Hyun-wook stood up straight, assuming that Won-chul was planning to destroy the building and asking if he understood that we were innocent people. He shouted to make sure his opponent understood that these people had nothing in common with him. Won-chul didn't believe it, and then was about to say a few kind words about the peaceful people. He said that all they do is get underfoot and really irritate him. Hyun-wook noticed Won-chul attacking and gritted his teeth and said that it was time to put an end to his life as a player. His blue eyes looked as if they were filled with energy that was just waiting to be released. Anger and hatred accumulated in Hyun-wook's head, and he was gathering strength for an attack. Then the attacker's hands were bound with blue chains that seemed as strong as steel. His legs were also shackled, and he could no longer move his limbs so easily. It was an ability called Metal Strike that cost mana to break a certain amount of metal. The next moment, blood splashed onto Hyun-wook. It wasn't his blood. There was a huge crack in the part of the building where they had just fallen. The defeated Won-chul lay on the asphalt screaming and crying from the pain in his leg. He turned to Hyun-wook and asked what he did to him, and also began to get scared. Hyun-wook's gaze was icy as he asked why they had to go so far. The man, who did not understand anything, replied that if an annoying fly irritated him, he would kill it. Hyun-wook said that there was probably a reason why the man was squealing. Scoundrels like him didn't deserve to be players. After these words, the man lost his temper and told the young man to stop pretending to be something. The young man raised his index finger and did something. The next moment, something cold and sharp appeared at the back of Won-chul's head. Hyun-wook gathered all his anger and ordered Won-chul to never show up in his sight again. Otherwise, he wouldn't get off with just one leg. Hearing this, Won-chul's eyes finally filled with genuine fear, not feigned fear. Hyun-wook still said with the same malice that his opponent should thank the gods that he was a soldier. He couldn't miss the chance to save his comrades and take revenge on the villains by getting rid of people like Won-chul. And of course, when the police arrived, they took him to the station. More precisely, to the Special Commission for the Affairs of the Awakened. Hyun-wook said he was just trying to stop Won-chul, and the investigator said the boy was lucky and that his testimony matched the witnesses. The investigator said that for the first time in his service, he had encountered a player who emerged from a fight without any significant injuries. Hyun-wook smiled and said that he was saved by the armor suddenly activating. After a few more minutes, Hyun-wook was free and could return to his normal life. All his life he had believed that the lowest rank was a stigma, but now it was precisely this that helped him avoid suspicion. An assistant ran up to the investigator and said that Won-chul had no problems with long fights in mana. The investigator couldn't believe that the lowest rank had broken through the armor of a C-rank person and defeated him without a scratch. By the time the investigators began to get suspicious, Hyun-wook had already jumped over the fence. His speed was so fast that the dust from his jump was already rising when he was no longer there. He rushed forward like the wind and tried to make sure that no one was watching him. His expression was thoughtful, but the guy was concentrating on the road. He remembered seeing a news report once while he was in the hospital. The TV was talking about a disaster, the opening of the gates and several hundred dead. Now the young man ran so fast because he wanted to enter this gate. Unlike the last two gates, he had not encountered these himself. He had little information and did not know what to expect. The time showed 2:15, and the boy was not sure that he would be able to prevent a catastrophe at the current level. Part of him wanted to fly into a rage so that more people would evacuate, but that couldn't be done. There were so many patrolmen here, and it would definitely draw their attention to him. And there was another reason. Hyun-wook turned around, looking around the station. He understood perfectly well that here, among the peaceful people, a villain was hiding. If everything had gone wrong, the villain would have gone into hiding, and Hyun-wook would not have found another turning point that could change the future. And so he stood in the middle of Seoul Station, lost in his thoughts and waiting for the gates to open. The clock read 3:22. There were 2 minutes left before the disaster. Suddenly, Hyun-wook was pulled out of his thoughts by a familiar voice calling out to him. The vice commander ran up to him, complaining that she had been looking for Hyun-wook for a very long time. The young man asked how she found him, to which the girl replied that he himself was talking about some business at the station. In her past life, Choi Seon-hee wasn't here. Does that mean the past has changed? The guy glanced at his watch and realized that there was a minute left before the gates opened. The girl asked him what he was doing at the department and asked him to explain everything in order. Hyun-wook didn't have time for unnecessary chatter. He had to stick to the plan. When the clock struck 3:24, he took his bag off his shoulder and was about to do something. And then the young man threw the bag down on the floor and blue stones fell out of it. The vice commander shouted that he had gone mad and that the stones could not be scattered like that. People scattered in all directions. There was no answer, and she asked why the young man was not answering her and why he was doing something incomprehensible. Hyun-wook looked up and said that when he gave the signal, everyone needed to run to where the gas masks were kept. The vice commander looked at him with complete bewilderment in her eyes. White smoke began to spread across the floor of the station and people rushed to the exit. Then a gust of wind hit everyone, almost knocking them off their feet. A crack appeared in the ceiling of the building from which purple light poured. After a few seconds, the crack turned into a portal called a gate. Hyun-wook looked at the gate seriously, but the vice commander was still perplexed. A black monster appeared from the portal, and Hyun-wook decided to play his role to the last. Running slightly to the side, he shouted the word now. This was the very same signal for everyone to run for gas masks. At the same time, under the station, two women were saying goodbye to each other. The younger girl asked why the older one continued to chase her away and offered to take her to the train. The old woman answered her that she simply did not want to tire her. The girl asked if her mother was not sad at all since they did not know when they would be able to see each other again. Just as the old woman was about to say something, a black curtain fell between them. The younger girl found herself on one side and her mother on the other, locked in the station. She screamed shrilly, calling for her mother, but the sound did not penetrate the dome. The system announced a new event called Unlucky Business. You had to hold out for 6 hours and kill the boss monster. Meanwhile, at the station, the monster was raging, destroying the floor and walls. The black monster roared and people, like bugs, ran away in fear. They ran in crowds towards the exit or towards closed rooms. The vice commander was also running, but Hyun-wook was heading in a completely different direction. He told the girl to first take shelter in a safe place and take a gas mask from the medical center. The girl clenched her jaws in anger and wanted to say something. She said that she was also a soldier and did not intend to save herself. She was not part of the combat team, so she wanted to stay and treat the wounded. She also said that she believed Hyun-wook and then ordered him to stay alive at all costs. Hyun-wook smiled, slightly lifting the corners of his lips. And then he said that the order would be carried out. At the other end of the city, the question of promoting a low-ranking sergeant to an officer was being decided at this time. One of the men said he didn't think a talented fighter's promotion should be based on a mechanical ranking. The rank was a point value set in the player training center. When the player's level increased, they would adjust the rank. The general of the 3rd Brigade of the VSBM knew this better than anyone else. When the general asked if Kim Kang-seok was going to teach him, he said absolutely not. General Jun-chol then said that all the veterans were members of the civilian guilds, and no one would appeal to the VSBM if they made Hyun-wook an officer. Jun-chol asked what was wrong with the military system, and then told his interlocutor to go shout about ending the VSBM. The colonel drooped and looked down at these words. Then the general said that the boy was just a bug. The man heard the landline phone ringing and answered the call. He was informed that a gate had appeared at Seoul Station, and the event was called an unlucky day. The general immediately went into shock and could not believe what was happening. His interlocutor was just as surprised and did not understand what to do. At this time, several people inside the dome were roasting the monster with their fire attack. One of the men asked the commander what the hell kind of spider this was, because he had never seen one like it in the command. But the spider did not give in to any attacks, but only became more and more irritated. The next moment, a terrible spider paw approached the face of one of the attackers. But his partner managed to pull him back in time, and he miraculously escaped death. The spider was about to attack again at this time. The two men bounced off the floor and flew to the side, unable to get up. Jong Sang-hoo said he doubted conventional attacks would work. The squad immediately changed their hand to a frosty one and began to attack like that. Someone gave the command to strike and they all began to attack with a frost squall. Ice shards and something else flew at the monster, causing it to howl. The monster's paws froze and stuck to the floor. Finally, the team of players could breathe a little easier and get back into position. Given the spider's size, they doubted it would last long, but they had to at least distract it. The commander told everyone to continue holding Frost's hand, and he himself rushed into the attack. He raised his weapon up to attack the monster. But all 6 pairs of eyes of this monster stared sharply at him. The man who was preparing to attack suddenly changed his expression and became perplexed. The monster freed its 2 front limbs and raised them to strike back. Now the man was flying straight into the mouth of this monster. He covered one eye and shouted something about activating the shield. His shield was quite small, but the man hoped it would help. He continued to fly rapidly towards the monster in front of him. This monster was a poisonous armored spider. It had steel skin that could not be damaged by normal attacks. Could this commander stand up to the monster? That was the question. Hyun-wook approached the other spider and thought that his preparation might not be enough to defeat the monster. Then he collected his thoughts, thinking that now was clearly not the time to doubt. Malk found himself bound by something that looked like a steel thread. The chain was spreading further and further, and Hyun-wook thought that now was the time to test himself. Hyun-wook's mana was depleted very quickly when using this ability, and had already dropped to 84. There were 76% of his mana left when the killing intent began to flash in his eyes again. Some kind of green gas started coming out of the spider, and Hyun-wook continued to attack. All the soldiers present at the scene were immediately perplexed. They looked at Hyun-wook and the spider with faces as if God himself had just descended from the heavens. Hyun-wook realized that it had worked. His power should have been enough to stop the enemy. The young man smiled madly, thinking that he could do more than just stop the enemy. The monster's claws continued to dig into the floor of the station with the same force, and Hyun-wook thought that he could take all the awards for himself. He raised steel balls into the air and said that he would squeeze all the juices out of the monster and absorb them. He aimed this swarm of steel balls straight at the monster, looking menacing. He wanted to see if this monster was as hard as steel inside. The balls began to crash into the monster with furious force, and then he used the ability to rotate metal, and these balls began to break through the monster's skin. The monster screamed, not expecting such a turn of events. The young man asked what it felt like to have your inside spinning like in a blender. The monster continued to scream in pain and was unable to resist the attack. A few moments later, he fell dead to the ground. The people from the garrison thought that this guy's actions were incredible, because the entire garrison could not defeat the spider. One of them thought that he had seen many A-rank players in countless raids, but he had never met such a casual person. Hyun-wook continued to lift the balls up, and the man from the garrison assumed that he had the highest rank of strength. But it wasn't good. It was ruining his assignment. The man introduced himself and asked if Hyun-wook was a top-ranked player. He received a negative answer to his question, as well as a remark that everyone quickly relaxed. According to Hyun-wook, the first wave was still not over. And then, as if hearing his words, other giant spiders began to fall from the portal. Hyun-wook had no more doubts, as the current fight had made everything clear. The young man raised 2 fingers into the air, conjuring the steel again. He alone will close the gates at Seoul Station. This could not but please. The dome above the station still hung in the air like a black ball. Someone was urging the 3rd Battalion to move a little faster. The knights in white armor were talking about how these soldiers brought back memories. One of them suggested gathering all the mage players and using beating magic to destroy the dome. But the other replied that nothing would work because the dome was created by the system. All that was left was to wait for the dome to remove itself, and until that moment there were still 5 hours and 21 minutes. The helicopters landed in a nearby parking lot, unable to get under the dome. Someone wearing combat boots and a military uniform emerged from one of the helicopters. From the other one, someone in yellow, high-heeled shoes appeared. These two were Lieutenant Kim Kang-cheok and Yoo Hae-young of the Blue Flower Guild. Yoo Ha-young was an A rank. She asked if Kang-chok was really going to send a rescue team there. It was tantamount to sending them to certain death. They both knew it. The lieutenant said that there were about 700 people at the station, and their lives were more important. His eyes narrowed and he remembered something, then said that this was their trump card. At this time, Hyun-wook dealt with the monster, inflicting new blows. He had already pierced several spiders with chains, coping with everything alone. Then he noticed something swinging at him in another blow. The young man immediately activated his steel physique and jumped back to avoid being hit. He turned to the guards to repeat what they had done and freeze the monster. The man with the scar on his face said that he understood everything and got down to business. The guards attacked the monster with the frost rune again. One of the spiders was frozen. Now it was time to deal with the other one. Hyun-wook walked towards this frozen monster, overcoming the snow and ice storm. At the same time, a spider hovered over one of the officers and was ready to attack. The monster roared, and that officer was slightly distracted from creating the storm. Hyun-wook used metal control and ordered that officer not to get distracted. And then he turned to the spider and told him that his enemy was himself. The young man then used metal rotation and the monster fell to the floor. The balls penetrated the spider's skin, painfully grinding all the monster's insides. The monster continued to roar even louder than before from pain. The station shook every time the monster rose to its feet and fell back to the floor. At the same time, the second spider was already beginning to emerge from the frosty thorns. In an instant, all the ice cracked and he had all his paws out, ready to attack. Hyun-wook smiled and said that he would now send the spider to his friends. The young man had 63% of his mana left, but he didn't care much about that. As Hyun-wook was about to attack, two energy rings flashed in his eyes again. There was very little mana left and Hyun-wook was still fighting the monster. The young man understood that he would soon need to take a break from what he was currently doing. And someone on the sidelines was thinking that a player of his level would not have ridden the train and should not have ended up at the station. A system notification said that someone had failed to complete the objective, and the man with the scar on his face cursed. Peaceful people converged on one of the station exits in a large crowd. The building was noisy, and outside the windows there was impenetrable darkness because of the dome. It seemed the first wave was over. All guards were asked to gather together. The guards thanked Hyun-wook and asked his name. Hyun-wook remained silent, not answering their questions. The guards were perplexed by such a reaction and such unwillingness to introduce themselves. The man with the scar asked if something was wrong and what the problem was. Hyun-wook thought that this was all strange. There didn't seem to be a ringleader here, but he clearly remembered that it was one of the guards. The vice commander came running around the corner, shouting his name. Hyun-wook himself introduced himself as a sergeant, leaving the guards even more confused since the top-ranking players were released from duty. The girl reported what she had done and asked if Lee Hyun-wook had really stopped the first wave. The girl asked Hyun-wook about something else, and then asked him to report on everything that happened. At the same time, on the other side, the guards were asking questions about his rank. But Hyun-wook didn't have much time. The young man interrupted the flow of questions by saying that he was sure that there was a second gate here. The vice commander was perplexed, and her face reflected all degrees of surprise. The guards also shared the general surprise and did not understand what was happening. Hyun-wook thought that if he started checking everyone present, the one he needed would definitely disappear. At the same time, on the other side of the dome, the man with the scar appointed Lieutenant Lee Min-hee as the commander of the operation. Min-hee was supposed to oversee the liberation of the station. The soldiers in the ranks wondered why their second platoon commander was not level 15. Min-hee turned to his charges and hissed, telling them to concentrate. The commander complained that it was difficult for him to send a low-level squad there, but the lives of civilians depended on them. Everyone unanimously agreed and were ready for the task. Then, as if remembering something, the commander spoke again, drawing attention to himself. He said that if Mi-young-hee meets Lee Hyun-wook, then Lee Hyun-wook should help Mi-young-hee with the task. Mi-young-hee immediately opened his eyes wider and asked again if he had heard the name correctly. At the station, the second gate had already opened. The monsters coming out from there only looked at everything around them in bewilderment. This time, these monsters couldn't attack. The man standing by the pile of bones asked why the hell they were all dead. There were still 2 requirements left, and the man intended to fulfill them in order to be accepted as a villain. These tasks were capable of changing his life, but as soon as he thought about it, steel balls appeared nearby. Several dozen balls were rushing menacingly towards him, and branches were curling around the man. He covered himself with branches in time and did not get hit. He smiled and asked what the player was doing there, then added that he was just a track guard. Hyun-wook told him his entire plan right away and then asked if he was going to kill everyone. Then the young man asked how long this villain had been racking his brains over such a plan. Receiving no answer, he greeted his opponent by calling him by name, Yang Ju Seop. Ju Sub, not understanding anything, asked who Hyun-wook was and how he knew him. Hyun-wook smiled and said that he knew this damn villain very well. After these words, the man's pupils narrowed even more, which revealed his fear. He said that he didn't know Hyun-wook and asked him not to say the word villain so loudly. He guessed that the boy was A rank because he saw his ability to manipulate metal. He said that Hyun-wook was confident in himself, but no matter how high his rank was, he shouldn't forget about compatibility. Hyun-wook's metal balls, according to the villain, could do nothing to him. The young man smiled, as if conspiratorially, intending to do something. And then he exhaled a bunch of flame from his mouth, blinding and burning. Hyun-wook remembered this villain from his past life well. He remembered how he mocked peaceful citizens and gouged out their eyes with branches. He also remembered how he asked how much longer the great emperor would hide. He asked whether the emperor was really going to watch mass death. He also remembered that he came to Ju Seop back then, even though he was wounded. Clutching his heart and bleeding, he stood in the middle of the battlefield. But now the situation was different. It was time to take revenge. The current Jew sub, who had not yet become a villain, was surprised by Hyun-wook's movements. He suddenly felt danger and jumped back from his place, but Hyun-wook was approaching him. Jew sub thought that he should have been a long-range player like him, but in reality, his opponent only inexorably approached him, trying to break through the protection of the branches. Hyun-wook then successfully dodged a series of attacks from these deadly vines. The young man still walked straight ahead without any fear. Ju Sub was getting angry. Why was Hyun-wook approaching without thinking? Was he crazy? Hyun-wook, however, was summoning a new spell and ability. He tried to attack Ju Sub from behind with his steel balls, but the villain was no slouch either and repelled such an attack with branches. Ju Sub said that none of Hyun-wook's punches would work against him. The young man, in response, simply threw himself at the vines that were wrapped around Ju Sub like a cocoon and grabbed onto them. He looked at them with a crazy look and said that there was enough wood for kindling. Ju Sung didn't stop, saying that Hyun-wook wouldn't be able to do anything to him if he was close. He said that his power was contained in the cannibal tree and it would eat his hand if he touched it. Sparks flew from Hyun-wook's mouth, which was twisted into a grimace of mirth. The hand extended towards the tree was wrapped in steel so that it could not be hit. Ju Sub didn't understand what happened and why the tree couldn't digest the boy's hand. At the same time, Hyun-wook breathed out flames, shocking the villain even more. The villain decided to try to appeal to Hyun-wook by saying that he would complete the task if he spared him. Ju Sub smiled, flattered by his own intelligence, and thought that his offer was definitely one he couldn't refuse. He also said that he would be given a buff during the quest, so he would easily complete it. Hyun-wook responded that it was all nonsense and that the villain had used this trick in his past life. Ju Sub was surprised and asked about his past life. Hyun-wook breathed out even more fire, now directly hitting the villain's body. Meanwhile, a rescue team finally arrived at the station. They didn't know where the best place to enter was, because they had no connection with the dome before. The system warned everyone that there was a danger zone here, but they continued moving. They signaled each other about their movements and continued to enter the dome. Suddenly, one of the squad members went into shock. In front of him on the floor lay the carcass of a huge dead spider monster. The squad leader asked Park Jun-mo to shut his mouth. Suddenly, a voice was heard asking who they were, and the military responded that they were the VSBM rescue team. The head of the security guards asked again why they were there at all. The gates in the ceiling were still open, and the rescuers continued to advance. The guard told them that thanks to the members of the VSBM, they had all been evacuated, and even now they were following their orders. The captain asked if he was talking about the female soldier and if she was injured, to which the guard replied that she was organizing a shelter. He then added that he meant Hyun-wook, and it was his orders that they were following. Park Jun-mo described Lee Hyun-wook, and the guard agreed with the description, confirming that it was indeed him. The commander lost his temper and called his subordinate names, asking if he had forgotten the whole place. Jun-mo could only look away and ask for forgiveness. The commander immediately asked where Hyun-wook was now, pointing out that he himself had a C rank and that he was the commander here. The guard changed the subject, speaking with anger in his voice. He asked how they got in here. After all, there was a ban on entry to be no higher than level 15. The guard's face turned completely gloomy as he stood up for Hyun-wook, saying that he was worthy of command. He said that these people called themselves a rescue party, but now they were already in the middle of an unfortunate affair. Whenever he asked about their plan, the commander mumbled something incoherent. Suddenly, the vice commander ran out from around the corner, shouting that they had a big problem. The lieutenant, who was acting as commander, immediately ran up to her and asked if she was wounded. Realizing that he would not say anything useful, the girl broke free from his hands and said that the civilians realized that there was a second gate. The guard was immediately perplexed and could not come up with a solution at all. At the same time, a group of security guards tried to calm down the civilians who were protesting. People asked how they could trust the guards if they were not telling them the truth. Someone told them that everyone was using them as human shields. According to them, it was a man with a scar on his nose. Meanwhile, near the second gate, Ju Seop was lying a little burnt and saying that it was unfair. Hyun-wook turned to him, asked what he was whining about, and directed a new attack at him. He asked if all villains were exactly the same. A golden glow began to shine from somewhere as soon as Hyun-wook killed the villain. It was the newly opened portal that was shining in the middle of all this chaos. From there was a view of the sun, the sky, the birds, and what seemed like a heavenly white building. Two female angels flew out of the portal, smiling at Hyun-wook. The system dictated that Hyun-wook's mana would quickly recover once he was inside the portal. The angels surrounded him, and the system continued to say that his health was rapidly recovering. When the third announcement about the received task was made, Hyun-wook started to smile. He exposed the plot of a traitor to humanity, a villain, and received a chance to become a guardian protector. By completing the task, Hyun-wook could become the dawn of this world. But Hyun-wook rejected the task. Both angels did not expect such a turn of events at all because no one in their right mind would refuse such a thing. The system asked again, but there was something even strange about it. Protecting humanity was a great excuse for the mission, but ultimately it would come down to his actions being periodically restricted. Moreover, it was a simple task, but people are not so simple. A guard who has performed a task incorrectly risks becoming a villain at any moment. The same thing happened to humanity's worst traitor, Gordon Pressey. Hyun-wook lost his temper and said that he was refusing for the last time and would not repeat it again. He looked at the angel to his left, then he glanced sideways at the one on the right. She was clearly expressing her displeasure, but no one could object. This decision was made by Han-wook. He was thrown out of the gate and it closed before him forever. The young man reached out and summoned his steel chains. He directed his attack somewhere into the mountain of bones and found the key. This key was the one that Ju-sub tried to obtain at the cost of civilian lives, and it probably served the needs of the villains. Of course, Hyun-wook kept it for himself and will mock the villains in this life. The head guard called out to the people, saying that he was the only guard with a scar on his face. The military asked people if they were sure it was not this security guard. People were still extremely upset that information about the gate had been kept from them. Hyun-wook thought that it was because of Ju-sub that this commotion had started now. The temporary commander asked whether people really didn't believe him. The commander of the VSBM rescue squad. Hyun-wook was glad that Colonel Kim Kong-seok didn't give up on the station. He sent the lieutenant and Min-hee here just in time. Hyun-wook couldn't listen to the empty cries of the civilians any longer and entered into a dialogue asking what was going on. He said that they don't understand that if the second wave starts, they will all die. Civilians asked how they could trust the guards or the VSBM. According to them, they were forced to behave this way. Hyun-wook frowned and asked if they had any choice but to trust. The two bravest civilians were thrown off course by this question. The guards turned around at the sound of Hyun-wook's voice, not believing that he was saying such things. And the members of the armed forces opened their mouths in surprise. The young man continued his speech about how the guards fought, risking their lives. And then he asked if there were anyone here who was ready to put their lives on the line. Suddenly, the commander's voice cut through, accusing him of being late and talking about how badly he spoke to civilians. Hyun-wook looked at him with irritation and said that he was busy closing the second gate. The military men who were on good terms with him were delighted. The head of the guards thought that this was what was to be expected from a higher rank. But the squad leader still couldn't believe it and ordered him not to lie. Realizing that he was being thrown into hysterics, Hyun-wook tried to end the conversation and told the guards and the squad leader to follow him. The guards obeyed the order to the surprise of the commander of the temporary VSBM detachment. The temporary commander did not understand why everyone listened to Hyun-wook and asked himself if this was really the Hyun-wook he knew. The gate was still open and glowing on the ceiling of one of the station's buildings. Junmo reported that he brought Hyun-wook his blade and the vice commander her spellbook, for which he received gratitude from Hyun-wook. Then Hyun-wook called everyone to his place. He had something to tell them. He said that the spiders from the first wave were not mentioned in the manual, and that something was clearly missing from the unfortunate case. The head of the security guard said he felt it too. Hyun-wook continued, saying that it was about the first wave. During the second wave, monsters that used poison might appear. The temporary commander didn't really listen. He only thought about the fact that not only the vice commander but even the guards, everyone obeyed this loser. Hyun-wook said that they should prepare gas masks in advance and take the civilians to the platform. Having finished with this, he said that he was going to explain the details of the operation. When the second wave started, they needed to attract the attention of the monsters and bring them out. This is what Hyun-wook was supposed to do. He was the bait in this plan. He led the monsters without losing his way and without fear of dying. In the end, they actually followed him to the station exit. The rescue team and guards following the plan were already waiting at the scene. They all wore gas masks and shot at the monsters. Their task was to attack the monsters from their hiding places. As during the first wave, all they had to do was tie their paws and buy time. No matter what happened, no one was allowed to approach the monsters. But suddenly one of the guards was attacked by a monster. It was hanging right over the poor employee. Hyun-wook appeared out of nowhere, tying up the monster with chains and defeating it before it could strike. Hyun-wook's eyes shone with anger and confidence in his actions. He jumped back and flew around the monster on the other side to avoid getting poisoned. When the guards in the VSBM found a good place to attack, Hyun-wook had to tear apart his armor, which is what he actually did. condemning the monster to suffering and pain from attacks. Everyone had to direct their attacks at the monster and kill it as quickly as possible. All the characters looked at each other as the monster fell dead. Now, to ensure that the operation was successful, the commander and vice commander of the detachment had to take a higher position. The commander asked again if they had just talked about him. Hyun-wook was counting on the commander to constantly help him teleport with his ability. The vice commander had to work on replenishing his mana, and then they would be able to use teleportation. Moreover, the only person capable of recognizing and dealing with a risky situation was the commander. Even the commander liked this plan, so he agreed, and said that it would be possible to get by with few losses. Hyun-wook smiled and told the rescue squad leader to take care of himself. Thanks to the C-rank player's ability, they should have been able to simply complete this quest. Everyone stood at the gates and prepared for the second wave of monsters. A monster that looked quite heavy fell out of the gate. Hyun-wook covered his face to keep the dust out of his eyes. The young man smiled and was ready to attack the new monsters. But suddenly the system announced that they had to kill the boss monster or survive for 6 hours. And that meant that this boss monster was in front of them now. But it still had to be different. The boss monster rose to its feet, looking like a demon from the depths of hell. As the system continued to issue new notifications, Hyun-wook shouted for everyone around him to run without looking back. The future had changed. A huge monster resembling a purple spider appeared before the man's eyes. A notification appeared that a boss monster had appeared. Hen was surprised, realizing that this should not have happened. The monster then stood up as if gaining a human body. Several more arms grew from its back. Hen shouted loudly, telling the boys to run. Looking at the huge carcass, he realized that the future had changed. Min-hee hid Song behind his back, realizing that he had to take control of the situation first. The guy shouted at the soldiers to stay put and keep their heads down and to stick to the agreed plan. At the same time, the boss monster turned its head, looking at its little minions. Noticing the corpses of the monsters, the boss bared his teeth and showed his fangs. And something resembling eyes on his face lit up. And then the monster screamed loudly, rushing towards Hyun-wook, and sharp stones and dust began to rise from the floor. It felt like the ground shook under the soldiers' feet. Hen recalled that the boss monster was supposed to appear after the second wave. Some soldiers began to cover their ears with their hands, unable to withstand the attack of the sound wave. Some soldiers fell to the floor in pain while others tried to pull off their gas masks. Hen knew the future had changed because of him. He clenched his jaw tighter as he watched the monster's carcass. The boss struck the first blow, causing the ground beneath Hen's feet to crumble. Then the boy was thrown back several meters. The monster continued to hit one point, hoping to find Hen's body. But Hen jumped higher, avoiding the blows. The guy held out his hand and sparks flew from his eyes. He understood that if he didn't stop the boss, they would all die. The guy jumped 10 meters high, reaching the monster's muzzle. He swung his arm, intending to strike. Then an electric charge passed through the monster's body. For a moment, he froze in surprise. But then a notification appeared that Hen's metal strike had failed. Without giving the guy time to come to his senses, the monster swung its sharp limb again. Hen barely managed to jump on the monster, deciding to use a combination of metal abilities. Jumping up sharply, the boy struck the monster's paw again. It was momentarily painted with blue sparks, but in response, the monster knocked down the support with one blow, and a moment later, the guy could only fall down. Hen knew that a normal steel physique enhancement would never be able to stand up to him. Watching the pillar break into 2 pieces from the monster's impact, Hen suddenly came to his senses. But then the monster rushed to strike the boy's back again. He turned around in fear. Spinning sharply in the air, the boy was barely able to avoid the blow using his powers. But a moment later, the guy pushed off the monster's paw again, running into the distance. The guy frowned, not slowing down his running pace for a second. He knew that the chance was small, but it was the only one. Then Hyun-wook jumped up on the boss's paw again, swinging his weapon sharply. Min-hee screamed that Hyun was crazy because he was supposed to bring the boss out. Ah-wook hoped that the lieutenant would understand his plan. Hen remembered how one day in his past life he approached Min, who was already a tactical operations officer. Hyun said that he survived this time thanks to Ming's teleportation ability. Lee chuckled, saying that he had already gained experience during his service. Hyun said he was glad to be in the same unit as Min. He joked that it turned out the officer wasn't lying when he said he had memorized the entire tactical manual. Min replied that he had to analyze the entire book to make any sense. Min said that due to the limitations of his teleportation ability, he had to study every detail of tactics in order to use it at the right time. Min insisted that every tactical decision was a result of his struggle for survival. And now, watching Hen, Li Ming could not understand his comrade's further plan of action. Two soldiers watched the battle from afar, clearly afraid for their friend. The monster struck the station again. Running past the destroyed supports, Hen hoped that Li Ming's deep knowledge of tactics would be enough to understand his plan. A notification appeared that Hen was using up his mana too quickly. He only had 32% left. But the monster hadn't even had time to get tired yet. He only swung harder, almost piercing Hen's body through and through. And then, just a moment later, the boss monster broke another support of the building again. Then Hen ran past another exactly the same tower and the monster broke it too. Only then did Min Hee realize that Hyun was not mindlessly dodging, but was forcing the monster to destroy the supports. The boy then leaned closer, screaming loudly and calling Hen crazy. Min grabbed Songha's hand, ordering her to give him as much mana as she could. The vice commander was surprised by this. Min said he would create the largest teleportation gate. And a moment later, Hen was already running to the last support. The boy silently prayed that Min would succeed. At that very moment, the monster swung. As if from a blast wave, the floor of the station collapsed, and its debris flew up along with Hen. The guy clearly didn't expect such actions, because a moment later he fell to the floor. Hen barely managed to jump up, climbing onto the last one. The monster decided to strike again. In an attempt to somehow protect himself, Hyun-wook decided to use his steel physique. A notification appeared that Hen had exceeded the limit and was in danger of destroying himself. At that moment, the boss threw him into the wall. Then the steely physique began to disappear from Hen. He opened his eyes wide, looking at the monster with fear. A moment later, the boy's body was slammed into the nearest wall of the station. The glass and walls of the station began to fall apart, and the ceiling slowly collapsed. Hen was delighted to realize that all the supports holding up the roof were finally broken. Hen could no longer move, but he knew he had to stop the monster because the roof was about to collapse. The boy barely managed to get out of the crack in the wall, coughing up blood. He thought that he needed to lure the monster into a trap. Min Hee began to open the teleportation, shouting at Hyun that he needed to get out of there quickly. But at that very moment, the monster only came closer to Hen, who was still hanging motionless on the wall. Min screamed. Didn't Hen understand that he would die as soon as he activated the portal? Min said he couldn't hold him for that long. Hyun asked Songha to handle it, otherwise everyone would die. Min Hee then cursed loudly and then strained himself hard, strengthening his teleportation ability. After a few more moments, a yellow circle surrounded the entire area where the boss stood. And then the monster began to be drawn into the circle, as did all the remaining debris of the building. The monster froze for a moment as if it didn't even understand how this could happen. The monster began to be pulled into the portal more and more strongly. He raised his head in surprise, trying to resist. Hen smiled, thinking that Min had succeeded after all. Blood was flowing from his mouth and skull, and his clothes were torn. He mentally praised his comrade at the moment when the station was almost destroyed to the ground. Li Ming, who had just stopped using his ability, exhaled heavily and called Hyun a damn idiot. Song Ha, who was hiding behind the lieutenant, opened her eyes wide and called out to Hyun in fear. Hen stood with Yoon on the corpse of a monster with dozens of swords stuck into it. The dead bodies of warriors lay next to them. Hen asked if he was competent enough to be a commander, if he had lost so many comrades on a mission. The girl froze in place for a moment, wearily looking at her comrade's face. Yoon-ha walked closer to the man and spoke loudly to him, squeezing his hand. Yoon asked if this pathetic bastard would continue to whine, not believing in himself. The girl exclaimed that no one could give Hen competence. In response, the guy shook his head. And now, watching the monster disappear into the portal, Hyun-wook suddenly began to apologize. A moment later, he stopped holding onto the wall and fell down several meters. The memory flashed before his eyes again. The girl turned to him, and he opened his eyes wide. Yoon-ha patted the boy on the chest, telling him that he shouldn't try to handle everything alone. Yoon smiled, saying that when he was worried, let Hyun look into the eyes of the people who followed him. And now, before his eyes appeared Songha and Min Hee, who were screaming loudly while holding the portal. Hen barely managed to open one eye, greatly surprised by what was happening. And then Hyun reached out to them, falling into the portal after them. Songha began to pull harder. Min Hee screamed again, continuing to hold the teleportation, and his eyes were almost tearing up from the pain. But a moment later, the portal closed, and Hyun fell to the ground along with Songha. After this, the ceiling of the station collapsed and a huge amount of broken stones fell onto the tracks. A notification appeared that said that a boss monster had appeared that needed to be defeated within 5 hours. The commander was told that all the media were reporting about the appearance of the boss monster, so they should tell about the measures taken. The commander frowned in response, awkwardly adjusting his cap and clenching his jaw. A certain brunette leaned towards Hana, saying that her job was not so difficult that she could not cope with her duties. Hyena exclaimed that the people who called themselves her true friends had attacked her like a pack of animals. She exclaimed that they would have to respond in kind and create chaos. The commander turned, looking at Catherine. Then the battalion commander frowned even more, looking into the girl's tense face. Then Hana asked the commander not to stare, exclaiming that she would call him after all. The girl began to bite her nail from stress, realizing that she was, in fact, higher in rank than the commander. But then the girl still called the contact she had listed as Mad Dog. At the same time, the station was almost completely destroyed. Broken and burnt debris lay everywhere. Lee Min-hee stood on the platform with Song and Hyun next to him. He asked if the sergeant really wanted to die. The girl exclaimed, supporting Min, that she thought that Hen would really die. Hen ignored them, realizing that he had a lot of useful information. But due to the changes in the future, he didn't even know if it could be relied upon. Hen didn't understand what to do now. Noticing the guy's mood, the girl looked at him sympathetically. Min was angry at Hyun, and he exclaimed, asking how this bastard dared to act alone. Lai Min grabbed Hyun by the scruff of the neck, exclaiming that if it weren't for him, they would all have been destroyed. He said that the basis of tactics is trust. Min shouted that Hyun should have trusted his squad members and followed the plan, because that's where strategy begins. Lee Ming exclaimed, did Hen really think that taking matters into his own hands was the best way out? He asked, did the sergeant really not believe in his comrades at all? And then Ha Dun-wook remembered Yoon Ha's gentle smile when she said that sometimes you just have to trust people. Then the guy smiled brightly, repeating her words over and over again in his memories. Song Ha, however, exclaimed with displeasure that now was not the time for quarrels. Hen nodded his head and smiled, thanking his comrades. He said that he now understood what he should do next. In response, Min-hee froze for a moment and then asked again in confusion. Hyun said that the boss would show up soon. Hyun said he had figured out what to do next. Min asked with displeasure if he was really going to act alone. Ming exclaimed that they needed to stick to tactics, and they would be able to use the steel physique just right. Hen interrupted him, saying that they would use lightning and act as a team. A moment later, the boy shouted loudly, ordering all the soldiers to listen carefully. Hyun said, towering over the soldiers, that the path to victory was Private Park Jun-mo. The soldier asked again in bewilderment, looking at his comrade in surprise. At the same time, journalists bombarded the commander with questions about what happened to the civilians. Kim was clearly unhappy with the situation and said through gritted teeth that he would briefly outline all the information he had. Kang-sok said that a second rescue team was sent to handle the unfortunate case. The reporters asked how Sok could send a low-level squad to the boss monster. The journalists asked if the military was going to overwhelm the boss with numbers. At that moment, the monster showed its fangs again. He walked out of the portal, leaving behind huge clouds of smoke and dust. Then the monster headed towards the military, clearly already preparing for the next strike. But the monster suddenly began to spin around itself, causing a huge hurricane throughout the entire station. Hyun and Song-ha could barely stay on their feet, shielding their faces from the strong gusts of wind. And the monster continued to circle around itself, waiting for its opponents to finally run out of steam. But suddenly a huge water ball appeared above the monster. The boss raised his head in surprise, freezing for a moment. The soldier shouted that it was finally time for the security detachment to launch the water balloons. The soldiers immediately followed his order, and then the monster's body was immediately filled with liters of water. For a moment, the monster lost its balance as giant waves crashed down on it. The other military immediately began to create a strengthening magic circle. Hyun-wook shouted loudly, ordering Park Jun to deliver a shock blow to the monster. Park Jun immediately hit the portal, and then an electric discharge passed through the air. The monster's body was paralyzed by electricity, causing it to almost fall to the ground. It was clear that the boss monster could hardly resist this all-encompassing pain. But suddenly Park Jun cried out loudly, calling Sergeant Hyun-wook over. Hyun-wook cried out loudly, asking if Jun could hold out until a large ice circle was formed. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a loud shout from a military man, who ordered everyone to stand still. At the same moment, the soldiers began to fall to the ground, clutching their necks and throwing down their weapons. The mad flow of Mila knocked everyone off their feet, forcing them to submit to the unfamiliar man. Even Commander Min-hee almost fell over, not understanding what was going on. But some soldiers still found the strength to stand to the end, but the monster had already managed to fight back. The reporters asked if the commander didn't care about senseless sacrifices. Kang replied that there was an S-rank player with no level restrictions in that rescue squad. The King of Strength, Han Tai-san, appeared before the soldiers. He stepped forward, flexing his fists. As if not noticing the bodies of the soldiers behind him, Tae-san thanked them for their efforts. Khan said, coming closer to the monster, that now he himself will take care of it, and the rest can sleep or go home. Hyun-wook chuckled when he saw Tae-san. He thought that the lazy tiger had the real strength of an S-rank player. Hyun said that San does not suffer from false modesty, and simply put, his victory is guaranteed. He knew that since the future had changed, he couldn't trust others with the information. His original plan was to give up the reward after holding out for 5 hours. Hyun-wook chuckled as he watched the carnage, thinking that Han Tai had arrived just in time. The guy recalled that in his past life, they managed to complete the task because he, an S-rank player, came at the last minute. The memory of Tai-san standing on the charred corpse of a monster flashed before his eyes. Hen understood that the reward for completing this case gave San the title of an invincible fighter, since he received Maclear's secret armor. Then the guy grinned and thanked San because now he wouldn't have to refuse the reward. Thinking about Tai-san's favorite hidden object, the boy exclaimed that he would get it in this life. Hen knew that he would eat him in this life. But Sanu did not hear Hen's cries, looking only at his opponent. Hante could easily deflect the monster's attacks using his fire control abilities. He chuckled, asking if the monster could fight. Then Sun exclaimed that he could too. The man pointed a weapon at the boss that looked like a golden lion's face. It lit up in an instant. And just a moment later, a bright beam of fire broke through Khan's weapon and made its way towards the monster. As a result, Han Tai was able to throw the monster's limp body back several meters. Then heavy clouds of dust rose into the air, causing the soldiers to cover their faces with their hands. And some of the soldiers who were near the monster almost fell to the ground from the shockwave. But Han Tai at this time came closer to the monster, saying with displeasure that there was not a scratch on it. As the monster crawled towards Han Tai, he said that the boss was stronger than he looked. Then the guy swung again, saying that because of the monster, he would still have to sweat. And then the guy rose into the air, his hands glowing bright red as he walked towards the boss. He passed the monster in a matter of seconds, leaving him bewildered. Hante found himself on the monster's llama, continuing his monologue. The monster bared its teeth and swung. Hantai said that this monster was only making things worse for himself. With these words, he hit the boss in the face. The monster dodged back and Hantai jumped even higher, preparing to hit the monster again. The soldiers could hardly stand on their feet, because crazy currents of wind began to rise throughout the entire station. Hyun hid Songha behind his back and she held his hand tightly. Then the guy slightly bent down. Songha said that she gave Hyun some mana. She wasn't sure that the boy wouldn't get hurt because he needed treatment now. But Hen smiled back, saying that there was no need to worry about him since he would not put himself in danger. And then Hyun suddenly jerked away from the spot, almost pushing Songha away from him. She looked at the guy in front of her in fear. Minhee cursed loudly, asking what Hyun was up to again, but Hyun ignored him. At the same time, Hantai was clearly enjoying the fight, repeatedly striking his opponent with new blows. The monster didn't even have time to recover from the blows and get up from the ground, because Khan didn't let go of the boss for a second. At the same time, the monster screamed loudly in pain, breaking the remains of the building with its body. And then an electric charge passed through the monster's chest, which made the monster howl even louder. But it was a surprise for Hantai-san, too. His eyes widened as he looked at the monster's body. Pieces of meat suddenly began to fall out of the monster's chest, coming out along with green blood. Then Hante decided to finish off the monster, using his fire abilities again. Now Hen stood next to San, who watched the monster's torment. Tae turned to Hyun, asking if he was tired of living. He reminded him that he had ordered the soldiers to stay put. Hyun-wook asked with displeasure if this wasn't too immoral a deal, even for an S-rank. At that moment, Tae-san became even more angry, and his pupils flashed as he asked Hyun in confusion. Lee Hyun reminded, ignoring the rising smoke, that it was Tai-san who had interfered in their fight. Tae-san said that the soldiers couldn't have done it without him. He asked what kind of idiot was in front of him. But noticing that Hyun was using his tricks, Tae-san became even more angry, already yelling at the sergeant. As Hyun released the steel weapon into the monster's body again, Tae-san suddenly rushed towards him. Hen shouted that it was they who had held out until the moment when the mortal threat had passed. Hyun shouted that San showed up at the last moment, posing as a hero. He said that he would not let him get the item. At that moment, Hante had already approached the monster and shouted loudly, using his abilities. And then 2 projectiles flew at the monster at once. For a moment, it froze, looking at Tae-san. Hen screamed even louder, increasing his attack and using even more mana than before. The monster screamed loudly, apologizing in the air and trying to avoid being hit from both sides at once. There were knives stuck into the monster's chest and tongues of flame hovered near its head. But Tae-san wasn't going to stop there. He swung again, striking the monster's face. And then there was a loud explosion that burned the body of the huge monster, lifting its remains into the air. Hyun-wook covered his face, trying to stay on his feet after the blast hit him. A notification appeared before their eyes that the boss monster had been defeated, so the restrictions on the area had been lifted. A moment later, the dome finally disappeared from the station, showing the sky to the peaceful people. The news said that the dome had disappeared with a roar and the situation at the station was dire, so the survival of all civilians could not be guaranteed. But several hundred survivors emerged from the station and fled the building. One old woman's daughter ran up to her and hugged her. The young girl asked if her mother was okay and if she was hurt. She froze in surprise, but then the old woman hugged her daughter. She said that she was fine and that the girl should not worry. Smiling tiredly, the grandmother apologized for making her daughter worry. Tears began to flow from the young girl's eyes, and then she hugged her mother even tighter. Those around were reunited with loved ones. Some were crying and calling friends, others were laughing loudly. The news said that a real miracle had happened, because all the people who were at Seoul Station survived. A notification appeared that Han Tai had killed a poisonous metal spider and survived the unlucky thing. The guy frowned when he read that his rating would be determined based on his contribution to defeating the monster. And in the end, Han Tai only took second place in the ranking. The guy turned his gaze to the knife that was lying nearby. The monster kill reward flew into Hen's hands. He smiled brightly when he read that he had won first place. Hen held in his hand a large blue amulet which was decorated with gold inserts. Hen received the secret armor of Mananmak Lear. It had the ability to increase the armor level during combat. Hyun smiled brightly, realizing that he had managed to protect Seoul Station and get what he wanted. But suddenly Han Tae, his face dark with anger, turned to him and ordered the bastard to explain himself. At that moment, Hyun-wook's eyes widened in fear and surprise, finding him in the same place. Han Tae approached him, asking where his reward was. But Hyun quickly absorbed the item. Hen replied that they were the ones who stopped the second wave and the boss. He advised Han to be grateful for the second place in the rankings because he fought for a maximum of a minute. Khan exclaimed that killing monsters was 7% of the contribution, so no matter who tried first, his contribution was significantly higher. San exclaimed that he was in the 6th training place in seclusion when he had to run to their aid. Tae-san asked using force how Hyun planned to compensate for the heroic tier item now. Hyun chuckled, thinking how Tai-san had the nerve to argue about time and compensation with someone who had returned to the army and was doing dirty work. And then Tae-san used his power, and huge flames began to swirl around him. Tae-san became even more tense, asking Hyun if he even understood who he was dealing with. Hen said he didn't care about all this nonsense about solitary training or his contribution. Hen recalled drowning in blood and seeing hundreds of corpses. He said that if he had asked for compensation for his time in battle, no reward would have been enough. Then Tai-san became even more angry, frowning deeply as he looked at Hyun-wook's face. And then the S-rank hero pounced on the sergeant, shouting loudly that he was a damn idiot. Hyun could barely flinch away as Han Tae swung his huge weapons at him. But they were stopped by Hyana's loud cry asking what Tai-san was doing. Behind her stood a displeased Kang Seok. The guy looked at Hana in bewilderment, frozen for a moment in surprise. Hyun-wook was also very surprised by their presence, looking from Tae-san to Catherine. The battalion commander asked what Tai-san was doing now that the gates were already closed. And then Hyun-wook chuckled, realizing that Hana and the commander had arrived just in time. Hyun suddenly shook San's fist, saying that he had done a great job and it was an honor to meet him. Tae-san froze for a moment and asked Hyun in confusion. But Hyun exclaimed that it was time for him to go, and then Hyun-wook almost ran away from Tai-san, who was watching him. The commander asked if the sergeant was okay. He greeted Khan, saying that he was in perfect health. Tae-san screamed loudly, ordering the bastard to come back right now. But he was interrupted by a stern voice. It was Yu Hyena who tiredly rubbed her forehead, ordering Tae-sang to stop this right now. She whispered to San that she didn't know the details of their argument, but at that moment the whole country was watching them. Hyena pointed to the helicopters in the sky, saying that if Tai caused a ruckus, no one would be able to cover it up. And then the guy clenched his jaw tighter, frowning more deeply and turning away from the girl. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, telling everyone to make way because a brigadier general was coming. A moment later, the teleportation portal was already open, and a short old man flew out of it. Choi Jun-chul smiled, saying that it was so unusual to still see the king of power in place. Tae-san glared at the brigadier general, but he couldn't argue with him. Then the old man looked away from the offended youth, examining the situation around him. And just a moment later, he noticed Yu Haina, who looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. Junchul was surprised by the presence of the Blue Flower leader, asking if they were in trouble. She replied that there were no more problems since the gate was closed. Jun winked at Haina, saying that if it was a blue flower, there wouldn't be any problems. The girl smiled discontentedly in response, thinking that Jun was a cunning old man. Kang Sok then greeted Junchul, who was still flying in the air. Heian asked Tae why the station was in such a state. She reminded him that his task was to clear the gate and avoid damage from the second wave. The girl reminded that Sana has a sufficient level to cope with these tasks. The guy turned away and said with displeasure that it all didn't matter, because he didn't destroy the station and didn't get first place. The girl's eyes widened and she asked how he could not get first place. But Hantai ignored her, saying that he had fulfilled all the conditions of their agreement. Turning around abruptly, San said that therefore the leader of the Blue Flower would also have to fulfill his promise. And then the guy literally dissolved into the ground, leaving behind a small shockwave. Haina didn't understand how the great Hantai didn't get first place in a measly 15th level case. She couldn't figure out who got it then. Then Haina turned around, hearing voices behind her. Jun said that military records indicated that Hyun could control up to 300 grams, but it was obvious that this figure was much higher. And then the girl remembered the guy who was now standing surrounded by generals. Junchul said that if there was no mistake in the recordings, then Hyun-wook is an F rank. Hearing this, the girl was even more surprised, not understanding how this was even possible. Jun then smiled and said that it was very interesting. He invited Hyun to take a walk so that he could ask him questions. Thinking about what was happening around her gave Haina a sharp headache. After some time, Hyun and the brigadier general went for a walk around Seoul. Hen looked cautiously at the contented old man who continued to fly high in the air. Hyun knew he had to stay on his guard because Choi Jun was not someone to be trifled with. Hen understood that Jun's powers had earned him a reputation as a tactical nuclear weapon. But Jun was also a smart man. The necromancer feared the general more than anyone else and tried to kill him several times. A few moments later, the old man ordered the sergeant to report again on everything that had happened. And then the blue-haired boy suddenly stopped, frozen in place for a moment. The guy sighed heavily and remained silent for a few more seconds, as if delving into his thoughts. Hen knew that the general suspected him because of his unusual actions that went against the records of his abilities. The man said that not long ago, when he caught the second elite monster, his abilities improved and he received the achievement Rebellion of the Ignorant. Hen exclaimed that now instead of 300 grams, he could control about 17 kilograms, and he also had abilities. The old man thought for a moment and said that reports of achievements were clearly not as common as reports of tasks. Hyun-wook understood that this world should not know about the ability of an F-rank player to become stronger. The general said that since Hen had achieved achievements, it could be considered a good chance for him. Then Hen felt a nasty feeling, but he himself did not understand where it came from. The general said that Hen shouldn't be considered F-ranked, since his fighting ability was at C rank or higher. Then Hyun-wook became very scared, realizing that now the general would want to study him. The general said that Hen had done a terrific job and that he deserved a reward. He asked what item the sergeant wanted. Hen breathed a sigh of relief, and the old man asked if he needed magic armor or something else. Smiling, Hen said that there was a weapon he would like to have, but he doubted that the general would be able to give it to him. In response, the general asked again, barely smiling at the young man's unexpected answer. Hen exclaimed that this was one of the valuable items of a heroic-level general. The old man was immediately stunned, frowning deeply and looking at the guy in front of him in bewilderment. The general then slowly turned his gaze to the station, which was completely destroyed. Juncho laughed loudly, saying that Hyun had a steely resolve. The general said they would return to this conversation when the sergeant had a medal on his chest. The old man tapped the boy on the chest and turned around abruptly, saying that this was a special offer for him. Then the general hurried away, waving his hand and saying that Hyun-wook was an active guy. Hen looked after the general with displeasure, realizing that this old chameleon would change the subject in an instant. Hen turned around, realizing that everything had ended well because now he would be able to remain in the shadows for a little while longer. And after some time, the guy again found himself in the 3rd Brigade of the VSBM, the 1st Battalion. With his hands folded on his stomach, Hen thought that heroic tier items were hard to digest. But suddenly, Park Jun ran up to him and asked if the sergeant was going to training. They were approached by Private Choi Min-jae, who asked Hyun to arrange something for them other than physical activity, and Hen was disgusted by everyone present. He showed them the bandages on his stomach, saying that he was sick. They were surrounded by privates who said that the sergeant could simply give them orders and they would carry them out. And then a memory flashed before his eyes of how Park Jun was surrounded by dozens of monsters. And then Hyun Wook remembered how he was dragged into the portal, barely alive, or how he screamed that the key to defeating the boss was Park Jun. And then the image of gentle Yoon Ha came into his head again, saying that sometimes you just need to believe. The guy realized that in the chain of all these events, he finally found the main thing: faith. But suddenly, a moment later, the door to their room opened and then a certain private entered. And Min-tae introduced himself, saying that he had received orders to return to the unit from the military hospital. Hyun Wook suddenly jumped up from his seat, deciding that the future awards were important, but there were more significant things around him. A moment later, the sergeant hugged the private tightly, thanking him. The private asked what was going on. Hyun wanted to say that it was gratitude for On Min coming back alive. But in reality, he said it was thank you for returning to training. Hen exclaimed that it was time for them to train. The privates immediately jumped up from their seats with joy. Ook thought that it was time for these guys to be with him. He had someone he could trust to guard his rear. The phenomenon of multiple gates suddenly opening is called the wave. And in the near future, the wave will sweep across Seoul. But the only one who knew about it was Hen. On that day in the past, he was helpless and defenseless. Hen was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle everything alone, putting the residents in danger. Looking at the privates, Hen wondered if the boys would be able to survive in such conditions. Looking at Anming, Hen suddenly remembered that they would all soon die. Hen knew that those on his side had to become stronger. That was the only way he could save them. Jun exclaimed that those who were C rank and below were not allowed to use the training center, so they shouldn't train there. Hyun replied that Jun himself had asked for a real workout. The guy exclaimed that it was not necessary to start with that. Then Hen frowned deeply, sharply reminding him that all of his boys had survived the unlucky thing. Hyun pushed Jun away, asking why they were all so scared now. He reminded them that this time everyone except Park had raised their levels. June, sitting on the ground, said sadly that they supported everyone in the rear, but they should have handled it themselves. Hyun Wook responded sharply that in that case, this time he would be the support of his squad. At that moment, a bright smile appeared on Park Jun's face. He leaned closer to Hyun, asking again. At the same moment, huge gates opened, inside of which there was only a ringing emptiness. Just looking there, the privates immediately recoiled sharply, cowering in fear. And Hen pushed them closer to the gate, saying that they should quickly go inside. And then Hyun Wook smiled evilly as he watched the privates almost trembling in fear. And just a moment later, the guy closed the gate, leaving the privates inside the training center alone. The sergeant remained on the other side of the gate, listening to the cries of his comrades who were asking him to save them. Hyun Wook smiled nastily in response, thinking that now the training of characteristics would begin. A few moments later, the guy hurried away from there, and now there was a small house in front of his eyes. The girls behind him began to whisper that this was the sergeant who had carried out the blockade operation and the unfortunate affair. The girl said that she thought it would be some big guy, but Hen is not like that. Hen began to choose food in the store, deciding that he would need to cheer up the boys. But suddenly he noticed Yoon Ha, who ordered to buy enough food for all the workers. Noticing Hyun Wook, the girl suddenly turned around, asking if he shouldn't be training right now. Hen exclaimed that he came to buy energy supplements for his comrades who were training. At the same time, Sang-guk walked behind him, looking at the sergeant with displeasure. And then the guy's gaze fell on a girl with dark hair and purple eyes. Yun asked if it was true that Hyun had obtained the Ignorance Rebellion achievement, and he agreed. Then Yoon Ha said tensely that the report said that Hyun had achieved extraordinary success. The girl came closer to the guy, saying that Hen seemed to be hiding some other information. With a trembling voice, Hen asked, smiling awkwardly, "What could he possibly be hiding?" Yoon responded that in strange situations, Hyun would act as if he knew about them. She said that it was as if he had information that they didn't have. Hyun looked puzzled, as if he didn't understand what Yoon was hinting at. He hoped that the girl hadn't found out about it. But suddenly a loud cry came from behind them. They both turned around in surprise, their eyes wide. Sang-guk exclaimed that he was silent. And Kim Si-hee responded with force that the sergeant should pay more attention. Realizing that they had been heard, the girl suddenly opened her purple eyes wide. The loudspeaker announced that Hyun Wook was invited to the battalion commander's office. Yoon Ha said with displeasure that this was all happening at the wrong time, and Hyun asked indifferently. Yoon said that she doesn't know Hyun's true intentions, but she will keep a close eye on him. The boy ran out of the store, breathing a sigh of relief. He realized that he would have to avoid Song Yoon for a while. Hen didn't understand what was going on since there were still a few days left before the promotion ceremony. The guy came to the snow-white corridors but suddenly heard a scream. Someone said that this cannot be called a test. Hyun Wook approached the commander's office, where a scream was heard again. The man was shouting that if they were sent, everyone would die. Then Hyun Wook knocked on the door in confusion, and a moment later he was allowed to enter. Then, entering the office, Hyun Wook immediately greeted the battalion commander. But suddenly the boy froze in place in surprise, seeing General Choi Jun in front of him. Noticing the presence, the old man casually greeted him, nodding his head. The commander wanted to say something to Hyun, but Jun rudely interrupted him, saying that he would explain everything himself. The old man said that a couple of days ago a red gate opened in the territory of Shinrin. The general insisted that the blue flower had already been sent there, but terrible things were happening there. Many of the military tried to resist the monsters around them. Some sacrificed their lives. One of the mages shouted that the military should control themselves because they are members of the same guild. But suddenly the girl was attacked by a horde of soldiers holding swords in their hands. That magician exclaimed with tears in his eyes that they had all gone mad, and that there was sheer madness all around. The man then tried to escape, reaching away from the people, but the soldiers' hands were faster. A moment later, her former comrades dragged her away from the exit, their hands stained with her blood. The general said that the 3rd Blue Flower Squad had already been exterminated, and the Red Gate had been given the problematic 3rd level. Problematic level 3 is if after 3 unsuccessful attempts to raid the gate, the organization has asked 2 or more organizations to join. Then the guy's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that this had not happened in his past life. The general said that the condition for entry was level 18. There was also a zombie dungeon that could not be left until the raid was successfully completed. Upon hearing about the zombies, Hen immediately realized that the commander of the Army of the Dead, a necromancer, was involved. The general said that that guild had buried a lot of talented newbies, but clearing dungeons was their job. The general smiled, saying that there was no need for them to participate, but he thought Hen would be perfect for such a task. But he was immediately interrupted by Kang Seok, causing the old man to give him a displeased look. The battalion commander continued to look at the general in bewilderment, pressing his lips tighter. The general then asked hesitantly if the sergeant could handle it. Hen knew that this had definitely not happened in the past. Hen frowned, realizing that this was most likely related to the necromancer, so he had to go on a raid. Hen exclaimed that he would try to do it. The general smiled, praising him, but the commander was very surprised. But then Hen looked at the general less confidently, realizing that he needed to get something before that. Hen suddenly said that he couldn't go to the Red Gate with the weapon he had. Smiling, the boy asked if the general remembered their previous conversation. Hen said that if he gave Fail Note, he would definitely pass the raid. Fail Note is a one-shot arrow that cannot be missed. Hen knew that even in the hands of a general, such a treasure was a last resort. But he understood that in the hands of a man who controlled metal, everything was completely different. The old man smiled madly, saying that it was then a deal, not a favor, and therefore Hen would take responsibility if it failed. In response, Hen also smiled bewilderedly, saying that high risks usually pay off handsomely. It was common practice to send leaders to lead a raid into a dungeon, but despite this, Hyun Wook, an ordinary soldier, was sent. It might have been because of the feud with Yoo Jae-hyuk. If the young man goes on a raid, it will be a great victory for an ordinary soldier over an elite blue flower player, and his failure will not be the reason for the failure of the raid. The general smiled and agreed to give the young man the fail note. In any case, it was a win-win situation for the general. They decided to return to Hyun Wook's promotion to sergeant later. Hearing this, Hyun Wook thought that he wasn't going to let himself be taken advantage of just like that. So he said that fail note was the reward promised for the last time. Now, if he succeeds in the raid, he would like to get another one. The general was pleased with his subordinate's enthusiasm, but was also a little indignant. He grimaced and ordered Hyun Wook to handle everything first and only then make demands. Satisfied with this answer, the young man thanked the general and said that he would try to complete the raid at any cost. When Hyun Wook came out of the negotiations, his team was standing around some kind of dead monster. The young men turned around one after another, rejoicing at the arrival of the sergeant. One of them said that the C-rank training grounds were a piece of cake. Now they were confident that they could handle everything. Hyun-wook came a little closer and with a conspiratorial smile on his face told everyone to get ready. His squad was completely perplexed by the sergeant's mood and words. Moments later, Hyun-wook added that the support squad was heading out on their first solo mission. The fighters were immediately shocked. In fact, they were still a little afraid of these solo missions. Finally, 2 days later, the soldiers were already driving on a mission along the night roads of Seoul. Since it was a dungeon with zombies, they were going to use bullets filled with holy water. Hyun-wook asked everyone to be careful. The soldiers were in a real situation, not on a training exercise, so the sergeant asked them to be vigilant. One of the soldiers asked sharply if the sergeant had brought the fail note. Hyun-wook smiled and folded his hands in his lap, saying that there was no need to worry about it. Under one of his sleeves, near the cuff, something blue and glowing was visible. Upon reaching the red gate in the Silum area, the fighters began to disembark from the vehicle. They were immediately met and asked to attend the meeting by Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. Park Jun-mo was left in charge. At the same time, two fighters moving supplies were talking about something. In front of them stood a squad of blue flowers, and these guys were clearly not happy with the military. In that detachment, one of the men reported to another that in front of them was a detachment of support for the VSBM and that it contained people of lower ranks. The man was clearly outraged that they would have to fight together with such a burden. But as soon as he mentioned something about a search operation, the commander interrupted him. This did not stop the soldiers from the VSBM from hearing about the search operation and thinking about it. The commander of the elite knights said that once they got there, they would abandon the VSBM and go alone. His partner reminded him that they would not get out alive, to which the commander simply said that during raids, everyone is at risk. And in his opinion, these weaklings had to defend themselves, since there were simply no other options. When Hyun-wook entered the meeting room, there was only one woman there, and immediately asked a reasonable question about whether a meeting had been held here. The woman came closer and closer to him, looking somewhat displeased. She looked at Hyun-wook and said that last time he managed to hide his low rank and get hold of her business card. Hyun-wook replied that he didn't ask for a business card, realizing that it would be a great burden to the girl. Closing the topic, she said that she did not want to talk about the past, and then ordered the VSBM to only help the elite squad. According to her, once they entered the gate, they didn't have to do anything that would interfere with her guild. Hyun-wook suddenly understood why the Blue Flower agreed to help the privates. This woman believed that he would listen and do as she wanted. The young man said that their squad had the same right to participate in the raid as their guild. The girl said it was funny that the boy was going to go after the boss monster, and he only asked her if she was afraid that the VSBM would cope. The girl smiled and tilted her head to the side as if trying not to laugh. The next moment, she couldn't help but burst out laughing, folding in half. After laughing, she asked for forgiveness and asked if Hyun-wook was counting on another stroke of luck like he had at the station. Hyun-wook took a step closer to Yoo Hae-yeon. He said the reason was that it wasn't luck at all. The girl concluded that it seemed like this young man was tired of living in general. Then she suggested that VSBM go in first, and then she remembered something and said that they couldn't do that. 3 of the top 100 promising fighters took part in the raid, so the VSBM were asked to stay out of the way. But Hyun-wook was not surprised by this, but by the fact that the great Yoo Hae-na did not react to the provocation. He had heard about some search operation. There was something about this raid that he didn't know yet. Hyun-wook suddenly thought of something and turned to the head of Yoo, and she asked to call her Catherine. The young man corrected himself, calling her Catherine, and asked if she would like to argue. If the VSBM caught the boss monster before the Blue Flower, Chief Yoo was supposed to give Hyun-wook what he asked for. The girl said that he hardly understood what it meant to argue with her, and also added that otherwise his life would be in her hands. Hyun-wook agreed to this condition without a moment's hesitation. He didn't know what the woman was hiding, but if there was something behind the gate, he definitely wanted to get it. The Blue Flower Guild entered the gate first, as expected from elite fighters. They immediately activated their shields and were ready for anything. The commander said that they would leave the entry area before those soldiers arrived, so everyone had to get ready to run. The Blue Flower Guild entered, and the VSBM attack squad still had 3 minutes left before their turn. Hyun-wook asked Min-tae if he was nervous, to which he replied, no. Hyun-wook ordered everyone to concentrate and do what they did during the training, and also to watch their breathing. The time has come for the VSBM to enter these gates. They also raised their shields and passed through the portal to the monster world one after another, and Ming-tun narrowed his eyes as he passed through the gate. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he was surprised and frightened. Before his eyes appeared a picture of the Knights of the Blue Flower going to kill each other. The VSBM squad closed their mouths in surprise, but they couldn't be afraid. At this time, the floor was already covered in blood, and the knights continued to tear each other apart. One of the elite squad's fighters tried to bring the commander, who had gone mad, back to his senses. But just one look from the commander at him was enough to make him shake with fear. The Blue Flower Knights had no intention of stopping their slaughter anytime soon. Hyun-wook continued to lead his VSBM squad to the boss of this gate. He showed them the direction with gestures as usual so that those crazy soldiers wouldn't attack them. There were still some sane knights among them, but they were in the minority. The VSBM detachment approached something huge and standing motionless. The next moment, this thing turned around. It had the head of a skeleton. The boss monster looked down at them with disdain and was about to attack. One of the members of the VSBM squad was seriously scared of this monster, so he screamed shrilly. The boss monster extended one of its bony hands towards the sound of the scream. Hyun-wook clutched the weapon in his hands and shouted at the attacking squad to open fire. Moments later, multiple shots hit this zombie king. But this monster was not so simple as it was surrounded by a barrier. Hyun-wook gave Choi Tae-yoon some kind of command. Tae-yoon aimed his rifle at the monster and was ready to shoot. His sight was aligned with the monster's eye, or rather with the void on its skull. Tae-yoon remembered how he had asked Hyun-wook a question back during the training. They knew that modern weapons could not harm monsters and asked why they needed to learn how to use them. Hyun-wook was puzzled by this question and said that it really wasn't possible to deal critical damage. Even if you use holy bullets against the main monsters in the dungeon, at best they will be like rubber for them. But the reason they relied on bullets to attack was because of the noise. Hyun-wook also briefly explained that zombies have atrophied all their senses except hearing. And even if a firearm wouldn't have killed them, it would have helped distract them. In this case, the zombies will not be able to determine where the military is. The soldier asked, "What if the zombies in that dungeon had other well-functioning sensory organs?" Hyun-wook answered honestly that their chances of succeeding in the raid were slim then. Most of the squad could turn into zombies, and when they start killing each other, hell would break out. And then again, the command was given to Tae-yoon to shoot. The sniper aimed at the monster's ear this time and fired. Loud gunshots were heard near the skeleton boss, and he turned around. He immediately extended all his arms to create a barrier and block the bullets. Several grenades were thrown by An Min-tae from behind the shield. They ticked rhythmically, counting down the few seconds until the explosion. And then there was an explosion, and the skeleton was also hit by the flames from the exploding bomb. The skeleton boss began to gradually lose his temper as he was getting tired of this kind of battle. Min-tae, being a tank, stood with a shield, protecting his entire squad from the blast wave. Black smoke and flames were pouring out from the skeleton, indicating that part of his robe was burning. Then something strange happened. The skeleton seemed to disappear into thin air. A few minutes later, black smoke moved somewhere behind the VSBM in strange clouds. And then this skeleton boss appeared. He stood behind the backs of the Blue Flower Elite Squad. A moment later, the members of the Blue Flower Squad rushed into battle like puppets. They were advancing on the VSBM with the intention of killing all these unfortunate people. Hyun-wook ordered some of the soldiers to change the magazines in their weapons. As soon as they did this, their weapons flew up as if they were caught in chains. Hyun-wook stood in a fighting stance surrounded by 4 guns ready to fight. His gaze looked cold and focused. He made a motion with his fingers as if he were pulling a trigger. And from all 4 weapons, a barrage of bullets immediately rained down directly on the Blue Flower. No one even had time to do anything. Members of the elite squad fell one after another. The bullets hit them right in the head, leaving no chance for salvation. One of the armored squad members headed towards Hyun-wook from behind. That man had something valuable, and Kyungjin thought that the item was rare. Explosions thundered in the sky before the skeleton's eyes. The VSBM squad, using Hyun-wook's skills, launched more and more bombs into the clouds and detonated them. They actually managed to lure out the skeleton boss. The monster roared so loudly that it began to block the ears. Hyun-wook was still standing with 4 weapons when the monster began to teleport using smoke. The fighters from his squad, after finishing the battle, started talking about how they were very tired. It looked like they were in no danger now. They avoided trouble by sticking to the plan, but there weren't as many zombies as Hyun-wook expected. Moreover, the name of the boss monster was distorted in the status window. It was strange. Hyun-wook reminded everyone that the dungeon had not yet been cleared. While the soldiers were trying to figure out how to get out, someone was looking at them from above. It was a strange man with a snake coiled around his body. He also had 2 fangs, which made him look like either a snake or a vampire. He said that someone interesting had come to see them. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook and his team were moving on. But wherever they went, there was nothing. The dungeon was too quiet. No buildings, no zombies, it was completely empty. Hyun-wook had been to many dungeons before, but this was the first time he had seen such a strange place. Hyun-wook turned around as if he heard something approaching from behind. He knew for sure that there was something behind him because the unfamiliar metal suddenly began to move. Hyun-wook immediately raised his finger up to get rid of the extra observer. His sword flew back somewhere at a very high speed. Eventually, his weapon reached the Blue Flower Guild member who was watching them and assuring everyone that he was human. The man said that he hid behind the tree only because he mistook the VSBM for a zombie. He was a survivor of the third squad. The boy's name was Mit Tai Sop. Hyun-wook noticed something suspicious about this man, the only survivor. Then Tae Sub, getting into character, fell to his knees and asked for water and food. A few days ago, the Gugwan organization sent out a secret letter about cooperation with major guilds. That letter said that the player who finds the body of the grandson and the spear of Achilles will receive a reward. And the amount of the reward was considerable, 80 billion, as well as sponsorship support from the Blue Flower. According to Tae Seop, their top priority was to get the spear back. Hyun-wook suddenly understood why the great Yu Hyona was so cautious. The famous spear of Achilles was here. The guard ate and talked about the fate of the chairman's second grandson and about the spear. The VSBM members understood why everyone was so hostile when they joined the raid. Suddenly, An Min-tai started acting a little strange. He grabbed his head, and when asked what was wrong with him, he replied that nothing was wrong. A man standing on the roof of one of the buildings was still watching this VSBM detachment. He thought someone interesting had come this time, but they just stood there and chatted. Two skeletal monsters rose up behind the man. Apparently this was his ability. Hyun-wook realized that he suddenly began to feel many different materials, and it was extremely strange. He counted the number of potential opponents and suddenly realized that there were 120 zombies wandering around somewhere. The man in charge of this place continued to smile and create more and more opponents. But Hyun-wook realized that their numbers were continuing to grow and his squad was in danger. He immediately gave orders to his squad to prepare for Plan C. None of those present understood why there was such a rush or what was going on at all. Hyun-wook turned to An Min-tai and Choi Min-jae because they didn't ask unnecessary questions. He asked them to get their equipment and they immediately got to work. There were a bunch of steel balls and 2 backpacks for Hyun-wook. He also ordered his allies to recharge themselves with potions. They each opened a jar of potion and drank it down in one gulp. The newly arrived member of the elite squad was perplexed by what was happening. But no one answered him. Hyun-wook only turned to Junmo again. But Junmo was busy listening to Hyun-wook's explanation at this time. The newly arrived soldier was still indignant that everyone was ignoring him and no one was explaining anything. He said he needed to know what was going on. They simply told him to run if no one wanted to turn into a zombie. The young man asked what this meant, but several opponents had already appeared behind him. As soon as the roar of the monsters was heard, everyone understood everything. The newcomer also ran away, afraid that he might die right there. A pile of steel balls rose into the air above a group of soldiers. While everyone was running, Hyun-wook continued to stand in place, directing everything. He gave the order to the VSBM attack squad to leave the area. The man leading the monsters misunderstood and thought that the VSBM were sacrificing Hyun-wook. His eyes burned with an evil fire and the monsters continued to advance at his command. He said that the victim would be of no use if killed in a second. But Hyun-wook didn't plan to die so easily right away. The Blue Flower Squad member was surprised that Plan C was to abandon Hyun-wook and run away. They only told him that the sergeant had personally developed this tactic. Eventually, the White Lotus Squad member was convinced that the sergeant was definitely not the type of person to lose so carelessly. The monsters were already quite close to Hyun-wook. They ran at great speed, getting closer and closer to Hyun-wook. He also did not lag behind and began to attack them with his metal balls. One of these metal balls hit one of the monsters in the face. The monster could not understand what was happening and was thrown off track. Hyun-wook gathered his mana and gave the order for the explosion. That very balloon exploded just as Hyun-wook thought about it. Due to the explosion, the body of this monster was separated from its head. Several dozen more monsters fell on the field due to the same explosions. The man with the snake watched all this with the same interest. He was surprised that Hyun-wook was the owner of iron beads with divine power. But the noise they made would drive the other zombies crazy. The zombie boss looked back at the infected from the Blue Flower Squad, as if giving them an order. He roared loudly, so loudly that it could be heard almost everywhere in the dungeon. Hyun-wook continued to deal with his opponents one by one. Among the zombie gnomes, he sensed metal on a completely different level. He looked up and finally saw that there was a person watching him. Looking at the observer, Hyun-wook assumed that he was the villain. Then his eyes widened as the whole picture took in. He couldn't believe it. The man's face was painfully familiar to Hyun-wook, but he had no time to think as the next attack was approaching him. The monsters landed on either side of the hero with a terrible crash. Hyun-wook's helmet flew into the air and broke. This actually made it easier. Hyun-wook entangled the monsters with chains and used a sequence of abilities. There was a cut on his forehead, but he didn't care about it yet. He saw a new wave of attackers again and raised his hand forward to attack. But there were too many attackers. It seemed it was high time to look for another tactic. The fanged man said that he had expected too much and that the youth's energy seemed to be running out. But then he frowned sharply as something unexpected happened. Hundreds of metal particles rained down on the monsters from above. The man was surprised that Hyun-wook used the broken beads that he had previously blown up. Hyun-wook continued to do something with these fragments, and then he unleashed a technique called Steel Rain Free Fall on the monsters. The monsters immediately fell to the ground dead. Hyun-wook continued to stand in his stance, preparing himself for the possibility of being attacked again. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dungeon, a boss monster was flying. He emerged from his black teleportation fog and roared. Explosions were heard, similar to small bombs exploding. The monster turned around with interest at the sound and flew there. There really were small bombs exploded there, belonging to members of the VSBME. Behind the boss monster stood an entire elite squad of blue flowers. A survivor from the squad who joined the VSBM asked them what they were doing. He sincerely believed that the plan was to sacrifice Hyun-wook and then escape. The soldier replied that they were on a false mission, the purpose of which was to lead the zombies away from the sergeant. And so, they succeeded, because the zombie really did follow them. The man with the snake looked at everything that was happening, still from above and still safe. He suddenly realized that they had prepared well for their trip here and Hyun-wook was not bait. Then he smiled and said that he would definitely be amused by these guys. Hyun-wook was looking at the person watching him the whole time. He was surprised that this man was laughing and did not understand why he was here. He didn't know for what purpose this man entered the gate and why he cooperated with the zombies. The system issued another warning to Hyun-wook, but his thoughts were only occupied with whether this was the same person standing in front of him now. Something resembling a weapon appeared from the snake's mouth, and the man grabbed it. Now he wanted to know what Hyun-wook's blood tasted like, and this spear had to absorb all of it. His snake growled, but the man continued to stand there and smile. Hyun-wook decided to ask the question that interested him, whether this man was a necromancer. The man seemed to frown and asked how Hyun-wook knew. Hyun-wook immediately realized that this man's reaction was strange, and he was probably not a necromancer. The man lost his temper and said that if Hyun-wook wanted to die peacefully, he should tell how he'd learned about the necromancer. The dead zombies weren't reviving, and given this guy's reaction, there was something weird about it. Hyun-wook asked again if this man was related to the necromancer. His opponent just clenched his jaw and said that Hyun-wook didn't understand the situation he was in at all. He showered the young man with several insults. And then he rushed into battle, swinging his weapon, and said that he asked how Hyun-wook knew about the necromancer. Hyun-wook only managed to block the man's blow. He stumbled back a little because of the force that went into that punch. The man was again indignant about something, apparently because his attack had failed. If it weren't for the fusion of Manannan Lear's secret armor with his steel physique, Hyun-wook's arm would have been cut off by now. But now that man finally jumped away from him. He still looked irritated as several steel bars flew at him from behind. He blocked all the objects that were thrown at him and asked Hyun-wook if he thought that such tricks would help him. But Hyun-wook wasn't going to give up. The man with the snake still looked hostile. The young man summoned the steel chains again and tried to strike them a couple of times. Then several dozen steel spears rushed towards the necromancer's follower. But all this was easily repelled as soon as he wrapped himself in the cocoon of his snake. Hyun-wook looked at him with irritation in his eyes. There was a lot of steel left on the poor snake, and its entire skin was cut up. The man thought that this was not the way to strike at level 18, and Hyun-wook realized that this guy had easily repelled the attack, which meant that he had long since surpassed the level limit of the red gate. The man began to say something while simultaneously untangling himself from the snake. Hyun-wook, it turned out, asked the same question as the man entered the gate. The man was shocked by the synchronicity of their thoughts. He also realized that there were many fragments of divine beads left in his hand. These fragments burned into his skin. The player who was being damaged by the divine power was someone interesting. This man was a devourer of other players. His tribe was destroyed by the VSBM. The man said that Hyun-wook has a talent for being annoying, and then he swung his weapon again at full force. His arm still had several cuts from the broken beads, but the wounds healed very, very quickly, leaving no traces in a second. The man said that if Hyun-wook didn't answer his question, he would cut off a couple of his limbs. Hyun-wook realized one more thing. The man in front of him was wielding the very same spear of Achilles. If the spear's true power is revealed, Hyun-wook will die instantly with the first strike. The effects of the potions should have lasted a little longer than 2 minutes. The man continued to say that Hyun-wook would answer him even if he had to tear him to pieces. He stabbed with his spear and Hyun-wook flew back to avoid getting hurt. A stream of strong energy rushed towards him, almost touching him. It seemed that the true power of the spear had truly been revealed. Hyun-wook still tried to resist and activated his Metal King skill. He aimed his spear at the man's snake, but his attack was not successful at all. This only made the man even more angry, and he repeated his words about the pathetic bales not working. He then launched another attack that threatened to be fatal. This snake continued to protect him from attacks at a distance, so it would not have been possible to hit him with fragments of beads. For now, Hyun-wook could only dodge this man's attacks. Achilles' spear made it impossible to fight him in close combat. It seemed that the outcome of this battle was already decided. The man did not calm down, saying that Hyun-wook did not dare to pronounce the name of someone he could not possibly know about. Hyun-wook had no choice. He had to play the card earlier than he wanted. He dodged another blow while he thought about what he would say. Hyun-wook said he was a soldier if the man was so curious about who he was. He then assumed a fighting stance again and asked the man if he was satisfied with the answer. The man asked what kind of nonsense Hyun-wook was talking about and asked again to answer his question. Then he looked down at his feet and noticed a suitcase with a mine there. Hyun-wook added that he could see that the man had not served in the military. Meanwhile, his squad tried to escape from the attack of the Blue Flower. The VSBM took cover from the crazed military behind buildings. This was their chance while the boss monster was nowhere to be seen. The surviving member of the Blue Flower appealed to common sense, saying that the attack squad had failed to deal with the zombies, and Hyun-wook was probably already dead. He shouted that they all needed to hide immediately, but the VSBM soldier replied that the sergeant was not a man who could be easily defeated. The young man in the white robe asked him how he could be so sure of this, and the military man replied that they still hadn't received the signal. The young man was surprised that he had never heard of any signal before. He remembered that Hyun-wook had managed to say something to Park Ju-mo back then. These words were a request to have an anti-personnel mine attached to Hyun-wook's back. Her explosion was meant to serve as a signal that he had used all his powers. When this happened, Junmo had to hide with all the squad members. At the same time, Hyun-wook reached for the mine to blow everything up. This was his chance. He pulled the trigger with the steel chains. Within a radius of 10 meters, everything went up in flames. The vampire was in shock as more and more divine balls rose into the air. His snake burst into flames and Hyun-wook covered his head to avoid stunning himself. When the fire died down, Hyun-wook realized that he could try to get out. The man with the snake seemed to remain unharmed after all this. But the next moment his snake fell to the ground dead. The man screamed that someone had chosen him, and that such a bomb could not kill the chosen one. Hyun-wook stood in front of him and pointed some kind of weapon at him. A few moments later, a steel arrow pierced the vampire's body. He flew back several dozen meters screaming. The man did not understand why this person was so fast that he did not have time to follow. Hyun-wook didn't look tired at all. He used the item Fail Note Tristan. He said that the Claymore's target was the snake, and his trump card was this arrow. The man tried to pull it out, but Hyun-wook said it was useless because there was power in it. Hyun-wook told him not to worry and assured him that he would not kill him right away. Meanwhile, the military realized that the explosion was a signal. One of the soldiers turned to Junmo and asked if that wasn't a Claymore explosion. Junmo couldn't believe that the sergeant might be dead. A member of the Blue Flower Squad asked if this was the signal Junmo was talking about. The young man smiled and said that they needed to hide and just survive. Junmo was clearly starting to get tired of this overly talkative young man. When the soldier called out to him, the young man was perplexed. Junmo said that this signal meant that one of their comrades could die, and smiling in such a situation was forbidden. The military was a little thrown off track by this turn of events. They hid behind their shields, knowing full well that Hyun-wook was probably dead. A member of another squad began to wave it off, saying that it was all, of course, sad. But the rest, he said, had to continue living. After the second suggestion to quickly hide, one of the shields hit him in the face. He didn't understand what it was, and then some force began to move towards them. The soldiers began to disperse in all directions, preparing to defend themselves. It was as if a barrier of some sort had formed around them. A building falling apart rose up before their faces. It was the Zombie King's castle. While everyone was sharing the general bewilderment, this castle appeared in front of them. They had never encountered anything like this during their training. Zombies kept appearing. These zombies continued to rise as if from the ashes. They were not similar to the people who died in battles in this dungeon. The young man in the white robe showed concern on his face. Jumo, however, was not at a loss. He raised his hand and gestured. So he ordered everyone to stand still and not move. The military detachment found itself face to face with a new enemy. Junmo also noticed the confusion of that boy in the robe and asked himself a silent question. Before he could say anything, the boy ran away. The zombies immediately noticed the noise coming from the military due to such an escape. And then Junmo realized that things were clearly going badly. These dead men rushed to attack directly at the military detachment. The temporary commander, Junmo, ordered everyone to shoot at the enemy. But everyone understood that there were too many opponents, so they had to find a place to hide. Meanwhile, a dialogue began between Hyun-wook and the vampire. The vampire was still making pathetic attempts to pull that arrow out of himself. Hyun-wook said that now it was his turn to ask the vampire questions. The vampire asked if Hyun-wook was going to kill him with a small arrow. Hyun-wook also said that when a vampire loses blood, he experiences pain that is worse than death. The vampire didn't understand how he knew all this, but the next second he winced in pain. Hyun-wook continued to press and asked how this man was related to the second grandson of the Guwon organization. Hearing about Guwon's second grandson, this vampire frowned again. He screamed that the man was a parasite and a lowly pest. This answer apparently did not satisfy Hyun-wook, because the vampire screamed in pain again. The man grabbed the arrow that was stuck in his chest and collapsed. Hyun-wook praised him for at least not lying. Now Hyun-wook was about to ask an important question. He asked if the vampire knew about the necromancer. Then the man realized that Hyun-wook didn't know anything. He said that a necromancer could be anyone, both his comrade in arms and his family member. Hyun-wook pressed again, thinking that the vampire was crossing the line when talking about his family. This guy clearly lived to receive recognition from others, and yet he didn't respond to Hyun-wook directly right now. And then Hyun-wook realized that this vampire had never seen a necromancer. He said that such a cautious person as the necromancer did not show himself or tell about his plans even to him, an errand boy. Hyun-wook asked if this vampire was just a deranged follower of a necromancer, and it hit the mark again. The young man said that he knew more than this vampire. When Hyun-wook mentioned that they had been watching each other for a long time, the vampire said that the necromancer hadn't even awakened yet. Hyun-wook said that it was too obvious, and also thanked the vampire for giving him Achilles' spear. If the necromancer had awakened his powers and begun to act, this vampire would have definitely told him. Then Hyun-wook asked the vampire how he got through that gate in the first place. Something akin to hope flashed in the vampire's eyes. He looked somewhere at one of his rings, which was yellow. His eyes darted around. It seemed like something had definitely changed. The man said that then Hyun-wook should also tell how he got here because no one above the 18th level could have gotten through. Hyun-wook was shocked to hear that a vampire had opened the gate. The man quickly understood everything and said that he didn't know anything from Hyun-wook's face, and the second phase would begin soon. The landscape began to change and the tree to which the vampire was chained disappeared. Hyun-wook realized that this was not in his favor, and that he could lose both the hostage and the fail note. But it was already too late. The hostage began to twitch and get out. Hyun-wook recalled the fail note arrow and clenched it in his hand. The system announced that the Zombie King's castle had fully appeared. This was the second phase. After this phase, the vampire dungeon would be completely completed. He laughed evilly and told Hyun-wook to experience the full horror of the world he created. Meanwhile, the members of the VSBM tried once again not to even breathe so that the zombies would not hear them. They weren't very successful because these dead people kept noticing them. But then they all turned to the center of the castle and saw the Zombie King there. The huge monster was looking at something that was located on the ground in front of him. Two eyes surrounded by a purple glow suddenly burst out of that object. The Zombie King clouded his empty eye sockets, and two new eyes were embedded in his skull like they had been cast into place. Now all the zombies in this dungeon have gained the ability to see. The Zombie King controlled life and death. The zombies roared something that sounded like a phrase about everyone seeing the true form of the Zombie King. The vampire continued to tell Hyun-wook that his comrades would be killed as an offering, and the zombie would be released into the outside world. He told him to try to stop the descent of the true Zombie King, Baron Saturday. Park Jun pressed his hand to his mouth, his eyes wide with fear, and behind him stood a zombie. Another soldier crawled out of a crack in the wall, observing the situation. Opposite him stood a monster covered in blood. The soldiers looked at each other when suddenly glass began to break behind them. The three small sarcophagi that stood behind them also seemed to begin to come together piece by piece. The soldier looked at the objects in surprise, not understanding what this could mean. But suddenly a huge monster appeared before the eyes of the military, with chains extending from its back. The soldiers looked at each other as the huge figure of the monster approached them. The Baron approached the three mountains, smiling madly. His face seemed to be replaced by a burnt-out skull with a crown. The Baron then jumped onto the wall, running along it. The other zombies watched him closely. Bright purple rays began to appear from the zombies' eyes. They screamed, their mouths wide open, which were stained with blood. But then the zombies' gaze caught on the small silhouette of a pistol that was hidden behind the wall. The zombies suddenly crept closer to Junmo, causing him to scream loudly in fear. Junmo realized, gritting his teeth even harder, that the zombies could now see. And then Junmo began to shoot at the dozens of monsters that were attacking him. The zombies, as if enchanted, ran towards the soldier who was trying to shoot the mindless carcasses. Then a loud cry came over the radio, informing the attack squad that the zombies had regained their sight. Junmo shouted that he would cover the others, so it was time for them to escape from the dungeon. At that very moment, the Baron looked back at them, his eyes shining brightly with purple lights. The monster extended its huge hand forward and chains immediately began to swirl around it. And just a moment later, these same chains almost killed Junmo. The Baron missed, and so his weapon only cut through the ground. But the Baron hurried to hit the guy again, and then dozens more sharp blades headed towards the guy. But after just a few moments, a small grenade appeared under the zombie's feet. She blew up several zombies and also gave Jun a chance to escape from the chains. The soldier stood next to Jun, also starting to shoot back at the monsters next to him. Jun exclaimed, asking what the military were doing since he had ordered them to get out of there quickly. And Ming shouted loudly while holding the shield, saying that Jun alone wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The three of them tried to stand against the crowd of monsters and the Baron, who towered 10 meters above them. The guys began to shoot fire arrows at the enemies, which reached their targets even at a great distance. But just a moment later, the Baron stopped just watching and opened his arms using magic. Suddenly, Min-jae exclaimed that he couldn't kill his comrade who had become a zombie. The soldiers threw a few more grenades at the monsters, but they rushed towards them faster. And Ming managed to cover everyone with a shield in time, shielding the soldiers from the exploding remains of the zombies. Min-jae told Jun that if he died, they would be dead too. And On-mi asked him to leave quickly. Jun stood there in shock for a moment, looking at his comrades with regret and clutching his gun tighter. But a moment later, Jun rushed back from the horde of monsters, shouting that they all needed to retreat. The soldiers decided to throw the remaining grenades, blowing up the remains of the huge castle. A notification appeared that the castle, or rather the zombies, had completely appeared, and therefore the level limit had increased. Hen exclaimed that the zombies would enter the gate and come out to the outer one, so he had to try to stop them. And then the Zombie King's descent began. Hen ran forward, already using arrows and metals around. Hyunwook ran towards the castle with all his might, knowing that every second could be decisive. Then Hen frowned heavily as he heard the sound of grenades exploding coming from the castle. Hen had said earlier that the Claymore's explosion would signal that he had used up all his powers. He had asked them all to hide in that case. Hyun said indifferently that if he didn't come back, Jun would become the commander. But Junmo suddenly interrupted him, saying that he would definitely wait for Hyun. Smiling softly, Jun said that they would all wait for the sergeant. He only asked that Hyun return alive. In response, Hyunwook only widened his eyes, looking at his comrade in surprise. But a moment later, the sergeant also smiled tenderly at his comrade. Hyunwook smiled brightly, saying that he would try to come back, but the guys would have to wait for him. And so the guy now ran faster and faster, without slowing down for a moment. But a second later, several zombies appeared before his eyes and watched him. Several dozen monsters watched Hen, who had already prepared his weapon to strike. Gripping his spear tighter, the sergeant suddenly cursed loudly as he ran even further. The wounds received from Achilles' spear were not easy for monsters to heal, but it consumed a lot of the owner's mana. A notification appeared that the mana consumption was very high, but Hen only had 21% left. Once again, the system displayed a message that mana consumption was high, and Hen ordered them to shut up. He exclaimed as he rushed towards the maddened crowd of zombies that he remembered it very well. Hen swung his spear, shouting that he promised to return no matter the cost. But suddenly the zombies froze and turned around in fear, watching as something emerged from the ground. A huge zombie king appeared in front of Hyunwook and watched the boy. Huge horns protruded from his head, and his skull, like his entire body, was bright red. A notification appeared that the descent of the zombie king had been interrupted. But the monster only glanced at the sign in surprise. But the king was more confused by the disappearance of one small sarcophagus that had previously stood next to him. Then the monster turned around and clenched his teeth, which were stained with human blood. At the same time, the rest of the soldiers were running from the crowd of zombies. And Kim Hyun was also holding a sarcophagus in his hands. One of the soldiers asked him why he took it. Jin replied that he thought it was important to the zombie king. At that very moment, the zombies sped up, almost catching up with Private Jin, who screamed loudly. All the zombies, as if mad, tried to grab the object in Jin's hands. But the military turned out to be stronger and faster. One of them shot several zombies, who turned out to be the most agile of all. While fighting off the monsters, the private screamed, cursing loudly that Jin and Tai Yun needed to hurry. The private responded by screaming shrilly that the C4 installation had already been completed. Another soldier pressed himself against En Ming's shield, sharply ordering him to block the passage. At that very moment, they found themselves in a narrow corridor, and the soldier closed the small passage with a shield. Hundreds of soldiers were closing in on them, and An Min could only hope that he could endure it. The soldiers shouted that it was time to blow it up. Immediately, several more dead people joined the zombies, screaming hysterically. But the monsters didn't have time to escape because the military blew them up a second later. An Ming blocked the passage with his shield, preventing the blast wave from reaching his comrades. But suddenly, something unexpected happened. The ceiling of the building began to collapse, and pieces of the ceiling fell on the soldiers. The explosion in the castle was so huge that it blew up several more rooms along with it. Now hundreds of corpses of the dead lay before the soldiers' eyes, literally falling apart. The bodies of 3 soldiers lay in the covers of the building, not far from the dead monsters. But one of the soldiers managed to quickly come to his senses. Having risen, he asked if everyone was alive. Then all the soldiers began to rise from the rubble, calling their names and saying that they were alive. The soldiers said that the passage for the zombies was temporarily blocked, but now they are locked inside the castle. The private said that if they lingered, there might not be enough oxygen. Jun replied that now it was time for them to find a way out. But suddenly, the wall of their room began to be broken through. Deep cracks began to appear along it, and just a moment later, a small hole appeared in the wall, into which the zombie king immediately stuck his chains. The soldiers screamed that everyone had to duck, and a second later, dozens of sharp chains flew into their room at breakneck speed. The monster's weapon also began to spark with fire, and the soldiers screamed loudly, trying to dodge. The zombie king wielded a huge amount of weapons that glittered brightly in his hands. The monster watched with interest the actions of the soldiers, who tried to somehow fight them. But then suddenly the king noticed his sarcophagus next to one of the soldiers. At that moment, the zombie king smiled brightly, his black eyes wide open. Noticing the enemy's distraught gaze, the soldiers became even more frightened, almost trembling. A loud shout from a soldier was heard, ordering all the soldiers not to move. The monster turned around in confusion in response. The soldiers also froze in their places in surprise, and bright smiles appeared on the faces of some. Park Jun breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, shouting that the guy was late. Lee Hyun stood behind the monster, shouting loudly, asking what kind of bastard dared to touch his squad. Lee Hyun exclaimed that the bastard with the glowing eyes should remember that he was the only one who could bully these fools. But these were clearly not the words the soldiers expected to hear when they saw Hyun Wook's silhouette in the distance. Hen understood that despite his loud statement, he had little mana left and he still didn't have the slightest idea on how to defeat the king. And then the zombie king directed the chains at Hyun Wook, who immediately realized that this monster was capable of attacking from a distance. Then Hen immediately turned away from the blow, holding the spear tighter in his hands. Noticing the guy's weapon, the monster froze for a moment, and then his eyes blazed even more than before. Hen also froze in bewilderment, not understanding why the king did not attack. At the same time, Jun ordered Kenjin and Taeyun to get their equipment, and they immediately obeyed their comrade. At that very moment, the fighters began to open their backpacks, which contained sparkling balls. But then Hen looked away, glancing at the sarcophagus next to him. He realized that it was him, and after that, the monster immediately headed towards them, crushing its own soldiers along the way. A moment later, he walked up to Hen, preparing to crush the boy under his feet. Hen looked up in fear at the monster, which was several dozen meters taller than him. He recoiled, and a moment later, the giant's foot stepped into the place where Hen had stood. But the monster wasn't going to stop there. A second later, it had already released dozens of giant chains at Hen. The guy was almost beheaded, but he again managed to recoil from the blows in time. The soldiers then threw ammunition into the sky, shouting that the sergeant needed to get out of there. And then the giant finally turned his attention back to the guys standing behind him. The monster turned around sharply, pointing its chain-wrapped fist at the soldiers. A moment later, he again fired his weapon at the rank-and-file soldiers, sparing no soul. Hen decided to use Achilles' spear again, even though he knew that after using it, only 11% of his mana would remain. Narrowly avoiding the blow, Hen shouted at An Min to cover everyone with his shield. A moment later, Hen pierced the king's chain with his sword, and then a huge amount of blood spurted out. and Ming held the shield tightly, resisting Baron Saturday's enormous power. While continuing to hit the monster with his spear, he decided to use the metal control function. And Ming's shield was pierced by a blow, but when his comrade worried about the boy's condition, he replied that he was completely fine. The boy grabbed the bottle and drank it. After that, a notification appeared that his mana points would start to replenish. Wiping the liquid off his face, Hen exclaimed that the bastard with the glowing eyes should listen to him carefully. The guy looked at the loose ammunition in the air and then said that the king's opponent was him. Then a powerful wind blew on Hyunwook, causing him to stagger, unable to stand on his feet. The monster froze for a moment, watching the strange, glowing balls that surrounded him. But then the balls opened up and began to sparkle brightly with flame, and some broke into sharp fragments. Arrows emerged from the balls and were already aimed at the zombie king in front of them. The monster immediately recoiled in fear, managing to use his shield in time. The monster then grabbed the arrow, which was supposed to cause him serious damage. Hen realized that the main problem was the king's shield, so if he thoughtlessly threw weapons at the monster, he would simply lose it. And just a moment later, the king attacked Hen again, who gripped his weapon tighter, frozen in place. Hyunwook used metal control to thrust his hands directly into his opponent's chains. Hen knew he couldn't retreat and look for the boss's weaknesses because of the other party members. Hen tried to dodge the blows, realizing that since the descent was not yet complete, the monster's flaws should be visible. But the monster interrupted his flow of thoughts, suddenly screaming loudly and rushing forward. Hen tried to stay in place, continuing to hit the monster's weapon. He wondered where its weakness might be. At the same time, Kenjin broke the sarcophagus, from which a huge liver fell out. Noticing this, the monster's attention immediately switched to the privates, and therefore, he forgot about the sergeant. Jin swung his sword but was stopped by his comrade, who exclaimed that the objects inside the dungeon cannot be interacted with, because they do not know what the reaction will be. Jin replied that at this rate they would be finished, and because of them, the sergeant couldn't even retreat. Jin exclaimed that they had to do something. The other private gritted his teeth as he looked at the organ. And then the monster began to breathe hard. He slowly stretched out his hand towards them, as if it was difficult for him. Noticing the zombie king's strange reaction, the private exclaimed to Jin that he should beat him. And then the monster released a huge amount of weapons towards them with furious force. The chains no longer aimed at Hyunwook, who glared at the monster in front of him. But Kim Jin was faster than the monster. With one sharp blow, he pierced the liver, causing it to glow brightly. At that very moment, the monster froze in place in fear, opening its eyes in disappointment. The monster fell to his knees from the sharp pain in his body, no longer able to maintain his balance. For a moment, all the chains and monsters disappeared, leaving the rank and file completely bewildered. Hen immediately rushed towards his squad, not paying attention to the efforts of the monster behind him. Then Hen cried out in fear, asking if everyone in the squad was alive. The rank and file rise from the ground, looking at the broken terrain below them. Taking a quick look around, Park Jun immediately replied to the sergeant that they were all okay. Hyunwook glanced at the guys in his squad with a worried expression, not understanding what was going on. But the monster began to slowly rise from its knees, holding tightly to its own chest. The monster then glanced briefly at the sarcophagus that stood next to it. But for a moment, the monster decided to remove the sarcophagus, checking if all the contents were in place. Hyunwook noticed this mortar change, realizing that inside the sarcophagus lay the heart of a monster. Wanting to confirm his suspicions, the sergeant immediately turned to his squad. He saw a blackened liver on the floor with cracks that had been pierced by a knife. Then Hyunwook was even more surprised, and a plan finally began to form in his head. But a moment later, the monster screamed loudly again, raising its fists with weapons upward. And a moment later, bright purple rays appeared from the monster's eyes and chest. The monster screamed loudly, and the soldiers could not stand such a sound, and so they covered their ears with their hands. A notification appeared that the forced descent of the Zombie King had begun, which was already at 66%. And then the monster screamed loudly, throwing back his head from which a bright purple flame blazed. The system warned that the spirit of unfinished death was passing through the Zombie King. And then the entry limit was raised by 5 levels. Hen smiled, realizing that he had found the monster's weakness, since the urns served the same purpose as the canopic jars that held the mummy's organs. The guy understood that if the monster was like a mummy, then its soul must be in the heart. Then the guy turned his attention to the monster's chest, realizing that this would be his weakness. Hen decided that while the Zombie King had let his guard down and was relying on the barrier, he had a chance. And a moment later, Hyunwook launched an arrow at the monster, which sparkled with a bright blue light. The arrow instantly pierced the monster's chest, which did not even have time to defend itself. Hen used Tristan's Fanalo, which tracks the target and gets to the target no matter what. So the arrow first pierced the monster's skin and then broke the canopic jar inside it. The monster looked at its wound with regret, frozen for a moment in terrible pain. But thanks to the effect of the descent, the zombie king quickly recovered, so Hen did not deal damage. The monster smiled madly and then began to hit the boy even harder. Hen ordered the monster not to laugh, saying that he hadn't even launched the real weapon yet. By throwing Achilles' spear into its heart, Hen knew that it would rid the monster of its ability to heal in a second. The spear flew towards the monster's body quickly, leaving behind a blue trail in the air. And a moment later, the spear pierced the soul of the monster, which immediately broke into pieces. The monster rushed to attack again, directing black energy at the sergeant. But just a moment later, the monster howled loudly in pain, almost falling to its knees again. Hen then planned to use a metal punch, but things didn't go as planned. A notification appeared that his mana was rapidly depleting and was not being replenished. He now had 0% left. After reading this, Hen realized how badly he had screwed up, freezing for a moment. A moment later, the zombie king suddenly knocked Hen down, throwing chains at him. But the guy managed to get to his feet in time and rush forward, shooting back at the monster. But Hen failed to notice how the king was about to reach him, and Min suddenly rushed forward, protecting the sergeant with his shield. At that moment, Hyun-wook screamed loudly, looking at him in bewilderment and asking what An-min was doing. But the private ignored the sergeant. Instead, he activated the shield, protecting them once again. Hyun-wook hid behind the military man who could barely stand on his feet, parrying the blows. Yet despite the severe pain in his body, An-ming continued to try to stand firmly on his feet. And for a moment it seemed as if the monster froze in place, stopping hitting the soldiers. At that very moment, An-ming turned to look at the sergeant, asking worriedly if he was okay. Noticing that his comrade had created a new shield out of thin air, Hen realized that Anne had activated a new ability. But a moment later, a huge explosion was heard under the feet of the zombie king, who immediately lost his balance. Then, An-ming tiredly turned his gaze to the notification that his level had increased. He said that after they entered the dungeon, his level began to rise at a furious rate. The system said that An-ming had reached level 20, and therefore he could now create a magic shield. Min said that this is how he got his new ability. Yun exclaimed that if he relied on the new ability, he could easily die. In response, the private awkwardly looked away, confusedly saying that he simply wanted to protect the sergeant. And Hen in response patted Min on the head and smiled, saying that protection was his area of responsibility. The boy was embarrassed by such a gesture, and so, blushing, he thanked Hen. He replied that Min would thank him when they got out of the dungeon. But a moment later, the idyll was interrupted by a loud cry from the monster, which burst into flames again. A notification appeared that due to constant damage, forced resumption of the descent was stopped. A notice appeared that the spirit of the unfinished death of the second in the body of the king, so the body will be destroyed and return to death. The monster screamed loudly and its eyes glowed brighter. A mad stream of air blew on the soldiers, almost knocking them off their feet. Now the zombie king began to hit even harder, launching much more weapons at the soldiers than before. Even An-min staggered, almost knocking down Hyun-wook, who tried to run away from the weapon. But the monster began to hit even harder. Its chains broke through the lock, leaving only pitiful fragments of it. He was going to get to the military at any cost, no matter what it might cost him. Hen understood that this mad monster was unable to stop the destruction of the body, but still continued to attack. Hen understood that the monster wanted to take them to the grave with him. Then the military began to bustle about, giving orders. Many immediately launched a direct attack, shooting at the body of the maddened monster in front of them. But the monster only grimaced unpleasantly in response when fiery bullets began flying into his face. The soldiers shouted that while the sergeant was restoring mana, they would distract the boss. But a moment later, the monster began to hit the soldiers point blank, almost razing them to the ground. Hyun screamed in fear that Jun-mo shouldn't risk stunning the zombie king. June responded by shouting decisively that they would buy time and leave the final blow for the sergeant. In response, the guy opened his eyes wide in surprise, looking around at his comrades with alarm. Then Hen's mana slowly began to recover, and the monster screamed even louder when the bullets caught up with him again. The monster tried to reach the soldiers, but they managed to retreat in time, continuing to shoot. When Jun-mo barely managed to pull away from the chain that almost broke his head, Hen had already recovered 10%. And then Hyun-wook clenched his teeth tighter, ignoring the paralyzing pain in his body. One of the soldiers screamed in fear, shaking his gun that he had run out of bullets. At the same moment, the monster's weapon knocked the shield out of Ming-tai's hands, leaving him unarmed. Hen then realized that he had no more time. He moved towards the monster, which continued to attack. Hen ordered the bastard with the glowing eyes to pay attention to him because he was his real rival. And then Hen decided to use metal subjugation, wasting mana again. Hyun-wook climbed onto the giant chain and rushed forward, continuing to use his steel control. As he got closer to the monster, Hen pulled the Fein-load arrow from its chest. A moment later, the boy took control of the spear as well, raising them high above the zombie king. Hen knew that the only way to defeat the zombie king was to destroy his organs. They had already destroyed the canopic jar containing the liver and heart. The last organ of the monster was the eyes. Hen screamed loudly, jumping closer to the monster. Hen flew up, swinging his spear. The monster immediately screamed loudly, pointing the weapon at him. And then the boy swung Tristan's fanalo, watching the monster's every move. A moment later, the arrow was already in the monster's eye, leaving a black trail behind it. But Hen wasn't going to stop there. He swung harder and jumped again. Hen was on the monster's head in an instant, holding the spear tightly. He said that the king should behave accordingly and not disgrace himself. Having thrust the weapon into the monster's eye, Hyung-uk exclaimed that it was time for the king to go to hell. And then the monster's body began to slowly fall down, but Hen managed to push himself away from its mouth in time. There was a loud impact sound that broke the floor of the building. The soldiers covered their faces with their hands, trying to protect themselves from the debris. The soldiers watched in amazement as the monster fell, its weapon finally weakening. A notification appeared that the soldiers had defeated the zombie king. The soldiers froze for a moment, not believing it. But a moment later, the privates laughed loudly and with relief, throwing their hands in the air. At the same time, Hyun-wook stood on the corpse of the monster, holding a golden crown in his hands. It was a crown of light and darkness, whose specialty was to quickly increase resistance to undead possessions. Hen turned the object over in his hands, realizing that he had never seen anything like it in his previous life. The crown even had a hidden special feature. But Hen's thoughts were interrupted by the falling stones from the ceiling, which almost killed his soldiers. At the same time, the destruction of the abandoned castle of the zombie king began. The soldiers screamed loudly, calling for Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook turned around angrily, realizing that they hadn't even had time to look for glasses and items in the king's corpse yet. But still the sergeant shouted that since the castle was collapsing, it was time for them all to evacuate immediately. At the same time, the soldiers rushed forward, trying to avoid collision with the debris of the building. 2 towers of the castle immediately exploded, as if trying to bury the soldiers under the rubble. The soldiers had just run out of the building when more debris fell on them. The heavy stones almost buried the soldiers, forcing them to lie down on the ground for a moment. But then a notification appeared that the soldiers had successfully completed the raid, so the gates would soon be closed. Hen shouted that the military must not stop because the gates would soon be closed. They were still about 5 meters from the gate. They were losing their last strength as they rushed towards it. Hyena stood on the other side of the portal, not understanding how they would complete the raid if the entire squad was supposed to consist of level 53 players. The assistant said that Blue Flower's willful participation would be a problem, and Haina asked if he would take responsibility if they lost Gugwan's support. They turned around, realizing that the gates were closing. Behind them stood a squad that was also surprised. The soldiers began to whisper among themselves that if the gates were closing, then the advance guard had succeeded. At the same moment, soldiers literally jumped out of the portal, shouting loudly and stretching out their hands to the world. The last one to jump out was Hyun-wook, who managed to do it a few seconds before the portal closed. The assistant and the leader of the Blue Flower opened their eyes wide, looking at the soldiers in surprise. The soldiers began to hug each other and joyfully shout that they had all managed to get out of there alive. But suddenly their joy was interrupted by Sergeant Hyun-wook, who climbed up the step and addressed the squad. Hen exclaimed that the entire squad had worked hard, and therefore the task of clearing the red gate was completed. And a moment later, Hyun-wook smiled brightly, clearly proud of his own result. The soldiers began to shout loudly, rejoicing in their victory. They began to shake hands, throw down their weapons, and jump. Haina bit her lip, asking how the second-rate scum of the army were able to clear the red gate. The girl bit her lip even harder from envy and hatred, wondering who Hyun-wook was. But in the dungeon there remained one soldier from the Blue Flower squad who quickly ran somewhere. The guy muttered that he ran to the gate site when he saw the message about the end of clearing the dungeon. Then the blonde began to look around, not understanding where the gate could have disappeared to. The blonde cursed loudly and fearfully, not understanding why he couldn't find the gate anywhere. But suddenly the blonde's gaze fell on a man who was hiding behind the corner of a huge building. The guy had red eyes and big fangs, like vampires, and looked closely at the blonde. The blonde froze for a moment, looking at the man who was hiding in the shadows as if he was afraid of him. The blonde already wanted to quickly run away from that place, but the stranger whispered to him to stay. The blonde exclaimed that he thought the man in front of him was not human, and he asked if the brunette was also from the rescue squad. The blonde smiled awkwardly, saying that he was scared, imagining himself stuck there. He suggested that they find a way out together, but in response, the brunette only wheezed that he needed something and then disappeared into the darkness. The blonde asked again, confused. A moment later, the brunette appeared behind the blonde, screaming that he needed blood. A moment later, the blonde's trembling body lay on the ground, his neck torn to pieces. The vampire towered over the mutilated corpse of the blonde, who didn't even have time to resist. But then the brunette remembered Hyun-wook's face when he used his abilities. The vampire exclaimed that he would take everything that the bastard held dear from him and then smear it with blood. But suddenly Hen walked past his comrades, ordering the squad to line up in 2 columns. Hen ordered them all to line up, and he himself approached the head of the Blue Flower Guild. Haina asked the sergeant with displeasure what had happened to their team, while Hen froze for a moment. The boy then replied that it was too late when they entered. Haina asked if Hen had managed the raid on his own. Hyun-wook was surprised by such a tactless question, saying that the girl could see for herself. Haina asked if this could be believed. The sergeant replied that the girl would be convinced of the truth of his words when the gate analysis came. The girl raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked who Hen really was, and if he was really an F rank. Hyun asked if the girl no longer believed that he had been more than just lucky that time. Haina said she would answer when she saw the results of the test. Haina suddenly asked if Hen had encountered the spear. She said that it might have been in the possession of a member of her guild or in the treasury. Then the guy froze in place, looking in bewilderment at the dissatisfied girl in front of him. The memory of him ordering all members of the squad to evacuate quickly flashed before his eyes. But then the man's gaze fell on the spear, which was still stuck into the monster's body. Then Hyun-wook raised his spear up and then loudly shouted the tattoo command. A notification appeared about a new C-rank ability. Now he could secretly store an item. And a moment later, a huge tattoo appeared on his body, which exactly repeated the silhouette of a spear. Part of the tattoo was visible from under the torn uniform, but the guy indifferently tore it off, saying that he hadn't met him. Haina wanted to object, but Hen interrupted her. He said that judging by the endless change of topics, the girl was trying to avoid fulfilling their agreement. The boy cast a stern look at the head of the strike force and asked if she wanted to take back her words. And then the girl's hands began to tremble violently. She tried to squeeze a word out of herself, but she couldn't. Then Hyun-wook gave her a puzzled look and sighed heavily as he watched. Haina only clenched her teeth in anger and then cast a tense glance at the sergeant. Hen suddenly turned away and said that if the girl was not herself now, then they would discuss it later. Haina suddenly grabbed his hand and cried out that she wanted to invite Hen to her guild. She promised that he would be treated the best. But the guy just abruptly brushed her hand off himself, realizing that Haina was trying to recruit him. But suddenly a loud cry was heard that the general of the 3rd Brigade of the VBSM had arrived to them. The soldiers immediately greeted the old man, who was smiling and laughing happily. Then his satisfied gaze fell on the boy who stood right in front of him. Haina backed away from Hen in displeasure, rolling his eyes. He gave her a tense look. Jun-chul winked, asking Haina not to say that she was trying to appropriate their key soldier who hadn't even served yet. Haina raised her hands in a placating manner, saying that of course not. She was simply giving advice to the young soldier. Jun noticed the Blue Flower Squad behind him and asked if the guild had gone against the rules and prepared for a separate raid. The girl immediately clenched her fists and then, in a trembling voice, tried to justify herself to the old man. The general said that there were problems with the Gugwan company too, but the Blue Flower had begun to cross the line too often. The general exclaimed that he would file an official complaint with the guild leader and perhaps also send an official document for discussion with the other guilds. At that moment, Haina clenched her fists even tighter, and her nails dug into the delicate skin until it bled. Haina shook even more, lowering her angry gaze. Hen frowned, watching her. After a while, Hen and the general found themselves in the office. Jun exclaimed that their contribution to the raid was 100%, and he did not expect such a result from the sergeant. The old man laughed, saying that he couldn't wait to see the expression on the Blue Flower Chief's face. And Hen only thought indifferently that the old man was enjoying his superiority over others. Jun said that it was the first time he saw a person like Hyun. He replied that he achieved the result thanks to the united actions of his squad. The general interrupted him, exclaiming that Hen had an excellent character and would now promote the members of his squad. Jun said that he would allow Hyun's rank to be checked again. Hyun wanted to curse, calling the general a sly old man. But then the general only smiled good-naturedly, clearly proud of his protege. Hen exclaimed that he thanked the general for promoting his unit and for the opportunity to test his rank again. Hen exclaimed that he was grateful for the promised reward and the general's generosity. The general's eyes widened in surprise. Choi turned around resignedly and asked what Hyun wanted. He prayed that what the sergeant wanted was not his divine phantasm. Hyun Wook smiled brightly in response, asking to supply his squad with weapons with divine powers. Then, for a moment, there was silence in the room, and the general froze in surprise. The general then opened his eyes in surprise, asking why Hen was asking for such a weapon if the gate was already closed. Meanwhile, news came to their corps that the support squad had succeeded in raiding the dungeon with the red gates alone. The boys were spreading rumors that Sergeant Hen had even received an offer to join Blue Flower. At that moment, Sang-guk froze in surprise, asking the guy again how this could have happened. The soldiers exclaimed that after the sergeant returned, they would have to fight to find out who among them was the real ace. Listening to his friend's jokes, Sang-guk began to bite his lip and awkwardly adjust his cap, looking around. And life in the army continued as usual. Some ate and discussed rumors, while others trained and had fun. The soldiers looked at the members of Heng's squad in surprise as they passed by. Noticing this, An-min asked if there was anything bothering his friend. His comrade replied that he could not get used to the increased attention to them. The soldier asked why it was different with Jun-mo. Pak Jun sat in the company of girls, and there, with expression, he told about how they defeated the king. One of the girls asked where the squad members got so much strength from. The guys sitting behind them closed their eyes in shame. But Jun-mo didn't care about his comrades' reactions. He smiled proudly and said that it was because of the sergeant's special training. At the same time, Hyun-wook was already preparing to finally eat the item he got from the dungeon. Hent could hardly find time to be alone in the bedroom. He began to push the crown into his mouth. But at the same time, Lee Won entered his room and respectfully greeted Hyun. Then Won Seok fell to his knees in front of Hyun, asking him for forgiveness for his disrespectful attitude. Hyun glanced at Won with displeasure, not understanding why this bastard decided to come now. With his head down, Won Seok shouted that he understood why Hyun didn't want to see him. He said that he was very guilty. Looking down, Won Seok cried out pitifully that he also wanted to learn from the sergeant. But then there were sounds from Hyun, as if he was eating something. Won Seok looked up, puzzled. A notification appeared that the Zombie King's crown would be claimed in 25 hours. Hyun thought that he didn't like Won Seok at all, but now was not the time to be picky. The guy understood that the Soul Wave would soon begin, and most of the military units would die. Standing in front of Won Seok, he knew that any help would be needed in the battle to save more people. And then, after a few more moments of silence, the sergeant replied that he would accept Won Seok into the squad. At that moment, the guy's face lit up with bright joy. Raising his grateful gaze, he asked uncertainly, but then Hyun-wook frowned sharply and said that Lee Won had better prepare to die. The guy asked in confusion if he had misheard. A second later, Hen grabbed him by the collar. The boy dragged Won Seok out of the room, saying that he didn't care if the soldier had misheard. At the same time, the vampire found himself in the dungeon completely alone. Only the light of the bloody moon accompanied him. But just a moment later, a huge portal began to open before the brunette's eyes. The vampire looked at him tensely, frozen in place for a moment, blood slowly trickling down his face and body. At that moment, a huge giant with a red beard emerged from the portal. The giant exclaimed, "Does the vampire realize how many items they had lost because of him?" The man exclaimed that the brunette couldn't even complete a simple task. He immediately began to apologize in confusion. A blonde appeared next to them and said that they usually left people like him to die in the dungeon. But licking her lips, the girl with fangs said that the guy was lucky because they were called up. The vampire exclaimed that rivers of blood would flow throughout Seoul as the Soul Wave would finally begin. A man with snow-white hair was talking on the phone, looking out the window. It was the guild leader named Kai Baek-jun, from whose window one could see the whole of Seoul. Baek-jun said that after seeing the candidates blunder at Seoul Station, he is preparing to take appropriate action. The leader of the Great Mountain Guild was told that this key was one of the foundations for completing the empire. Jun said he understood this, and that's why he was making sure to fully mobilize his personnel on the black market. The man said, approaching the huge door, that he would find the key at any cost. Jun said that the petty thief apparently uses fire as a weapon, so he must be a person from VBSM. Jun said that during the wave he would open 4 gates at once and separate them, and then his hounds would destroy the 1st battalion of the VBSM. Loud screams were heard from behind the door. Jun said that his partner didn't have to worry about it. Jun said that the chairman need not worry about Korea. Then he said that he would call him later. After ending the call, the man squeezed the phone with all his might, breaking it to the ground. The man then abruptly threw the remains of the black phone onto the floor, moving closer to the room. With a heavy sigh, Baek-jun abruptly opened the doors, leaving the phone behind him. Before the old man's eyes appeared dozens of corpses and strange red smoke. The vampires inside that room tormented the defenseless bodies of people, mutilating them. The old man addressed the vampires as murderers, saying that they finally had new prey. The vampires immediately froze, raising their satisfied gaze to the head of the guild in front of them. The vampire said, squeezing the trembling body of the victim tighter, that the master can command. Jun said that all the assassins would have to attack the 1st Battalion of Namsan during the beginning of the wave. The leader ordered them to kill each one. The vampire asked in surprise if any method would work. Among the killers stood the giant and the brunette who had been pulled out of the dungeon. They were all smiling brightly. Jun said that the assassins can do anything, but first they must eliminate the army and then eliminate Korea from the face of the earth. Meanwhile, in the 1st Battalion, Hyun-wook's squad finally arrived at the training ground. His squad greeted everyone and exclaimed that they had received orders to be promoted 1 rank. Kang Sok replied that they had all done a great job. He then thanked the sergeant and congratulated his squad. The members of Hyun-wook's squad smiled softly as they looked at the battalion commander in front of them. Khan exclaimed that he had always believed that if all the rank and file and leadership performed their duties properly, they would create a proper barracks culture. Hyun-wook let out a tired breath, realizing that the commander was once again mired in his long reasoning. Kang Sok said that he felt a strong military spirit coming from the soldiers, and they proved it. But suddenly the commander received a call, and so he asked the soldiers to wait a little. Something happened to Kaido, so Kang Seok asked the 2nd platoon commander to perform the ceremony in his place. The guy with red hair asked again, confused at first, and then agreed to do it. Then Hyun-wook immediately tensed up, frowning heavily, and then completely lowering his dim gaze. Hyun recalled that Okito Kaido was the holy swordsman assassin who killed the swordsman Guk Seong-pyo. Hyun recalled that in his past life, information was received about his illegal entry into the country through Busan. At the same time, the battalion commander went in pursuit of the killer, intending to punish Kaido. But unfortunately, at the same time, 2 vampires exterminated the entire 1st Battalion of the VBSM, leaving not a single soldier. The boy frowned, realizing that a situation from the past that he was familiar with was starting to happen. The commander exclaimed that all the members of the squad except Park Jun had been promoted from E rank to D rank. He asked to register their weapons that they had received. The soldiers froze in place for a moment, and then exclaimed that everything would be done. Hen knew that the question now was whether the future he remembered would unfold the same way it had then. A soldier said it would be great if one of them could be promoted 2 ranks. Another asked if Jun was okay. The corporal suddenly looked up at the soldiers in surprise, his eyes wide open. Junso said that everything was fine, because he just didn't expect such results and couldn't raise his rank. But then Junmo loudly exclaimed that he was able to receive a high-level weapon as a reward. The rest of the soldiers were happy for their comrade and then rushed to check their awards. But in front of them, there were only stakes. The soldiers asked in bewilderment if these were really weapons. Hen knew that all the preparations he could make were complete. He had to face the future, whatever it might be. Hen decided that he would pounce, destroy, and devour the enemy anyway. A few days later, he found himself on night duty. Hyun knew he should go to the restroom, but Park Jun suddenly turned to him. Jun said it felt like they were being used because they were on night duty so often. Hen knew that it might be a good sign if events were repeating themselves exactly. Hen then realized that the changes he made were not enough to affect the events with the wave. Noticing the sergeant's tense gaze, Jun exclaimed that he didn't mean to imply that he wasn't happy about it. Hyun walked towards him, and Jun exclaimed that when he thought about the imminent trip to his grandmother, he himself could not sleep. Hyun realized that this was the night Seoul would turn into hell. He asked Jun if he believed him. The soldier replied in a trembling voice, frightened, that he trusted the sergeant completely. Then Jun smiled madly, saying that in that case, they would leave their post immediately. The guy began to look at Hyun-wook with fear, experiencing a terrible feeling of déjà vu. Song-ha suddenly came out to Min-tae and Sun-mo, who were on night duty. It turned out that a cat had been wandering around near them all this time, but now all that was left of it was a mangled corpse. Song-ha asked in confusion if the soldiers were working the night shift too often. Song-mo sleepily replied that he was fine, but his condition was betrayed by the painful dark circles under his eyes. Min-tae relayed to Song-ha what the sergeant had said, that this was part of the training, so they had no choice. Song-ha smiled and said that it couldn't be helped then. She said that An-min was in good standing with Hyun, so that's why he asked him to leave. The girl asked him to cheer up, and An-min blushed. He thanked Song, saying that he already felt better. Song-ha exclaimed that if they fell asleep, she would kill them. The soldier wanted to object, but suddenly noticed a silhouette behind him. An-ming immediately came to his senses and loaded the gun, ordering the unknown man to raise his hands up and take a step forward. In the distance stood a zombie whose eyes were brightly glowing red eyes. But without seeing it, the soldier cried out that he would shoot. The soldier said that if it was a civilian, he needed to step forward and turn around. But the zombie wasn't going to listen to him. His eyes flashed bright purple lights, and then he rushed towards them. Then the first shot rang out. The soldier fired a bullet into the monster's shoulder, not letting it get any closer. His body fell to the ground, bleeding. A moment later, there was dead silence. The soldier froze for a moment, trying to comprehend what had happened. He sighed heavily, looking around. And then there was a loud sound as if someone was running towards them, and the earth shook. The soldiers immediately shouted loudly and took aim, preparing to shoot at the unexpected guests. A moment later, Song-mo began to scream even louder, staggering and almost falling. Song-ha did the same, looking fearfully at what was now right in front of them. Min-tae clutched the gun tighter, pressing it to his chest and looking forward with fear. But a moment later, he opened his eyes even wider, unable to contain his fear. A huge crowd of dead men whose eyes were shining brightly with purple fire rushed towards the three soldiers. An-min raised his machine gun and shouted for the rest of the soldiers to fire as well. Hundreds of zombies were running towards them, screaming loudly, and the soldiers could only try to shoot back. Bright traces of blood began to appear on the bodies of the dead, and their eyes began to glow even brighter. One of the soldiers shouted loudly, calling Park Jun to him and asking him to hurry. Other soldiers tried to protect the passage from the invasion of the dead using a magical shield. The soldier screamed loudly, realizing that he had to stand firm and keep at least one passage intact. The zombies began to try to break down the iron gate, which was now protected at full speed. But all the dead were still visible through the bars. It seemed like there were tens of hundreds of them, maybe more. Hen noticed the bright traces of bullets, and so he immediately rushed to the guardhouse, taking his partner with him. Gritting his teeth in anger, Hyun realized that the damned soul wave had finally begun. Meanwhile, a woman was sitting in the hall of the official residence of the leadership. She was thoughtfully typing something on her laptop. This was a report on the review of trends in military personnel under control and special management. The girl kept turning around, wondering why she had such an ominous premonition. She walked out of the office into the dark corridor to check everything. With her power, she lit a fire on her fingers and cursed this night. She looked into one of the rooms next door through the window on the door. There she saw many snakes that were wrapped around people on their beds. The girl was surprised by the snakes, and then remembered that all the military leadership was there. Suddenly, out of nowhere, threatening-looking long threads appeared. They headed straight towards the poor woman, threatening to pierce her. But she wasn't stupid, and so she deftly dodged such an attack. Someone's voice was heard saying that he had found the third daughter of the commander of the Order of the Holy Knights. The strange man held a whip in his hands and was about to attack again. The girl fought off his attacks as best she could. A few moments later, she hit him in the face with the sole of her shoe. The man flew to the side from such an unexpected blow. The girl also flew out of the room to fight in the open. The man with the whips had already come to his senses and was about to attack again. The third daughter asked him if he was a gambler. A bloody palm print from the blow was imprinted on the man's skin. But then this place suddenly healed, leaving almost no trace. The place that her holy power touched healed, and his ability to regenerate was also suspicious. The vampire replied that she didn't need to know this. She would die at his hands anyway. But he admitted that he considered it wasteful to kill such a beauty as her. The girl looked somewhere up where the new attack was coming from. Meanwhile, crowds of skeletons with shields and swords emerged from one of the gates. The third daughter looked at this whole picture and was horrified. She wondered what kind of ridiculous stream this was. While she was thinking about the wave of monsters, the vampire told her that it was not right to think about anything else while standing in front of him. A few moments later, she was entangled in several pitch-black whips, but they immediately moved away from her when the girl fell to the ground. Then the vampire squeezed her neck with the whip, saying that he had heard about her ignorance. The girl didn't have a weapon with her, but he continued to teach her wisdom. Then, as if summing it up, he said that he would have been happy to play with her longer, but it was time for her to say goodbye to life. The third daughter lay on the ground and thought that she must not lose consciousness. Suddenly, someone tore one of the attacking vampire's whips with a blow. The vampire began to quickly retreat back, trying to hide from the flurry of attacks. He asked irritably who dared to interrupt them, The third daughter was still lying on the floor and could not move, but was already conscious. Someone dressed in military pants and wearing combat boots approached her. It was none other than Lee Hyun-wook who came running to her aid. The young man said that he came to save the lieutenant. Yun-ha, who had a higher rank, asked again if she understood everything correctly. The vampire was getting angry, saying that they didn't even notice him, and then Hyun-wook greeted his opponent. He took off his helmet, smiled ominously, and said that this time the vampire would not escape. The vampire's eyes reflected fear and doubt. He screamed that Hyun-wook was a damn monkey. At the same time, zombies were breaking through fences somewhere nearby. The two soldiers prayed that if they could hold out a little longer, a rapid response unit would come to their aid. Under the onslaught of zombies, the iron doors were trying to open. But these two held back the entire herd of zombies with their own strength. Then the vice commander appeared and said that she would help everyone with mana. Two soldiers continued to hold off the attackers on the orders of the vice commander. Their faces expressed diligent and tense grimaces. Suddenly, the voices of the rapid response team were heard. A bunch of soldiers started to open fire and shouted that they needed to destroy the monsters of Zone A-2. All the military raised their spell fields over the monsters and began to destroy them. Tongues of flame descended from the sky onto the zombies, causing them to die. But behind them, someone's voice was heard, saying that it was now clear why the zombies were still here. The next moment, the entire rapid response squad was defeated by a series of purple blade attacks. The vice commander was horrified when she saw why the rapid response team had stopped their attack. The woman who had just killed so many people landed on the roof of one of the buildings. The soldiers holding the door turned to look at her. The vice commander of the detachment did the same, turning around in complete bewilderment. The girl, with eyes black as a vampire's, asked how they liked the performance. The soldiers were horrified that the rapid response team didn't even have time to shout. Taking the lack of response for being ignored, the girl with black eyes lost her temper. She took out her blades and said that they were just a bunch of boring losers. The zombies continued to crowd under the door, and she wished all the military to die. Suddenly, a man came out from somewhere, blowing into a beer bottle. The monsters parted to the sides. The vampire girl wondered what was wrong with this madman. He continued to walk calmly and drank, not noticing the zombies who wanted to attack him. Then the bottle cracked from the zombie attack and the shards flew everywhere. The young man cursed that his thunder had disappeared somewhere, and that someone had drunk it all. His eyes lit up with malice, and he asked one of the zombies if it was him. It seemed that the zombie had picked up on the general mood and realized that nothing good awaited him. The next moment, this man cut all the zombies with a broken bottle. The vampire girl turned around, not expecting such a turn of events. And that young man turned to her, asking if she was their leader and how they would settle the issue with thunder. She just chuckled, saying that he was quite interesting. The girl said that it seemed that speed was this man's strong point, and she would be able to have fun with him. Before she could finish speaking, the young man appeared behind her and asked for payment for the alcohol. Not expecting this at all, the girl glanced sideways at the man behind her. She raised her blade to attack with a worried expression on her face. But the young man was faster and struck before her. The girl bent over in pain, and the young man stood there with the broken bottle in his outstretched hand. The two soldiers holding the door were glad that he was finally here. This inveterate drunkard was Sergeant Choi Yun-jung, who threatened to get even with someone else if he was not brought rum. The vampire girl was surprised by Yun-jung's appearance because she was told that he would not be here. The young man replied that he had been given a task and he had already completed it and returned. When he demanded compensation for the rum again, the girl called him an idiot. She further smashed the already broken bottle in his hand. And then she made a series of more attacks, which the drunkard successfully dodged. At one point, he realized that this vampire's blade was already pointed at his face. And then he took off. He simply disappeared from the scene. It turned out that he managed to jump down from the building where the battle was taking place. The girl clenched her teeth and became indignant, because she didn't understand when he had managed to do it. The young man stretched and said that she had ruined all the fun for him. He pulled a weapon out of the pocket of one of the soldiers. The young man then told him that he would lend him his bayonet for the battle. Two soldiers decided to warn the sergeant that his opponent was a vampire. Yun-jung wasn't even surprised, he just asked again because before that he thought she was a zombie. The two told him that zombies can't talk. The conversation she overheard made veins appear all over the vampire's body. She was really annoyed by this attitude towards her. She didn't like at all the fact that she had just been mistaken for some feeble zombie. It was no wonder that this man was being touted as a strong candidate to become the next swordsman. The girl was going to fight to the max. At this time, the vice commander looked at the vampire without fear in her eyes. And the vampire thought that this military man would try to stop her, if of course he saw her. As if seeing something, the vice commander became confused. The vampire flew with an attack straight at this sergeant and two other soldiers. She wanted to warn the sergeant, but that vampire was approaching him faster than the speed of sound. When the sergeant heard the warning, the vampire's blade was almost at his face again. He fought off the attack with the weapon he had pulled from the soldier, and the vampire was surprised. The vice commander continued to try to convey something to the two struggling people, but she spoke too slowly. The sergeant prevented the attack on himself without any effort. When the vice commander shouted the word "careful," there was nothing left to be careful about. The two soldiers were perplexed by such abrupt actions nearby and by the words of the vice commander. At this time, the sergeant and the vampire were already fighting in another place, and the sergeant clearly had the advantage. The vampire flew into the wall with furious force. Two soldiers covered their faces to avoid swallowing dust and earth. The vice commander acted in the same way as her subordinates, not at all understanding what had just happened. Now the vampiress was almost defeated by one strong blow. She began coughing up blood, as if her internal organs had been damaged. The sergeant said that before this, he had been monitoring his metabolic rate to avoid sobering up. But now his high was broken completely. The vampire suddenly realized that she was not the only one who had not fought at full strength before. The sergeant raised his weapon for another attack and asked how she would repay him for this. The girl thought that she couldn't defeat him alone and that she needed to get out of here. Then he wanted to ask her a question. But the unfortunate vampire had already run as far away as possible from the scene of the incident. She needed to meet with the other killers urgently and come up with a new plan. But she was not allowed to escape because that same sergeant was next to her. He caught up with the poor fellow and hit her on the head. The girl herself did not understand how many blows her body had already suffered and how much longer she could last. She flew off somewhere to the side again, unable to get to her feet. The sergeant seemed to be just playing with her. He didn't even put in much effort. Somewhere there on the ground, the dead squad was still lying. But the zombies behind bars still did not calm down and did not want to stop their attack. The vampire girl bent over on the ground, trying not to howl in pain, but she was doing a poor job. Suddenly, the sergeant asked how she managed to control the zombies, if she herself was not one. This question began to irritate the girl even more. As soon as the sergeant realized that she wouldn't tell anything, he kicked her again. She lost consciousness, and he said that he would make an inquiry when he had sorted everything out here. The wind was rising, which meant that deep night would soon come. The sergeant climbed the fence and asked two soldiers to tie up the poor woman. The sergeant also turned to the vice commander and said that he would report on his mission after clearing out the zombies. The soldier approached Yunjong and offered him his weapon with holy power. The sergeant stood on the fence as before and refused to take up arms. The soldier protested, saying that it would be difficult to destroy those monsters with a simple bayonet. And the sergeant just smiled and said that the more difficult it was, the more fun it would be for him. The two soldiers abandoned their attempts to convey something to the sergeant and remained holding the fence. And Yunjong jumped up from his seat and rushed to destroy everything in his path. He deftly dealt with the zombies one after another, moving further. The military began to talk about how this Yunjong looked like Hyun Wook with his crazy smile. Meanwhile, Hyun Wook was just dealing with the vampire he had met. The vampire, in anger, immediately used his whip to strike the sergeant. But Hyun Wook deftly blocked such an attack with his blade. He cut one of the vampire's whips again, and then he decided to report to the lieutenant that skeletons were breaking out of the gate and she needed to protect the soldiers. She asked how Hyun Wook was going to defeat this vampire without holy power, to which he replied that he would be at a greater disadvantage if he both fought and defended her. He also said that we urgently need to get a weapon with holy power. The girl weighed everything a few more times and thought that Hyun Wook had been doing well so far. Then she gave him the order not to die and started to run. Hyun Wook continued to fend off the attacks of these whips with the simplest of methods. The vampire said that they should have fought together and didn't understand why Hyun Wook sent the girl away, to which Hyun Wook responded only by saying that he was very glad that this vampire was still alive. These words made the man feel momentarily perplexed, and Hyun Wook justified such words by saying that it meant that his boss didn't know about him yet. We see that the vampire wrote off his failure as a mistake. Realizing that he had been exposed, the vampire lost his temper. Hyun Wook noticed this reaction and said that he most likely guessed correctly. And then the young man promised to send the vampire on the path to death, saying that he must have greatly underestimated him. The whips in the vampire's hands began to glow with an ominous, dark red mist. His arms were wrapped in black vines with red stones on them. The vampire said that having a weapon made him completely different from what he was then. Hyun Wook was overjoyed at his luck as he examined the vampire's vines. He realized that there were many mana reservoirs there. The vampire didn't even notice the change in his opponent's behavior, and said that now Hyun-wook wouldn't lay a finger on him. Hyun-wook raised his weapon and was ready to fight like never before. Hyun-wook used his weapon privilege and selected Holy Power in the settings. The vampire was surprised that he had transformed this object into a weapon with sacred power. Hyun-wook looked at his opponent madly and asked who said he would use the balls again. The vampire could not believe what was happening and said that Hyun-wook would not be able to harm him with such an insignificant amount of holy power. The young man noticed that, judging by how talkative the vampire had become, he was scared. The vampire screamed that if Hyun-wook tried to attack him, he would rip his mouth apart. Eventually, the two clashed in a fierce battle. Hyun-wook deftly dodged the vampire's new whip strikes, and the vampire did not stop his attacks for a second, getting into the swing of things. He used the whip as a weapon, which means it has excellent range and an amazing trajectory. One blow could kill. It was not for nothing that this madman was so confident in himself. Hyun-wook dodged, the vampire attacked. It all looked like some kind of strange dance. However, Hyun-wook had other trump cards than the vampire. He quickly realized that his opponent would not be able to hold the bar in close combat. When Hyun-wook approached the vampire, he smiled, and one of the parts of his weapon swelled, as if opening its mouth. But Hyun-wook launched not one but two attacks at once. One of his swords became stuck in the vines that summoned the vampire's weapon. But he continued to move forward, strengthening his body with steel. In this way, he managed to avoid an attack on himself with few losses. He rose to his feet again and used a combination of abilities. Now he flew past the vampire like a bullet, dodging his attacks completely. It seemed to the man that after all the ridiculous bluffs, Hyun-wook wanted to run away from him. Hyun-wook was indeed losing, and it was all because of those ridiculous tentacles that he hadn't taken into account. The man blocked his melee attack, which slipped past the whip. At this rate, the likelihood that the fail note would be stopped increased. In that case, even though it would take a huge amount of mana, Hyun-wook should have used Achilles' spear. While the young man was thinking about a strategy, the vampire advised him to keep running while he still could. Hyun-wook suddenly pulled out the very same spear of Achilles from his inventory and swung it. He spun around with his spear as if collecting all the mana that was in him. After finally saying goodbye to his 21% mana, Hyun-wook moved to attack. He realized that the vampire had spent a lot of mana on defense in order to drag out the fight, until Hyun-wook had used up all of his. It looked like the man had prepared carefully and analyzed all of his weaknesses. There were other vampires here too, so he couldn't spend all his mata on him alone. The vampire continued to press forward, mocking Hyun-wook. He delivered a few more blows with the whips, which were directed towards the soldier. After thinking for a while, Hyun-wook spoke to Tae-yoon on the radio, and immediately some light flashed behind the vampire. His body was suddenly filled with pain as a beam of light passed straight through him. Somewhere in the forest that was next to the battlefield, there were still people hiding. Tae-yoon worked from the rear, reporting that the shot had been fired successfully. Their location could be revealed by a gunshot, so they notified Hyun-wook that they would be moving. At the same time, the vampire was struck by unbearable pain spreading throughout his body. He said out loud everything he thought about Hyun-wook and how he wanted to kill him. But then another arrow pierced the vampire's chest. Now it was Hyun-wook's own attack on the neutralized vampire. Hyun-wook wished for him to die soon and wanted to end all of this as quickly as possible. His attack passed through the vampire's body, which did not have time to take any action. Hyun-wook killed the vampire with one blow. The poor man was shaking from the pain that pierced his body and roaring. He didn't understand how this happened because he blindly believed that he was the chosen one. Hyun-wook was already carefully removing the mana storage from the vampire's weapon, saying that he was on the verge of death, but he was still interested in him. Then he stunned the vampire with another piece of news. The young man told him that he was of the lowest rank. The vampire howled even louder than before, not believing that he had just lost to a lower rank. His body was engulfed in flames, and he continued to fight in despair from the fact that he had lost. Several more containers of mana fell to the ground. Hyun-wook looked at the remaining stones and thought that given the time, he would only eat half of them now. Then a voice came over his radio, announcing that an army of skeletons was attacking the barracks in the second zone. Taking stones into his mouth, Hyun-wook ordered a report on the situation. The soldiers watching everything said that there were too many skeletons to count. If this continued, the return of anyone alive would be in doubt. Hyun-wook, who had already swallowed the stones, ran headlong to the scene. The skeleton army could boast of its armor and weapons. But even this did not help them avoid a quick death. One of the soldiers tried to deal with them using physical force. But this was of little help because they still continued to advance in huge herds. Within moments, the poor soldier found himself surrounded by several blades. The skeletons stormed the cars and anything that moved, creating chaos. The head of that poor soldier was still screaming, but it had already been separated from his body by them. The girl leaned out of the window and, looking at all this, summed up that they had even caught the platoon commander. The two girls were talking about how they wouldn't have enough mana without a heavenly phantasm. The monsters continued to break through their defenses, and the girls could no longer hold them back. One of them ordered not to shoot anywhere and to aim in one direction. She seemed to have taken control of everything and was asking about the armor. One of the girls said that the platoon commander had the keys to the warehouse, and the newly appointed commander ordered them to knock down the door or melt it down so that they had a chance to stay alive. Another warrior reported to the girl that skeletons had begun to climb the walls. Si-hee shouted that it was dangerous and asked everyone to move away from the windows immediately. Hyun-wook, meanwhile, did not understand when they all managed to arrive. He understood that inside those barracks was the one he had to save at any cost. Come, Si-hee. Right now, one of the skeletons was attacking this very Si-hee, raising a blade over her head. She turned around with a look of surprise on her face. Somewhere on the other side of the territory, someone was asking if they should open the gates. If they had hurried, they could have ended everything quickly. One of the vampires heard his partner talk about hope for survival and was surprised. She only explained that she thought people were very nice when their hope was fading. Then the third participant turned to her and said that the entire infiltration squad had died. The man with the huge bat asked again about the numbers because he could not believe that everyone had been defeated. The man reported that they had removed all communications equipment and cameras and then arrived at the meeting place with the squad, but none of them showed up. The man with the bat asked about how the Mountain Army and the Holy Swordsmen were not supposed to be here. And hearing the answer that they were here after all, the man with the bat assumed that Swordsman Yunha was the main problem. Carol approached Okan Mok and asked him to go down there and destroy the military command. Kang Mok clearly didn't like this order and bared his teeth. He then slammed his massive bat into the ground in a fit of anger, shouting that he would have to deal with all the shit. A portal resembling a gate appeared next to the man. He said he could try to create their own paladin for them, and Carol countered that she asked to deal with the military, not Yunha. The man said that one blow would be enough to kill everyone. Then something came out of the portal that clearly did not look like a person. It was a monster whose mouth glowed red and was full of sharp teeth. At least two more exactly the same monsters with swords and shields followed him. Carol said she wondered what expression she would have on her face when she was in despair. Hyun-wook continued to move towards the barracks, hoping that he could save at least someone. If he remembered correctly, 2 vampires had appeared in his past life, but he couldn't be sure that was all. In this situation, even if the barracks in the second zone were attacked by countless vampires, he still had a chance. And he couldn't afford to lose such an important person, no matter what the cost. The young man skillfully wielded his ability and blades. He decided to attack all these monsters from behind and kill them as quickly as possible. The skeletons heard the noise and turned around, but their reaction was rather slow. The blades pierced them before they even had time to come to their senses. Then the same blades flew further towards the other attackers. Eventually, a third of the skeleton army fell to the ground lifeless in the first few seconds. Hyun-wook moved forward, wielding his blades and ability. He really wanted to believe that the one who needed to be saved was still alive. The young man thought about Si-hee and continued to chop down the skeletons. After a few minutes, even the first ranks of the army fell on their faces. At the same time, Si-hee tried to defend herself from the attack of one of the skeletons with her ability. The image of a woman protecting Si-hee from his attack appeared before the skeleton. The girl turned to the skeleton and asked who allowed him to enter the women's barracks, and even without clothes. And then her ability pushed the poor guy out of the building. Hyun-wook watched the scene below and saw the skeleton fall out of the window. He shouted at the women to ask if they were all right, but he realized that when he came to save them, Si-hee had already dealt with everyone. The girl turned around and asked him who was saving whom. In the end, she exceeded all his expectations. The girl sincerely did not understand why the hell this young man had appeared out of nowhere and was pretending to be tough. Kim Se-hee was an important character because, in her past life, she was sent on a mission to assassinate the Orc King in Shanghai. She went down in history as the person who faced off against Stonox, the Orc King, in Mortal Kombat. The other girls ran up to the young man, not believing that it was really Sergeant Hyun-wook. Hearing that they were whispering about him, he suddenly hesitated and asked who was in charge. Si-hee adjusted her t-shirt and said that it looked like she was the one in charge. At the same time, a girl ran into the corridor, tried to open the arsenal, and said that the arsenal was open. Hyun-wook ordered everyone to go get weapons while he barricaded everything. Even though his mana wasn't infinite, at least he could do something. Junmo's voice suddenly came from his radio. He said most of the barracks in the first zone had been armed and evacuated. Hyun-wook praised Junmo, who told him that the commander had gone to the barracks in the second zone. As soon as this was said, a white beam of light appeared from the sky. Something was approaching Hyun-wook as he looked at the person with fear and surprise. She was the commander, cutting off the heads of all the skeletons that got in her way. The girl flew into the building, exchanging glances with Hyun-wook. She was surprised to see this sergeant again. The girl then asked if he had dealt with the vampire, to which he replied in the affirmative. See, he also thought that she needed to introduce herself to the commander. At this time, Hyun-wook was looking at the girl who stood in front of him with undisguised confusion. The commander was thinking that first the barracks of the first zone, then the second. This guy himself sorted everything out. As if reading her thoughts, Hyun-wook looked away. Meanwhile, a zone of evil gathering was declared on the territory and the skeletons began to go berserk. Both girls were shocked at the same time, wondering if it was a totem. The totem was an item with devil medallions embedded in it. Hyun-wook thought about finding it faster than others. He immediately decided to report to the squad commander that the vampire had not acted alone. The girl replied that she already knew that. She just didn't understand how they used the monsters. The commander ordered everyone to arm themselves and take up defensive positions until reinforcements arrived. The girl then turned to him and said that he should go with her to the control room. The young man was surprised. Just now, all his plans for that totem were inevitably destroyed. It was also fun in the underground bunker of the command and control center. Firstly, no equipment there could pick up a signal, so now this point was more of a temporary shelter. Secondly, everyone had to make an effort to block the doors so that the point would not be stormed. The two men were talking about what they should do if the door was torn down. One of them said that as soon as the door opened, he would give the signal to blow up the point. The man was going to sacrifice himself to save the rest of the soldiers. She said that if the door was broken down, they would have nothing to hope for, so he had to stop that man even if it killed him. The door slowly but surely gave in under the onslaught of the attackers. And finally, she collapsed on the floor. A vampire emerged from it, angry because there were so many barriers here. Then he noticed two men standing in the middle of the point and asked what it was. The one who was just about to sacrifice himself was surprised by the vampire's growth. He was scared, but he was not going to retreat. On the contrary, he was swinging his arm to strike. And he struck. He struck with all the force he had and screamed that he was going to kill this vampire. He remembered how he once tried to control his mana. Because Hyun-wook told him that he shouldn't mindlessly explode mana, he needs to control it. Won-seok then said that it wasn't that simple and laughed. Hyun-wook said that there was no point in laughing because his berserker form fell off faster each time, because that was the only one he could use. The barrage of unflattering comments made the man fall to the floor and become upset. Hyun-wook said that Won-seok was just dumping his mana on him and he needed to pull himself together. Exhausted from his mana control training, Private Won-seok lay sprawled on the ground. After catching his breath a little, he wanted to ask Comrade Sergeant Hyun-wook a question. Hyun-wook turned around and asked what Won-seok's question was. And he asked what he should do if he encountered an opponent stronger than him in a real fight. Hyun-wook then asked a counter question about what Won-seok himself thought about all this. After remaining silent for a few moments, Hyun-wook advised Won-seok to run away in a manner befitting a man like him. Won-seok waved his hands and said that he was different. Then the sergeant hit him on the shoulder as if asking if Won-seok wanted to argue with him. And then he said that in that case, he didn't need to run away, but needed to accept the fight and fight. He advised Won-seok to act like a soldier and protect his comrades. Then they would protect him. Meanwhile, Min-hee was also trying to help defeat this vampire. Won-seok shouted something to him about how now was the right time to attack. The two men, the vampire and the soldier, continued to fight to the death. They jumped away from each other to different sides of the room. The vampire was perplexed by the soldier's actions and asked what he was doing. And Won-seok, who was pushed into the wall, still wanted to continue this fight. He went into berserker form and said it was too cramped for a real fight. The vampire suddenly realized that Won-seok was a fighter and not a simple guard. The military man squeezed his eyelids, remembering how to control mana in general. This time he had to get it right, and it actually worked. Now he could hold the power in the body of a second-level berserker. He approached the vampire, attacking and recalling Sergeant Hyun-wook's words. Won-seok was confident that his only duty now was to protect his comrades. So he pounced on the vampire with his fists and tried to hit him as hard as possible. Meanwhile, the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade guarded the underground bunker. Hyun-wook and the commander were rushing towards them, with the young man's weapon flying behind them. He thought that he needed to deal with the totem first. Hyun-wook didn't understand what Yoon-ha was thinking, but now they were heading to the control room and watching as the doors were being knocked down. Two people were almost swept away by the wave raised by the broken door. When the dust cleared, the image of a defeated Won-seok and the vampire beside him appeared before their eyes. Hyun-wook's eyes immediately widened in realization of what had happened. He shouted at Won-seok, trying to bring him to his senses. Won-seok replied that he did say that he was not the type to run away so easily. As soon as he said this, the vampire dealt him another blow. It seemed like the man was already tired of listening to Won-seok's monologues. The girl, seeing this whole picture, decided to ask the vampire what they all needed. But then the cold voice of Hyun-wook was heard, asking the commander to go to the control room and give the order to find the totem. And he was going to kill this bastard and join her later. The girl was perplexed because she had never seen such an expression on the sergeant's face before. The vampire quickly realized that this girl was the daughter of the commander of the Holy Knights. Ignoring her opponent, she turned to Hyun-wook with the order not to die and agreed to leave. Then she left the scene, and the vampire was a little taken aback. Hyun-wook said that he never liked Won-seok because he relied entirely on his strength. But even such a guy fought to the death after listening to his words, so Hyun-wook was willing to risk his life to avenge him. Hyun-wook activated one of the mana reservoirs and rushed to attack the uncomprehending vampire. The man egged the soldier on to attack him. But what he didn't expect at all was that Hyun-wook slipped between his legs and walked around him from behind. The next moment, he raised his hand to attack with a skill. From the other side, a white glow was approaching the vampire. The next moment, a barrage of sharp blades pierced the vampire, but that wasn't enough for Hyun-wook. He raised Achilles' spear to strike at his enemy, who was already bleeding in places. And he ordered to unlock the sacred energy in this very spear in order to deliver a fatal blow. The young man swung with all his might as if his whole life depended on this blow. Then he frowned, thinking about something of his own. The enemy in front of him began to change shape and seemed to be immune to attacks. Now his opponent looked like a mighty tree and said that these were all pathetic tricks. As the vampire continued to strike, Hyun-wook activated his steel physique skill. But it still didn't help him from flying back every time he was attacked. Hyun-wook rose to his feet, slowing his advance towards the wall with a steel hand. He frowned even more than before and glanced sideways. There, off to the side, under the wall, lay the bloody body of Won-seok, for whom the young man really wanted to avenge. The opponent lost his temper and asked why Hyun-wook was looking away during their fight. The young man rose to his feet and jumped up. In this way, he managed to evade his opponent's powerful attack and save his life. The young man then looked up, trying to figure out his opponent's weak points. But there were no weak spots visible on the body of this monster, since it was completely covered with vines. The vampire launched a few more attacks and asked if Hyun-wook was going to continue dodging like a rat. As Hyun-wook flew away to avoid the attack, the monster followed him and touched him with its claw, saying, "Gotcha!" But Hyun-wook wasn't a fool and immediately activated his steel body again. This helped him in that even when he was pressed into a wall, he could remain alive. The young man realized that he was now in an extremely difficult situation. The vampire, however, could not calm down his ardor and wanted to continue fighting. He asked if Hyun-wook was going to kill him with a wholly powered weapon, saying that if so, it was laughable. Then a strange sound came from somewhere, causing the monster to twitch. Hyun-wook said that the monster was right, and that was why he brought the vampire here. The young man raised several dozen metal weapons into the air. They were in the arsenal, and Hyun-wook said that all these weapons were intended for the vampire. Then the young man took out another mana stone from his inventory and used it. Hyun-wook said he wanted to see what would happen first, his victory or his death. At the same moment, skeletons ran out of the portal, holding swords and shields tightly in their hands. At first, there were only a few of them. They ran out of the yellow portal gradually and slowly, and having got out into the street, the monsters began to look around. They smiled madly and their eyes glowed brightly. Meanwhile, Min-hee stood in the center and shouted that he was able to forcibly move some, but he was running out of strength. Holding the portal, Min ordered the communications officer to restore the communication channel and the others to prepare for battle. The soldiers immediately ducked down and took up their weapons, already preparing to shoot at the monsters. Some of them were very afraid and almost shaking with fear, while others were collected. Suddenly, Mina's portal became covered in black light, and then it lit up with multicolored lights. The guy continued to increase the influence of the portal, but then he screamed loudly, either from pain or from fear. A moment later, the portal closed, and in its place appeared several skeletons, smiling brightly. Min-hee was left disarmed when he momentarily lost his balance and fell onto the transmission center. But the skeleton was not going to waste any time. Smiling brightly, he ran up to Min-hee and swung his sword. Min-hee screamed loudly, realizing that he couldn't even dodge the dead man's blow. Min exclaimed that the soldiers should shoot. But his trembling voice was interrupted by Yun-ha, who cut the skeleton in half. The skeletal corpse burst into flames, and Yun-ha asked if the lieutenant was okay. In response, the guy only smiled brightly, looking at Song Yun in front of him in bewilderment. After some time, all the skeletons were destroyed and their corpses began to be burned. Yun-ha reported that they had destroyed all the monsters that were swarming in the control room. Min thanked Yun and then said that if the control room was captured, they would be finished. One of the soldiers exclaimed that they had connected to the emergency communications channel and contacted the 3rd Battalion. Min-hee replied that they should ask them for backup, but the soldier's eyes widened in response. The soldier said in a trembling voice that the 3rd Battalion's gates had also opened. Meanwhile, hundreds of monsters were heading towards the 3rd Battalion, burning down buildings. Min-hee and Yun-ha froze in surprise for a moment, and then loudly asked the soldier again. They decided to contact the Blue Flower Guild, but their building was already being breached by fire-breathing dragons. They wanted to contact someone else, but all the units and guilds nearby had already confirmed the appearance of the gate in their territories. The soldier said in fear that all the squads were asking each other for help. He compared what was happening to hell. At that moment, Yun-ha turned her frightened gaze to the lieutenant, her mouth wide open. Min-hee couldn't take his eyes off the monitor, which already had dozens of messages asking for help. But suddenly the soldier stood up and exclaimed that they had received a video call. 2 lieutenants stood in front of the screen and greeted the battalion commander. Kang-sok said while sitting in the helicopter that he was already rushing to the base. But it might take some time. The commander asked the military pilot to speed up, realizing that every second could be fatal. The man was very tense and frowning when he ordered the lieutenants to report the situation. Yoon exclaimed that many gates had opened at the same time in the camps and guilds, and most of the officers had already been killed. The man raised an eyebrow in confusion and loudly exclaimed, "Is that really all they know about the situation?" The girl wanted to add something else, but stopped herself in time, saying that that was the whole report. The commander reminded that now only 2 lieutenants remained. He asked if there was a way to overcome the crisis. The girl immediately lowered her angry gaze, biting her lip painfully. Min-hee repeated her movement. The man then turned his gaze to the screen panel, which was smashed to pieces. Yoon-ha suddenly looked up and said that she wanted to add something to her story. Frowning even more, the battalion commander ordered Yoon-ha to speak. Yoon exclaimed loudly and said that she proposed to hand over temporary command to Sergeant Hyun-wook. Min-hee immediately lost his temper, exclaiming loudly, asking what the lieutenant was even talking about. Kang-suk recalled that Yoon had previously been wary and suspicious of Hyun-wook. Yoon-ha frowned and said that the sergeant's irrational behavior was usually alarming. She said that she had believed that until that day. Meanwhile, Hen hit his chest, wincing in pain. Hen used a mana reservoir, the excessive use of which could harm the caster's body. The man then lifted into the air a metal weapon that was lying in the room. Breathing heavily, Hen said that this indestructible roaring stream of weapons was intended for Okan Mok. At this time, they were in the restricted area of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade. Their entire arsenal of weapons was there. The giant, whose eyes were shining brightly, asked in surprise how Hen knew his name. Blood began to flow from Hen's mouth, and he offered to test which would happen first, his death or his victory. Hen suggested ending this crap by raising hundreds of knives, swords, and axes into the air, and a moment later they all headed towards the giant, who took an uncertain step back. The giant bowed his head wearily, covered his face with his stone paws, and then protected his body with armor. But this did not help him hide from hundreds of sharp objects that were flying at him at breakneck speed. The weapon hit the giant's armor painfully, causing it to almost spark. But then the monster cried out, calling Hen a pathetic fool. He asked if that was all he could do. The giant stepped forward, saying that Hen had done a good job in coming up with such a thing. Hyun-wook continued to cut the monster's body, which insisted that he should use all his weapons. But Hen's mana was quickly being depleted, as after a few minutes of fighting he only had 72% left. But Hyun-wook stepped forward, intensifying his attack. Blood flowed from his mouth, but he didn't pay attention to it. Hyun-wook then let out a loud cry and extended his arms forward, pointing more weapons at the enemy. A moment later, the giant bowed down, no longer able to resist the flow of force. And then the giant's dark armor began to fall off. He began to return to his human form. The giant laughed loudly, begging Hen to continue, for all the fools who relied on their strength had died a miserable death. At that moment, Hen had only 40% of his mana left, and the giant suddenly jerked forward, swinging. After smashing the floor to pieces with a blow, the giant said that his subordinate had also contacted him, thinking that he had enough strength. Then the giant stood up to peer at the place of the blow, looking at the remaining green patch. For a moment the giant froze, waiting for the huge clouds of dust from the impact to settle. But a moment later, Hyun-wook launched a spear at the enemy, which he could easily control. Hyun-wook jumped high into the air, almost flying. The giant looked at him with a puzzled expression. Hen climbed onto the giant's shoulders, asking if the damn bastard was really amused by this. With a wave of his hand, the spear pierced the giant's chest just a moment later. Bright rays began to emanate from the monster's chest. At this time, Yun-ha was telling the general that she had been watching Hyun's inexplicable exploits for a long time. She said that she had the impression that Hen was part of a guild whose goal was to destroy the VBSM or spy on them, but now she has no doubts. Before burning the giant, Hen said that he would die too, just like all the other idiots who thought they were strong enough. Yun said that Hyun was the first to volunteer to deal with the current situation. The boy's gaze faltered as he looked at the giant's corpse. Yun insisted that Hen always, as if by design, found himself at the center of emergency situations and was the key to their resolution. Yun said Hyun's strategies are not only effective, but also help save and keep others safe. Hyun approached Won-seok's body and apologized for not being able to protect him. He said that even if the bunker collapsed, he would come back and restore the body. The barbarian's body was mangled and covered in blood. Hen whispered that he would not survive alone in this life. Yun-ha said that to sum it up, she trusts Sergeant Hyun and considers him a worthy candidate for the position. Kan smiled, saying he liked the idea. He was happy, saying that the person they needed had arrived at the right time. The two soldiers immediately turned around, looking at the silhouette of Hyun Wook, who was slowly walking towards them. He was warned that he would be given temporary command of the 3rd Brigade. Hen asked if he would have access to the arsenal. The commander said he would, and then asked if Hen could turn the situation in their favor. But then Hyun Wook remained silent at first, only clenching his fists tighter with all his might. A moment later, Hyun Wook's face darkened. He frowned deeply and said that everything would be done. Meanwhile, in the barracks in Zone Number 1, real hell is happening. Hundreds and thousands of monsters are advancing on the soldiers. Sang-guk shouted, clutching his weapon and ordering the soldiers to set up a magic circle. Huge circles immediately appeared above the skeletons, blazing with bright flames. And in just a moment, the skeletons were engulfed in a bright flame, which immediately burned a small portion of the monsters. But after just a few moments, the fire moved further, incinerating the monsters. But more monsters appeared. Sang-guk cursed, saying that they would never kill them this way. Smiling wickedly, the skeletons rushed back into battle, clutching their swords and shields tighter. They opened portals of fire above the monsters again, but there were too many of them to incinerate them all. The monsters ran towards the barracks in Zone Number 2 and then moved inside the building. The monsters pierced the bodies of the girls who tried to fight back and defend the women's section. Many of them were in their pajamas, but they were already holding weapons. One of them screamed loudly that it was time for them to retreat. The girl, crying, said that the people on the 2nd floor could not be saved. Seha screamed that they needed to go higher. The soldiers shouted that there were too many skeletons, so they couldn't handle it. Si-hee kicked the ladder in anger and clenched her teeth. At the same time, the future holy swordsman easily cut through the zombies, most of whom were already lying on the ground. The guy with glasses easily cut through the monsters' bodies, leaving behind divine energy. The soldiers who hid behind the shield worriedly asked if Yun-jung was okay. Choi lowered his weapon for a moment and slumped down, asking if he seemed okay. But turning around abruptly, Choi Yun noticed another wave of zombies approaching him. Yun frowned, saying that because of the totems, they were hard to kill and kept appearing. But after a moment, Yun-jung smiled distraughtly and pulled out his weapon, saying that it only amused him. Hen insisted that the number of monsters made their army similar in size to a division of 10 to 20,000 people. Hen then frowned, saying that if their numbers did not decrease, the main camp would eventually fall. Min-hee said that they had no choice but to set up a base in the bunker. But Hen interrupted him, saying that this could not be done. The lieutenants looked at him in bewilderment. Hen said that if they were ignored, the monsters would become an army of death for the civilians, under the control of those who installed the totems. Then Min-hee frowned in response and nervously asked what the sergeant was suggesting instead. Hyun approached Yun, asking her to find the totems along with the guard post staff. But a moment later, the surprised girl only asked what they should do with the zombies then. Hen frowned, saying that they would open a guard post and gather the skeletons and zombies in one place. Yun frowned in response, and Min sharply shouted that Hen had gone crazy, because then they would definitely all be exterminated. Hyun smiled, saying that if he and Min-hee worked together, it would be the monsters that died, not them. Min-hee responded by pointing at himself in surprise and asking the sergeant again. After a while, Yun-jung, who was very tired, shouted into the radio that he refused this. Leaning against the fence, Yun cried out that he didn't care about the totems. He asked how he could search all of Namsan. Hen responded wearily that Yun shouldn't worry about it, since his squad was already exploring the mountain. At the same time, the soldiers shouted loudly to Yunjung that the zombies were advancing again. Hyun responded with displeasure, saying that command was now on him, so Yunjung was obliged to follow orders. And then Yunjung began to put away the radio, shouting loudly that he could not hear the sergeant. Hyun-wook frowned in response and sighed heavily, thinking that he had completely forgotten what a weirdo Yunjung was. And then Hyun-wook shouted out that he would give a 21-year-old Ballantine whiskey. In response, Yunjung smiled broadly and said, in a satisfied voice, that he needed one that was 30 years old. Hyun exhaled heavily, realizing that Yun was still not the least bit serious. He shouted whether the sergeant agreed. Hyun agreed, and Yun joyfully exclaimed that in that case he would act immediately. But after some time, the doors to the central control room opened barely audibly. Yun-ha said, as she walked towards the door, that in that case, she would also head to the meeting place. Hyun said that he would soon join Yun, but for now he asked her to take care of his squad members. Yun-ha frowned and said firmly that she didn't plan on losing any more soldiers. Meanwhile, the drones were already flying over the territory. A notification about the broadcast from the command center appeared. The voice exclaimed that all personnel were ordered to cease the attack and retreat into the buildings. The soldiers, who were barely able to fight off the skeletons, exclaimed that it was time for them to go to the bunker. San exclaimed, asking why reinforcements hadn't come to them yet. The center had ordered the mages to prepare for resistance. The control center loudly exclaimed that zombies began to pass through the guard post. The soldiers were broadcasting over loudspeakers that there were zombies 200 meters from the barracks in the second zone. A huge crowd of zombies screamed and groaned loudly, quickly approaching the barracks. But after a few moments, the zombies and skeletons were trapped. The soldier ordered the mages to set up barriers. The skeletons and zombies looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The soldiers drove them into the square. It was like hell because the monsters were everywhere now. Looking out the window, Sihi wondered how they would defeat everyone with barriers. But Sihi was given orders to control the air in the barracks and keep the wind speed below 3 meters per second. Having started to carry out the order, the girl still could not understand what the sergeant had in mind. Meanwhile, Min-hee sat down on the floor in the huge room, and Hyun-wook stood next to him. Hyun watched the lieutenant's actions closely, not understanding who Hyun-wook was. While forming the portal, Min-hee remembered that his maximum portal usage area was 90 meters. Min had never even thought about sending things over long distances before. And yet a drone had already been launched into the sky. Min-hee didn't understand how Hyun knew better than him how to use his power better. Then the maximum communication altitude was reached, so a correction of the drone at the current altitude was required. After a while, a portal opened, connecting them to the drone. Min said that he opened the portal to its maximum. A moment later, Hyun-wook slowly raised his sword over the portal, preparing to deliver his first strike. The guy exclaimed that the first strike was about to be launched, then finally lowered his weapon. The vampire with snow-white hair watched the events in VBSM closely. Then the snow-white-skinned killer opened her eyes wide, watching the blow in surprise. The first sword pierced the skeleton through and through, causing his kin to recoil in fear. But then that sword, which was shining brightly blue, pierced all those who were nearby. The military, who were closely watching the events from the mountain, reported that the strike had hit its target. Then one soldier loudly told Sergeant Hyun-wook that they had no room for error. Then the guy started hitting his chest again, causing it to glow with a bright red light. Frowning heavily, Hen decided to use the mana reservoir again, deciding it was time for him to move on. And a moment later, Hyun-wook decided to use the steel rain, raising hundreds of swords above the portal. The zombies and skeletons didn't even have time to come to their senses when thousands of sharp weapons rained down on them from the sky. The zombies tried to escape, but there was nowhere for them to go. Swords and axes mercilessly cut through the body of each dead man. Hyun-wook's squad and Yoonjong turned around in fear, not understanding what was happening in the battalion. Sihi also froze for a moment, looking at the massive attack on the dead in front of her in surprise. Even Sang-guk watched what was happening in surprise, his eyes wide in bewilderment. Hen continued to use mana, deciding that now that he was in command, no one would be harmed again. The vampire walked closer to the slope, watching as her army was cut down by thousands of swords. With wide eyes and a heavy sigh, the vampire said in admiration that this was incredible. At the same time, Min-hee was looking at the sergeant tensely, watching him carefully. Blood was flowing from Hen's mouth and nose, but he didn't pay attention to the blood. He decided that no one else would die because of him. After a couple of minutes, most of the monsters were destroyed, leaving only wounded survivors. Sihi smiled in surprise, muttering under her breath that sergeant was absolutely insane. Then they gave the order to evacuate the wounded and destroy the remaining monsters. Sang-guk carried the wounded man on his back, asking in surprise if Hyun-wook was really that strong. Yoon-jong asked in surprise, was there really an A-rank person in their battalion that he didn't know about? Yoon-ha quietly replied that she doubted that it could be explained by rank. Jong asked again, puzzled. Min-hee understood that Hyun had used his portal ability to deal a blow that exceeded A-rank strength across a large area. Looking at the sergeant in surprise, he suddenly realized that Hyun-wook was a real soldier. But a moment later, Hen fell to his knees, clutching his chest. Min cried out, asking if he was okay. Hyun responded by exclaiming that it was not over yet, so Min-hee should concentrate on preserving the portal. Min immediately looked away and cried out that he was also already at his limit, and therefore would not last long. With his hand over his heart, Hyun-wook silently begged Min-hee to hold on just a little longer. The vampire scratched her chin at the same time, watching what was happening with interest. The vampire behind her said that Kanmok was not responding, and almost all the monsters had already been destroyed. The assistant asked if they should wait until the last gate opened. The vampire ordered him to shut his mouth and let her think. The vampire understood that this was not the power of the Mountain King, the Holy Sword Candidate, or the Holy Knight, and they had no information about him. The blonde frowned, wondering if there was a possibility that he had a high rank, like the military leaders. The vampire in the black cloak and with red hair turned thoughtfully to Carol again. Averting his red eyes from the girl, the vampire exclaimed that there was a scout next to them. The girl opened her eyes in bewilderment and turned around, trying to find the unexpected guest with her gaze. The soldier who had been watching them from behind a tree immediately flinched, frozen in fear. Carol said that he had a lot of questions, so let him bring the scout right away. The vampire immediately disappeared, leaving behind only a black trail. And the soldier immediately tried to hide. The scout took the radio in his hands and tried to shout something, but the vampire was already catching up with him. The soldier shouted loudly that he had found a totem at location B39. He repeated this again, trying to escape. Hyun instantly raised his surprised gaze to Min-hee, frozen in surprise and unexpectedness. Yoon-jong also froze for a moment and opened his eyes wide, not daring to move from surprise. Yoon-ha also widened her eyes, casting a surprised glance at her comrades. The soldiers immediately reloaded their weapons and tensed up even more, preparing for a clash again. All the soldiers were already ready for the next massacre, not sparing themselves or their enemies. The scout shouted that he was being chased, so he doubted that he would be able to escape. And just a moment later, the vampire overturned the boy's body, forcing him to throw away the radio and covering his mouth with his hands. The radio flew too far away, so the soldier would not have been able to reach it in any case. Sergeant Hen immediately shouted to the command center to quickly direct the drones to the designated location. The drones, to which the huge portal was attached, immediately began to move quickly towards Kenjin. Looking up at the sky, Yoon-ha shouted that the future holy swordsman should quickly head there. Then Yoon-jong frowned in response and sharply replied that a second would be enough for him. A moment later, the guy seemed to disappear and his comrades didn't even have time to look back. The vampire continued to stand on the mountainside all this time, watching the battalion from above. The girl frowned and asked with displeasure if that hero had really carried out this attack alone. Yoon-ha exclaimed a moment later that their position had been exposed, so the soldiers should raise their shields. And turning around, the girl noticed a huge monster with a stone body, whose eyes were burning with flame. When the monster, taller than a tree, swung his sword, the girl asked the soldiers to get ready. Then another giant appeared next to them, who again swung his huge weapon, and Ming began to protect his comrades with his shield, while they fired at the monster's bulletproof skin. But the monster broke through the soldier's shield a moment later, causing the soldier to recoil in horror. The soldiers screamed loudly as the monster broke their shield into small pieces. The monster struck at Yoon-ha, but she was able to block it and hold the monster back with her shield. But it took a lot of strength. She clenched her teeth tighter, trying to resist the monster's onslaught. But then, suddenly, the girl turned her angry gaze to what was happening next to her. And then the girl increased her pressure, resisting the monster even more strongly and not allowing it to touch her comrades. A moment later, Yoon-ha was able to knock over the monster's body and the soldiers behind her also fought with them. Yoon-ha shouted loudly that the soldiers should stay away from the monsters since they were wearing possessed armor. The girl screamed that if the soldiers came too close, the place where the monsters touched would rot. Meanwhile, Ming was lying on the ground with an injured shoulder, but the monsters only increased in number. At that very moment, the soldiers were surrounded by 6 huge giants who towered over them. The soldiers fearfully asked the detachment commander what they would do next. Yoon-ha responded by shouting loudly that the soldiers should stand behind her. A moment later, her shield began to glow brightly, And then huge wings appeared from the girl's shield, as if they were the embodiment of bright light. These wings and the light from them could be seen for several kilometers and behind the high beds of trees. The girl then covered the soldiers with a huge dome, protecting her comrades from the monsters. And a moment later, the girl again increased the dome's action, making it even larger. But the monsters only laughed loudly in response, watching the efforts of the squad leader. The giants began to try to break through the dome by swinging their swords or kicking it. Yun said that for 7 minutes, the soldiers would receive the blessing of the holy power inside the dome if there was a chance. Let the military search for the totems. The soldier asked if one girl could really stand up if the giants were so strong. In response, the girl only climbed onto the shield and then jumped off, pushing off from it. She said that she alone would be enough. A moment later, Yunha climbed onto the monster's shoulders, swinging her sword, and he didn't even have time to react. The girl's sword lit up with a soft yellow light that seemed to spray around. The girl decided to use the sacred light, driving the sword into the giant's neck. Yunha tried to cut off the monster's head, opening her eyes wide and straining even more. And just a moment later, the giant's head flew high into the air from which streams of blood flowed. But before the girl had time to come to her senses, another silhouette of a monster appeared behind her. The monster then slammed his comrade's body into his chest, smiling brightly in victory. But the girl easily jumped from one monster's body to another, causing it to freeze for a moment. And just a moment later, the squad leader cut the monster's body, causing the others to involuntarily recoil. Yunha frowned heavily and clenched her teeth tighter as a bright light once again poured out from her sword. The soldiers watched the battle in amazement, not understanding whether holy knights always fought like this. One of the soldiers exclaimed that he now understood why Lieutenant Song was called a berserker when she drew her sword. Having dealt with another giant, the girl deftly jumped away from his corpse and jumped down. But then the girl turned around in fear, not understanding why her holy power had suddenly disappeared. At that very moment, the monster pounced on the girl, laughing loudly, and she rushed towards him. The girl was not going to give up, and so she easily pushed herself away from the monster's body. The giant staggered, but eventually managed to throw Yunha off of him, causing her to fall against a tree. And a moment later, the dome above the frightened soldiers began to disappear, torn at the very top. The girl immediately hurried to stand up, grabbing her sword and ignoring the pain from her fall. A notification has appeared that the curse of Gregory Azazel is spreading, so all holy power in this area will be suppressed. A vampire appeared before Yunha's eyes, with bright green rays emanating from her chest. Noticing her, Yunha immediately opened her eyes wide, looking at the enemy with anger and surprise. Carol said that she would finally be able to see the face of the ignorant holy knight. A certain man ran quickly, and therefore the landscapes before his eyes changed one after another. But then the guy turned around and ran in the other direction as if trying to find someone. But in the end, a vampire appeared before the guy's eyes, who was holding someone's corpse tightly in his hands. And then Yunjong smiled brightly and exclaimed loudly that he had found them. A moment later, Yunjong swung and hit the vampire's hand, and he didn't even have time to look back. But instead of blood, there seemed to be a dark haze at the site of the cut, which dissipated after a moment. But the vampire still recoiled and released his victim, who was already unconscious. Yunjong grabbed onto the soldier's body as he watched the vampire disappear into the dark haze in the air. Yun frowned, not understanding where the smoke could have come from since he didn't feel like he had cut his opponent. After pulling the defenseless boy to the tree, Yun wondered if the vampire had simply disappeared into the darkness. Yun started hitting the guy in the face and screaming, begging Kyung-jin to wake up because if he died, Yun-wook would not give him whiskey. But a moment later, the vampire almost struck Jong, but he recoiled in time. The guy then chuckled and told the vampire that he was hitting too slowly. And then Yun-jong grabbed the soldier's body tightly, sharply pulling them away several meters. The vampire's weapon appeared out of nowhere again, aiming to strike Yun-jong in the back. The guy frowned in response and thought that this smart vampire was keeping up with him. And a moment later, the vampire struck again, this time managing to hit Yun-jong in the stomach. But he failed to finish the guy off. Yun-jong, hugging Ken's body, once again ran away from the blow. The vampire said that he had not previously known what the candidate for the Holy Swordsman, who was chosen for his sword speed, looked like. The vampire said that now it was clear why the squad was defeated, but it was useless against him because he could not be pierced with a sword. The vampire reasoned that killing Yun-jong would be a waste of his abilities. Stretching his hands out towards the boy, the vampire loudly exclaimed an offer for Yunu to join them. He exclaimed that by obtaining the power of a vampire, Yun-jong would be able to climb to the top of the world. Squeezing his hand, the vampire said that the boy could become as chosen as he was. But Yun only ordered the vampire to stop talking nonsense and tell him how he was going to reimburse the cost of his uniform. There was a small cut in Yoon's uniform and blood was visible from underneath. The vampire froze and asked if he was an idiot. The vampire said that simple words do not reach Yoonjong, so he uses the land of Acheron. At the same time, the ground softened and became softer as if pulling Yoonjong down. Yoonjong turned to the unconscious boy and screamed that he would drown if he didn't come to his senses. The vampire said that Yoon's legs were trapped, because the more he moved, the harder he would be pulled down. Yoon turned around and muttered thoughtfully about what he should do with Kenjin since it would be difficult to fight and carry him. Meanwhile, the vampire was already behind Jong, screaming, "Could these really be his last words?" At that moment, Yoonjong tried to move, but his feet only sank deeper into the purple swamp. Yoonjong tried to grab the soldier's body, but the vampire stopped him by cutting his arm. But then the guy pulled a stake out of his small pocket in one motion. As the vampire was about to strike again, Yoonjong almost cut off his hand, frowning heavily. But the vampire appeared behind him and loudly reminded him that he could not be pierced with a blade. But Yoonjong didn't even have time to react because the vampire had already jumped high and ended up above them. The vampire tried to continue attacking, but Yoonjong managed to dodge, albeit at the cost of his legs. The vampire exclaimed that this was a disgrace to the reputation of the candidate for holy swordsman, because his back was completely mangled. But suddenly Yoon ordered the vampire to stop, asking if he was still aiming at his back. Yoon exclaimed that it was a shame for a swordsman to stab someone in the back, so let them fight face to face. For a moment, the vampire froze, looking at the guy who spread his arms out to the sides. The vampire no longer believed that he had offered such a fool to join them, because it was such a shame. Yoonjong responded with a loud agreement, turning his gaze to Kenjin's body in the water. Smiling, Yoon said that the vampire was no longer interested in them, and that he had simply fallen into his trap. The vampire approached him and ordered him to stop bluffing, saying that Yoon was simply lucky with his opponent. Yoon then asked in surprise if a vampire had ever been cut at the speed of light. Frowning heavily, the vampire said that he was already starting to get tired of this conversation. The vampire swung and screamed that he didn't need the madman, so let him just die. But in response, that guy only grinned smugly, looking at his opponent. And just a moment later, Yoonjong's body lit up with a bright light, and then he exhaled heavily. Yoonjong suddenly attacked the vampire with his fists, not giving him time to come to his senses. Yoonjong's entire body was brightly glowing with sunlight, and in just a moment he emerged from the swamp. Under the feet of the future swordsman, the earth began to harden, turning water into stones. And then Yoon suddenly jumped up, approaching the vampire, but he did not lag behind, already swinging his sword. But just a moment later, Yoonjong thrust the sword, which was shining brightly with divine power, into the vampire. The man remained indifferent, swinging his arm sharply over the vampire's head again. In just a moment, Yoonjong began to move quickly in the air, as if cutting through the enemy's silhouette. Then Yoonjong brought the knife to the vampire's mouth, whose skin had turned a sickly gray. For a moment, the guy froze and only frowned more deeply, peering into his opponent's face. And then whole piles of leaves suddenly fell to the ground, as if their tree had been violently shaken. They descended to the ground very slowly, not wanting to be held captive by the land of Acheron. Yoonjong easily cut the vampire's body into small pieces, causing him to fall into his own trap. Yoonjong's speed was unbearably fast, so a normal person wouldn't even have time to notice his actions. After some time, Yoon suddenly stopped with huge clouds of dust floating around him. Yoon said that he used a sword with divine power, so it hurt more, but it was not enough to kill the vampire, so he would have to destroy the totem. The vampire, whose face was covered in blood, screamed that this was simply ridiculous and completely unfair. Yoon said that there was nothing surprising in the vampire's rudeness, since he was cut at the speed of light. The vampire recoiled in fear and whispered softly, calling Yoonjong a freak. And Yoonjong only tightened his grip on the sword in response, saying that he would wash the vampire's mouth with soap. A moment later, the guy managed to cut the vampire into several thousand pieces. Yoonjong abruptly sat down on the floor, and around him, the remains of the vampire's flesh floated and rose into the air. Yoon lay down on the ground, saying that if he increased his metabolism that much again, he would definitely die. At the same time, Carol smiled and said that she wondered what expression the Holy Knight would have when he died. Without giving the girl time to come to her senses, the giant had already hurried to swing at Yoon-ha, who was lying on the ground. The girl turned her frightened gaze to the monster, freezing in fear for a moment. But just a moment later, the giant almost hit Yoon-ha's body, even though she tried to dodge. But then the giant's body was thrown down, causing heavy stones to fall on the girl. Raising her head, the girl noticed Hyun-wook, who jumped out of the portal in the sky. Just a moment later, the guy landed on the ground with ease and the drone continued to watch them. Carol looked at Hen in surprise, raising an eyebrow in confusion and turning sharply to face him. Yunha was also surprised when she looked at the unexpected guy in front of her. The soldiers, whom the dome could barely protect, also looked at the sergeant in surprise. Hen held his weapon behind his back, asking where the soldier Carol was chasing was. The girl only frowned in displeasure and showed her fangs in response, wondering who was in front of her. And just a moment later, Hyun-wook clenched his jaw tighter and approached the girl, barely containing his anger. Hen then shouted loudly, again ordering the vampirist to answer where his squad member was. Hen stood far away from everyone, and the giants froze in place for a moment, looking at their opponents. Carol smiled mockingly and said that Hen had no idea what situation he was in. Carol said that instead of worrying about the dead man, Hen should worry about those who are nearby and could die at any moment. Hyun-wook immediately turned his frightened gaze to his comrades, frowning heavily. A few moments later, the giant swung his arm at the soldiers again, and the dome had already fallen asleep. But then several swords were aimed at the giant, causing him to freeze in place. The blade immediately pierced another giant, but he only laughed loudly in response. Then Hyun-wook shouted loudly and called for the squad leader, who replied that she knew everything. The girl suddenly rose from the ground, jumped high, and plunged the knife into the eye of one of the monsters. Yunha threw the enemy to the ground, and his comrades moved towards the defenseless soldiers. One of the soldiers hid the others behind his back who were trying to help the wounded An-min. But a moment later, the giant was thrown back by his own comrade, loudly knocking him to the ground. Hyun-wook pointed his blades at the monsters, and he even managed to subjugate another one, forcing it to attack its fellow monsters. A rain of steel fell upon the two monsters, cutting their bodies through and through. But then a notification appeared that Hen could control the ghost armor, and then Hen's eyes widened. Now the man could control the living armor, and so Hen screamed loudly as he used the ability. A moment later, one of the monsters raised its head to the sky and red smoke rose from its mouth. The monster's body then began to glow a bright blue color, and several blades were thrust into its chest. Then the giant suddenly attacked his comrade, causing him to fall to the ground and cough up blood. The soldiers looked at this in surprise, staggering in fear and clutching their weapons tighter. Yunha was also distracted for just a moment, watching the battle between the two comrades in surprise. Even the vampire froze for a moment, watching Hen with wide eyes in surprise. The girl loudly exclaimed that it was Hyun-wook who had ruined all her fun. Having subdued another monster, Hen asked again what other fun the vampire was talking about. Hen exclaimed that if Carol wanted to remain with two fangs, then he should give up a member of his squad. As Yunha thrust the sword deeper into the monster's throat, she stood there in bewilderment for a moment. But a moment later, the monster easily crawled away from the girl, almost kicking her. Laughing, Carol said she was disappointed with Hen, considering how dramatic his entrance had been. But suddenly Hyun-wook looked away, realizing that it was too early for him to act. Meanwhile, it seemed as if a bright spark was flying through the forest, leaving behind a blue trail. Carol said that the area attack was impressive, so she looked forward to what Hen would do next. But then, with a heavy sigh, the vampire asked if stealing the ghost armor was the best he could do. Carol said that Hen can't even use holy power, so what hope does he have, having only two ghost armors with him? But Hen kept his gaze fixed on the blue energy in the air, suddenly realizing that it was time for him to strike. Hen bowed his head and said that Carol was right, because for now it was difficult for him to resist her in any way. Then, in response, the blonde smiled smugly, looking playfully at Hen. But a moment later, a brightly glowing faint-loud arrow flew into the girl's face. Hen, controlling the arrow, exclaimed sharply that this was why he would change the situation. And just a moment later, the blonde's body was thrown off the mountain, and green energy dissipated around her. The girl flew quite far away because the arrow continued to catch up with her everywhere. At that moment, Gregory Azazel's curse began to disappear. Yunha exclaimed that her holy power was returning to her. Hyun ran forward, ordering Yunha to deal with the remaining ghost armor. Hen ordered the rest of the soldiers to search for and destroy the totems as quickly as possible. Yunha exclaimed that Hyun-wook should team up with Choi Yoon and set out on a journey. Yoon screamed that Kenjin's life depended on this, so they couldn't waste time. But just a few moments later, the guy had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a trail of blue energy. Arrow Fainlote continued to catch up with her enemy, following closely behind the vampiress. Carol tried to run away, suddenly realizing that this was no ordinary arrow, but rather Tristan's Fainlote. And Hyun-wook was already following her, running at breakneck speed after his opponent. Jumping forward sharply and frowning, the sergeant decided to use metal detection. And then Hen managed to notice among the trees the arrow of Fainut, who was quickly chasing the vampire. Then Hen gripped his spear tighter and sped up his run, finally reaching the desired point. Carol let out a startled cry as Fainlote nearly touched her chest, finally catching up. And a few moments later, the arrow had already approached the girl's chest, about to pierce her chest. The arrow pierced a small gold decoration on Carol's shirt, causing it to fall apart. Then Hen pierced the vampire's chest with a spear, again exclaiming that she must return his comrade to him. Then the guy pierced the vampire again with a spear, and rivers of blood immediately flowed from her chest. The dagger, which also obeyed Hen, tried to mess around with her body again. But a moment later, the knife seemed to be pushed away, causing it to fly in the opposite direction. At that moment, the vampire's shoulders began to burn with a bright flame, but the arrow was unable to pierce her heart. A few moments later, small black horns began to grow from the girl's head. But after a moment, the horns grew larger and took on a sharper, more angular shape. Hyun-wook looked at the vampire with bewilderment, still holding the spear tightly in his hands. Carol, dressed in black, said she was not just upset, but rather disappointed. The brunette exclaimed that she couldn't believe that she had to reveal her true form in front of someone like Hen. Bright rays emanated from the girl's body, and Hen tried to dodge them using his steel physique. Then the vampire flew into the sky, holding a spear in her hands, and Hen tried to run away from her. The girl said she didn't believe she had fallen for the obvious trick of someone who couldn't find a better use for Fainlote. The girl held the arrow tightly in her hands, continuing to look angrily at the guy. Hyun-wook, meanwhile, leaned tiredly against a tree, and a thin stream of blood flowed from his mouth. Carol asked if this was the guy who had made the executive-level area attack. Hen asked if it was that important. He exclaimed that if Carol did not tell where his comrade was, he would repeat what he had done. Carol exclaimed that it was important because she couldn't leave until she saw the despair on the face of the boy who had ruined her plans. But suddenly a red web appeared around Hen, drinking blood and appearing out of nowhere. Carol covered the entire area with webbing, and Hen realized that its coverage range exceeded all expectations. Perhaps it would cover the entire area. Hen was almost caught in a web, wondering if they had planned all of this and what they wanted. Meanwhile, even the management quarter became engulfed in a red web that had already seeped everywhere. The web grabbed onto the corpses of people who had recently died in a heavy battle. And a moment later, the revived corpses began to rise from the floor, blindly following the web. The dead man screamed loudly, his fangs grew and his eyes turned black. The girl exclaimed sharply that Hen would meet the one he was so desperately trying to find. At the same time, the web slowly penetrated even into the underground bunker, engulfing the entire army. The web also captured Won Seok's mutilated corpse, which lay helplessly on the ground. In a frightened voice, Hen decided to ask Carol, who was looking at him indifferently again. Carol smiled after a moment and said that Hen would not be happy about this meeting, since all her subordinates were killed. Hen screamed loudly, ordering Carol to stop it immediately. Carol responded with a puzzled question as to what was wrong. She said that if Hyun was so concerned about his comrades, he should kill them with his own hands. At the same time, Won became a monster. In the management quarter, the invasion of these monsters was still continuing. Somewhere up there, above the mountain, a demonic web was visible, which was the instigator of all the chaos. Near the entrance to the bunker, soldiers warned others to be careful because of these dead people. They evaded the invasion as best they could and then noticed someone in the distance. In their opinion, that person was Lee Hyun-wook. The battles continued and there was no end in sight. The demonic spider continued to sow discord even more, releasing more webs. She asked Hyun-wook if he had used all his strength and if this was all he could do. The girl continued to release new webs, attacking, and Hyun-wook tried to fight back. Hyun-wook continued to try to fend off the woman's attacks. He became entangled in more and more webs. The young man swung his blade, trying to fight back again and again. The girl asked him why he was sad and said that he couldn't die before they arrived. She then added that she was very curious to see how his face would reflect the despair at the sight of his dead comrades. At that moment, Hyun-wook admitted that the pressure was stronger than he could have expected. He neutralized Gregory Azazel's curse with Failnote so he could use holy power again. But the totem's buff was still in effect, increasing his opponent's power, so using holy power now was a waste of mana. In such a critical situation, the young man saw only one way out. He tried to gather all his strength into a fist and said that she crossed the line first. The next moment, he activated the Crown of Light and Darkness and was about to risk his life and cross the line as well. He turned on the darkness mode and was going to use their own buff and answer, poison with poison. The demonic girl didn't understand where this guy got such a level of dark power from. Hyun-wook didn't listen to what she was saying. He shouted that he would swallow all her darkness with even more darkness. Now this fight could be considered equal in some sense. The girl tried to fight off the young man's attacks on her, but it was weak. Realizing why his opponent was also going to attack, the young man turned on his steel physique. The upper part of his body was modified and now looked more like steel. The young man roared and was about to strike his opponent again. The two were worthy opponents, but Hyun-wook's strength was still slightly superior to the demon's. The girl couldn't believe that he had deliberately turned to the dark attribute to use the totem buff. His madness was so great. Hyun-wook was glad that he was finally able to do something. But the attacker had no intention of backing down, but on the contrary went on the attack even more recklessly. The system gave Hyun-wook a new notification that he had entered a berserk state. The young man realized that everything had not gone according to plan, and he urgently needed to pull himself together. At the same time, the swordsman was carrying someone on his shoulder and looking at the webs in the sky. Then he looked forward and realized that things weren't so simple. Before him were unconscious leaders who were now being played with as if they were puppets. The young man couldn't believe that the evil attackers had gotten to them all. He looked down on all these men, assessing the criticality of the situation. And then he put the soldier he was carrying on the ground and said that he didn't like it either. But he made a deal with the current leader of the squad for expensive liquor, so he will have to kill them all. The swordsman's main goal now was to protect one very specific guy. So he rushed into battle, asking his leaders for forgiveness along the way and wishing them to rest in peace. The fight between Hyun-wook and that woman continued. The young man made more and more attacks on her, and she only managed to fly to the side. One of the strong attacks hit her, and the girl screamed from the pain it caused her. But in the end, this attack did not kill her, but only provoked her even more. Hyun-wook, in a berserk state with burning eyes, told her that he would kill her. The girl said that he couldn't even control himself. The darkness had already produced him, so he wouldn't be able to overcome it. The young man had no intention of exchanging unnecessary words with her, but simply attacked again and again. He raised his weapon to strike, and at that moment he looked the least like a man. The vampire said that the young man was crazy, and her face reflected a fear she had never seen before. But still, she was able to dodge this blow and still remained alive. At the same time, another man entered the fight and attacked from above. He attacked Hyun-wook directly, distracting him from his fight with the demon. It was his old ally Won-seok who had long since lost his composure. The two men fought each other, but it was clear who had the advantage. The next moment, throwing aside all his prejudices, Hyun-wook hit Won-seok. Hyun-wook's opponent screamed about why he irritates her, and she will finish him and his comrades in one blow. She released her demonic web again and tried to pierce the two fighters, but both of them deftly jumped away, dodging the blow. The next moment, Won-seok's body was struck by Hyun-wook's spear. Hyun-wook grabbed his opponent by the throat with a steel grip and began to kill. At some point, it seemed that a glimmer of normalcy appeared in his eyes. The young man understood that he needed to quickly pull himself together and pull himself together. It seemed to him that someone was calling for help, someone very familiar. Then his consciousness was struck by several dozen more cries for help from the voices of his comrades. Hyun-wook felt like all these people were dragging him down and not letting him breathe. So he stopped his attack on Won-seok for a while. His consciousness returned to Hyun-wook's body, still clouded, but his. He let go of Won-seok, who had been attacking him before. And then the system issued another warning that Hyun-wook's despair and anger had exceeded the limit due to the dark power. After this, a new notification sounded that the young man had fulfilled a hidden condition to unlock a new attribute of the item. There was now a blue flame shining around Hyun-wook, which was trying to burn everything around. It was as if he had acquired new strength, granted to him by the heavens themselves and the will of fate. Now this hellish flame around him could burn endlessly until the dark force was exhausted. The vampire girl thought that even she was seeing something like this for the first time. The moment things started to smell bad, she decided it was time to get out. But it was too late because Hyun-wook launched a new attack on her. He raised his spear into the air again and was about to strike harder. The vampire screamed as if all her insides were being put through a meat grinder. Hyun-wook had no plans to stop this torture and was now ready to fight again. At that moment, the vampire said that his comrades would stop trying to bring him back and kill him. There was a loud explosion in the middle of the mountains that surrounded the military barracks. The bloodied Hyun-wook smirked and was about to answer something. He said that his comrades would not turn away from him, but would risk their lives to save him, just as he had done for them. Now that the obsessive woman was gone and the young man returned to his normal state. In his hand, he held something vaguely resembling an eye made of fabric. While absorbing this artifact, Hyun-wook contacted the support squad and asked for a report on the survivors. The soldiers replied that Private Junmo and Sunmo were alive, but Min-tae was wounded. Hyun-wook smiled at this information, and the system gave him a notification about the new relic. The young man told his partners that the key target had been destroyed, and they needed to go to the squad leader. After finishing speaking, Hyun-wook coughed up blood without expecting it. The military support detachment noticed this change in the young man's condition and approached him. And he began to remember all the battles of the day and thought that he had overdone it. But there was no time to talk. The boss monster had already awakened. Hyun-wook suddenly threw his spear in the direction from where the monster's roar was heard. Then, grabbing the weapon back, he decided to fight back manually. The monster was approaching. The young man ordered the support squad to evacuate everyone from the area, and he himself was ready for battle. Suddenly, instead of following the order, one of the soldiers ran straight to Hyun-wook. At this time, the young man tried to activate his steel physique with all his might. But the system issued a warning that Hyun-wook's body refused to use the skill. The monster's attack was already approaching the young man, and he only understood that he could not stop this boss. The private was still running towards Hyun-wook, shouting something. Maybe he wanted to help. And when Hyun-wook was about to take the fatal blow with his eyes closed, something happened. Something pounced on the monster and defeated it with one blow. A blast wave passed through the forest, the second in the last few minutes. Sergeant Hyun-wook opened his eyes and couldn't believe what was happening in front of his nose. That boss monster's weapon simply landed on the ground in front of him and didn't attack anymore. And some white tiger was cutting the remains of the monster into small pieces somewhere nearby. This tiger looked like someone's ability. It didn't have any hostility towards the military. The next moment, the animal tore off the boss monster's head with such ease as if it cost him nothing. Hyun-wook was surprised and shocked for the umpteenth time that day, and the soldiers from the support squad could not understand what had just happened. They both looked at what was happening and shrank. A military helicopter hovered in the sky, and the animal continued to tear the boss monster to pieces. That helicopter started to descend, and it seemed like someone really wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. A few seconds later, a man landed on the ground. Ugu was dressed in the same military uniform that everyone else present at the scene was wearing. It was none other than the commander. The man asked if everyone was okay. The ordinary soldiers were glad that the battalion commander had arrived to help them. Hyun-wook tried to shove his Achilles spear into his inventory as quickly as possible. A system notification sounded that the event participants had defeated the boss monster. The man with the tiger's ability was glad that he was not too late. Somewhere on the ground there was a totem lying to which chains were now stretching, which were Hyun-wook's ability. The man turned to Hyun-wook and asked him if he had really been given access to the battalion's arsenal. And then he noticed that the young man had moved everything from the arsenal with him. It seemed that the battalion terror incident had been resolved for now, so the commander wanted to hear the report. The young man was in no hurry to report. He continued to absorb everything he saw along the way. Then he greeted the commander and reported everything, not keeping silent about the fact that this terrorist act that affected the battalion was planned by 5 players. 4 of the 5 players were killed and 1 was captured and imprisoned. During the execution, most of the military leadership went missing. In fact, everyone knew perfectly well the reason for such a disappearance, but no one wanted to put one of their own at risk. The losses among ordinary soldiers still had to be counted because, in the heat of battle, there was no time for this. It was expected that all remaining monsters would soon be dealt with by the battalion members. Thus, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the battalion had successfully carried out anti-terrorist protection. The sun of a new day was finally coming upon the city, putting an end to all the horrors of the night. The commander smiled and said that Hyun-wook's reports always contained exactly what he wanted to hear. Realizing that it was all over, one of the soldiers almost burst into tears on the spot. He looked at the sky and thought that the sun should have risen by such and such a time. He then pointed to the sky and asked why it remained dark then. Then Hyun-wook's voice was heard again, addressing the battalion commander. The young man said that, alas, this time he would have to hear something he would not like. The battalion commander's face twisted into a strange grimace, based on the number of gates Hyun-wook saw while commanding around Seoul. It looked like the terrorist attack and the evil gathering zone event were just the beginning. Where the sun of a new day was already shining, a black dome hung in the middle of the city. Hyun-wook continued to say that the terrorists' real goal was to initiate the 4th wave that people were so afraid of. And the starting point for this was right here in Seoul. The wave was the worst disaster presented in this game. Everyone knew it. The soldiers in the detachment were immediately overcome with shock and panic due to such bad news. The commander gritted his teeth and became angry that he had failed to guess the purpose of those people from the very beginning. He ordered everyone to return to the battalion and prepare for reassembly, and appointed Hyun-wook as the leader there. The young man clearly felt unwell. His body was shaking from his wounds. He was in the process of assimilating the Demon Legion medal, and his physical condition made it difficult to bear the pain. When Hyun-wook fell to the ground unconscious, the commander and soldiers noticed it and shouted his name. Sergeant Hyun-wook had trouble hearing what was going on around him, but he was alive. At this time, he began to remember something from his past life. The swordsman asked him why he was sure that the fifth wave would start in Singapore. At this time, Hyun-wook stood at the board and tried to explain to several dozen elite fighters what they should do. He looked much older and his voice was a little different, but it was still Hyun-wook. According to him, everything was surprisingly simple. The first wave happened in California. The second wave with the orcs happened in Shanghai. Everyone already remembered it. The third wave was in Berlin with plant monsters that destroyed everything in their path. And even the fourth wave happened in Seoul, where everything was on fire and lightning was shooting from the sky. A common feature of all these places was the frequency of high-level gates appearing 3 months before the wave. Those present agreed and asked, "What about the villains blocking the way?" Hyun-wook replied that the villains were stronger and armed with more powerful equipment. And during the fourth wave, the heroes managed to stop the Mistletoe. This is all thanks to the sacrifices of many heroes such as Lee Sun-yoon, Han Tae-sang, Choi Jun-chul, Kim Kong-suk, and Steve Marin. The man gritted his teeth and said that the villains were extremely difficult to defeat because they could trigger a wave. For people killed during the wave, they were given experience and rewards that made them stronger. But according to Hyun-wook, everything should have been different now because they knew where the next target was. Instead of being playthings in the hands of villains, they could prepare to fight back. That idea alone was a reason to act. They had at least some chance of winning. In Hyun-wook's past, heroes of different levels gathered at the base of the army of the last resistance of humanity. One day, a strange guest came to their doorstep. They immediately aimed several charged attacks at this man and just waited for him to move to shoot. Suddenly, the man started talking, addressing someone as a friend. One of the resistance members immediately turned to Hyun-wook and asked him what was going on. She didn't understand how he could bring a stranger here at such a critical moment, because she had asked him not to do this under any circumstances. Hyun-wook vouched for that man, saying that they needed him and that he was the same as them. The girl's eyes did not reflect any particular sympathy towards this newcomer after Hyun-wook's speech. Then he himself moved towards the man and greeted him with a smile. The man also thanked the person for coming to them at all and deciding to take such a step. This new arrival was none other than Gordon Precy, the stuff of legends. A few hours later, the sound of glasses being clinked to celebrate our acquaintance was already heard throughout the base. Some girl thanked Gordon for the orichalcon he sent them this time, and he said that he was glad to be of service. But he was curious about what exactly they did with the item he had kindly provided. The senior blacksmith did not understand why this man was interested in secret information. She approached the man, asking him if he was a villain by any chance, to which he waved her off. At this time, somewhere in the corner, a spider was spinning its web, not caring at all about what surrounded it. The girl immediately said with a blissful expression that she was joking. She also added that she really wanted to tell him, but she couldn't. The man agreed that this information would not be available to him for now. He opened one eye as if he was planning something, but didn't want to show it. The man's smile was not sincere, and as soon as he failed to find out anything, he moved on. Somewhere at the other end of the room, away from the noise, stood Hyun-wook. He looked humbly at the view from the window with a calm and slightly sad expression on his face. Suddenly, someone's words were heard throughout the entire hall, saying that Hyun-wook was a pathetic scumbag. It was the swordsman who told him about the importance of socialization and that there was no need to kill the mood. Hyun-wook didn't understand what the man was talking about at all, since he was just standing by the window and not bothering anyone. But he still decided to ask for forgiveness, bowing his head, which made it seem like he was crying. This kind of fun reminded him of his lost comrades. He reproached himself for not being strong enough to save them. Then the swordsman gave him a light blow on the shoulder and said that this blow was filled with the grievances of fallen comrades. And after that, he asked if it was possible to change the past, or if Hyun-wook was counting on going back in time like a hero from a comic book. He advised the man to look at what he had achieved in the present and how many people he had saved thanks to his abilities. If it weren't for him, the mages from the Portal Squad would have been blown up on the front lines, and the masters from the Blacksmith Squad would have become slaves of the villains. The casualty rate of their search party wouldn't have been 9% if it weren't for Hyun-wook. And in the end, they would all be dead if it weren't for this man and his abilities. The swordsman tried to convey all this, but he didn't succeed very well. Hyun-wook said that if he had a chance to go back to the past, he would want to save everyone every time he went on a new mission. After all, he still couldn't get those they had lost out of his head. But these people fought knowing that they could die just like them. And it was Hyun-wook who saved the resistance all this time. So his partner advised him to stop moping and concentrate on his job as the leader of their squad. And then he finally revealed his true motive by saying that the only thing they could do now was get some booze. The girl from the security detachment said that she would not tolerate such harassment of the commander by the swordsman. And then she added that with his help, he only continued to spoil Hyun-wook's mood. In the end, she sent the poor guy away to drink his favorite rum, far away from the commander. And she herself addressed everyone present, asking them not to pay attention to Yoon-jung and his alcoholism. After finishing the showdown, the girl asked if Hyun-wook was okay. She said that they were all his protectors here, and it was their direct duty to protect him. Yoon-jung, who was being dragged out the door, said that the girl was overprotective of him. A wave of laughter from all the people present swept through the hall. Some laughed so hard at Yoon-jung's words that they almost folded in half. Gordon Prezy said they all seemed very friendly. Putting his robe back on and getting ready to leave, he said it was nice to see, if a little awkward. Under one of the buildings, there were two people discussing something and complaining that the shifts were mixed up. They were left to be glad that the food supply included instant noodles. They were thinking about getting a pack of noodles after their shift when they suddenly noticed someone leaving the building. When they asked the man where he was going, he replied that he had fulfilled his role here and the guards could also go and rest. They didn't understand what this strange man in the hood was getting at, so they asked again what exactly he meant. But before they could finish the question, blood was spilled, and huge monsters attacked them. More and more monsters continued to emerge from behind him, heading straight for the headquarters building. They ran into the temporary shelter of the resistance forces and killed everyone they could reach. One man hid behind the wall, trying not to make a sound and clutching a radio in his hands. He shouted into the radio about the intruders, but this immediately doomed him to death as he was heard by the monster. An explosion was heard in the building and half of the wall collapsed to the ground. The girl who had been calming Hyun-wook turned around at the sound, frightened. Swordsman Yoon also did not hide his surprise at such a sudden invasion of their territory. The man from the combat squad looked back with a similar expression on his face, and roughly understood where this was all heading. And the blacksmith girl, who had been drinking calmly before, almost choked on her alcohol from surprise. Hyun-wook addressed everyone present and, with madness in his voice, gave the order for everyone to disperse to their positions. Some of the people from the resistance forces were already doomed to death by the explosion itself. They were attacked by monsters with glowing red eyes and bloody armor. First, Hyun-wook's orders were to evacuate the important guest, Gordon. But he was informed that Gordon Precy had disappeared from the territory, which left Hyun-wook even more shocked. People continued to report that more and more blocks were being covered with iron shutters for protection. But 2 blocks were still out of control due to the number of monsters there and the speed of their movements. The monsters moved as if they knew the layout of the building and the resistance would not last long. Hyun-wook gradually began to understand the situation, regret his decisions, and become enraged. He ordered everyone to leave the base as quickly as possible, and he himself was going to hold off the monsters until everyone evacuated. More monsters, smaller and larger, with different types of weapons and abilities, gathered near the building. The villains also arrived on time, complaining that it was too noisy here and that they could have simply sent the leadership on this mission. They did not understand why it was so necessary to send an entire army here to destroy these resistance forces. One of the villains seemed terribly scary to everyone else. He seemed to be the strongest of them. Hyun-wook turned around abruptly when he heard a horn sound somewhere in the distance. He still couldn't tell if he was imagining it. But from their positions, they immediately began to report that target number 1, the necromancer, was here. They also said that high-ranking villains had been spotted in the area. Here gathered all those who wanted to annoy Hyun-wook and his pathetic resistance so much that they went out of their way to do so. The sentries continued to talk about their headquarters being attacked by an army of villains. Hyun-wook, who certainly didn't expect this, cursed and thought about his plan for a few seconds. The search party was gathering at the location of the first target, and Hyun-wook, hearing this, asked what they were doing. The monsters spread further and further, and the people tried to escape on Hyun-wook's orders. Yoon-jung reported that the first target had been discovered, and even the leaders of the villains were there. Hyun-wook shouted that they weren't ready to use the Mowgli yet, so they shouldn't have rushed into battle so recklessly. The next moment, he jumped out of the window and headed somewhere towards the attackers. He shouted that if something went wrong, everyone here could die because of him and his negligence. Yoon-jung dragged the head of the defense squad along with him to quickly deal with the villains, but he shouted that he was not ready yet. The swordsman said that they had joined the squads knowing the risks, so now was the time to get together. Hyun-wook looked visibly lousy. He understood that everyone wanted to achieve their goal, but not at such a cost. The blacksmith reported over the radio that the underground workshop had been reinforced so much that it could withstand even a meteorite strike. The girl was going to help everyone end this hell with the help of the crazy weapon she created. The army of monsters did not slow down for a second, continuing to walk at the same pace as if marching. Yoon-jin asked Hyun-wook if he wanted to regret the past even more right now. But the man no longer listened to him, but rushed into battle against this huge and terrifying army. He remembered all those who once helped him survive, and now he fought for them. He began giving orders to the squad of blacksmiths to install the Mowgli, and to the search party to protect the portal. Everyone accepted his instructions and were ready to carry them out to the last. Hyun-wook said that today, right here, they will eliminate the #1 target, the Necromancer. Without a second's hesitation, Yoon-jin shouted that the order had been accepted. The poor guy from the defense squad was still wondering how he got there in the first place, and was scared, but he accepted the order. The blacksmith girl had nothing to lose, so she also accepted the commander's order in an even tone. Dozens of drones with magical fields, apparently the work of the resistance, rose into the air above the base. The necromancer continued to sit slouchedly on his mobile throne, as if he were absent. At this time, his army continued to go into battle against the resistance forces, as if seeing them as the main enemy. Yunjian quickly cut down the monsters and reported on more and more captured points. Thus, with combined forces, 4 points were already captured. The necromancer finally came to his senses, realizing that his army was somehow starting to lose its advantage. At this time, disagreements arose among the blacksmiths regarding the concealment of the unpreparedness of the repair work. The girl said that if she had reported this, Hyun-wook would not have taken advantage of the only chance in his life. The system was issuing warnings about the metal control limit, and Hyun-wook knew that one mistake and he would kill his comrades with his own hands. More and more new fields for attacking monsters appeared above the base. The army needed to be dealt with as quickly as possible. The necromancer finally rose from his makeshift throne and appeared before the people. This happened just at the moment when a huge sword with a red blade began to fall out of the large field. Hyun-wook believed that this one blow was meant to protect everyone. Now the entire success of the plan relied on this very sword of the Mowglis, the material for which was provided to them by the enemy. The necromancer looked up in horror at the huge weapon flying straight at him. This technique was called Steel Rain, and it struck like a meteorite, creating a crater and cracks. Not long before, technicians had been working to accurately predict the impact zone of the maglev. The girl blacksmith asked everyone for forgiveness for being such an incompetent craftsman. Then she thanked all the staff for everything they had done. Magli was ready for a snack. For a split second, a sadness flashed in the blacksmith's eyes that was somehow incomprehensible to her. She smiled somewhere at the sky and said that she expected Hyun-wook to see this through to the end. At this time, Hyun-wook was just summoning the Muggles, unaware of what was happening on the other side. As the huge sword fell to the ground, all the skeletons and monsters that were nearby were thrown back. Yoon-jin and his partner took up positions so as not to be thrown back by the blast wave. The sky and earth caught fire from the powerful blow, and dust rose around the blade. Hyun-wook floated in the air, still unaware of the consequences of his recent actions. When he opened his eyes, he saw a burning sky, a destroyed earth, and the rubble of buildings. The lifeless bodies of the monsters lay on the ground, never able to rise again. Some of the resistance group was alive, while others were destined to die in battle. Hyun-wook turned to everyone and asked them to report the survival status of each squad. In the security squad that continued the fight, all members were alive and continued to deal with the monsters. Yoon-jin and his partner were also still alive and well, ready to fight. They reported that the search party and portal party had lost contact with 60% of their members. And while Hyun-wook was trying to contact the blacksmith squad who were not responding, someone shouted that the necromancer had survived. There, among the tongues of flame and ashes, walked a man who looked somewhat like a madman. It was that same enraged necromancer whom even the fire around him could not kill. The military reported that the necromancer was suffering from terrible wounds. Yoon-jin spoke to Hyun-wook saying that the meteorite had worked and the time had come. Now they finally have a chance to completely destroy the necromancer. The commander ordered the security squad to continue fighting and destroy the remaining monsters and villains. The girl turned to Hyun-wook and asked where he was going alone without them, to which the man replied that it would be difficult to deal with these monsters that had penetrated the shelter with their current strength. Everyone understood perfectly well that the security detachment would need reinforcements. The girl ordered all members of the security squad to join the fight, and she herself was heading somewhere. When asked where she was going, the commander answered briefly that she wanted to follow Chief Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook thought that if he killed the necromancer, everything would end and the freedom of humanity was just around the corner. He lifted heavy buildings into the air with his ability and dragged them along with him. The young man continued to make efforts to produce this powerful attack. Several buildings were about to collapse on the necromancer, and this would put an end to the old world. The necromancer looked up with the same fear in his eyes, which was strange because he was doing almost nothing. Then buildings and hundreds of swords flew straight at the necromancer's head. Hyun-wook put in more and more effort each time, completely ignoring his physical condition. The necromancer found himself under the rubble, bleeding. A blue glow emanated from the center of the area, as if coming from a precious stone. Hyun-wook headed straight there to see the consequences of his actions and the necromancer's last moments. He greeted the necromancer, who had already been pierced by several swords. Hyun-wook asked what kind of expression he had if he had killed tens of billions of people and didn't even mention injustice. The man tried to say something with his eyes wide open, but Hyun-wook didn't give him a chance to justify himself and simply cut off his head with just one blow. This may have been another bad decision Hyun-wook made in his life. He turned on the radio and said that target number 1 had been destroyed by his hands. The girl who ran to his aid was perplexed by the necromancer's quick death. The two men who were fighting off the monster's attacks also didn't understand what was going on here. The skeleton's eyes flared with purple flame once again, and then they went out as if forever. It seemed that the horror was now over. The entire numerous army of monsters fell to the ground, like dominoes. Self-defense forces units reported that the monsters in their areas had stopped moving. The villains were still raging, for example. The same villain with the vines was still killing people. Yunjen advised everyone to concentrate their firepower on the villains because today was the day they would liberate humanity. The fighters' blades glowed with a warm light as if their owners were full of hope. Other fighters created energy fields and cast more and more spells. The villains who were sent on this mission were clearly not happy that they agreed to it so easily. One of them thought how much everyone was annoying her and what that gloomy guy was doing. At the same time, a line of dragons with exactly the same purple eyes as the skeletons had was advancing on the city. The system announced the Soul Download, a special ability of the necromancer that was activated after the conditions were met. Hyun-wook watched all this dragon attack and had no idea what was going on. The system continued to give out some numbers, and only when the percentage reached 30, Hyun-wook understood what it meant. The realization hit him like a gust of ice water, and the man recoiled in disbelief. The percentage of transition was already 70, and there was nowhere to go. One of the flying dragons landed on the ground somewhere near Hyun-wook. The conversion rate was a critical 99%, which was already very bad. The necromancer appeared in front of some young man, saying that he was that young man, and that young man was him. The poor fellow's eyes immediately filled with darkness, and he no longer had any consciousness of his own. The soul download was 100% complete. The transfer of the mind into the new body was complete. Hyun-wook was trembling as a previously unknown person stood in front of him next to the dragon. The necromancer spread his hands and summoned more dragons, saying that darkness would come. The eyes of the skeletons that had been lying on the ground began to light up with purple lights again, and the countless army of the necromancer rose from its knees again as if coming to life. The night of death was declared, when all the dead were subject to the necromancer. Hyun-wook shouted a few curse words and realized that this had all been a simple provocation from the start. The necromancer smiled evilly. It was too much fun for him to watch Hyun-wook suffer. The monsters continued to recover. Even those hit by the meteorite continued to rise. It was becoming increasingly difficult for the resistance groups to deal with such enemy pressure. In addition to the dead who came back to life for the second time, there were also villains who came here with them. All this made this mission extremely difficult and almost impossible. More and more explosions were heard in the city, but the resistance group could do nothing. Hyun-wook's pupils narrowed as he realized his stupidity and helplessness. He shouted for all his allies to evacuate quickly and not resist, but simply run. The necromancer couldn't wait any longer and immediately rushed to attack Hyun-wook, armed with a knife. At that moment, they clashed in a duel that promised to be the last for one of them. Hyun-wook immediately used body enhancement to avoid being hit. But this was of little help because the necromancer's power was too great that it could break the enhancement. As a result, Hyun-wook was thrown back several dozen meters by a powerful blow. The entire city was ablaze, mostly due to the dragons flying in the sky. Hyun-wook howled in pain as his limbs were bent at unnatural angles. The necromancer used the ability of the player he had absorbed and created a fireball. The next second, he sent the ball straight towards Hyun-wook. The fire burned the edges of his clothes and the skin that was left exposed. Hyun-wook was in pain, but he had to keep fighting. Then his partner, who was the commander of the defense squad, appeared, telling him to pull himself together and survive. He asked her what she was doing and why she wasn't running. Yoon-ha refused to run and said that she was his shield and his first life belonged to her. The necromancer felt a little ignored, so he increased his attack. Now he used another ability of another absorbed player. Yoon-ha tried to save Hyun-wook at any cost, even at the cost of her own life. by covering him with her body. She was able to somehow help Hyun-wook so that he dodged the necromancer's attack. But this was far from the last danger. Someone with a huge hammer in his hand was already rushing to attack the two people hanging in the air. The villain wore a mask with a beak and swung his weapon left and right, destroying everything in his path. In the end, Yoon-ha and Hyun-wook landed on the ground in different places, having been scattered by that hammer. Yoon-jin noticed this and shouted at Hyun-wook, as if checking if he was still alive. But the next moment his own body was pierced with a spear, and this wound was clearly incompatible with life. He ended up being killed by one of the villains who came on this mission. The villain with the vines was also going crazy, trying to find more interesting victims. He pierced more and more people with man-eating vines, reaching the commander of the portal squad. Somewhere else, there was a villain with the ability to possess insects similar to bees or bumblebees. These same insects were now approaching Yoon-ha, who was unable to move due to the injuries she had received. The girl kept only one eye open and already understood that she had to say goodbye to life. A woman appeared in front of her from whose mouth more and more insects were flying out. Somewhere at the other end of all this chaos sat another girl. She looked quite mysterious, and the space around her did not look real at all. She held a butterfly on her finger and ordered the insects to wriggle less. Hyun-wook was lying on the ground the whole time, a tear was rolling down his eye, and he was asking for something. He tried to ask his comrades to run, but they could not hear him and died again and again before his eyes. From somewhere on the other side, someone's rather familiar measured steps were heard. Hyun-wook didn't pay any attention to them and continued to pray to the common people that they would just survive. A man in a hooded robe and a mask with a long beak approached the place where Hyun-wook was sprawled. But this mask did not prevent the commander from recognizing this man as Gordon Pressey. The man could not believe that Gordon had betrayed them. As soon as he asked about the betrayal, a new explosion was heard very close by. Gordon said it looked like the civilian safe zone was almost cleared. Hyun-wook continued to cry uncontrollably and blame himself for everything because he was the one who trusted the villain. Gordon said that it was not Hyun-wook's fault because he simply lived the way the system told him to. Ignorance prevented him from realizing that the Guardian was capable of becoming a villain. Hyun-wook said that he couldn't even imagine that it was not the monsters, but the players themselves who were destroying humanity. Gordon then began to remove his mask, addressing Hyun-wook as the last hero of humanity, the Great Emperor of Steel. But then he abruptly corrected himself, calling him simply a low-ranking Lee Hyun-wook. Gordon said that it was they, the chosen divine beings, who judged humanity. Hen objected, because this man in front of him was a villain. But he spoke like a god. All this could not have happened if only he knew how to become stronger. Gordon listened to this whole tirade about strength and smirked, asking if Hyun-wook felt wrong. The man said that it was not a shame because nothing would have changed if he had found out earlier. These words made Hyun-wook fall into even greater despair. Was there really no escape from this evil? Gordon continued to talk about how the fate of an incompetent low-ranking officer would have remained the same. That was the end that awaited him, and this end, according to him, suited Hyun-wook. The villain's hammer was raised over the head of the lowest rank, and a second before his death, Hyun-wook screamed Gordon Pressey's name at the top of his lungs, and then he heard the dripping of water somewhere in the distance. The sound got closer and closer until it became deafening, and at that moment Hyun-wook opened his eyes again, filled with tears. He realized that he was still in another life and was now in the hospital. His faithful companion Jun-mo sat next to him the whole time, seeming worried. After looking around the room a little more, Hyun-wook noticed that there were still many people there who for some reason were talking about Hyun-wook crying. According to them, if such a heartless king cried, then something was wrong with him. Their restless dialogues and phrases were interrupted by Hyun-wook's voice, which pulled them up. The young man told them all that he had simply seen a tragic future and that there was nothing wrong with the tears. The military began to ask again about the future and about the word tragic in connection with it. And at that moment, Hyun-wook thought that it would be better not to tell them this nonsense now. So he said he saw a future that would never happen again, one that he would change at any cost. There was a crowd of people in the parking lot, and some had nowhere to even park their cars. Someone exclaimed that his daughter was there. The old woman begged on her knees to make an exception and let her in. The soldier exclaimed that she was still not allowed in. At the same time, a small part of Seoul was covered by a soft blue dome. A meeting was underway at the National Gate Security Committee's Joint Command Center. People who contacted those present via video link said that they could not do anything. The old man exclaimed that they thought it necessary to quickly prepare for the world that would form after that wave. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a certain girl who raised her hand and decided to object to them. Kang So-yoon was a strong player and owned a guild. She asked if they should just throw about 1 million civilians into the wave zone. The leaders exclaimed that they didn't mean it that way, but they couldn't go there. So no one had a further plan. The man said that they should make a choice and focus on the well-being of the entire country, which is not just about saving people. Khan said with disgust that the leaders simply wanted to say that their positions were more important to them than people's lives. The leaders asked again in bewilderment, and then said that they wanted to save Seoul but did not know how to do it. They said that there should be several players inside the zone that could be contacted, then it would be possible to minimize losses. One of the managers thoughtfully asked whether the players would listen to them in that case. Khan exclaimed that she, on behalf of the guild, would provide a heroic grade item to every player who cleared the destruction within the wave. The girl exclaimed that she would give legendary level items to the most active players. So Yoon exclaimed that she couldn't ask her guild members to hide for the sake of the greater good and do nothing. So Yoon exclaimed that she would do everything to save even one person. So are the leaders satisfied with this plan? There was a moment of silence in the room. The leaders, whose mouths had recently opened in surprise, fell silent. The girl couldn't believe that she had to buy a solution to the country's crisis with money. Meanwhile, in the underground bunker of the 1st Battalion, everyone happily greeted Hyunwook. Kang Seok worriedly asked if the guy was okay, and he replied that everything was fine. But then Hyunwook frowned and said tensely that he had one suggestion. Kang Seok tilted his head and then asked with displeasure what the proposal was. Hyunwook revealed that he heard some rumors about a captured terrorist who was a vampire. Hen said he heard that the blonde man had disappeared, leaving behind only handcuffs. Kang Seok rubbed his forehead tiredly in response, saying that it was indeed their headache. The prison is built with mana stones and barriers that trap the player, so without ranks there is no chance of escaping. Hen understood that among them there were villains and traitors hiding, pretending to be their own. Hyun said that Seoul is being attacked by monsters, and many criminal players, including terrorists, are out of control. He said that the criminals had made their way into the city, where there were countless shelters to protect themselves from the monsters. But the problem is that such convicts can make shelters more dangerous for ordinary citizens. Hen said that even for their squad, which had taken the least damage, it would take a long time to reload. Kang Seok responded with a bewildered smile and asked what Hyun was suggesting in that case. Smiling to himself, Hyun knew that Kang Seok had been waiting for him to finally say it. Hen proposed forming a special group to ensure the safety of civilians and stop damage from the wave. But in response, the commander only asked in bewilderment what Hen meant by unification. Then the man saw before his eyes an image of a burning house in VBSM and a pile of monster corpses next to it. Kang said that in such a situation, at least a couple of leaders would need to be appointed, but would they follow Hyun's orders? In response, Yunwook chuckled and looked away, saying that the commander didn't have to worry about it. Meanwhile, a voice came from outside, saying that the wounded needed to be taken care of first, but there might also be remaining monsters. Min-hee exclaimed that Hyun had gone crazy, because there was a clear hierarchy in the army, and therefore, a pathetic soldier could not give orders to officers. Hen sighed heavily, lowered his eyes, and said that he also initially thought it was stupid and planned to hire only soldiers. But the commander told him, shouting and asking what kind of association it was that would have no officers. Hen reported that the commander yelled at him and ordered him to take with him at least the commander of the 2nd platoon, whom he trusted the most. Min-hee listened to Hyun in surprise and asked again. He replied that he would be a simple advisor, although it was sad. Hyun said that he wouldn't have been able to carry out a large area strike, eliminating several scumbags without Min-hee's help. Min-hee could already imagine how grateful the civilians would be to him for saving him. Hyun said that if such a strike could save civilians from disaster, then the major guilds would fight for Min-hee. Hyun turned around saying that Min wasn't interested in that. But Min stopped him, saying that if he was an advisor, everything would change. In response, Hyunwook only smiled contentedly, and Min-hee grabbed the guy's shoulder tighter. Meanwhile, Si-hee shouted to the soldiers that the fire had spread to the mountain, so it was time to put it out there. Si-hee used the wind to control the flow of fire, helping the girls put out the flames faster. Si-hee said that she was almost done serving, so why did she have to suffer like this when she should be relaxing and hiding? But suddenly Han appeared behind her, and Si-hee called him an annoying boy. He exclaimed that she had been taken into a special unit. The girl asked again in surprise, saying that she had not heard anything because of the flow of wind. Hen smiled and said that he had delivered the message. The girl shouted that she couldn't hear the guy. See, he thought that she had an ominous feeling that her last days of service were going wrong. Hyun walked into Yoonjong's room and he immediately hid behind the bed and said that he didn't want to participate in anything. Hyun said he hadn't said anything yet. Yun shouted that he didn't care because he was against the sergeant's ideas anyway. Hen froze for a moment and closed his eyes tiredly, not wanting to listen to the guy's cries. Hen cried out. Did Hen know what he had to go through for the 30th Valentinian? Even though he was soon to retire from service. Hyun recalled that Yoon drank alone on duty and extended the dispatcher's schedule by 2 weeks, although a couple of days would have been enough. Yoon's eyes widened in fear. Hyun smiled and said that if the battalion commander found out about this, Yoonjong's army life would never end. Yoonjong suddenly got up from under the bed, threw off the blanket, and asked what idea was driving the sergeant. After a while, Won-seok looked at his reflection in the river. He didn't understand why he was in such a state and what had happened. Hiding behind a tree, Won-seok heard the voices of soldiers ordering them to finish off the remaining monsters. Won-seok, whose face was stained with blood, immediately recoiled in fear, not understanding what was happening. And just a moment later, Won-seok hurried to escape from that place as quickly as possible, deciding to save his life. It was already deep night then. Only the bright moon illuminated the paths of travelers in the forest. The soldiers wandered around and Hyun-wook loudly called out for Won-seok, trying to find him faster. Hyun recalled that he definitely remained sane until the very end and saved Won-seok. But where did he disappear to? Then Hyun remembered Won-seok kneeling down and saying that he wasn't the type to just run away in a fight. The guy looked into the distance with concern, realizing that Won-seok was exactly like that. But he still should have trusted him a little more that time. After some time, an order was given to gather at the special detachment training ground. All the soldiers immediately rushed to the training ground after hearing that there would be no additional supplies after the departure. But after a few moments, Yun noticed Yunha's silhouette in the corridor and was very surprised. A moment later, Hen greeted her, and she simply remained to watch him. Noticing her gaze, Hyun-wook asked in confusion what was wrong with the commander. In response, the girl looked away and hesitantly said that she had been misjudging Hyun-wook all this time. The guy smiled brightly and told the girl that there was nothing wrong with it. But a moment later, the girl corrected herself and said that this did not mean that she trusted him completely. Hen still couldn't understand the change in the girl's character, so he awkwardly asked why. The girl loudly exclaimed that she would keep an eye on Hen, so she also decided to join the special squad. And then, just a moment later, Hen's blue eyes widened in surprise. Smiling brightly, Hyun-wook told the girl in front of him that in that case, he was glad about it. In response, Yoonha only blushed and looked away, saying that she was also happy about it. Hyun smiled, realizing that now that Yoonha had joined, all the reliable people were still with him. Hen recalled that when he first returned in time, he tried not to interact with his old comrades unless necessary. After a while, the special squad showed up at the formation, reporting that there were 11 people with them. But Kang Seok said that he didn't like the name because it sounded improvised. Then the commander said that they would now be called a steel company. Hen knew that the future was changing. Hyun realized that the only way to overcome the challenges is together. So to overcome the wave in Seoul and the hopeless future, he needs everyone. Hyun-wook exclaimed that they were given the mission to save people and carry out moving strikes on Seoul. Hyun-wook stood in a huge cave and there were many drops of blood on his equipment and face. The guy yawned and a moment later his blue eyes suddenly opened wide. Then Hyun-wook stood in the middle of the rocks, and next to him lay several more monsters. A moment later, the boy grabbed the red stone that had previously been lying on the floor. A second later, the guy had already absorbed Manastal, and then he turned around and began to peer at the traces of blood. A few moments later, Hyun-wook jumped high into the air as a huge mouth appeared from the ground. Hyun-wook barely managed to avoid the blow, clenching his teeth tighter in anger and jumping even higher. It was a huge monster whose mouth resembled a spider's face, but Hen managed to avoid a collision with it. The six-eyed monster looked angrily at the boy who had managed to escape from its grip. The boss monster finally appeared. His name was Ruler of the Earth, and he was a scorpion man. Hen mockingly asked if the ruler of the land was aiming for the back of his head while he was catching his breath. He said that it was too naive a trick, and the monster responded by almost killing him by hitting the ground with his palm. Hyun-wook recoiled in time and gritted his teeth as he jumped up again and watched the enemy's actions. But the monster wasn't going to stop there. Finding Hen with his gaze, he swung his leg again. But a moment later, Hen pushed off the monster's tough skin as if climbing onto it. Leaping high towards the monster's face, Hyun-wook swung his spear sharply at the enemy's eye. And just a moment later, Hyun-wook decided to unlock the weapon and screamed loudly, using all his strength. The monster opened its mouth wide, intending to devour its opponent, but Hen only moved closer in response. After a few moments, Hen frowned even more and then finally fell into the monster's mouth. The monster closed its mouth and smiled brightly, watching the spear fly up. A few moments later, the monster snapped its huge, sharp teeth again, and water was dripping from Hyunwook's body as he fell into the monster's body. Hen smiled, deciding that the monster was an idiot for swallowing him whole. But at least he could deal with it faster now. Hen used body enhancement to resist the digestive acids, and now he will finish him off with one explosion. Hen could take damage to his body if he lost control of the ability, but he didn't care. The monster began to look in surprise at his stomach, on the skin of which lumps began to grow. And a moment later, a bright blue light appeared from the monster's body, and then rivers of blood began to spurt out. The monster screamed loudly as its body was torn apart from the inside, its limbs flying across the cave. The monster fell after a few moments, no longer able to resist, and Hen watched it closely. The acid in the monster's stomach eventually dissolved Hen's clothes, leaving him naked. He said the gold card was worth all the suffering. Hen exclaimed to the system that of course he wanted to use the gold card, and it immediately burned in a bright flame. Now Hen could change the shape of the metal under his control, and he immediately decided to try it on his hand. And just a moment later, huge blades began to appear from Hen's steel hands. Hen smiled brightly as he looked at his hand, which had now become a powerful weapon. Hyunwook was proud of himself for finally being able to complete his preparations for the Soul War. And a few moments later, the guy smiled madly before swallowing dozens of mana stalls. The guy continued to smile madly, holding dozens and hundreds of red stones in his hands. The gate response representative was on the loudspeaker. He said that all citizens should evacuate. The representative warned residents about the gates that closed all of Seoul. At the same time, a child was standing on the road. A huge crowd of zombies, roaring loudly, attacked the defenseless child. A few moments later, they almost caught up with him, trying to grab the child's body, and he only cried loudly, realizing that he would not be able to hide from the crowd of monsters. The child fell to the ground and the zombie reached for him, but he was stopped by passing cars. A small military vehicle drove straight towards a crowd of zombies, knocking them off their path to the child. And just a few moments later, several soldiers climbed out of the trunk of the car. 7 soldiers began shooting at the monsters, and one of them said to focus on blocking the street. The child immediately stopped crying, opened his eyes wide in surprise, and watched the soldiers. One of the soldiers approached the civilian and asked if he was okay. The soldier exclaimed that there was nothing to be afraid of now. Snot then started to flow from the child's nose as he smiled brightly and turned to the man. Min-hee looked at Park Jun with disdain, shouting that he shouldn't go too far. The officer then turned to Kim Si, forcing her to follow the order. She knelt down and began to control the winds. The monster's eyes widened in fear and froze as the mad rush of air passed between them. And just a few moments later, Si-hee sharply pushed the zombies away, causing them to fly up into the air. The huge crowd of zombies now simply flew up into the air, unable to resist the strong wind. At the same time, a certain brunette was looking out from behind the wall in fear, afraid to give himself away. There was a crowd of people behind him, whose shouts he stopped with a wave of his hand. Si-hee flew up high in the air a moment later, saying that it was time for the lieutenant to take action as well. Min-hee responded by stretching out his hand and screaming loudly, opening a portal with golden runes. A portal appeared in the middle of the road, and then Min-hee shouted that it was time for the rest of the soldiers to begin. And then, the zombies' bodies were cut up by a soldier who easily caught his opponents in the air. The soldier hovered in the air and held the weapon tightly in his hands, causing the living dead to become very frightened. Si-hee looked back and said in bewilderment that that annoying grandfather had deceived her. She remembered asking Hen in front of the portal if he was really going to go there alone. Si-hee reminded that Hyun promised to help her level up in exchange for being assigned to a squad. Hyun said that he would go first because he had a mission, and Se-hee exclaimed loudly, asking what if Hyun got hurt there. Hyun shook his head in response and exclaimed that Se-hee didn't have to worry about it since he was confident in himself. Si-hee exclaimed that Hyun was a liar because he promised to return quickly, but he didn't specify how soon. And a moment later, the girl cast a surprised glance with her violet eyes at what was happening in front of her. A huge green monster appeared before her eyes, cutting the ground with its body. Si-hee immediately dropped to the floor and gripped the 2 blades tighter, lowering her gaze for a moment. The monster had the face of a frog and the huge body of an adult man with giant arms. And a moment later, the monster began to breathe heavily, as if dispersing Sergeant Si-hee's strength. The soldiers opened their eyes in surprise, closely watching every movement of the monster. And a moment later, the monster exhaled loudly, and crazy streams of air appeared from its mouth. The monster continued to try to knock the soldiers down, forcing them to finally retreat, but they still resisted. See, couldn't move, frozen in place, and the veins on her face stood out from the tension. The rest of the soldiers suffered the same fate, but some could still scream or try to blink. Even Park Jun froze and began to shake with fear, stretching out his hands towards the small child. Min Hee also froze in place and trembled, stretching out his hand as if he wanted to use the portal. And the zombies looked around in surprise, peering into the faces of their frozen opponents. A moment later, the zombies rushed towards Park Jun, who tried to somehow resist and protect the civilian. Monsters also approached Si-hee, screaming loudly and getting closer and closer to her. As the zombie's paw almost reached her face, the girl could only open her eyes wide in fear. But suddenly, a loud cry was heard from Hyun-wook, who was using his metal-bending ability. A moment later, Hen cut off the monster's head with one blow, using the blades on his hands. Hen shouted loudly that the soldiers should come to their senses and start shooting. A moment later, the magic actually wore off on the soldiers, who immediately grabbed their guns. At that moment, the military began shooting at the bodies of the zombies, who were almost catching up with them. At the same time, one of the soldiers was surrounded by monsters, not giving him a chance to escape. But Si-hee was still able to easily kill all the monsters by using her power again. Then the girl turned around and smiled brightly, greeting the annoying grandfather. Se-hee flew up, saying that Hyun was late and they almost died. But suddenly she stopped short, noticing his lack of clothing. A moment later, the girl opened her eyes wide in surprise and even froze for a second. Another of the soldiers also turned around and was about to greet the sergeant. But Junmo suddenly froze in surprise, not understanding what had happened to the sergeant. The other soldier looked at Hyun-wook in surprise and then awkwardly asked what happened to him. At the same time, Hen stood in the middle of the street, frowning deeply and controlling hundreds of metal balls. Hen exclaimed that the steel company should remain in position and attack, and he would support them. One of the soldiers couldn't take his puzzled gaze off Hyun-wook, not understanding what he was staring at. But then Hen exclaimed that questions were forbidden. So if they didn't want to die at his hands, they should attack faster. Even the child froze in surprise, looking at the uncle in front of him in bewilderment. Hen flew above the soldiers, continuing to support them in battle and directing the metals around them. After some time, silence reigned again on the night street of Seoul. The soldiers stood among the corpses of the monsters, and Hyun-wook tried to quickly dress in his spare uniform. All the soldiers even turned away from Hyun-wook, but he was already finishing, finally buttoning his collar. There was a small, airy silhouette floating next to Se-hee's face, as if it was whispering something in her ear. Si-hee suddenly pushed her away and exclaimed that she should keep her comments about his nakedness to herself since she liked it. But then the air spirit only turned away resentfully, and Hen awkwardly asked again. Si-hee asked what happened to Hyun's clothes on the mission. He chuckled in response, but the girl said that there was nothing much to look at. Hen's playful mood immediately changed as he loudly exclaimed and asked the girl again. Hyun loudly exclaimed that it was because of the cold around, so it was all because of that. Si-hee smiled in response. Then Hyun muttered that he wouldn't show it again. But suddenly Park Jun spoke to him. Jun asked if Hyun was okay and what happened to his clothes. Then he added that he would have to leave this place because of the child. But then Hyun-wook only turned his intense gaze to what was behind him. Park Jun asked what happened to Hyun-wook, but Hyun-wook gestured for him to shut up. Sergeant Hen exclaimed that all those hiding behind the wall must come out immediately. The crowd of people shouted that they had evacuated, but they were unable to get into the shelter, so they were looking for another one. Hen frowned even more and asked again why they couldn't get in. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a child who broke free from the soldier's grip and ran to his father. He snuggled up to his father, who immediately hugged him and greeted his son. The father thanked him for saving his son, saying that it was a blessing to meet such soldiers. But Hyun-wook only frowned more deeply in response and asked if he was sure that this was happiness. And the brunette asked in response how to understand this. At that very moment, metal balls approached his face. Hyun-wook pressed the balls sharply to the civilians' chests, and his father exclaimed why they were doing this. And Hyun-wook's eyes were already brightly lit with anger when he ordered the balls to explode. The brunette didn't even have time to do anything, just looking at the broken ball in fear. A moment later, the men's heads exploded and the child recoiled in fear, falling to the ground. The boy screamed loudly and watched in fear as his father's head was torn off. The entire squad froze in surprise for a moment, looking at Sergeant Hen with fear. Si-hee screamed in fear, and Junmo loudly asked if he had gone crazy. A soldier ran up to him and asked what the sergeant was doing, but he rushed forward and approached the crowd. Then Hyun-wook suddenly grabbed the child, who looked at the boy's face with fear. Standing on the boy's father's corpse, Hyun-wook abruptly picked up the child in his arms, looking at him angrily. Hen said he hates being attacked from behind, so it would be wise not to do that. The guy swung the knife at the boy and exclaimed that he hadn't killed him yet. Hyun-wook continued to hold the knife over the child's head while the rest of the civilians sat on the floor and cried. Min-hee managed to come to his senses first, screaming for the bastard to put the child down immediately. He ordered the rest of the soldiers to kiss him too. The military clearly had not yet had time to come to their senses and did not understand the sudden changes in their comrade's character. Si-hee, however, pointed the gun at Hyun-wook without hesitation, only clenching her teeth tighter in anger. Min-hee screamed as he pointed the gun at Hyun-wook. What kind of soldier would kill civilians? Min-hee again shouted an order to Hyun-wook to put the child down immediately. Hyun-wook responded by kicking the corpse of his father. Hen exclaimed, pointing to the weapons next to his father, that these were not civilians but players who followed them and hid weapons from another world. Min-hee then opened his eyes wide and breathed a sigh of relief, looking at his comrade. The remaining civilians fell to their knees and cried out in trembling voices that it was true and they had been kidnapped. Si-hee and Min-hee immediately exchanged surprised glances, falling silent for a moment. Hyun leaned over to the child and ordered him to stop pretending. He said that he hadn't seen the killer Han-gae for a long time. Kim Han-gae frowned in response and replied in bewilderment that he did not remember Sergeant Hyun. The killer's eyes flashed bright red as he asked who Hyun-wook was, and a moment later, Hen threw the child's body onto the floor, which immediately began to take on the appearance of an adult. Hyun-wook grabbed the back of the assassin who gripped his weapon tightly. Se-hee and Min looked at what was happening in surprise, still unable to lower their weapons. Han-go turned out to be a grown man who knew how to fight well, and even almost landed blows on Hyun. But the sergeant easily parried the blows, causing Han-gae to become distracted and frozen for a moment. The killer struck Hen's neck, but it immediately turned to steel, preventing him from landing a proper blow. A moment later, Hyun-wook suddenly exclaimed that he was the one who was very familiar with the killer. Then the killer looked at his enemy in fear, his brown eyes wide. Hyun-wook exclaimed, pinning the killer's face to the ground, that he had kicked his ass in his past life. After some time, a brightly shining metal ball appeared in the killer's mouth. The killer was chained and tied to a pole, and exactly the same balls were hovering around him. Blood was dripping from the killer's mouth, and he was breathing heavily, glancing at Hyun-wook in front of him. Han-ga ordered the bastard to stop feeding him these things. Then he asked what kind of soldier would torture a man by forcing him to eat balls. Hen asked him again what he meant by torture, and then stuck the metal ball into his mouth. Hyun licked his lips and said that he often ate them, so if Han-gae continued, he would become addicted to their metallic taste, and the killer had already pulled out most of the teeth. He began to cry, not understanding why Hen was eating them. Hen grabbed the man's jaw and ordered him to eat another one. Han-gae exclaimed that he would tell everything. Han said that Gong Igtae killed all the guards in the hideout and took over the hideout, then sealed the entrance so that no one could take refuge there. Han thought about it, remembering what he heard about the villain who destroyed the shelter and killed all the survivors there. That villain was going to conduct a magical experiment that would allow him to become much stronger. He was a renegade villain who was so cautious in his past life that no one even knew what he looked like. Khan shouted that some of his subordinates eventually escaped, but that crowd was ordered to bring them back and he took the form of a child to get close to them. The man exclaimed that it was true and asked Hen to believe him, but Hen said that it was a common lie. Hen asked if the reason he went out of his way to kidnap them was because of his villain's mission. A quest log appeared, telling Hen to kill 50 civilians and then meet with the villain alliance after completing the erosion. After hitting Han-gae, he asked if he was right. The man responded with a frightened exclamation, who was the sergeant after all? But Hyun-wook didn't even intend to answer this question, only loudly shouting the command to explode. And just a moment later, the killer's belly began to sparkle with blue energy, swelling sharply. After some time, one of the soldiers asked Hyun who this Gong Igtae was, since Han-gae even killed himself for him. Junmo suggested waiting for Yoon-ha and Choi-yoon to return. Hyun replied that they would not be able to come in time due to their work. Jun said that the villains locked the shelter, as they would open the passage on their own. Hyun-wook chuckled in response and said that there was no need to worry about that since he had a way. And Junmo froze in place, already starting to be afraid of Hyun-wook when he smiled so strangely. And when they got to the shelter, Hyun shouted that this was the regular army of Korea, so they should open the door immediately. Hen pounded on the door and shouted that they had been informed of an illegal takeover of the shelter. So if they were not opened, they would use the master key and use force. Junmo simply rubbed his forehead tiredly in response and asked if his method really involved lying about having a master key. Hen smiled and shouted that once he reported this to his superiors, this situation would be considered an illegal takeover. Hen realized that the villains didn't know that the regular army wasn't working properly because they couldn't see them. But a moment later, the door was actually opened for them, and the military were very surprised as if they didn't believe it. A security guard opened the door and tensely asked the sergeant what was going on and what was going on. Hyun-wook squeezed his face through the crack of the open door, saying that they had been informed of an illegal takeover of the shelter. Another security guard appeared nearby and said that this was nonsense because they strictly followed safety rules. The bald man let the military squad into the shelter, saying that they could walk around and check everything. The guard said that since civilians follow orders, this shelter is a good example for such structures. Looking back, Hen said that all the civilians seemed to not care about the military, as if they were pretending to hide something. The guard asked again in confusion, but Hyun-wook only laughed and said it was a joke. Then the bald man looked up at Hyun-wook with a puzzled expression, examining him closely. Then Hyun-wook turned around abruptly and looked tensely at the soldier who was slowly following them. Min-hee gave Hyun-wook a tense look in response, then slowly nodded at him. Then the guard frowned and asked if these were the only troops sent to them or if others would follow. Hen smiled and asked if the guard really thought that one squad could defeat them. Then the man raised his eyebrow again in confusion and asked Hen again. Hen laughed and said it was just a joke. He waved his hand and said that if the guards were criminal players, it might work. The guard immediately lost his temper and asked if Hen was trying to feel him up, but he claimed he was joking. Hyun-wook immediately stopped laughing and only frowned more deeply, replying that the only one joking here was the security guard. Hen had already managed to understand that the entire room was full of armed players. Hyun-wook turned around abruptly and gave the order to shoot. The man didn't even have time to react. And just a moment later, their squad began shooting at absolutely everyone who was in the shelter. The players around tried to dodge the shots, jumping high and holding their swords tightly in their hands. Hyun-wook turned to Ig-tae, telling him that if he wanted to deceive someone, he should start with a security guard uniform that fit him properly. But just a moment later, Hen recoiled in fear as Gong-ig suddenly grew in size and turned to stone. The man shouted loudly, rushing forward, that he would make this monkey shut up. And just a moment later, Ig-tae pressed Hyun-wook against the wall, squeezing him tightly in his huge palms. There were already corpses lying around. Min-hee opened a portal and the soldiers shot at all the civilians. Then Ig-tae pressed Hyun-wook against the white wall, breaking it into small pieces. Ig-tae, whose eyes began to glow with bright lights, asked if Hyun was going to remain silent now. But then the boy suddenly struck Ig-tae on the head, almost causing his stone body to fall apart. Hyun-wook punched Ig-tae's head with one blow, and a stream of blood immediately flowed out of it, and the boy screamed loudly. Hyun-wook remained motionless, staying in the wall and using his steel physique. Hyun-wook laughed loudly and exclaimed that Gong-ig was like stone, and he was like steel. The players held their weapons tightly in their hands and tried to attack the military, who immediately shot them. Gong-ig recoiled and asked how a soldier could attack ordinary civilians. Hen laughed in response and said that in an emergency, it was the military's duty to protect civilians from people like him. Ig-tae again looked at his opponent in bewilderment, not understanding what he was talking about. Hyun exclaimed that Ig-tae had even killed the guards, so who was he trying to pretend to be? He asked where the real citizens were. In response, Ig-tae recoiled, but then swung his sword and asked what the soldier was talking about. Then Hen completely lost his temper, looking angrily at the face of his enemy. Hyun jumped high into the air a moment later, avoiding a blow from Ig-tae, who smashed the wall again. And just a moment later, Ig-tae recoiled from the wall, swinging again and looking for Hyun with his eyes. And just a moment later, Hyun-wook thrust a spear into his opponent's hand, causing him to recoil in fear. And a moment later, Hen again struck another blow at the enemy's stone armor. Hyun asked if Ig-tae had attacked the shelter to conduct experiments on living people. Grabbing his spear, Ig-tae exclaimed what kind of heresy Hen was talking about and what kind of experiments he was even talking about. Ig-tae said that there was no room in the shelter, but people continued to come. But then they would have died of hunger much earlier. The man said that Hen probably understands this, because it is a great loss for the country to lose players like them. Then Hyun-wook said angrily that he had heard someone say the same thing before. The image of Gordon Precy flashed before his eyes. Gon shouted that they risked their lives every day, so in times like these they needed to be treated with more sensitivity. He shouted that all his actions were based on pure and sober calculation. But Hen suddenly interrupted him. The man jumped up from his seat and exclaimed that he didn't care about Gon's renegade status, he would still kill him first. Hyun-wook then slapped Ig-tae's arm hard, causing him to look at his opponent in fear. And a moment later, Gong Yig's stone armor began to fall off, revealing his human body again. But then the man became covered in stones again, making Hen's hand part of his body. Igtae said that Hyun underestimated him, but he will soon have to realize his place. Then the man swung again, but Hen just hung in the air, not moving at all. The giant then struck at the enemy's steel face, but he managed to cover his head in time. And just a moment later, Igtae lifted Hyun-wook's body high above the ground, screaming that it was time for him to die. And a moment later, Igtae threw Hyun's body with all his might onto the stone floor, smashing it into pieces. Gong Ig didn't stop there, breaking the floor and falling down one floor along with Hyun. Now the two men found themselves close to the rails on which a long train stood. Hyun-wook smiled brightly and fixed his hair, mockingly asking if Igtae had finished yet. Then Hen decided to use a metal bend, causing his hand to cut through the enemy's armor. Jumping up high, Hyun-wook decided to cut off his opponent's other arm as well. Hyun-wook then used his steel physique to strike Igtae's face. And just a moment later, Hyun-wook pushed him to the floor, forcing him to almost break the floor with his body. Hyun-wook then began to punch his opponent in the face, frowning deeply and breathing heavily with anger. After a while, Igtae's face was covered in blood and bruises. He silently begged Hyun to stop it. Hen stood up abruptly, still not taking his intense and intent gaze off the enemy. Then the boy's eyes widened in surprise when he finally decided to look up. A huge crowd of people came out to Hyun-wook and watched what happened in surprise and fear. One old woman screamed while holding a child in her arms that they didn't see anything, so could Hen save them? The old woman screamed that they had done everything as ordered and begged Hen to believe her. But his gaze fell on the exhausted child. Hyun-wook frowned even more and realized that the bastard had been starving people all this time. But then the guy's eyes widened, realizing that the guy wasn't a renegade, and it was all just a matter of rations. Igtae grabbed someone by the neck and shouted, asking what Hyun wanted from him, since he also just wanted to live. Hyun wondered why Igtae was trying to bring back the escapees, and then looked at the armor that was left of him. Igtae held his grandfather tightly in his arms, almost choking him, and exclaimed that Hyun might try to attack. Hyun gave Igtae an angry look, frowning and clenching his teeth. Now he realized that he really wasn't a renegade. Igtae dragged the old man back, saying that he did everything according to his orders and Hyun left him no choice. But a moment later, Igtae's head exploded, and the old man immediately fell out of his hands, screaming in fear. The boy watched with wide eyes as blood flowed out of his head. And just a moment later, his exhausted body fell to the floor, and the old man sank to his knees. The rest of the civilians looked at Igtae's mutilated corpse in fear, hiding their urge to vomit. But then Hen continued to frown even more, looking angrily into the distance. After some time, he was informed that 21 players who participated in the illegal seizure of the shelter were killed, and the rest were taken into custody. But then Hyun-wook just asked again in confusion about what was with Junmo's expression. Jun looked away and said that even though those players were criminals, it was very difficult to kill them. An old man next to them was carrying away the corpses. Hen said that it would never be easier for them. Hyun put his hand on Jun's shoulder and said that if nothing was done during disasters, they would not be able to save the powerless citizens. And that was the duty of a soldier. Hyun-wook then ordered Jun to pull himself together, patting him on the shoulder. In response, the boy's eyes widened. But suddenly a voice came from behind the security desk asking the chief to come out so that he could talk in person. Junmo said that it was just a civilian representative. Hyun asked in confusion. Member of Parliament Park Gil-sung said he had orders to protect the shelters. Next to him stood Lee Hong-gil of the trade organization, who wanted to settle the rations issue. Gil-san said that he was a member of parliament, so Hyun should listen to him. Hong-gil exclaimed that when the shelter was taken over, he didn't say a word. Meanwhile, the old man behind them was dragging away the corpses. But Jun suddenly approached him, saying that they would take care of it. The old man said that he would not allow those who saved him to do such work, because it would be difficult for them to do it. Then the old man looked at Jun with fear and said that there was something dangerous in that shelter. The old man kept saying that he couldn't say a word because of Igtae, but he heard a sound from the tunnel, like the breathing of a beast that was getting closer. The old man asked to conduct the research quickly because he was afraid that something bad might happen. Jun decided that there was a gate inside the shelter. Hong-gil insisted that they should first choose a representative for the shelter. Gil-sang replied that he was a member of parliament, so he would be the representative. Hyun understood that the renegade was using Igtae to instill fear and do whatever he wanted behind the scenes. Hyun understood that now the puppet Igtae was dead, and as long as there were military men among them, the easiest way to take control of the shelter was to become his representative. Hyun-wook then wondered if it could really be one of those two men. Hen glanced between the men, wondering if it was possible that they were simply being manipulated from the shadows. Hen frowned deeply and wondered where that scumbag renegade was. At the same time, not far from them, there was a room where people were placed in huge biochambers. The torn corpses of monsters which looked too much like mutilated people hung on the walls. One of the subjects had a huge green wire placed in his mouth and was floating in a green liquid. The man watched in horror as the vampire devoured the man, causing him to choke on his blood. Rivers of blood flowed everywhere, and there was especially a lot of it on the small green cart. At the same moment, the old man brought another mutilated corpse to their laboratory. A moment later, the old man turned around in fear, looking at the vampire with wide-open eyes. The girl also raised a frightened gaze at him, and her entire face was covered in blood. The old man did not take his eyes off the girl, only gripping the handles of the cart tighter. A moment later, the girl turned her tense gaze to the body which was stained with blood. The old man cast a frightened glance at the mangled body of the man in front of him. His gaze caught on the mangled neck of the unfortunate man who now closed his eyes forever. The old man continued to look at the man's body in fear when a vampire appeared behind him. But a moment later, the old man abruptly pushed the vampire away and pressed her against the wall, strangling her. The old man screamed in an inhuman voice, saying that he had already told that stupid bat not to touch his property. The girl sat on the floor next to the mutilated corpse on the wall, whispering that she needed blood. Then the vampiress quietly begged the old man that she needed pure blood, not dirty blood. But the elderly man remained silent in response, walking away to his desk with test tubes and syringes. The man then turned his gaze to the bodies of the people floating in the transparent biochamber. Taking a test tube from the table, the old man exclaimed that the vampire was a fool because it was like drinking salt water to get rid of thirst. The vampiress exclaimed loudly, "Why is this crazy old man dragging soldiers into the root cause of erosion?" The old man smiled and said that when it started, the soldiers could do nothing, so he simply chose a place for their graves. The girl exclaimed that the old man was stupid, because these soldiers were different from the others, and because of them, they had already lost once. But the old man only slammed the table loudly in response, ordering the vampire not to bother making up excuses. The old man said that the vampires had failed because they were no good for anything. In response, the girl bared her teeth angrily. But then the old man extended his hand to the girl and invited her to look at the flask. Smiling wickedly, he said that the lives of everyone in the room were in his hands. Meanwhile, ordinary citizens simply enjoyed their food, gobbling it up quickly. Pak-gil asked how Hong could give out rations so thoughtlessly. He said that he was probably motivated by personal hunger. Hong-gil shouted, pointing at the children, saying that they had been starving for several days, so how could they be spoken of like that? Hong asked if he hoped to control them using rations like Gong-ig did. Park asked how he dared to accuse him of such a thing. Hyun understood that the rations had been fully checked, and the head of the trade association had distributed them. But Park-gil was also acting in accordance with the policy. So it was strange to consider any of them as a renegade. Hyun-wook was watching this from afar when Jun-mo suddenly spoke to him. The boy looked guiltily at the sergeant and asked if the soldiers could also take rations. Hyun exclaimed that there was someone hiding behind Ig-tae, so suddenly he decided to use poison. Hen said that it would be impossible to defend this place if they died. Jun looked away in disappointment. But suddenly someone approached them and asked why the soldiers were not eating freshly cooked rice. The old man smiled and said that the meat was very tasty, so let the soldiers try it. Hen replied that provisions were important in times of disaster. Holding his hand out in front of him, Hen said that they couldn't eat civilian food, so they had dry rations. Jun-mo once again turned his thoughtful gaze to the ration he was holding tightly in his hands. Hen looked warily at the food in the old man's hands, telling him not to worry. The old man immediately lost his temper and frowned deeply, looking at Hen in front of him. But a moment later, Hyun-wook was called by someone, so he asked the old man to wait a little. They told Hen over the radio that he was already there. The old man continued to watch him in surprise. The old man looked at him with displeasure, deciding that Hen was a soldier to the core. Jun was almost choking on his drool. Their folder contained quite a lot of meat and rice, as well as eggs and fried bacon. The old man asked Jun if they had done anything about their previous conversation. The soldier said they were investigating. And just a moment later, the old man smiled brightly and said that it was such a relief. Meanwhile, Hen stood next to some soldier looking at the strange corals in the tunnel. The soldier said that such plants cannot be found on Earth, and the temperature there is different. Min-hee said, looking at the sergeant tensely, that this place was most likely caused by erosion. And then Hyun-wook started remembering the hell that happened after the first wave in California. The monsters that had taken over the city after the second wave in Shanghai appeared before my eyes. And then Hen remembered the third wave in Berlin, which had become a ghost town. Hyun frowned and said that if this is not stopped, Seoul may be haunted by monsters. Hyun told Min-hee that he should return to the squads for now, while Sergeant Si-hee and he would stay behind. Hen recalled saying earlier that of all places, it was happening in a tunnel, and that was a big deal. And then the guy's gaze fell on the rails that ran through a long and narrow tunnel. Before a certain person's eyes stood a little girl who asked for more water. The old man immediately leaned over and smiled kindly, pouring some water for the little girl. The old man laughed and thought that the soldiers might try to stop this with their military discipline. But this gate was completely different from the usual ones. Even Hen barely flinched, afraid to approach it. Si-hee asked if they could definitely handle it, since if erosion was the cause of this, then the gate was on a completely different level. Hen replied that if a boss monster appeared, the difficulty of the cause of erosion would require the strength of the S group. Then the girl's eyes widened and she asked if this was a suicide mission. A moment later, a huge pink portal appeared in front of them, which almost knocked them off their feet. Then Hyun-wook smiled smugly and exclaimed that they would definitely succeed. Then Hyun-wook remembered again how Min-hee told him that the appearance of a gate in a narrow tunnel was a big misfortune. Min-hee asked if it was really that bad, and Hyun replied that it was actually a great success for them. Then Hyun-wook smiled brightly and told his comrade that it was only the monsters who were unlucky. And just a moment later, huge monsters appeared before their eyes, baring their fangs. Then Si-hee immediately looked at them with a startled expression, her eyes wide open in surprise. Hen exclaimed that since they had made a nest in the tunnel, there was only one way for the monsters to go: forward. Hyun exclaimed that all they had to do was clear the tunnel. Then he shouted loudly, calling for Si-hee. Si-hee immediately screamed in fear and pulled out her weapon, using her power. Dozens of spirits that had a feminine appearance and a green color immediately burst out of her hands. Si-hee continued to direct the slaughter, asking how long they should hold out in the tunnel. Hyun-wook responded by covering his face and exclaiming that it was time for them to slowly retreat. But the monsters could easily defeat the Si-hee spirits, who tried to fight with all their might. Then Si-hee shouted loudly that this was not a retreat, but they were simply being pushed back. The monsters began to slowly approach them, abruptly destroying Si-hee's defenders. A certain monster had bird legs as it continued to slowly advance towards the soldiers. But then the monster suddenly tensed up. Even the veins on his legs stood out more. Hen tried to resist the monster's energy, realizing that they were heavily affected by the erosion around them. The boy knew that erosion was necessary for the monsters since it came out of the gate. But then the monsters swung at them. Hyun knew that the moment they left the place that was being eroded, their defense would drop below average. He asked Si-hee to compress the air while he rotated the balls. Then Hen exclaimed that this was to speed up the balls, and then they would defeat the monsters at once. Si-hee immediately tensed up even more and followed the sergeant's order, squeezing the air. But after just a few moments, the monsters had dealt with all of Si-hee's assistants. Then the monsters began to rush and approach the soldiers who were near them. Hen asked if the frogs knew what a blender was. He mockingly said that he would grind them all into dust. And just a moment later, Si-hee's wind currents picked up Hyun-wook's metal balls. After a few moments, Hyun loudly exclaimed that Se-hee needed to start immediately. The girl responded by screaming even louder and using more force. Some monsters died immediately. Others began to float in the air among the wind currents. The girl carefully watched what was happening and controlled it, not giving the monsters a chance to escape. Hen screamed, realizing that the cause of the erosion had worked to their advantage. But if they didn't finish off the monsters at the entrance, then it would be the end for everyone. At the same time, Hongil came out of the room filled with people because his stomach hurt badly. Hongil's face turned painful as he clutched his stomach and bent over. And just a few moments later, the man grew a huge fang, like a vampire's. But after a few more moments, the man's face turned into an animal's muzzle. And then there was nothing human left in the man as he opened his mouth wide. But just a few moments later, Hongil's neck was pierced, causing the man to yelp and fall to the ground. A hidden mission appeared, in which it was necessary to conduct experiments on the living, kill 1,000 civilians by any means necessary, and provide food for the masses from the other world. And then a notification appeared that the old man had completed the quest and received a special item and a new ability. Now the old man could put mana into those who had absorbed him, and then use the figure hidden in the moonlight. The old man smiled madly, realizing that the experiment had been a success, and therefore it was time to change the location of the events and subjugate Seoul. The fierce battle for life and death continued. Hyun-wook directed the steel balls to scatter the monsters and then gather them back into piles again. The cause of the erosion worked in their favor this time. If they don't finish off the monsters at the entrance, it will be the end for everyone. At the entrance to the gate, many monsters gathered, who a few minutes ago wanted to kill people. The gates began to glow with different colors, as if opening again. A few moments later, another monster, exactly the same threatening-looking one, came out from there. It was raining over the city, and the sky was covered with thick thunderclouds. More and more monsters continued to emerge from the gates, and each one was larger than the previous one. The huge boss monster roared, frightening even its allies. His huge head pierced the solid structures of buildings as if they were flimsy. Ordinary people could only run away in fear or cover their heads to avoid being hit by debris. The monster continued to move through the city, completely oblivious to anything. It emitted lightning from its mouth, which immediately spread across the cloudy sky. Hyun-wook looked at this monster and thought that the boss monster that caused the erosion in his past life was incredibly huge. There was even a warning of an earthquake back then, when this creature used the powers of its massive body to burst out of the ground to the surface. So now the guy stood at the gate with the balls already prepared for the attack, waiting for the beginning of the disaster. The common monsters lay dead on the ground from Hyun-wook's multiple attacks, and the portal continued to look as if a monster was about to emerge from there at any minute. The young man turned to his partner and said that a boss monster would appear soon and he needed to compress the air again. The system gave an announcement that a boss monster had appeared, and someone's face began to appear from the portal. This boss monster seemed to be no different from the last one, as its head was just as huge. It exerted a pressure on a completely different level than what it felt like from afar. The roar of this monster alone was enough to make Hyun-wook's body go numb. The girl who had been accompanying him all this time was horrified by the mere sight of this monster. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She had so many questions but no answers. She suddenly asked if the two of them could handle Hyun-wook alone, since he said that it would require the strength of a group with a higher rank. Hyun-wook replied that according to the information, this creature released all of its power right above them on the surface. Above ground, chaos reigned. Several tornadoes lifted cars, people, and debris into the air. The young man also thought that such a root cause of erosion was a blessing bestowed upon them by heaven. Hyun-wook relied on his partner once again. He asked her to use up every last drop of her remaining mana. The girl was shocked by such a request but still agreed to it. The young man asked her to make the wind as strong as possible so that they could blow off his head. She actually increased the wind, and Hyun-wook's weapon flew towards the monster again, threatening to deal a fatal blow. The monster washed itself in its own blood as new attacks were carried out on its skin. Hyun-wook used his ability and aimed, then exploded everything. The monster was enveloped in several dozen blue lightning bolts, which preceded the explosion of metal balls. Meanwhile, the villains were in one of the underground laboratories. The man told the vampire that a boss monster had appeared. Now why don't they watch their dear soldiers die? The vampire, as if sensing something, objected and said that there was nothing to see there. The man turned to her and asked why she thought the vampires were exterminated. He said they didn't pay enough attention to detail and were too proud. Meanwhile, someone was making his way somewhere where he clearly shouldn't be. The soldier emerged from the portal he had created and headed forward. He moved through the warehouse, prepared for any monsters in his path. The young man held his weapon tightly in his hands and said that Hyun-wook was a scumbag. Remembering how, against all common sense, Hyun-wook and his partner were going to attack the cause of the erosion together. The young man then said that they were lucky because the boss monster that controlled the heavens appeared in an incredibly narrow tunnel. Hyun-wook wanted these soldiers to do something else instead of hunting the boss monster. They had to find the person who controlled Gong-ig-tai. He probably had his own corner here. It had to be something like a laboratory, probably hidden or concealed. The soldier asked how he was supposed to know what he was looking for, and Hyun-wook replied that the key would be the antidote. Judging by the way Gong-ig-tai died, it's likely that he used some kind of poison that affected mana. If they found out about this, not only their unit, but also civilians could be in danger. Hyun-wook and Sergeant Kim had to figure out the cause of the erosion, but if the military didn't find an antidote, everyone would die. And now this same young man was moving through the warehouse with a strange expression on his face. He wouldn't mind being the key to this operation, but how could he find anything in this huge shelter? Meanwhile, Sergeant Kim continued to send streams of wind at the wounded monster. A slight shudder ran through the girl's body when she realized something. Their strikes were too slow. Hyun-wook came to the same conclusion. The two soldiers jumped back, realizing that there was nothing more they could do now. And the boss monster, despite all his wounds, opened his eyes. The monster looked quite angry and ferocious, ready to tear to pieces everything that caught its eye. Its mouth opened and several huge tentacles extended from it. This picture looked quite disgusting and frightening at the same time. While these tentacles were striking at the surroundings, Hyun-wook tried to inflict at least some damage on them. He was doing quite poorly because all he did was dodge new attacks. The young man ran as fast as he could to avoid being hit by this monster. It was necessary to defeat this monster at any cost before the northern part of Seoul turned into an uninhabited area. Sergeant Kim, dodging another enemy attack, asked how they could defeat this monster. At that moment, Hyun-wook came up with the strangest idea, intending to climb into the monster's mouth. The girl asked him if he was crazy. She didn't know what he was planning, but if he made a mistake, even if she defeated him, he wouldn't be able to come back. Hyun-wook irritably stated that he knew about the risks. But his plan was to defeat the boss monster in one blast before it returned to the other world. Hyun-wook walked towards the monster, telling Sergeant Kim to use spirits to keep its head level. Hyun-wook activated his steel physique and thought that up until now, there had never been a single case where he hadn't risked his life. It was the purest truth. But his plan was to save this world, and that meant risking his life. The boss monster's mouth snapped shut as soon as Hyun-wook entered it. Sergeant Kim summoned her wind spirits and they enveloped the monster. They held the monster's mouth so that it could not immediately return back to its portal. It was quite difficult for the girl, and she spent a lot of mana, but now her priority was to save Hyun-wook. She gathered more and more strength and hoped that the monster would not break her chains. But it was quite difficult to hold him back because the strength of this monster exceeded her own. At some point, she realized with horror that she had reached her limit. The monster could move a little again and tried to throw off the remnants of the sergeant's ability that had stuck to it. The girl understood that she couldn't hold out any longer, and so she loudly shouted Hyun-wook's name, urging him on. At the same time, the surroundings changed slightly and a faint light began to spread across the first floor of the building. Sergeant Kim was still wondering where Hyun-wook had gone, and that this was not what they had planned. Suddenly, voices were heard from the end of the corridor saying that one person had survived. The man and the vampire were talking about something of their own, not paying attention to the sergeant's girl. The vampire glanced at Sergeant Kim and said that she had not seen this girl before. The old man said that those soldiers were stronger than he expected, and considering that the monster fought only with his head, he had a hard time. The boss monster's head was still stuck through the gate, but it no longer moved. Then his eyes suddenly opened, as if something had changed in the surrounding environment. He opened his mouth and a strong blue glow appeared from it. All three people present were immediately shocked by this change in the monster's behavior. After this glow, the monster's head fell to the ground again, spraying blood all around. A system notification sounded that someone had defeated the boss monster, and a few moments later, someone's hand appeared from the monster's closed mouth. Hyun-wook fought his way out of the body of the boss monster. He succeeded. He carelessly fell out of the monster's mouth and fell on his back, unable to stand on his feet. Sergeant Kim's first thought was that Hyun-wook was naked again, not that he had survived. The young man continued to show signs of life and slowly rose to his feet. The vampire girl heard his laughter and fell into despair. She realized that the one she feared was here. Hyun-wook's body was covered in blood that most likely wasn't his, and his eyes were burning. The angry old man gritted his teeth and asked how this was possible. Hyun-wook smiled madly and said that he was glad to see the face of the renegade villain. Then, inside the monster's body, Hyun-wook tried to activate the Tsar bomb and used the blade, causing the system to issue stupid warnings. He didn't understand why the stupid monster's stomach was so strong and asked the bomb to explode quickly. It was then that everyone present heard that very explosion. After seeing the system notification of the monster's death, the military discussed how they would believe it if Hyun-wook said that he was of the highest rank. Another one said that if the sergeant told the truth, this place would very soon turn into hell. The onlookers, who had listened to this dialogue from beginning to end, opened their mouths in disbelief. People were heading somewhere in the direction, and the military ordered the rest to remain on guard. Hyun-wook, hearing the sergeant's remark that he was naked again, said that now was not the time to worry about such things. The girl was even more shocked and asked if it was really a small thing that he ended up naked all this time. The young man said that it was a trifle compared to the need to stop the villains. The vampire didn't want to deal with this freak anymore, but the old man still didn't understand what he was getting into. The girl activated her ability, preparing to defend herself. But at that moment, Hyun-wook did something unexpected, hitting the old man instead of the vampire. The old man tried to defend himself from such an unexpected attack. Meanwhile, the young man ordered Sergeant Si-hee to deal with the vampire. He said that if everything is as stated in the report, then her compatibility with... The young man didn't have time to finish speaking as he was interrupted by Si-hee's shout. Someone's hand immediately grabbed his neck and squeezed it, trying to strangle him. This was the same old man who was not yet planning to die so easily. He pinned Hyun-wook to the concrete floor, shredding several layers of concrete along the way. Hyun-wook grinned madly and asked if that was all the old man could do. The apostate said that the young man knew how to make his body steel, but that would not help him. Hearing such words from Si-hee, she decided that it was time for her to go on the attack. The vampire, as if sensing her opponent's mood, released her claws to attack. The next moment, the sergeant jumped into the air, preparing to kill the vampire. She asked Hyun-wook what he was trying to say about compatibility. The vampire told her that she had no intention of getting involved with anyone, and she wanted to end it all as soon as possible. Hearing these words, Si-hee's face twisted because she was not the one who started this conflict. Meanwhile, the military man finally found the villain's underground laboratory. Who would have thought that they removed the reservoir and made their laboratory there? He also didn't realize how long they had been pumping poison into the pipes and thought about how many civilians had been sent away. The antidote had to be found as soon as possible, so the military man turned the entire laboratory upside down. He couldn't believe that the old man didn't even leave any antidote for himself and continued to go through the boxes. Then an idea came into his head that made him stand at attention. The young man looked around his surroundings again and at the pile of pipes for experiments on people. But all that was left there were just corpses and test tubes. This was precisely what prompted one thought. Water from the laboratory continued to flow into regular civilian water supplies. And the soldier was thinking that he had not yet had time to examine the water tank. Was this really what he was looking for? At the same time, the battle between Hyun-wook and the old man continued. Hyun-wook raised his spear into the air with his ability and tried to swing it at the old man. He jumped back deftly, not at all confirming the stereotypes about age. The young man sent up several more of the same spears, which greatly infuriated the enemy. The renegade said that he had already figured out Hyun-wook's tactics and was waiting for his next attack. The young man looked at him with a cold gaze, thinking about something. The old man asked him if something was wrong and what he was thinking about, to which Hyun-wook responded that his opponent was too cheerful. The old man asked what was going on because he thought Hyun-wook knew how to use his brain at least a little. In his past life, the renegade was so cautious and cunning that he never took part in battle himself. But now there had to be a reason why he fought with such aggression. Hyun-wook quickly realized that his opponent was simply trying to buy time for something. The old man also said that even if Hyun-wook tries to come up with a plan, he has no chance. Then the young man rushed forward with an attack, telling the old man to forget about it. Meanwhile, at the station, in a large crowd of people, someone was getting sick. The next moment, those people began to turn into monsters, threatening the others. The military opened fire and tried to protect the transforming people from ordinary civilians. But there were more and more transforming ones, and their bodies looked stronger. They easily protected themselves from bullets, as if their skin was a separate layer of armor. The military continued to shoot at them, realizing that they could not even detain them. And the ferocious beasts who were once people continued their rampage and attacks on ordinary civilians. One of them was already raising his paw to attack the woman and child. His gaze could be described as absent, and the fangs in his mouth seemed ever sharper. Suddenly, water started pouring from the ceiling, which was equipped with a spray system. Under this water, all the monsters felt very uncomfortable and tried to close themselves off. After a few seconds, they began to return to normal human form. There was an antidote in the water, and it was this that saved people from mass murder. The military man responsible for finding the antidote activated all the spray systems on the station and was already burning down the laboratory. He said that Hyun-wook predicted everything correctly. The young man remembered how Hyun-wook had said that the antidote was most likely prepared in large quantities. The villain was well prepared, which means he probably foresaw a situation in which he could not control everyone. The soldier couldn't believe that this madman had actually filled the water tank with the antidote. Meanwhile, the fight between Hyun-wook and the instigator of all the chaos continued. Hyun-wook and the old man went to different corners and were about to meet again in a round of battle. The system said that the old man's power over the transformed was rapidly diminishing. This shocked the poor guy and he froze in place for a while. He then turned around without moving his shoulders and asked how dare Hyun-wook ruin his plan. The young man also looked at the system notification that the villain's plan had been cancelled. Realizing that everything had worked out, his lips parted in a smile. But it was too early to celebrate. The old man began to lose his temper even more and his body began to transform. He screamed that the young man had ruined everything and that now a painful death awaited him. He threatened to experiment on Hyun-wook every day after his death. The man then slammed Hyun-wook into the wall, saying that he would keep his head and put it on display. But from somewhere at the end of the tunnel, a blue light appeared. It was not good. It was quite quiet and gloomy where Hyun-wook lay in the rubble. But his weapon had already managed to recover and be filled with water so he could use it again. Hyun-wook's sword, which emitted a threatening glow, rushed towards this old man. The villain grabbed him, preventing an attack on himself and hoping that this would be the end of it. But the next moment, the sword began to glow even more than before and it crashed straight into the apostate. The old man was thrown back from the scene of events several dozen meters. The speed of the attack was so great that dust began to rise only a few seconds later. The weapon returned to its owner, Hyun-wook, who caught the blade. He approached his opponent and was about to deliver a fatal blow. The old man called Hyun-wook a monkey, although he himself understood perfectly well that he did not have long to live. He threatened to tear to pieces all of his comrades and loved ones, not just Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook said that he would turn this old man into a stupid, yapping dog and hit him. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook's partner was still fighting with that annoying vampire. Both girls were not going to lose to each other, so they fought with all their might. Sergeant Kim blocked all of her opponent's attacks with her blade, to which she received occasional comments from the vampire that she was too slow. The vampire couldn't figure out exactly how the others thought they were similar. After another blow from the vampire, the sergeant closed her eyes. Just then, that very blade of Hyun-wook flew between them. He made the girls jump to different sides of the place where they were fighting, and then the weapon disappeared somewhere into the tunnel, disappearing without a trace. The vampire looked at this weapon and thought that this couldn't be. She had to check her guess, and so she rushed to the scene. The girl left the sergeant hanging on the wall all alone in the dark tunnel, but it was for the best. The sergeant shouted several angry phrases after her and ordered her to return to battle. The old man, hearing what Hyun-wook was saying, clenched his teeth, thinking that he was not joking. But then he grinned as if he didn't believe a single word the young man had said. He said that he almost fell victim to Hyun-wook's sharp tongue, but his intelligence allowed him to see right through the boy. Hearing this from his opponent, Hyun-wook didn't understand what the old man was even talking about. As soon as he repeated again that he would not fall for any cheap tricks, he was entangled in a ring of blue energy. Hyun-wook raised his weapon to attack the renegade, saying only that he was not very smart. Then the young man used a technique called the Dark Hand of the Master, falling. The apostate, in his inhuman form, fell to the floor as the blow landed squarely on him. And then Hyun-wook was going to strike again to finish it all off. A sharp pain pierced the old man's body as if his limbs were being torn off. The wave that rose after the impact sent him flying back several meters. Hyun-wook wasn't going to stop there. He was going to strike again. The young man warned the apostate that it was all over, but he only looked at him in surprise. Then there was a noise coming from behind Hyun-wook, which meant that someone was approaching them. The next moment, Hyun-wook jumped to the side a little, but still held the weapon near the renegade's body. He decided not to be distracted from his task, and so continued to try to hit, but a system notification was heard. Hyun-wook started talking about how he had fed the weapon so much that it should take the hint and slow down, and how could Yun-jong manage to control such a wild beast? The old man realized that this was his chance and started talking about how Hyun-wook had come up with a weapon that was beyond his capabilities. The system announced that a sound at a certain frequency would come from the wolf, and whoever heard it would be drawn into the illusion. Hyun-wook began to dodge some currents that threatened to knock him off his feet. The next moment, a strange purple glow appeared in front of him, as if pulling him towards itself. And then Hyun-wook realized that he was no longer underground. Now the red moon was shining in front of him. So this was the very illusion that the system warned about. Something was wrong. It was definitely an illusion, but he could smell and feel the blood, so it wasn't just an illusion. The old man said that the art of illusion could directly control Hyun-wook's brain, and he would not be able to distinguish reality from illusion. After finishing his monologue, the old man wished for Hyun-wook to die in complete despair, having fallen into a trap. The old man's illusory hand squeezed part of the space under Hyun-wook's feet, enclosing him in a cage. He said that he would never be able to escape the clutches of his perfect technique on his own, and that this death would be too luxurious for such a fool. Hyun-wook asked if all of the man's techniques were suitable for him and said that it was possible to get out. The next moment, an ominous blue glow appeared from the old man's chest. Hyun-wook used fail note again, and because of that, the old man started coughing up a lot of blood. Hyun-wook finally fell out of the illusory world created earlier by that apostate. But the old man did not understand how Hyun-wook managed to do this. It was impossible that his brilliant, incredible plans would be destroyed. Hyun-wook laughed at how the old man called his plans genius and said that he was just a coward hiding behind plans to survive. The old man threatened to cut out Hyun-wook's tongue if he didn't close his mouth immediately. A system notification sounded stating that the attributes of the two noble weapons were incompatible. Hyun-wook cursed the state window and told him to be more tactful because if he cared about life, he wouldn't have gone back in time. The old man got angry at Hyun-wook's empty chatter and said that he never thought about his actions. The young man replied that he had thought and planned in his past life, but everyone still died. In the end, he gathered all his strength and, ignoring the system, ordered the fall to open. Hyun-wook looked at his opponent with a mad look and suggested that they die together. The apostate was in shock and real fear was visible in his eyes. In his mind, everything this guy did was the most insane madness. Surviving and looking at his dying opponent, Hyun-wook agreed. The coward became a madman, and according to Hyun-wook, it was the old man who turned him into that. By this time, the vampire had already managed to escape from the scene. She thought that getting involved with those soldiers was a very bad idea. The girl ran a few more blocks and noticed that her boss had been slammed into a wall. She peered around the corner, trying not to show that she had seen everything that was happening. Hyun-wook looked back and laughed right in her eyes when he started that suicidal attack. This scene just wouldn't leave her head, and she thought that the young man was from a special squad full of psychos. Eventually, she got tired of running further, so she stopped in some dark alley. Because of the tainted blood she had to drink, her body was rapidly weakening. The girl needed fresh blood right now, and there was a man walking around somewhere. She thought that this was some pathetic loser whose blood she would get her fill of today. The girl picked up speed and jumped straight onto the man. She landed right in front of him and had not yet had time to raise her head and assess her victim. But then the blade of a weapon leaned against her neck. The girl was shocked because she was sure that he was defenseless. But she didn't even have time to look at anything, which made her feel even sadder. This man asked her why she was attacking from behind, but he spoke in Japanese. And then he asked the girl if she was strong. And if the answer was yes, then she would die here. Hyun-wook, having found some piece of clothing and tied it like a skirt, was dealing with some crystal. The crystal shattered into many pieces under his onslaught. This was the core of the wave. Now it was all over and it was time to receive our rewards. The military began to see system notifications about incredible amounts of experience points. Someone was shouting about how they had instantly reached level 30, while someone else was now at level 33. All the military men wondered if they could get C ranks or even B ranks this way. Angel-like wings began to appear on the ceiling above them. They emitted a warm glow and the soldiers said that their bodies were suddenly filled with energy. Hyun-wook said that with their current ranks, they were comparable to the commanders of the VSBM squads and now they will become stronger faster. He said that when the waves came to an end, he would make each of them strong enough to become aces of the squad or battalion. So they had to survive. Cheers went up through the crowd. And only Jun-mo didn't look as cheerful as everyone else. Hyun-wook asked him to raise his head and he stood at attention, ready to listen to the order. Hyun-wook said that Jun-mo was still the same and couldn't raise his level. He shouldn't be upset about it. Jun-mo thanked him and said that he believed Hyun-wook. The young man smiled and thought that everything was finally starting to get better. Suddenly, something resembling the blade of a huge sword appeared from the ceiling above them. The military immediately became concerned for Sergeant Hyun-wook because the sword landed where he was standing. The military unanimously suggested that it was a steel column. Others said it looked like a sword. Hyun-wook dispelled all doubts and said that it was indeed a sword, but not an ordinary one, and it would not be possible to swing it. The system provided information that one Mowgli fragment out of 13 had been collected. This was the famous symbol that earned Hyun-wook the nickname of the Steel Emperor in his past life. He risked his own life to collect these 13 sword fragments and bring them to the blacksmith Baek Sol, who combined them into a sword. Hyun-wook pulled some tricks and sealed the fragment's mass by shrinking it. After some time, the fragment became small enough to be easily held in the hand like a child's toy. And then he shrank so much that he fit into Hyun-wook's fist. He turned to the military and advised them to quickly sort everything out here and head to the next location. There was little time, but now the military could gather as much expensive magical ore as they could. This place was supposed to be a mine. For that kind of money, you could buy out an entire guild. Hyun-wook went out and met Sergeant Kim, asking her if she was okay. The girl said that she was fine and that her wounds would heal quickly. She spoke about the words about her compatibility with the vampire. The boy said that this meant that she had a very obvious way to win. The sergeant, who had previously thought the opposite, suddenly opened her eyes in confusion. There were several still bleeding wounds visible on her shoulder from that fight. Hyun-wook smiled and said that the girl was puzzled by the battle with a player after only fighting monsters. The girl said that she had lost sight of that enemy and if she had immediately hidden, then it would not be possible to find her during the disaster. Then he asked not to worry about it because he already knew how to look for her. When she peeked at him from around the corner, he used his ability again. And before she ran away, Hyun-wook put a tracking chip on her. He didn't know the exact location, but he could tell in which direction to look. Meanwhile, the vampire did not understand why this stranger did not finish her off immediately and still saw her chance to escape. She extended her claws even further and thought that one blow would take his head off. After being asked about her strength, the vampire lost her temper and raised her hand to attack. But her victim suddenly disappeared somewhere, as if he had never existed. In fact, that master walked around her from behind and was already about to launch his attack. He made a few swings with his long sword and continued to stand in place. The girl fell under a barrage of these attacks, descending on her like heavenly punishment. She had no escape route and no abilities would help her now. The world around her began to turn into even greater chaos and collapse before her eyes. She didn't even understand what had just happened, but she was still alive. The young man said that he simply directed the energy of his sword in every direction that she could retreat. The buildings around were destroyed, and this was an indicator of the power of this very sword energy. The stranger took a few steps forward, approaching the vampire again. He said that she should thank her weakness, and then walked past her, as if he didn't notice her. The girl wanted to say something, but she was afraid. Her eyes looked scared. Finally, the young man said that a true warrior does not raise his hand against the weak. This phrase completely destroyed the girl's self-esteem. She had just been called weak. She screamed what was wrong with this guy and where did such crazy people come from. Meanwhile, the military transmitted new information about moving corpses and assumed the presence of a necromancer. The National Gate Response Command Center was currently noisy. While the workers were talking about the connection with the magician being lost, some girl was looking at it thinking that it was a rarity. So Yoon from the Zumanar Guild thought that players who went into battle alone only thought about their own survival. They needed a key player, someone who would unite the other players during this soul wave. A man ran into her office waving a tablet and saying that the source of erosion in the Dongdaemun area would be destroyed by players. The girl immediately asked which ones exactly, who their leader was, and what their rank was. The man reported that this was the 3rd Anti-Magic Brigade of the 1st Battalion, but it was a small detachment. And their commander was questionable, because this commander was the lowest-ranking sergeant the system could provide. The girl immediately asked why her manager decided to make fun of her, and why he didn't check the information. Then another person entered the office, saying that it was quite clear that low-ranking trash would be scurrying around everywhere. After this man appeared in the office, the head of the guild was shocked and asked what he wanted there. Kai-baek-jun responded that he simply did not interfere in a situation where there were no better alternatives. One of his guild's task forces dealt with the gates in another area, and once they'd replenish their supplies, they'd go and scout out the situation with the source of the erosion. That squad had some pretty skilled players, and the commander was an A rank, so they would be able to unite the players and save the people of Seoul. Meanwhile, in the area that the guild leader was talking about, something strange was happening. Commander Chu Cho-yun, a rather unattractive man, had to answer to his subordinates, and this infuriated him. His comrades tried to deal with the civilians who wanted to follow them, and the commander used his ability to control the monster and asked the civilians what they were counting on here. He said he wanted to end it, if they knew what he meant. The monster behind him immediately rose up and struck at his comrades in the crowd. The commander ordered the troops to kill everyone so that no one would slander their unit. It was still raining in Seoul, and a group of schoolgirls in raincoats were running through the streets. They heard some strange sounds and reassured themselves that it was just dogs barking. One of the girls handed something to the other girl and asked her to inhale it slowly. The girl, overcome with panic, began to apologize for slowing down the whole group. Ji-ho wiped away the panicked girl's tears and said that they could not go without her under any circumstances. Suddenly, something landed somewhere near them. Given the general situation, it was ominous. The one who was walking in front of the whole group stopped the others, blocking their path with her hand. But before she could finish speaking, she and her friend, who was standing behind her, fell to the ground. The other two girls ran into the alley, trying to hide from someone. One of them asked the one who was panicking not to breathe and to be as quiet as possible. Several strange monsters landed on the street next to the bodies of those girls. Two of them picked up the lifeless bodies, and another one turned around, as if noticing someone in the other direction. These monsters walked near the temporary shelter of the two surviving girls. They looked quite fierce and seemed to know that someone else was there. One of them headed towards the corner where the two schoolgirls were hiding. Hui-man was supposed to stay behind the column no matter what happened, and then call for a rescue team. Having given such instructions to her friend, one of the girls ran out of the alley and shouted at the monsters, chasing them after her. She ran as fast as she could, and the monsters were already gathering to give chase. Tears were dripping from her eyes, but she continued to run, as a monster appeared behind her. A few seconds later, it flew into the air and was about to return to its starting point. The poor girl with glasses continued to sit behind the column and hope that she would not be noticed. She wanted at least someone to save her at this moment, when she couldn't even mourn the death of her friend. The monster was passing right past the alley where she was hiding. Her eyes were full of tears. She continued to cover her mouth with her hands so as not to accidentally make a sound. The monster turned around and seemed to look straight into her eyes, grinning. But as soon as he tried to attack, he was pierced by a spear, and the attacker fell down dead, no longer posing a threat to the girl. Someone, above whose head the girl thought there was a halo, asked her if she was okay. The girl wiped away her tears and wondered if this is what angels looked like. But in front of her, it was actually Hyun-wook, wearing some kind of strange military robe. Behind him were members of his squad, and above his head shone a bright halo. The monsters continued to attack the city no matter how much they were dealt with. Hui Man recalled how her parents abandoned her because she had asthma. But her friends did not leave her and took her to run away with them. They encouraged her all the time and didn't let her give up so easily, for which she was grateful to them. Her friend led her out of the place that was swarming with monsters and said that she knew Hui Man could handle it. The next memory was of her friend asking her in a trembling voice to survive no matter what happened. But Hui Man didn't want her to go there. She didn't want her friend to die for her. The schoolgirl woke up in a hospital room screaming the name of her friend Ji-ho. The girl heard someone's words coming from behind the doors, saying that they did it to save the other schoolgirls. Hyun-wook seemed to be interrogating someone who forced some schoolgirls to leave. It happened in the temporary shelter of a girls' high school. There, someone was administering justice and deciding who would die. It was the leader of one of the squads led by Chu-yun, and his leader said that he had decided that it would be better to send them to another shelter. Hyun-wook said that this man had been in situations where monsters attacked him for no reason and still sent the schoolgirls away alone. And then it dawned on the head of the detachment that this was nothing more than an interrogation. He said that they were not a rescue team, but an assault team of the Great Mountain Guild, and also valuable personnel. According to them, they were simply volunteers, and as the leader of the squad, he could not undermine the strength of his guild. Hyun-wook came out of nowhere and started criticizing them, but was it right? His subordinates didn't act as guards, but that didn't mean Hyun-wook could blame them, so why didn't he throw out the bait first? The young man smiled and said that there seemed to be a misunderstanding, and then asked if they had heard of the Dark Magic Association. The leader of the guild squad immediately changed his expression and asked again what it was about. Hyun-wook began to explain that this was a gathering of fanatics who were making sacrifices. According to him, these rascals were making offerings, and the monster he defeated wore a cape, the same one worn by the association's servants. A rather colorful image of one of the association's servants immediately popped into Hyun-wook's mind. He said that they kidnapped schoolgirls and sacrificed them, so there was no point in just wasting energy on protecting the shelter. He said the best way to protect the shelter was to find traces and get rid of the fanatics. Hyun-wook added that they wouldn't immediately sacrifice a person, so those schoolgirls could still be saved. At that moment, a girl came out from behind the door of the room, asking if her friends were still alive. She said that if she could save them, she was ready to do anything, and if they needed a sacrifice, then let them take it instead of them. Hyun-wook turned around abruptly and looked at the young suicide with a slightly puzzled expression. He said that he understood her feelings, but she did not need to do anything since protecting civilians was the duty of soldiers. She immediately recognized in this man the angel who appeared before her at the moment of her salvation. She began to cry, thinking that she had not imagined it, and that he had actually come to save them. But before Hyun-wook could finish speaking, the girl fell to the floor again, unconscious. Now he could no longer hide how puzzled he looked after the second such fainting spell. The military asked Hyun-wook what he had done again, but he swore that he had done nothing. Then the voice of the one with whom Hyun-wook had been talking about the cult members a little earlier was heard. The head of the squad said that they did not know where the association was and how they could then save the schoolgirls. The young man turned around and looked coldly at the annoying man. Then he said that he had an idea and the association members were supposed to grab him instead of the schoolgirls. The head of Squad B seemed to have his jaw dropped at the suggestion. But after just a few dozen minutes, the world was presented with a renewed Hyun-wook. Now he was wearing full makeup with painted eyes and lips. The members of Hyun-wook's squad were no longer surprised by anything, but they were shocked by the commander's appearance. Hyun-wook now also wore a girls' school uniform with a short skirt. Sergeant Khan, who painted him, said that even monsters couldn't kidnap him like that and that it wouldn't work. And Hyun-wook, who looks like a scarecrow from a horror movie, said that they hardly care about appearance. One of his subordinates asked if it was true what Hyun-wook said earlier about them supplying the schoolgirls association. Hyun-wook was more than sure of this, but he had no evidence. The head of Squad B looked at him from time to time with a strange look. Hyun-wook explained to his soldiers why it was dangerous to accuse large guilds without evidence. He smiled and after a short silence said that he had already thought of something. None of the squad yet knew what exactly Hyun-wook had come up with this time and what his plan was. At the same time, a column of military vehicles was driving along the road under the leadership of the swordsman and the third daughter of the chief. Hyun-wook thought that he had done everything he could. He turned around looking at the girl who was standing near the stairs and praying for something. All that remained was to save those girls who were ready to sacrifice themselves. At the same time, the girls sat locked in a cage under the supervision of one of the association members. Hyun-wook prayed that they would take care of themselves at least until he came. He then addressed everyone present and said that they were beginning to implement a plan to save the civilians. A moment later, Hyun-wook turned around, realizing that he had done almost everything possible. The man's gaze fell on the young girl who stood behind him and was almost shaking with fear. Hen understood that now all that was left was to save those girls who were begging for help. At the same time, the defenseless victims were sitting in a cage, opposite a huge monster in a red cloak. Hen asked the girls to take care of themselves until he arrived. One of them then screamed loudly in fear. Hyun-wook, disguised as a girl, exclaimed that they would now begin to implement the plan to save the civilians. And a few moments later, Hyun-wook suddenly recoiled from the strange flow of air from above. A moment later, Hen froze in place and barely closed his eyes, and the bows on his head almost came undone. Hyun-wook fell to the ground, and two men in red cloaks immediately flew up to him. The soldier said that if they continued to sniff around, they would find out about their connection with the Dark Magic Association. And Hen's squad was quite strong. The soldier suggested that the commander intervene, but two men had already approached Hen, lifting his body from the floor. The two monsters looked at the guy's face in front of them in surprise, their eyes wide open. The commander replied that their enemies probably had a separate main force, so if they weren't careful, Chief Chu Chu-yun would also have problems. One of the monsters suddenly leaned over, while the second one recoiled from the guy's body in bewilderment. The zombies continued to look at each other and then at the sergeant's body in bewilderment. But after a moment, one of them threw the guy's body over his shoulder, grimacing. The commander said that just exposing the association wouldn't change anything, and besides, Han had been taken to the base, which meant there was less to worry about him. The commander exclaimed that abilities could not be used at the base, and as soon as the rescue operation began, they would strike from the rear. After a while, Hyun-wook was roughly thrown into the cell, his hands cuffed. And after a few more moments, Hen opened his eyes in bewilderment and wondered where he was. Hen suddenly realized that he had blacked out for a while and had been sent to prison and put in mana restraints. Then Hen looked around in bewilderment and realized that they had even managed to take the bag with the inventory off him. Hen realized that he was in a notorious detention center where criminal gamblers were sent. At this time, the steel company looked at each other in bewilderment, also surprised by Hen's whereabouts. Park Jun asked if the situation was hopeless if Sergeant Hyun had mana limiters. Min said that it was true, but the center was surrounded by a barrier higher than A rank. Until it was turned off from the inside, they couldn't get through. But suddenly there were strange, loud sounds, so Jun took aim and asked if Min could hear it. Several soldiers radioed that they, as a sniper squad, were already in position. Jun asked if he should continue with the mission. Min replied that the mission was given by Hyun-wook, who is always a few steps ahead, so he probably has a plan. Min-hee ordered to stay in position, and Hyun then exhaled heavily, realizing that he had not foreseen this. Then Hen looked at the handcuffs in fear and realized that he was in complete shit. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, asking with displeasure how much longer they would have to clean up after them. Near the wall sat a large man to whom the prisoner turned, saying that he had spent the whole day like this. But Won-chul suddenly interrupted and said that the guy was sent by the Dark Magic Association, so there was no need to cause trouble. The prisoners insisted that they had been told that their deaths would be faked and that they would be given new documents, but it was worth hoping that at least they would not be set up. The man exclaimed that they would not allow this because they had no restraints. Then they entered the cell to the trembling girls. Smiling nastily, the man exclaimed that it was time to stop chatting and get it all over with. The men began to forcibly drag away the little girls, who were screaming loudly and trying to grab each other. The man sat the girl on his shoulder and asked what the association was going to do with them. Won-chul responded by exclaiming that he had asked him not to cause trouble, so it was time for him to stop talking nonsense. And the prisoner bared his teeth in response and asked when Won-chul managed to become a boss. Won-chul said that the prisoner was probably thinking, What is this crippled loser talking about? I can easily defeat him. But a moment later, the blonde suddenly jumped up to the brunette and asked whether he would finally go or not. One Chol clenched his fists and said that he would do everything he could to get out of prison, because he had to kill one person. One Chol exclaimed that if anyone got in his way, he would tear them apart. A moment later, the brunette hurried away, taking the girl with him, and Wan Chol exhaled heavily in response. Then the blonde began to follow the brunette with his gaze, stopping near the camera with Hen. And after a few moments, Wan Chol decided to approach the bars to take the girl from there. But the blonde suddenly stopped, peering at the silhouette of a young girl who was lying on the floor, hiding her face. It might have seemed to him as if the girl with blue hair and bows was lying unconscious. But a moment later, Hyun Wook stood up abruptly and looked around angrily, realizing that it was time to get out. Hen began to try to use at least a little mana through the limiters, but it was all useless. But suddenly, Vaughn came up to his bars, smiled, and said that the stupid zombies had brought another freak. But a moment later, Hyun Wook suddenly stood up from the floor, unexpectedly knocking over his blue wig. Won Chul even froze for a moment, looking at his old acquaintance in bewilderment. Hyun Wook smiled kindly as he greeted and asked Won Chul how he was doing. The blonde responded by shouting loudly and using mana, calling Hyun Wook a scumbag and asking if he really wanted to die that much. Won Chul then suddenly jumped on Hyun Wook, but Hyun Wook managed to dodge the blow in time. And just a moment later, an explosion thundered on one of the floors of the multi-story building where they were located. Jun screamed loudly, afraid for the lieutenant, and Min-hee ordered the snipers to report the situation. The snipers continued to try to aim at the site of the explosion, trying to see at least something there. One of the soldiers cried out that it was impossible to see anything because of the smoke, and the barrier was still active. And behind the snipers there was already a large detachment, which was carefully watching their actions. The soldiers in blue uniforms held their swords tightly and frowned deeply as they looked at the enemies. Min-hee ordered Min to take the shield and go, and he exclaimed that the barrier was still intact and that it was not a signal from Hyun. Min shouted that they couldn't ignore what had happened because if it was Hyun's signal, then the whole plan was over. And Jun asked if they could get through the barrier. Min-hee pulled on his gloves and said that the situation was urgent and that everything possible had to be done. The lieutenant exclaimed that once they passed the barrier, they must remain vigilant, and the enemy listened attentively. The man said that Min was on an assault mission, but he was yelling at the top of his lungs and causing chaos, and such soldiers would not have been able to eliminate the erosion. At the same time, Hyun Wook was pressed against the wall with a hole, and Wan Chul was towering over him. One said that he prayed every night, wishing to tear Hyun into pieces, and now his prayers were answered. Hyun Wook barely flinched away from the guy, saying that Wan Chul never listened, which was why his legs were in trouble. In response, the blonde man with red eyes only got even more angry and shouted that it was Hyun Wook's fault. And a moment later, Hen was smiling happily, realizing that the blonde had fallen for his trick. Hyun Wook stretched his hands forward as if showing handcuffs when Wan Chul was about to kick him. The blonde's leg almost touched the handcuffs, threatening to finally free Hen. But suddenly one asked if Hyun really thought he would fall for the provocation and break the mana limiters. But a moment later, Hen abruptly threw Wan to the ground, calling the guy a complete idiot. And just a second later, Hyun managed to escape from behind the bars, leaving Wan inside. Wan Chul yelled at the hooded guy sitting by the exit that he should catch that pervert. The man showed his burning eyes as scarlet flames, frowning even more but hiding the rest of his face. The prisoner stood up abruptly, blocking the passage, and so Hen had to freeze in place. But as he raised his head, Hyun Wook's gaze immediately changed and became more frightened, and he himself screamed loudly. Wan Chul rushed towards them, and the huge prisoner only extended his fist forward. The man frowned even more, and Wan Chul shouted that Hyun was finished, because he had nowhere else to run. One laughed and shouted that there was no escape from there, so Hyun couldn't even hope for help. One wanted to say that he would tear Hyun into pieces, but suddenly he was hit with a fist with all his might. The huge man easily pushed Wan Chul away, causing Hun to look at him in fear. But as he approached the man, Hyun Wook suddenly opened his eyes wide again, peering into his face. But a moment later, Hyun Wook's eyes widened in surprise, turning to him in bewilderment. In front of Hyun's eyes stood Wan Seok, who had already completely turned into a vampire but was trying to hide it with clothes. 10 minutes before Hyun Wook met Wan Seok, the building was still intact and undamaged. At the same time, a certain girl's corpse was quickly carried away, and whole rivers of blood were flowing from her body. People in red cloaks placed about 10 mutilated bodies of girls near the altar. One man ordered that the next candidate for sacrifice be brought in if they did not wish to return to the mana limiters. Having placed the body of a little girl about 12 years old on the altar and purified, several silhouettes towered over her. One silhouette shouted, ordering the rest of the crowd to pray with joy for eternal life. And then the crowd began to hum. People folded their hands in prayer, asking to be given the key and eternal life. The silhouette hiding its face extended its hands towards the victim, and a purple circle appeared behind it. A moment later, red tongues began to extend from the girl's body, and then she flew up. And then the girl opened her mouth unnaturally wide. She was almost crying when her eyes lit up with a bright light. Red tongues from the maiden's body began to intertwine and form a huge, shining tree. A moment later, the snow-white tree began to grow even larger, and pink petals began to fall from it. And just a moment later, the man abruptly threw the girl to the ground, causing all the petals to fall. The girl in the red cloak watched what was happening carefully without taking her eyes off the girl. And then the girl smiled, barely showing her long, snow-white hair from behind her hood. Throwing his hands into the air, the henchman exclaimed that they had found the final victim, so they would soon be able to meet him. And a moment later, the man in red lifted 3 more girls into the air from whose bodies red smoke also came. The man exclaimed that they were offering these 3 girls, who carried pure mana within them, to the red flower. His henchmen began to smile brightly, watching with pleasure as the girls were killed. And the vampire remained near the wall all this time, only watching them from afar. The girl whispered that she hated the cultists because they wasted pure blood on such nonsense. But suddenly the girl with short hair turned around, sharply feeling an explosion. But then her gaze returned to the cult leader, who swung his weapon sharply. The looks of the other henchmen immediately changed, becoming more frightened and perplexed. The bodies of the 3 girls were suddenly engulfed in black smoke, but the cult leader only lifted them higher. Watching the 3 girls' victims, the blonde licked her lips predatorily and smiled brightly. The blonde exclaimed that before the red flower bloomed, the minions had to do something. After some time, the smoke that was coming from the room in the detention center began to disappear. At that moment, Won Seok looked at Hyun in surprise and asked why he was here. A few moments later, Won Seok released the sergeant from the mana restraints, and the handcuffs fell to the floor. Won Seok said that he never imagined that they would meet like this. Then he awkwardly asked what was wrong with Hyun's clothes. Hyun looked at Won Seok with displeasure and asked if he was also involved in the kidnapping of the girls. Won Seok exclaimed, saying that he did nothing, saying that he was stuck because of the barrier surrounding the center. Hyun-wook frowned in response and asked what was wrong with Won Seok's face and how he got to the center. Won Seok replied that he didn't remember well because everything that happened seemed like a dream, but when he opened his eyes, he already looked like this. Vaughn exclaimed that if he saw him in such a form, not only the players but also his comrades would attack him. So, almost suffocating in blood, Won Seok was left with no choice and had to flee. But after running a decent distance from the army, Won Seok suddenly stopped and began to breathe heavily. Won Seok was too tired and simply fell onto the cold ground. Looking at the night sky, tears began to gather in the man's eyes. He looked into the distance with disappointment, realizing that he was doomed. Vaughn began to sob loudly and gritted his fangs, realizing that from now on he would have to live as a vampire. After a while, 2 silhouettes in cloaks approached him and asked if Vaughn was one of the failed experiments. Won Seok recalled that it was then that the 2 heads of the Dark Magic Association came to him, their eyes glowing with purple fire. One said that he lost consciousness and woke up in the center. Hyun realized with fright that the association had 2 heads. Won Seok looked at the sergeant with regret and begged him to believe in his own innocence. But Hyun-wook only looked away with a frowning and tense gaze of blue eyes deep in thought. But then Hyun suddenly pushed Won Seok away and exclaimed that the lives of those children were more important now. Won Seok replied that they were most likely on the top floor. He said that they say that as soon as the blood of 3 children with pure mana falls on the altar, a red flower will open. But he didn't know what a red flower was. Won Seok's eyes got wet as he said that he didn't hear anything else, and it really wasn't his fault. A moment later, Han-wook's gaze suddenly softened. He began to peer into Won's regretful face, and then Sergeant Hen smiled softly as he watched his wounded comrade. At that moment, Won Seok almost started to cry, because huge chests of tears began to accumulate in his eyes. But a moment later, Hyun-wook hit his comrade on the shoulder, causing him to stagger back. Hyun-wook smiled brightly and replied that of course he believed Won Seok, so he shouldn't worry. Tears streamed from Won Seok's eyes as he addressed the sergeant with a trembling voice. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door, asking why the door was barred. The man shouted that he would break it down. Hyun-wook suddenly exclaimed that he was giving the order that he and Won Seok would separate from each other from now on. Hyun exclaimed that he would go to the top floor and Won would go down and have to figure out how to remove the barrier. Lee Won then wiped away his tears and looked at Hyun with determination, shouting that he could handle everything. But suddenly Hyun Wook roughly pulled Won Seok by the neck, saying that this was not all. But a moment later, Won Seok was left in front of the door, and Hyun Wook suddenly rushed towards the stairs. Then the door to the cells was broken down by prisoners who used fire force. But Won Seok didn't even flinch, just clenching his fists and preparing to fight the crowd of magicians. The prisoner asked if Vaughn was with that bastard. Then he added that he hadn't even said his name and he was already standing in their way. But Won Seok didn't care about these empty words, so he just used mana and clenched his fist tighter. A moment later, Won Seok used his barbarian form, increasing in size several times. He remembered Hyun's words that Won Seok was not recognized as a deserter, so he could return to the squad. But if he ran away, Wook would kill him. And then Won Seok asked the prisoners if they really wanted to know his name. Won Seok attacked them, saying that he was a private from the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade's attack squad. At the same time, Hen tried to run as quickly as possible up the stairs, which were illuminated by a red light. Hyun Wook knew that if he didn't hurry, those girls would be in great danger. Hen peered cautiously around the door, knowing he had to approach as carefully as possible. But then Hen covered his mouth, not understanding the disgusting smell of blood coming from behind the door. Hen knew perfectly well that such a smell could not come from just 1 or 2 people. Peering carefully around the door, Hen noticed a crowd of corpses of cultist minions, as well as 2 leaders who were tormenting 3 girls. Hyun Wook's eyes widened in horror, realizing that the Dark Magic Association had been destroyed. The 2 cult leaders kept the 3 victims in the air even after a huge amount of time. But suddenly the blonde turned away and asked who dared to appear at the sacred altar. Hyun Wook immediately recoiled from the door in horror, looking fearfully at the cult leader and the corpses in front of her. And a moment later the man hurried to escape from there, trying to quickly save his life. But suddenly another explosion occurred, which smashed several floors of the building to pieces. This hole in the center was much larger than the previous one, and smoke was still coming from the explosion. Hyun Wook could hardly hide behind the wall, otherwise he would have already been lying under the rubble of the detention center. But suddenly a girl appeared before his eyes, sobbing and quietly begging to be saved. The blonde then walked away from the victims and sharply told Hen that he was hiding like a rat. And a moment later, the girl just smiled predatorily and licked her lips deep in thought. The girl pulled down her mask and flashed her scarlet eyes, saying that if Hen came out now, she would show mercy and kill him quickly. But then Park Ji-hyun exclaimed that Hyun Wook could continue to hide because it would be more fun to play with him. After some time, Min-hee finally formed a portal, and behind him, armed soldiers crowded. Min-hee and Jun-mo exchanged tense glances, clearly worried about the operation. Before this, Hyun Wook told Jun-mo that they would conduct a fake operation. He asked again. Hen understood that the Great Mountain Guild was connected to the Dark Magic Association, but they couldn't attack them because they were a military unit. Hen said that when the assault began, they would aim at their rear, and they would pretend to be weak and give them a chance to attack first. Hen said that this way they would have a just cause to take action against the Great Mountain Guild. Min-hee exhaled carefully and said that creating a reason to justify attacking a major guild was not a bad thing. But then Min-hee suddenly looked at Hyun and said that there was a fatal flaw in his plan. Min-hee said that Hyun would be going on the rescue mission alone and they wouldn't be able to withstand the firepower on their own. Hyun Wook responded with a mocking grin and said that he shouldn't worry about that and should instead focus on buying time. Taking Min-hee's hand, Hyun exclaimed that he was the key to this operation. Min-hee smiled in surprise and asked if it was all on him again. And after some time, Min-hee finally exclaimed to his comrades that it was time to begin the deception operation. A moment later, 2 snipers grabbed their weapons and began to aim somewhere. And the Great Mountain Guild was waiting for the snipers from behind, waiting for the best moment to attack. But then, suddenly, the silhouette of a military man with 2 swords appeared in the sky above them. It was Si-hee, who was looking at the guild members with a puzzled expression and a deep frown. And a moment later, the girl suddenly landed on the roof, and the players from the guild jumped up and fell to the floor. A moment later, the girl swung again and used her power, flying into the air. In just a few moments, Si-hee was able to easily defeat most of the players in the guild. She pressed the sword to the man's neck and said that if he moved, he would lose his head. Si-hee then ordered the man to signal that the murder had gone as planned. Then the man finally stopped reaching for the weapon and grabbed the watch on his wrist. The soldier told the squad leader that a signal had come from a sniper team of assassins. He smiled and ordered everyone to move on. And just a moment later, the players immediately rushed forward, holding their swords tightly in their hands and jumping high. The players easily and almost silently managed to reach Hen's squad, who still looked defenseless. An irritated Min-hee was informed over the radio that they had already dealt with the sniper squad. And a moment later, the guild was still running towards the military. But suddenly An Ming pulled out his shield, preventing them from getting any closer. The other soldiers immediately took aim. The guild still tried to strike at An Ming's shield, but it was impenetrable. A moment later, Min-hee shouted loudly, ordering the soldiers to fire into battle. And then most of the players from the guild lay on the ground dead, their bodies burned by burning bullets. The commander exclaimed, not understanding how the squad learned about the attack. He ordered a squad of magicians to be sent. The mages also joined the fight, holding spears with purple tips firmly in their hands. Then purple runes appeared in front of the mages' faces, shining brightly in the darkness. And just a moment later, a bright flame appeared from those circles in the air, devouring everything around. But the soldiers hurried to hide behind An Ming's shield so that the purple fire would not devour them. But a bright flame illuminated everything around, depriving the soldiers of even the slightest visibility. The commander smiled, realizing that the report, all members of the VBSM squad were burned in battle by the Association of Dark Magic, would satisfy everyone. But then the soldiers decided to fight back against the guild again, shooting the players in the temple. The snipers were aiming at the guild players, and Si-hee was still flying above them. The blonde exclaimed, reporting to Min-hee that the target had been captured and he was providing support. The commander looked at the soldiers in surprise and exclaimed, asking where the idiots from the assassination team had gone. A moment later, the commander gave the order to the tank crews to block the snipers. The magicians did not stop spewing fire, and the soldiers simply hurried to leave for the portal. The commander looked at him in surprise and thought about it when the military had already managed to get there. Min-hee took aim and ordered the soldiers to take position A and then fire. And Ming continued to protect the soldiers with his shield as they fired at the guild players. But the magicians also had shields, with the help of which they could easily avoid the bullets of the military. The commander exclaimed that the scum had been targeting them from the very beginning. He asked how ordinary soldiers dared to fool the great guild. And then the commander raised his hand to the sky and exclaimed that he, as the head of the shock squad, would destroy everyone. And then a crazy tornado appeared in the sky, heading towards the VBSM soldiers. Min-hee continued to look at the commander's actions with fear, frozen in fear. And just a moment later, the man soared into the sky, approaching the military on a tornado. The commander exclaimed that the soldiers could try to plan something in the face of the whirlwind. The huge masses of air quickly approached them, and at that moment the soldiers hid behind An Ming's shield. Min-hee was scared and wondered when that hidden card that Hyun had spoken of would come into play. At the same time, the prisoners in the center were already beaten until they bled and were screaming pitifully. Won-seok breathed heavily, towering over the dozens of dead men beneath his feet. But suddenly Won-seok ran to a certain button and pressed it. It immediately lit up green. He said that the barrier surrounding the building would be removed. Then he remembered Hen's words that he should not run away, but fight. Hyun once told Won to protect his comrades like a true soldier, then they will stand up for you too. Looking back at the corpses of the prisoners, Won-seok muttered that he would not escape again. And the commander at the same time continued to shout that he would tear the arrogant bastards to pieces. Rocks fell from the sky and a tornado carried away the debris of the building, making it even more dangerous. But suddenly all the stones and debris froze in the air as if someone was holding them. Even the commander froze for a moment but continued to shout, trying to strike again. Suddenly, Choi-yun, whose body was shining brightly, appeared behind the commander and ordered him to get out of the way. And just a moment later, Yoon-jung easily cut through the commander and his henchmen. The commander screamed loudly as Yoon-jung struck his body, cutting through his flesh. The rest of the guild players watched this in fear, barely managing to back away. Even the snipers froze for a moment, watching in fear what was happening on the roof. Min-hee's eyes widened in fear while Jun-mo smiled widely and greeted Jun. But at first the sergeant didn't even pay any attention to it, pushing the commander away. But then Yoon-jung suddenly turned around and took off his helmet, looking tensely at the soldiers. Then, Yoon-jung suddenly raised his hands high into the sky and loudly shouted Hyun-wook's name. Jun-mo asked Yoon-jung in fear what was wrong, but Min-hee suddenly recoiled. Yoon-jung turned around abruptly and smiled, asking where that damn bastard was now. Min-hee sighed in disappointment and rubbed his forehead, while Jun-mo looked at Jun with fear. But then the soldier pointed to where Hyun-wook was, causing Yoon-jung to look up. The soldier pointed to the detention center on the upper floors of which an explosion had recently thundered. Yoon-jung smiled madly, asking Hyun-wook to wait for him, because he would burn the sergeant to death. The snipers and Si-hee then heard a notification that the barrier surrounding the building would be removed. This notification was repeated several more times, and Si-hee listened attentively, deep in thought. The leader was given the task of attracting 500 fanatics who worship darkness, and then killing them and letting the red flower bloom. All but the last one was completed. Ji-hyun said that she would take care of the uninvited guest and let the second head complete the ritual. At the same time, the leader's red cloak began to melt as the fabric seemed to peel off. Even the man looked at his clothes in surprise, the hem of which suddenly began to take on a different shape. Ji-hyun smiled brightly and said that she was bored with the task, so it was time to have some fun. Hen didn't understand where a second head of the association could come from if there was supposed to be only one. Hen knew that confronting two villains at once was a big risk. At that moment, a bright light appeared above them, and after a few moments, the light began to take the form of a crystal, which sparkled brightly with a purple light. Hyun-wook frowned and was surprised to realize that there was a core of the erosion source above the villains. And then huge tree roots began to grow into the source of erosion, dimming its light. A few moments later, these tree branches covered the entire hall, breaking the walls. The leader climbed onto a huge branch, still holding the girls, and Ji-hyun began to look around. And after some time, Yoon-jong cautiously picked up the saber from the floor, his eyes wide with surprise. Pak-jun asked the lieutenant to take a look, and he asked again in fear what it was. A huge tree emerged from the detention center building and destroyed the roof. Hyun-wook instantly remembered Won-seok's words as he walked through the rubble. Hyun-wook frowned even more as he thought about the red flower and the tree that grew out of nowhere. There was a man standing in the middle of the room, and branches continued to grow around him. He raised his hand to the sky. Looking at the girl's defenseless body, Hen decided that although he didn't know their plan, he had to save those girls before the red flower bloomed. At the same time, the branches of the tree suddenly began to turn white and blue. Hyun-wook tried to hide behind a tree but was suddenly found by Ji-hyun, who was holding a hammer in her hands. And just a moment later, Hyun-wook looked with disgust at the warden in front of him. The girl was about to strike the guy, but he managed to dodge in time. Then he flew slightly to the side with his weapon. Hen managed to land on the ground with ease while the blonde froze for a moment. Sitting down on the floor, Hyun-wook only realized that he had to find a bag with his things first. Ji-hyun appeared behind him and asked if Hyun was a pervert based on his clothes. She said that he would be arrested for his inappropriate appearance. A moment later, the girl almost hit Hen with a hammer with a glowing tip. Frowning heavily and turning around angrily, Hyun-wook immediately decided to use body enhancement. When Ji-hyun wanted to strike again, Hyun defended himself with his steel hands but was suddenly embraced by a spirit. And just a moment later, the green spirit took the blow for him, stretching his arms forward. The guy recoiled, trying to stay on his feet and realizing why the wind spirit had appeared in front of him. Behind the sergeant stood Si-hee, who was determined to protect Hyun-wook. The girl was flying in the air and asked if she was late. Hen exclaimed that she was just in time. Hyun exclaimed that there was another leader besides Ji-hyun, so Si-hee would deal with the blonde while he would go after the other one. But the blonde only smiled softly in response and asked if a replacement for that pervert had really arrived. Si-hee immediately opened her purple eyes wide, looking at her opponent in fear. Ji-hyun bound the wind spirit, saying that it was made of mana, which meant it was very tasty. The wind spirit screamed loudly in pain as the ropes around her neck tightened. Ji-hyun smiled and said that Manavalin could eat him and not leave a trace. And a moment later, Si-hee finally stopped listening to the enemy, sharply attacking him. And the blonde immediately used her brightly glowing weapon, swinging it sharply. But Hyun-wook suddenly pushed Si-hee, who was ready to fight, to the ground, ordering her to dodge. And just a moment later, the blonde struck again, breaking a tree branch. Hyun-wook jumped back sharply and Si-hee flew further, clutching her knives tighter and preparing for battle. Hyun exclaimed that Si-hee should be careful with the cultist because if he caught her, he would absorb all of her mana. Hyun said that Ji could even release the mana she had accumulated. Se-hee asked fearfully. Hen shouted, asking the girl to be careful both at close and long range, while he would save the girls. Hyun reminded Se-hee that during a fight there is no such thing as a suitable opponent or an advantage, as she needs to find a way to win. Looking at the sergeant's concentrated face, the girl looked fearfully into his eyes. But a moment later, the girl rushed up, saying that she could handle it, and that it was time for Hen to go. After a while, the blonde looked at Si-hee floating in the air in surprise. Ji-hyun slammed her weapon onto the spirit's bound body, asking how many more of these Si-hee had. The blonde licked her lips and said that she wouldn't mind a second helping because it looked delicious. Seeing the girl's impudent smile, Si-hee angrily asked if she really thought it was funny. And just a moment later, dozens of more spirits appeared next to Si-hee, tightly clenching their fists. Ji-hyun laughed loudly and said that there were so many of them that she was shaking with impatience. And just a moment later, Si-hee suddenly attacked the blonde, telling her not to cry later. The other spirits followed her, but Ji-hyun only pointed a glowing ball at them in response. Ji-hyun smiled happily, saying that she would absorb every last drop of mana from the spirits. So let them attack. And a moment later, there was a loud bang, as if it had passed through the trunk of a huge tree on the building. At the same time, the second cultist had already swung his knife over the body of the young girl. The man's eyes glowed brightly with red fire, and behind him a purple portal blazed. Moments later, the cultist pressed the tip of his sword to the unconscious girl's throat. But a moment later, the cultist's body was almost pierced by a spear, but he miraculously managed to dodge. Then the spear flew up, as if catching up with the cultist, who froze in place. But the cultist jerked back again, and the spear flew up again as he raised his blow over the victim. But a moment later, the spear tried to catch him again, causing the man to almost fall. Then, red debris suddenly flew over the cultist's face, causing him to look surprised. But a moment later, Hyun-wook's weapon flew down again, bringing down some of the ceiling debris with it. Hyun-wook had been directing all of this, previously hiding behind the branches. But now he revealed himself by ordering the cultist not to move. Hen said that he didn't know the plan of the head of the Dark Magic Association, but he had to move away from the children right now. Throwing his head back, the cultist abruptly brushed the hood from his face, revealing his long ears and unhealthy-hued face. The cultist's hair was long and dark, and his body seemed to be wrapped in red branches. A moment later, something that resembled a long dragon emerged from the cultist's cloak. Looking at his enemy in surprise, Hen suddenly realized that the person in front of him was not a human at all. Hen realized that he was a dark elf. Scars ran from his red eyes, and his body was covered in thick armor. Hen asked how much the damned villains had driven away. The Dark Elves were creatures that were subject to decay after defying the gods. They say there are people who offered these souls treasures in exchange for power. Hen exclaimed. Are they really selling people now? The Dark Elf frowned in response and clenched his fangs tighter, saying something in his own language. Hen could now quickly increase his resistance to the undead, and he also had holy power and dark magic. Hen used holy power to ask what the hell the undead were saying, since he was going to kill them all anyway. One day, Hyun said that Se-hee was too honest. She asked in confusion if that was really a problem. Hyun said that it's not just Se-hee who is like this, but many soldiers as well, because in the army, players are trained according to their skills, so they take the rules as truth. Hen said the rules said to avoid unfavorable battles, but then asked what to do if that was impossible. Se-hee looked at her injured hand and then awkwardly asked the sergeant. But now Se-hee was fighting the warden alone, and her spirits could only dodge. And just a few moments later, Ji-hyun was able to bind all the wind spirits. Ji-hyun smiled and exclaimed that she was so sorry because she wanted to play longer. But then Se-hee suddenly almost stabbed Ji-hyun in the head. But Ji-hyun noticed her in time. The blonde dodged sharply and directed a bright ball at the soldier, which emanated from her huge hammer. Se-hee immediately turned her fearful gaze to the enemy as the spirits tried to reach her with their hands. And a moment later, one spirit was exposed to the blonde's blow when Se-hee rolled back. Having done a few somersaults back, the girl was now protected by another chickenpox spirit. And after a moment, Ji-hyun turned her tense gaze to the girl who was lying on the floor. Ji-hyun said that she only has fun fighting with people of her level, and that it's just boring otherwise. Se-hee bit her lip nervously in response, carefully examining the enemy and trying to find her weakness. But then Ji-hyun suddenly exclaimed that they would play another game, and then asked if they liked hide and seek. The blonde then raised the black hammer up, from which a bright pink light was pouring. Se-hee suddenly rose from the ground and was about to defend herself when suddenly the building began to collapse. The debris from the control center fell down, but Se-hee managed to dodge it in time. The girl hid among the stones, not understanding what that crazy bastard had planned this time. But suddenly Se-hee's eyes widened, wondering why she couldn't see anything. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun used Mana Valen, which could sense mana up to 500 meters away, absorb and release mana. Taking the hammer in her hands, the girl could notice the glowing bodies of the spirits, even in complete darkness. Ji-hyun smiled wildly, her eyes glowing pink as she exclaimed that there was no hiding from her. A moment later, the girl exclaimed that she was going to look for him. Se-hee tried to come out of her hiding place, but suddenly the girl's stomach was pierced by a sharp branch that unexpectedly grew out of the tree trunk. Se-hee covered her mouth with her elbow and squeezed her eyes tightly shut, knowing that she shouldn't make a sound. After some time, the girl found the corpses of the murdered henchmen, who were frozen in a grimace of horror. But then Ji-hyun happily exclaimed that she had found it. cheerfully hitting the spirit on the head. Si-hee watched as Ji-hyun approached her and caught more and more spirits. Ji-hyun asked why Si-hee was so energetic before, but now she was hiding. Was she really crying in the dark? But all this time, before Si-hee's eyes there was only a small piece of the girl's head, and the rest was plunged into darkness. Si-hee realized with a start that Ji was searching for spirits in complete darkness, so it must be a searching ability. A few more moments later, the blonde found another spirit again, and then took the mana from him. Ji-hyun smiled brightly and waved her hammer, saying that she was still having fun, so everything was fine. The girl continued to search for the spirits, exclaiming that if Se-hee continued to hide, she would eat all the spirits. But Se-hee could only open her mouth in fear, frozen for a moment in horror. Ji-hyun caught another spirit, asking if Se-hee was being driven crazy by her own powerlessness. Smiling brightly, Ji-hyun said that if Se-hee was going to kneel down and beg for mercy, she would have to beg properly. In response, the girl only clenched her teeth tighter in anger when the villainess almost got close to her. All the spirits were flying above Ji-hyun's head, but suddenly Se-hee ordered them all to gather. Si-hee, who was in spirit form, apologized and said that she couldn't lose them all. Ji-hyun laughed and exclaimed that Se-hee was a fool because now she could see where she had concentrated all of their mana. And just a moment later, Ji-hyun used restraint and rushed at the main spirit. And then Si-hee opened her purple eyes in fear, watching the enemy's actions. She remembered Hen's words, who said that if there was no chance of winning, then any methods could be used. That day, the girl looked at the guy who was covered in blood and bewilderment and asked again. Hyun happily said that if you can't defeat your opponent in a head-on collision, you should attack him from behind. Si-hee didn't understand this. Hen replied that there was no room for honesty in a fight between players, as it was foolish to consider something like that in a fight to the death. Hyun asked why there was any point in fighting honestly against criminals who had done God knows what, and then placed his hand on Si-hee's back. Leaning over, Hen said that war was not a sport, and in a real fight, everything was meaningless if you died, so it was worth forgetting about rules and fairness. Hyun told her that day that this was the only way Si-hee could survive. Watching Ji's actions, she remembered him. Having hit the main spirit, the girl suddenly opened her eyes wide and became very scared. After striking the spirit body in Si-hee's form, the warden suddenly realized that this was not her real body. At the same time, Si-hee knelt down next to dozens of corpses of the cult's henchmen. But then, for some reason, Se-hee's eyes widened and her gaze flashed brightly. Si-hee suddenly pierced both of the blonde's shoulders with blades, causing her to recoil in fear. And the next moment, Ji-hyun had already dropped the hammer and her victim, leaving her defenseless. Ji-hyun, bleeding, asked how this cowardly bastard dared to do this, and still calls himself a soldier. Then Si-hee responded with an indifferent question as to whether the cult leader was joking or not. As Si-hee approached, she said that she didn't expect to hear this from Ji-hyun, who had cast darkness and drunk all the mana. Si-hee smiled mockingly, saying that she was a soldier, but she would not fight fairly against someone who stole and sold children. The blonde sat on her knees with her hands tightly tied as she screamed that she would kill Si-hee with her bare hands. But just a moment later, Se-hee easily cut off Ji-hyun's head by jumping up into the air. And after a few more moments, the spirits were finally freed, and their pink chains were broken. It seemed as if the girls had already resigned themselves to their fate, and therefore were surprised at their release. But Si-hee froze in place, standing in a pool of blood and lowering her swords for a moment. Then Si-hee turned around and said that from now on, she wouldn't mind being a killer if the enemy was like Ji-hyun. Hyun-wook used metal bending at the same time, ordering the dark elf to shut up. But a moment later, the elf with horns and a cross on his forehead immediately began to attack, raising stones from the ground. Then the dark elf frowned heavily, looking tensely at the sergeant's silhouette. Hyun-wook frowned even more in response, using even more holy energy and becoming even more angry. But Hyun-wook only froze for a moment until his gaze fell on the young girl on the ground. Then the sergeant suddenly rushed towards the elf, shouting loudly and stretching out his fist towards him. But a moment later, the dark elf also struck the ground again, preparing for the upcoming massacre. The elf held a red weapon in his hands, the tip of which was sharp. Hen relied only on his own strength. But suddenly a silhouette of a guy appeared between them and loudly addressed the sergeant. Hyun-wook immediately smiled happily, greeting Yun-jun and saying that he had been waiting for him. But Yun-jong didn't let him finish, sharply striking the surprised Hyun-wook's body. Yun-jong smiled madly and exclaimed loudly that Hyun-wook had finally been caught. Hyun-wook was going to attack another monster when suddenly someone called out to him. It was Sergeant Yun-jong who was rushing to his aid. Suddenly, Sergeant Yoon-jung attacked not the monster but Hyun-wook himself. His expression looked crazy when he said that Hyun-wook was caught. Hyun-wook tried to stop Yoon-jun somehow, asking him to listen to what he was trying to say. But he only said that Hyun-wook was clearly crazy, otherwise he wouldn't have done that. Suddenly his gaze was drawn to something else, to the side. There they were attacked by another ferocious monster, waving his weapon. The monster broke a hole in the building through which two young men easily flew out. All this happened rather chaotically. Dust was rising. Somewhere there, near the foundation of the building, sat Hyun-wook, dressed as a schoolgirl. He thought that the monster had knocked down a giant tree without even using mana, which meant he was dangerous. And then, amidst all the dust, Yoon-jung's voice was heard, still threatening to kill Hyun-wook. He screamed that his Hyun-wook had his eye on his precious children, whom he would not sell for any amount of money in the world. Hyun-wook tried to convey to the sergeant that now was not the best time for a showdown. A few hours ago, Yoon-jung and his partner met with Baek-sol, a blacksmith's apprentice. They brought her a lot of armor, and she couldn't get enough of it. Kang Jung-do, her grandfather, said that this armor was really hard to assemble. The girl asked Yoon-jung's partner if she could really modify the armor to make it wearable. Baek-sol said that she thought Hyun-wook was just a rich man, but it turns out that he is also a high-ranking soldier. She became so enthusiastic that she started running around the warehouse and telling about each alloy. The lieutenant asked Yoon-jung what he was doing, and he replied that he was going to take a little rest. He understood that during the waves it was impossible to rest much, but he asked for at least a little time for himself and for a drink. Suddenly, Hyun-wook contacted them, asking about the situation. The lieutenant said that the blacksmiths were currently examining the hunting armor, and Yoon-jung asked her to tell Hyun-wook that he had died. But Hyun-wook said to take the armor and weapons from the warehouse and come support them, taking Yoon-jung with him. Yoon-jung immediately began to refuse, backing this up by saying that he had been away on missions for a whole month. Hyun-wook smiled as if he had already come up with a plan to lure this sergeant out. He remembered that they had brought along Yoon-jung's entire stash for just this occasion. Hee-dun-wook, who was getting his hair braided, said that they accidentally grabbed his box of alcohol that he had been babysitting for the past 2 years. Hearing such disappointing news, Yoon-jung demanded that his alcohol be given to him quickly. But Hyun-wook didn't want to listen to his bickering, so he simply said there was a bad connection and hung up. Yoon-jung went crazy, not understanding how someone dared to steal his treasure. Hyun-wook tried to bring him to his senses by saying that they were still on a mission. And the enemy answered him that he saw him drinking last time. The monster was perplexed by such a fight and muttered something in his own language. Another monster appeared out of nowhere, also saying something. He shouted something that made everyone's ears perk up. Hyun-wook was still trying to defend himself from the attacker, Yoon-jun, with his steely physique. He suddenly noticed the monsters and shouted that they were advancing. There, ahead, several huge tentacles appeared, threatening to pierce them at any moment. They rushed straight at the fighting sergeants. Yoon-jung suddenly thought that Hyun-wook's punishment would have to be postponed. Hyun-wook then jumped into the air with a loud cry about what Yoon-jung was up to, and Yoon-jung looked ready to attack the monster at any moment. He hung in the air for a moment, not understanding why the monster wasn't attacking him. And then all doubts were dispelled, as the tentacles rushed towards him. He dodged them, trying to wait for time to strike again. Yoon-jung was incredibly annoyed by this whole situation. The tentacles crashed into the building right next to Yoon-jung, but he managed to dodge them. The young man slashed his sword at the attacker, but it had almost no effect. Then he pushed away from them again and tried to attack again. The agility of this monster was maximum, and almost equal to the speed of the attacker. Hyun-wook noticed that his partner was distracting the enemy enough and was about to do something. Using his skill, he captured the steel column in a chain. Then he sealed the mogul fragment and it began to glow blue again. When Yoon-jung was about to get hit by the attack, Hyun-wook dropped mogul on the monster. Swordsman Yoon-jung knew that if the monster didn't stop attacking, this fight would be lost. But at the most opportune moment, the sword of the mogul fell between him and the tentacles. A blue glow emanated from the cold weapon that helped Yoon-jung defend against the attacks. The two monsters worked in a well-coordinated tandem talking about something. Hyun-wook complained that he almost died, and Yoon-jung said that he would kill him later. Still, Hyun-wook understood that it was useless to talk to his partner now. At the same time, monsters began to rise up around the body of the girl in the yellow raincoat. Yoon-jung noticed this and asked Hyun-wook to answer whether it was the same bug that did this to those girls. Before Hyun-wook could answer, a short, "I will destroy him" was heard from his partner. Hearing this, Hyun-wook said that he would also support Yoon-jun from a distance. The two guys started counting out loud from 3, and the monsters looked at them in bewilderment. On the count of two, Mowgli lit up again, and Hyun-wook was about to do something. And on the count of one, these two took up combat positions for a new attack, which surpassed all previous ones in strength. They rushed forward, with Hyun-wook covering Yun-jung with Mowgli. The monsters also didn't waste any time and launched a counterattack. Yun-jung and Mowgli headed straight towards the tentacles of that strange red monster. Mowgli's blade expanded several times, scattering all the tentacles and preventing Yun-jung from crashing into them. Hyun-wook shouted at him to catch the monsters. The monster with horns looked at him as if he were crazy, with complete incomprehension in his eyes. And the red monster apparently was smarter. So he immediately began to fear the impending attack on himself. Yun-jung approached them, shrouded in an aura of light and with malice in his eyes. This clash of steel, ability, and physical strength looked chaotic. In the end, Yun-jung was able to cut off one of the limbs of that horned monster. He looked a little tired, but said everything worked out. Hyun-wook was just getting into the swing of things. He was smiling madly and controlling his ability. One of the monsters was still alive. It smiled at Yun-jung with a sad expression on its face. Yun-jung looked at the blissful expression on the monster's face and didn't understand anything. Something began to happen, and the sky was covered with a purple fog. Hyun-wook froze, gritting his teeth, because this turn of events was clearly unplanned. The first monster's head returned to its place as if Yun-jung hadn't cut it off a few minutes ago. The red monster continued to smile, now even more joyfully, and there was no sadness left in his expression. The tandem of monsters was reunited again as if no one had died at all. They stood there, enveloped in a murderous purple aura that blocked the Mogul fragment. Yun-jung was almost blown away by the blast wave that formed after the monster's head returned to his body. Hyun-wook thought that the monsters had an incredible amount of mana and it would be bad if the fight dragged on. The monster with horns lifted up the red monster, which had transformed again, and then he set off into free flight, preparing to attack again. He split in two, and now Hyun-wook and his partner couldn't figure out where his main body was. Yu-jung stood behind the horned monster and was in no hurry to attack it. And Hyun-wook was thinking that he didn't understand which one was the main one, and now it wouldn't be possible for two to fight against one. The monster with horns tried to say something to Yun-jung in his own language, but he, of course, did not understand anything. Yun-jung said he didn't understand anything, but in anime, monsters like that usually talk about their own superiority. Apparently not understanding Yun-jung's response, the monster stared at him with a question in his eyes. The boy said that he could still have his throat cut as many times as necessary. The monster continued to strike with his sword, crushing the ground beneath the fighter's feet. The second monster attacked with renewed vigor, not understanding who it was attacking. He grinned, spreading his tentacles in different directions to capture his victim. Hyun-wook tried to block the new blows of the strange monster from himself. He was surprised at how fast this monster was and how precise its movements were. At one point, he was unable to properly dodge a new blow, so he had to defend himself. Meanwhile, his partner continued to cut the larger monster into pieces with the blade of his sword. He repeated this movement over and over again, just so the monsters wouldn't keep respawning. Yun-jung felt short of breath and said that he had low blood sugar and that if he didn't drink alcohol now, he would feel bad. The young man felt in his pocket some kind of bottle that looked like soju. The monster, meanwhile, continued to gather itself back piece by piece, not giving Yun-jung a single minute's head start. The young man greedily drank the remaining alcohol as if it were the best medicine in the world. He was caught in this action by the newly revived monster who was preparing to attack. At one moment, one of the red tentacles headed straight for Yun-jung, who was finishing the bottle. The man tried to dodge very quickly and not expose himself to such a treacherous attack during the timeout. Hyun-wook was also having a hard time at the same time. He continued to block blows. He then found himself thrown back several dozen meters by the monster's attacks. The young man thought that his power was so destructive that the mount could not withstand it. So he decided to use the Mowgli fragment again, which was now hanging in the air again. The monster stood on its feet right in front of Hyun-wook, who was trying to get to his feet. Several attacks were launched at him again as soon as he firmly landed on the ground. The monster smiled madly at him, as if mocking the whole situation. The monster with horns on its head began to speak something in its own language again. His words meant that Yun-jung's fight was not bad for a human, but he was still a human. Yun-jung, who was simultaneously translating his phrases using a dictionary from the anime, asked why the monster had gone silent. Then he raised the bottle and said that he was getting drunk and would have gotten drunk now, but because of someone he had nothing else to drink. The monster looked at him with a glassy gaze, as if assessing the degree of his opponent's madness. Yun-jung said that he didn't care whether he was an immortal monster or not. He couldn't stand between him and the drink. At the same time, the red monster stood in front of Hyun-wook and was about to attack him again. The young man continued to evade, saying that he would see how long he would grin. At that moment, the Mowgli again headed towards this red monster. Now Hyun-wook used the reverse technique, expanding the sword instead of contracting it. Mowgli has increased dramatically in size, becoming almost the same as he was originally. The monster was frightened by these changes, but the blissful smile still did not leave his face. He grew his huge tentacles again and was about to rise up. Hyun-wook didn't understand why the monster was laughing again, but he assumed that he had a trump card. At some point, the robe in which the monster had previously been hiding began to fall apart. Hyun-wook frowned and thought that this monster could also recover. This was an extremely unpleasant surprise for both young men who were fighting the monsters. Yoon-jong, who had already gotten a taste for fighting for revenge over alcohol, attacked like a madman. He circled around this unkillable monster in an endless dance with his sword. The monster turned around from time to time trying to catch the movements of his opponent, but it was in vain. Hyun-wook tried to understand what they were up against because, in addition to the incredible supply of mana, they had regeneration. He tried to quickly come up with some kind of strategy to kill these opponents. The monsters hid their identities to pretend to be immortal, although they themselves were weak. Hyun-wook guessed that none of these monsters were the main body. He looked at the two monsters, who continued to fight and did not want to die. And then he suddenly found a clue, because the wounds in the same parts of the bodies of these monsters did not heal. The red tentacle monster continued to rage and did not calm down. Hyun-wook realized that this monster was being bred, so they were both real, they were one. Sergeant Yoon-jung had some problems because he lacked restraint and began to rush. Hyun-wook shouted sharply that they were not immortal, and if they hit the same place, they would not be able to recover. Hyun-wook also shouted that there would be no other chance, and they needed to hit their necks at the same time. Yoon-jung said that he did not agree and would not let this monster die so easily. Hyun-wook gritted his teeth, realizing that they didn't want to listen to him at all, and that his plan could go badly. He asked Yoon-jung to pull himself together and remember that they needed to save those children. A huge tree had grown on one of the buildings in Seoul, and a battle was taking place under this tree right now. Yoon-jung seemed to suddenly come to his senses, remembering what they were supposed to do in the first place. Hyun-wook immediately said that if he was really going to save someone, then he should stop complaining and start sticking to the plan. At this time, the monster was preparing for a new attack on Hyun-wook and his partner. Sergeant Hyun-wook said with a serious expression that they only had one chance, so they needed to concentrate. The horned monster raised its weapon for another blow at the soldiers attacking it. Hyun-wook created a metal shield using the metal transformation and defense technique. Then he swung, doing a pirouette in the air. With a loud cry, the young man was now preparing to strike the red monster's neck to end the battle. Yoon-jung also swung his weapon at the monsters with fire in his eyes. An ominous aura enveloped his body and he rushed to attack as quickly as he could. Hyun-wook suddenly hit the red tentacle monster on its neck, causing it to open its mouth in surprise. Yoon-jung did the same to his monster, only he attacked with his weapon. Yoon-jung easily cut off the head of the horned monster in an instant. Now all that was left was to hope that Hyun-wook's guess was correct. The red tentacle monster's head also flew in the opposite direction from the body after Hyun-wook's strike. In the middle of the ominous withered tree, a strange golden light began to emerge. The system issued a notification that the mission was successful, and Hyun-wook tried to catch his breath. They stopped this monster, and if they had continued to destroy the sources of erosion in the same spirit, this soul wave would have been the first wave overcome in human history. Someone's leisurely steps were heading towards the place where Hyun-wook was trying to catch his breath. The young man glanced at the sound, and immediately someone from that side called his name. It was Yoon-jung's voice, asking if they were finished in a rather strange tone. Hyun-wook said that they were able to handle it and wanted to say something about the next tasks, but he was interrupted. Yoon-jung said that was enough insubordination. It was at least strange to hear that. Hyun-wook raised his head and wanted to address Yoon-jun, but noticed that the sergeant raised his weapon to attack. He attacked and said that Hyun-wook had told him all sorts of nonsense, and now he had to tell him where his drink was. They were talking about something, and then a familiar voice was heard asking who told them that it was all over. Two girls in yellow raincoats were immediately killed by someone's claws that pierced their bodies. It was that same vampire girl who appeared out of nowhere and said that nothing was over yet. The announcement was made that 2 sacrifices had been made to the altar of heaven. The system promised that soon a red flower bud would bloom on the altar, but the girls said that their nightmares were just beginning. The soldier froze in the same position he was in after he saw Hyun-wook and Yoon-jung doing something strange. The soldier saw before his eyes a picture of Yoon-jung trying to cut Hyun-wook's throat by wrapping his legs around his waist. At some point, Yoon-jung leaned back somewhere, as if he was falling down. The next second, it seemed, He really was exhausted from such a fight and fell to the ground. The young man lay on the ground and said that he was tired because he had moved too much. At that time, the three girls in raincoats were still alive, just unconscious. Enjong said that they saved the children, and as soon as he rests, he will give Hyun-wook a dressing down. Hyun-wook thought that he was starting to recognize him as someone he remembered from his past life. For completing the task, the system gave them a reward in the form of a gnome coin from the underground kingdom. The gnomes were the creators of the legendary Hextech. Their traces could be found mainly on objects and items, as they were from an ancient civilization. Civilization did not appear in his past life, and the items created were cosmically expensive, although effective. With this coin, Hyun-wook could obtain an ancient dwarven item, so he was not going to eat it. The next moment he absorbed the Legion coin, and it took a long time to digest it. The system gave out information that Hyun-wook had received a new ability called the Signal Core. The power of a centurion was to control others and create followers. His ability was not related to creating followers, but now everything has changed. Hyun-wook suddenly realized how that bastard from the past was able to control an entire army so easily. As soon as I thought about such an ability, only a necromancer came to mind. Now Hyun-wook also had a similar ability, and he smiled at the realization. Now he decided to absorb all their abilities in order to eventually become stronger. After handing Hyun-wook a change of clothes, the soldier asked if Sergeant Choi was okay. At this time, Yoon-jung was peacefully sleeping, hugging the dwarven moonshine, his reward. The soldier told Hyun-wook that the battle there was not over yet and asked if they should help the others. At the same time, the VSBM soldiers tried to put up at least some resistance to their opponents. Their opponents were not particularly distinguished by their military might, but they were not inferior to them in strength. Every now and then, they raised all sorts of magical summoning fields into the air to deliver a new blow. The location of the VSBM forces was revealed, so they urgently needed to run away. The soldiers could not decide what exactly to do, because some wanted to save their comrades and others themselves. On the other hand, their opponents were talking about simply killing the VSBM soldiers. They were talking about how their commander was dead and the mission had failed. And driven by the fact that Kyu-yun would not let them get away with such a failure, they simply had to deal with all the participants and witnesses. One of the most fearful soldiers of the VSBM looked at the unfolding picture with a mask of horror on his face. The guild squad led by Kyu-yun attacked them even more fiercely than before. They used their magical powers just to try to gain an advantage over the VSBM. Between the two fighting camps, the military machine of the VSBM suddenly appeared, pushing everyone into different corners. Someone was coming out of there, wearing shoes with not very comfortable heels. The soldiers shouted that it was a dark paladin, and they should run away from here as soon as possible. The members of the VSBM were delighted that the person who came to help was Yoon-ha. The girl stood there in new armor with a new shield and was ready to repel any attacks. She said violence against military personnel during the disaster was grounds for summary execution. As soon as Hyun-wook told the soldier that the commander of the assault squad had come here, he didn't believe it. Hyun-wook's thoughts were filled with only the fact that that vampire was still somewhere very close, and something was clearly wrong. As soon as he thought about this vampire, he heard the sound of something flying somewhere nearby. The soldier was still trying to bring Hyun-wook to his senses and make him start answering him, but he was lost in his thoughts. The young man glanced sharply to the side with undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. He suddenly rushed to attack someone who attacked him first. This person was in the uniform of the VSBM. They continued to fight without understanding who was who, and the soldiers simply looked at it in complete bewilderment. It was a girl asking why Hyun-wook wouldn't let her hit the vampire, and Hyun-wook asked her to calm down, saying that the man was one of them. After looking into the eyes of the girl who didn't understand anything for a while longer, Hyun-wook pulled away. She said that it was his business and he promised to explain everything later and praised Se-hee. Thanks to Se-hee, the pastors were dead. All that was left was to destroy the cores. Se-hee seemed pleased that the second source of erosion was dealt with, but then that same vampire appeared, saying that nothing was over yet and killing two girls at once. The vampire helping Hyun-wook was perplexed by this and didn't know what to do. Se-hee looked at the girl who had just appeared with his mouth open. The schoolgirls' bodies fell to the ground, and now they definitely had no chance of survival. A strange glow began to emanate from the dried-up tree again, and a red bud began to blossom. The gates were opening above the huge red bud, even though not all the sacrifices had been made. From those gates, another monster was crawling out, similar to this bud in its shape. The system announced that the gatekeeper of hell had become enraged and was now a new danger. The roar of this monster rang in my ears, seeming to penetrate straight into my brain. The vampire also covered his ears from the deafening sound piercing his eardrums. See, wearing a helmet, couldn't easily cover her ears directly, so she had it the worst. The vampire, as if not hearing this piercing sound, screamed that they were all naive fools. Then she bared her fangs even more menacingly and laughed. The girl raised her hand to attack the last victim and said that she had been waiting for this so that they could watch their precious soul burn in a hellish attack. Lightning came out of the mouth of the Cerberus, which was now a new monster, and gathered into a huge ball. This monster aimed its attack somewhere, intending to demolish everything in its path. He directed this ball somewhere forward without understanding where, since it didn't matter to him where he aimed. Eventually, Seoul began to be engulfed in flames, wiping out buildings and people. The three people who had just believed in victory were now covering their faces with their hands so as not to be blown away by the rising wind with dust. Hyun-wook thought that out of all the things that could happen, this was the worst. He turned to Si-hee and told her to remove the living children from the sacrificial ground. And Hyun-wook himself was about to attack with words about stopping the last sacrifice. Hyun-wook rushed at the vampire with a loud scream and the intention of cutting off her head as soon as possible, and she was about to attack back. The girl gritted her teeth and said that no one had given him any guarantees that his stupid plan would succeed. The vampire girl dodged Hyun-wook's spear strikes, but the spear continued to pursue her as if it was enchanted. She couldn't understand what kind of abnormal weapon was chasing her. A few minutes later, pain shot through her chest and an arrow pierced her body. The vampire fell to the ground with an arrow sticking out of the middle of her chest. At this time, Se-hee reported to Hyun-wook that the survivors were safe. The vampire screamed that resistance was now useless because Cerberus had already been summoned. She looked at the bodies of the schoolgirls lying on the ground and said that they could no longer change anything. Hyun-wook, with a bright halo above his head, declared that he would defeat Cerberus and save Seoul no matter what it took. The young man used one of his abilities and the spear in the vampire's chest began to glow again. The next moment, the girl was engulfed in flames of different colors. Hyun-wook understood that his plan was like a simple bet with no guarantees. It was impossible to complete all the tasks without human losses. Hyun-wook should have realized this by now. But he could not come to terms with this simple truth, so he had to make his plan work. At this time, Cerberus was raging somewhere high above ground level. The system said that Cerberus had broken through the rift and was trying to enter this world, and Se-hee asked if Hyun-wook wanted to smash his head in. The young man replied that this was not possible. They had stopped the last sacrifice, so he would not be called properly. They needed to find his weak spot when suddenly Si-hee asked what they could do even if they found him. Cerberus continued to rage somewhere high above the withered tree. Below the tree, Lieutenant Yunha continued to fight with a strange detachment that was going against the VSBM. She suddenly heard a notification that the enemy of hell, Cerberus, was entering this world and was shocked. The military also could not understand what went wrong with their commander, Hyun-wook's plan. The rest could only clutch their weapons in their hands and fear for their lives. Cerberus continued to show signs of life and soon jumped out of his portal. Hyun-wook said that he had been preparing for something like this for a long time, so he would handle it no matter what it took. He thought that he had to win, no matter what he had to sacrifice for it. Now the source of erosion, the boss monster Cerberus, appeared before those present in all its glory. An ominous glow emanated from it, which seemed to warn of the degree of ferocity of this monster. Si-hee said that if Hyun-wook was confident of victory, they had to start taking action. The boy turned on the radio and said something about the steel company and Plan B, that they would use the lightning rod plan. At this time, the entire so-called steel company was trying to stay on its feet from the gusts of strong wind. Hyun-wook addressed his subordinates, sending Commander Jun-mo to the point. The rest of the company had to start placing the boxes of weapons. Hyun-wook said that Jun-mo was the key to this operation and could die if something went wrong. And then he asked if the young man would trust his orders. Jun-mo immediately confirmed his loyalty and said that he would of course trust all of Hyun-wook's orders. Hyun-wook lifted the Mogu fragment into the air again, now larger again, and hung above the monster. The fragment then fell right in front of the monster's face, preventing it from moving forward. When this monster moved, nearby cars began to fly into the air like specks of dust. In the midst of all this chaos and destruction, some pretty strange things started to happen. The vampire took up the weapon, listening to the order that he should go with the commander of the assault squad. The monster was still destroying everything in its path, but stopped to inspect the mogul. Hyun-wook told the vampire that this place with the altar was the safest right now, and Yoon-jung shouldn't sleep for too long. He turned to someone and said that they needed to deal with the monster quickly before it got comfortable here. At the same time, Hyun-wook contacted the commander of the assault squad, Yoon-ha, who was hiding behind the building. He needed her to distract the Cerberus so that Won Seok wouldn't see what he was up to. Yoonha asked if she could trust him again, to which Hyun-wook replied in the affirmative. Satisfied with the answer, the girl said that she didn't know what he had in mind, but she was sure that there would be a result. She activated her ability at the same moment, attracting the attention of the huge monster. Hyun-wook approached the vampire Won Seok with some new request. Hyun-wook said that he trusted Won Seok to watch his back. Won Seok was confused by this order because it meant that Hyun-wook still trusted him. He immediately assumed a fighting stance and told them to rely on him. Then Hyun-wook rushed forward, turning to Si-hee. He ordered her to attack. He himself ran and jumped somewhere into the distance from a building with a tree. He thought that he finally had a team that was contributing. His hand was suddenly grabbed by someone who was part of this new plan. It was Si-hee who helped Hyun-wook move through the air since he no longer had the ability to fly. On the ground, ordinary soldiers from the VSBM were moving boxes with paraphernalia and weapons. They looked at how somewhere very close there was a Cerberus, from which purple lightning was spreading in all directions. Won Seok attacked him with the weapon he had just received from Hyun-wook. On the other side, the monster was being attacked by Yoon-ha, who was covering herself with her shield and trying to distract the attention of the huge hellhound. Von Sok swung with all his might, but he did not intend to kill the dog. Yoon-ha did exactly the same thing, only on the other side, following the order received from Hyun-wook. They hit the huge monster at the same time, causing it to feel at least some pain. Yoon-ha's weapon was unable to penetrate the skin of this hellish monster, which was to be expected. The weapon of the Von Juice also did not stand out for its effectiveness, so no serious injuries were inflicted. The monster continued to emit this strange purple glow, which grew stronger with each passing second. Yoon-ha looked at him with undisguised horror in her eyes, even though she wasn't required to fight at full strength. Meanwhile, Won Seok was struck by a powerful lightning strike that would have killed an ordinary person. But Won Seok was now a vampire, so he simply charged again with renewed vigor. Somewhere out there, Hyun-wook was still holding Si-hee in the air, trying to drag him to the huge monster. Cerberus started using magic, and Hyun-wook thought that he was using such magic even though he was unstable. A thick trail of purple lightning suddenly appeared from the gate above the tree, descending so threateningly to the ground. They hit the Cerberus only by absorbing it with new magical power. The stream of lightning did not stop, which made it a little scary. After some time, it all ended and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but something was wrong. The next second, the flow resumed at least 10 times stronger than the previous one. Cerberus stood under a huge, dried-up tree, and those lightning bolts were somewhere in the distance. Yoon-ha, who was watching all this from the front row, looked extremely puzzled. Vampire Won Seok also looked like he was looking death straight in the face and couldn't believe it. The sky turned purple, terrifying anyone who dared to look. Si-hee continued to carry Hyun-wook through the air, and Hyun-wook kept his eyes on the sky. Junmo did something, and it took a lot of effort from him, but that was what the plan required. Junmo turned on the lightning rod in time, and now the entire flow of lightning was directed there, and not to feed the monster. Hyun-wook looked in that direction, wondering if his comrade could handle it. A huge bolt of lightning struck the lightning rod and continued to sparkle. Junmo, who didn't want to die yet but didn't want to endanger the lives of others, stood with the lightning rod in his hand. Hyun-wook seemed to sense that Junmo was in a very difficult situation right now. Junmo was actually struck by lightning as he could no longer withstand the onslaught of the electricity. For several hours in the middle school hideout, Hyun-wook gave Junmo weapons. The young man asked him if he could do it, and he replied that weaklings like him should do everything to become stronger. Hyun-wook warned him that if he failed, he could die. Junmo gripped the weapon given to him tighter in his hands, confident that he could do it. The young man said that he had spent his whole life in obscurity, and that the life of a loser was worth nothing. After all, ordinary players could increase their levels in battles. But Hyun-wook and Junmo were special players who progressed regardless of their level. They had to find their unique growth abilities. Hyun-wook worked hard to help Junmo and his electricity attribute, but nothing came of it. So Junmo was no longer going to sit idly by. In fact, Hyun-wook also thought that there was only one way left. Junmo shouted that he could be relied upon and that he was ready to stick to Hyun-wook's plan. Hyun-wook didn't remember the circumstances under which Junmo died in his past life, and now he thought that nothing might work out. Maybe he was wrong. Unsure whether he could bear the responsibility for Junmo's death, he continued to look at the tower. Junmo was still standing there trying to operate the lightning rod. Hyun-wook could only hope that Junmo could bear it all. His helmet had fallen from his head, but now there was nothing pressing on his skull. The poor guy's eyes turned white, but he couldn't even imagine giving up and letting everyone down. Hyun-wook really wanted to believe that his comrade would just hold out. The purple glow was still chasing everyone from somewhere above. And then a notification sounded that Junmo had figured out how to increase the level of his ability. Now he even unlocked the ability to levitate and could levitate 5 meters from the ground. Hyunwook saw all this and was very happy for his comrade. A notification sounded for everyone that the Hell Cloud magic had been absorbed by a mysterious player. Junmo turned to Hyunwook and said that he felt the power circulating in his body. There were tears in his eyes. He couldn't believe that he was finally growing up. Hyunwook considered Junmo's awakening to be a jackpot because it was what led to the defeat of Cerberus. Someone jumped out of the portal next to Hyunwook and asked him what happened. There was no time for explanations, but the soldier continued to ask various questions. Hyunwook decided to simply explain that Junmo had just blocked the effects of Cerberus's magic. And then the young man said that he was going to tame this dog. But the magic of the hunting armor did not want to obey him so easily, so he had to make an effort. But Hyunwook knew how to fix this, and so he activated the holy aura. He then activated an ability called metal bending. Junmo, still shrouded in lightning, levitated above the roof of one of the buildings. The Hellhound kept trying to launch another attack on the poor guy. On the other side, he was being attacked by Won Seok, who was still trying to distract him. Hyunwook found himself right in front of a large fireball that the dog was gathering for a new attack. Junmo was still there too, and he needed someone's help more than ever. Won Seok tried to draw the blow to himself again, shouting at the dog that he was a loser. It was doubtful that the dog understood human speech, so Won Seok swung his arm to strike. He looked sharply to the side, as if noticing some suspicious movement there. And then the dog finally released a stream of hot fire right where Junmo had been standing. Everything around was blazing with an unquenchable fire, which was immediately extinguished by the rain. Junmo was able to dodge the attack in time using his levitation, and Won Seok turned to the dog, shouting at him that he was also a player. But it was probably not worth shouting, because that was what provoked the next attack on him. The huge dog tried to hit him with its paw as if he was playing cat and mouse with the players. Won Seok realized that the blow was too strong for him and spat out a mouthful of blood. Somewhere very close to the dog was Hyunwook's mighty figure and Yunha's golden wings. The girl called upon her holy wings again and again to somehow protect the others. These wings not only protected but also dealt good damage, but not now. The Hellhound grabbed one of the golden wings with its teeth and tried to tear it in half, and he succeeded. The wings broke into small pieces and fell down feather by feather. The girl did not understand how he was able to bite through them, because the holy wings contained all her holy mana. Now she had no more trump cards up her sleeve, and it was time to retreat. However, before she could move, the Cerberus's paw began to emerge from under the rubble. The next moment, it seemed, she was again in some kind of danger. Junmo looked around the area and thought that squad leader Yunha was in danger. But what could he, who had recently become awakened, do in this situation? Meanwhile, Yunha tried to dodge more and more attacks, but did not leave. Even she, a lieutenant, had difficulties with this monster. Junmo assessed the situation once again and thought that he had been a loser all his life up until now. He looked at the woman who was rushing into battle again and again just to buy time for Hyunwook, and he realized that this couldn't go on any longer because he could still remain a loser. So the young man gathered his strength and rushed into battle to help Yunha. A notification sounded that Cerberus was completing its activation on the ground. And then tongues of flame began to spread from his body, incinerating everything around. The demonic dog's eyes glowed with ominous lights, and from his mouth every now and then, nasty saliva dripped. Yunha stood next to him and thought about how she no longer had any holy mana left. But the dog didn't care, because the very next moment he attacked again. The girl thought about what trump card Hyunwook was telling her about. The lightning continued to spread towards the girl, who was covering herself with a shield. But suddenly something changed very dramatically, and now Yunha had a chance. Right in front of her, Junmo appeared with his lightning-absorbing thunderblade. He asked the bewildered girl if she was okay. The monster did not give them a break and continued its attack on the two people. The young man told Yunha to stand behind him, because he didn't yet know how much electricity he could hold. Suddenly, fiery spheres began to emerge from the second mouth of the huge dog. Junmo couldn't absorb fire, and that was quite a problem right now. At one point, 2 streams of energy were directed at 2 people at once. But Junmo continued to try. He turned around and told Yunha to find shelter quickly. Before he could finish speaking, a fragment of the Mogai appeared in front of them, blocking them from the monster's attack. Hyunwook, with a golden halo above his head and wearing black armor, was heading off somewhere. Yunha asked him in complete bewilderment what it was, and Junmo was glad to see the sergeant. Hyunwook turned around and said that Lieutenant Song had done well and that they should have left the rest to him and retreated. Hyun-wook then asked Jun-moo if he wanted to face the boss monster, and Jun-mo replied that he could hold it off with his cloud blade. Hearing this, Hyun-wook smiled and told Jun-mo to continue to keep his distance. Jun-mo then activated his maximum electrical power and was ready to fight. The two fighters rushed forward towards the monster at Hyun-wook's command. The young man again changed the form of the Mog so that he could both attack and defend. Meanwhile, Jun-mo fearlessly held back the lightning with his thunder blade. They attacked the monster from all sides, and now the chances of success were much higher. Hyun-wook gripped his weapon tightly in his hand and was about to strike again. He was about to strike the monster from above with his Mogai. Once again, increasing the size of the Mog, he very quickly struck the Cerberus, leaving him no escape route. His face looked focused and angry as he wished the Cerberus a quick death. A huge red monster roamed the city, flames blazing from its paws and blades on its back. Then another monster appeared whose head was only a bear skull and whose eyes were shining brightly. Hyun-wook suddenly flinched back and wondered if he had really missed. The sergeant used his levitation ability, and Jun-mo turned to him with a worried expression. Strong electrical discharges came from Jun's sword, and Hen appeared behind him. A notification appeared that Jun's electricity was increasing exponentially, and if he absorbed a certain amount of lightning, he would unlock a hidden ability. Jun-mo shouted that he would deal with that monster that was emitting electricity. Hen replied that he was taking on the monster that breathed fire. He then immediately jumped towards his monster. From the mouth of the monster with horns, fire was directed at Hen, and the monster, resembling a devil, began to strike with lightning. Hen tried to cover his face with his hands, hoping to escape the bright tongues of flame. A notification appeared that the Hunter Armor's ability had been activated, granting Hen resistance to fire. Hen screamed, realizing that this was truly hellfire, so if it weren't for the armor, he would have burned to ashes. The monster continued to attack Hen with fire when a sharp blade was aimed at him. The mass of the Moglai fragment was released, and a moment later, Hen's weapon struck the monster's face. But the monster quickly recovered and smiled madly, pulling out the flame-covered llamas. Hen realized that his attack had failed, and the monster had received minimal damage, so he needed to quickly find its weaknesses. Jun exclaimed that they were barely fending off the attacks and they needed one decisive blow. So does Hyun have any ideas? Hyun knew that he knew this and was already preparing for the strike. He only doubted the readiness of Min-hee's portal. And then the sergeant turned around and exclaimed to Jun that they must make a tactical retreat. But the monster only smiled brighter and then suddenly rushed towards the military. The monster only hit its tail and the asphalt immediately shattered into pieces, and then it rushed towards its opponents. Meanwhile, the gatekeeper of Hell, Cerberus, has completed acclimatization and is accelerating erosion. The entire ground around turned into a fiery mess and the snipers began moving towards the target. Heavy debris flew around the soldiers, tongues of flame almost touched them, and the monster passing by spewed lightning. The monster's huge head appeared in front of the frightened soldiers on the ground who drew their weapons. Min-hee suddenly exclaimed that everything was ready and the portal installation was finally complete. The lieutenant ordered Si-hee to prepare the weapons for firing, but she replied that everything was already prepared. Min-hee turned around and said that they were counting on Hyun-wook, but they only had one chance, so he should try his best. Moments later, the drone soared above the exploding buildings, opening a portal. Hyun-wook and Jun-mo were trying to avoid the attacks of the monsters that were attacking them from all sides. Jun-mo shouted loudly, using all his abilities to their full potential. But suddenly Hyun-wook flew up and swung his arm, ordering Jun to step aside. And a moment later, Jun-mo immediately recoiled in fear, screaming loudly and running away. Hyun-wook hit the monster with a fragment of Moglai, asking the enemy to finally die. And then another huge weapon was aimed towards the monster, which froze for a moment. Hen realized that the monster's outer shell was stronger than expected, as it had become stronger as it adapted to its surroundings. Hen-uk looked at the monsters carefully, realizing that he had to immediately find their weak points. Hen realized, gritting his teeth, that the monster with the horn had been protecting its unfinished head the whole time. Usually, Cerberus is a three-headed monster that breathes fire, electricity, and poison gas, but the last head was missing. Hen realized that the unfinished head he was protecting was the monster's weakness. Hen exclaimed, rushing forward, that he had found the monster's weak spot and would aim for the left head, and Jun should continue to distract him. But at that moment, Jun-mo managed to unlock a hidden ability by absorbing lightning. But then Jun shouted that he understood everything and that Hyun should be more careful. And a moment later, a smiling face of a monster with an unfinished head appeared before the guy's eyes. The monster suddenly rushed forward and began to breathe fire, burning everything around to the ground. The sniper shouted that the target was 5 kilometers away from him and then took aim. One of the soldiers exclaimed that the excess electricity was preventing the drone from descending to the required height. The sniper said that the target was still 3 kilometers away. Min ordered to get as close to the monster as possible, and a few moments later, the drone was a kilometer above the monster's head. And then the target reached the firing zone. The monster immediately began to look around in surprise. At that moment, the wind spirit stood behind Hen, holding him tightly by the shoulders. And then the order was given to the sergeant to go to the place of the shelling. He immediately rushed forward. Min exclaimed that they had no choice, so they would have to trust Hyun and continue the operation. He responded by exclaiming while raising her metal weapons up, saying that the weapons were already prepared. The girl then directed her swords, blades, and axes towards the portal using the power of the wind. Hen found himself above the portal, and the wind spirit held his body in the air, hugging him. But then the spirit suddenly let go of him, causing Hyun-wook to rapidly fall downwards. Hen immediately directed the first blow of steel at the monster, also using the power of fire. But the monsters only laughed, looking at the barely visible glowing point in the sky. But the small sword continued to rapidly approach the Cerberus's face, which did not take the blows seriously. The sword was aimed at one of the heads, which only barely stretched its neck forward, as if exposing itself to a blow. But then the head, which was blazing with fire, suddenly covered the monster, preventing him from striking. When the weapon finally hit the monster's neck with its head in the middle, it howled loudly in pain. And a moment later, Cerberus lost his temper, and the entire ground beneath him suddenly burst into flames. Hen didn't understand if the altitude was too low, so the surprise attack didn't work. Hen unleashed a rain of steel on the monster, deciding that he could defeat the monster with pure firepower. Hundreds of sharp blades began to fall on the monsters from above, causing them to look up in surprise. The head in the center of the monster opened its mouth wide, causing Hen to almost become its prey. Hen swung, knowing it still wasn't enough and it definitely wouldn't work at that angle. But it was the final blow. At the same time, Jumo tightened his grip on the sword, which was now shining brightly due to the lightning emanating from it. Jun could use lightning breath, which helped him easily cut through monsters' heads with electricity. But then Jun shouted loudly to Hyun, frowning deeply, that it was time for them to go. In response, Hen smiled madly and swung his arm, loudly praising his comrade. And just a moment later, Hen managed to pierce the eyes of 2 monsters with one blow of a thin thread. And then the blow hit the last head, which the central monster was trying so hard to protect. As the surrounding area was lit up with bright flames, Hyun-wook suddenly used the Moglai weapon. The weapon pierced the monster's body and Hen screamed that something had to release the maximum mass. The people in the center were shouting that irregular mana waves of unknown origin had been detected, and all members of the Great Mountain were out of reach. A representative of the Zumanar Guild named Kong So-yoon asked what Chu Kyu-yun was doing. But suddenly a voice came from behind her, greeting the Khan representative. A man in military uniform quickly approached the girl and other soldiers walked next to him. So Yun asked if the person in front of her was the presidential secretary for National Gate Strategy. Choi Myung-ho replied that he had many titles, so the girl could use anyone she wanted. The ensign said, frowning, that he had come to ask for cooperation from the girl. So Yun replied that she thought the government was more focused on protecting itself than fighting the waves. Myung-ho responded that humanity had not yet managed to cope with a single wave, and countries had to deal with the consequences of defense for decades. Myung-ho replied that there was too much of a chance of never recovering and being captured by another country. Yun asked if she should give up now. Myung-ho replied that their special forces intended to be the first in history to handle the wave. Yun exclaimed, could it be that those rumors about the F rank were true? Men-ho turned away and said that there was finally light at the end of this long tunnel. So Yun looked at the ensign with disbelief when he said that the situation had changed. Myung-ho asked again if the girl wanted to cooperate for the first victory in human history. At the same moment, Hyun-wook used holy power, which took 10% of mana but gave a lot of effect. A beam of bright energy pierced the heads of the monsters, who raised their muzzles to the sky, warming everything around with fire. Hen continued to hit, mentally praying that this bastard would finally just die. But the monster responded by opening its mouth again, from which a small fireball flew out. The monster then turned its gaze towards Hyun-wook, preparing to attack him again. Hen knew that since the monster was fighting to the end, he would try this. He hoped that he was correctly assessing his strength. Then Hyun-wook used metal control, causing the monster's head to immediately fall to the floor. A moment later, a notification appeared that the soldiers had defeated the Gatekeeper of Hell, and the erosion began to recede. The soldiers had to destroy the core. Hen froze for a moment in response and his facial skin seemed to crack. Hyun-wook then told the rest of the military that the second source of erosion had been destroyed. The soldiers shouted loudly with joy, raising their hands up and realizing that they had succeeded after all. One Seok smiled in surprise, as did Yoon-ha, who was very happy about what happened. The rest of the soldiers were practically jumping for joy, hugging each other and clenching their fists tightly. But then a notification appeared that the corruption of Hunter armor began to increase. Hyun-wook then turned his tense gaze to the dark tree, saying that it was too early to rejoice. Hen said that he and Junmo would destroy the core and the rest would find survivors and prepare to retreat. The other soldiers immediately exclaimed that everything would be done, and Yoon-ha only looked tensely into the distance. The other soldiers immediately tensed up in the same way but then grabbed their weapons tightly. Min-hee turned around in surprise, still not having time to recover from the previous news. But suddenly a glowing window appeared in front of the soldier's eyes in a certain tree. But then the hole in the tree began to widen, and purple fragments began to fly out of it. A notification appeared that the erosion had receded. Those who took part in the operation would receive experience, and the areas that were subject to erosion would be turned into magic stones. But Hyun-wook kept staring at the tree intently while Junmo watched him with fear. Now, as a reward, the soldiers received the seed of mistletoe. Once it takes root and grows, it will become a god tree, containing divinity. Hyun-wook held a branch in his hand and Junmo couldn't understand why they received such a small reward for eliminating the erosion. But it was a god-killing weapon used by Odin's son, the god of light Balder. Mistletoe is so powerful that it never drops as a full weapon. It had to be planted and watched until it became a god's tree. Hen knew it was a tedious thing, but it was better than if it fell into the wrong hands. And Junmo continued to look at Hyun-wook with fear, not understanding why he was silent. Jun said that everything is fine because they destroyed the cause of erosion. Now he knows how to increase levels, and all that remains is to destroy the last source. Hyun-wook turned around, frowned, and sternly told his comrade that this would not be easy at all. Hen said there was another boss monster. A memory of his past life appeared before his eyes. Hen exclaimed that there were other monsters that hadn't bothered them so far, so they couldn't just worry about the gate anymore. Hyun-wook told a frightened Junmo that their city would soon be overrun by monsters, and then turned to his comrade. Hyun ordered Jun not to tell anyone that he had leveled up, and to answer questions by saying that he had received the ability for completing the quest. Hen put his hand on his comrade's shoulder, who asked fearfully why it was necessary. Hyun replied that Jun was not strong enough yet, and if his abilities were revealed, every organization would come after him. Remembering the horrors of his past life, Hen ordered Jun to wait until he became strong enough. Otherwise, he would be killed if they failed to lure him away. Hyun sincerely wanted to warn Jun against his mistakes. But Jun only became more frightened. And after some time, a strange purple whirlwind hovered above the sky. Looking at him, Hyun-wook immediately began to get ready and put on his uniform. Hen walked out to the squad, behind which stood the citizens, and ordered everyone to prepare for the fact that monsters would be encountered not only near the gates. Hyun then asked the commander of the assault squad to show him and Won Seok a way. Hen ordered everyone except the squad leader, Junmo and Ken Jin, to go to the shelter and protect the survivors. The military offered to help Hen eliminate the last source of erosion. Hen looked at them with displeasure and coldly replied that a soldier's job was not just to fight. Hen reminded that there were no players in the shelters and asked if the soldiers would really let the survivors die. And then Hen ordered everyone to get into the cars, saying that they would leave immediately after they all left. But suddenly, Myung-ho contacted Hen on the radio. The sergeant said that they were waiting for the warrant officer and asked if the request was approved. Myung-ho asked if Hyun knew how hard he had been for him. He exclaimed that Kang Seok had risked his position. Smiling, Hen mentally thanked the commander for being involved in moments like these. The ensign stood in front of So-yoon and said that they now had the president's consent. Myung-ho said that Hyun can now use all military armories except the presidential one. Men asked if Hen knew that never before in the history of VBSM had a player been given access to an entire division's weapons. Hyun-wook thanked them and asked that a mage who could open a portal be assigned to each armory. Myung-ho smiled and said that Hyun still had access to the weapon guild Zumanar. So Yoon told him that she also had high-ranking players. The girl said decisively that they were all A-rank and they would help Hyun if he asked. But then Hyun-wook suddenly interrupted her, saying that they needed to act very quickly. The sergeant looked up at the sky again and told the guild representative that they had very little time. The people at Zumanar kept saying that the mana storm was confirmed and growing rapidly, and that it was almost 20 times larger than a normal gate. Myung-ho looked at the people around him in surprise, and So-yun screamed, asking how this was possible. Meanwhile, a portal opened in the sky, which burned with a bright flame, and inside it there was only darkness. But suddenly a huge red hand emerged from the portal, intertwined like threads. But a moment later, the monster suddenly covered the building with its palm, breaking it into pieces. And the next moment, two more portals opened. From one of them, a hand also appeared. The soldiers looked at the sky in fear, their mouths wide open in surprise and horror. Yunha also turned around in surprise, looking at the portals in the sky with confusion. But suddenly the sky burst into flames, and the silhouette of a huge monster with horns appeared on it. And then the monster finally showed its face from the portal, which seemed to be a solid piece of meat. A notification appeared that the king of hell, Beelzebub, was trying to enter the world, and he was also angry about the loss of the gatekeeper. Myung-ho said that he certainly believed Hun, but would he really be able to defeat the king of hell? But the appearance of his coming was delayed due to the unfinished erosion, so the monster was stuck in the portal. Hyun stood in front of Beelzebub, saying that they would succeed and he would be the one to stop the soul wave. Yoon-jung was sitting at his easel, drawing, when the children came running to him and asked if the teacher was really going into the army. Yoon-jung grabbed the baby by the cheek and, smiling, said that the army is not a game, and there they protect punks like them who don't listen. The boy then squeezed the baby's cheek even harder, who sharply reminded him that Yoon-jung had promised to protect them. Before his eyes appeared the murdered children with their eyes gouged out, and the wounded child asked why Zhang had not kept his promise. Monsters towered over Yoon-jung, and the boy was kneeling among dozens of his friends' corpses. Yoon-jung looked at the children in fear as debris fell behind him and blood ran down his face. But suddenly a soldier woke up Yoon-jung and asked if he had finally woken up. Standing up abruptly, Yoon-jung scratched his head and asked where he was and what happened to the kidnapped children. The soldier replied that all but one had died. Yoon shouted out, asking what that bastard Hyun was doing at that time. The soldier replied that the blow had come unexpectedly and Hen had been unable to do anything, but what was happening now was more important. Looking outside the trunk, Yoon-jung noticed monsters on the streets that could deliver electric shocks. Only Jun-mo tried to fight against the hundreds of monsters that filled the city. Jun turned around abruptly and told Sergeant Hen that this way they would soon be caught. Hyun ordered Jun to drop everything, as time was short and they needed to get to the meeting point quickly. But then a huge monster appeared behind Hyun-wook and swung his arm. But the monster's blow was outpaced by Won-seok, who cut off its head with one blow and asked who the impudent fellow was aiming at. Won-seok turned around and exclaimed, "Can't they see that the person in front of them is the future ace Hyun-wook?" Yoon-ha and Won-seok fought on the roads, killing monsters and cutting up their bodies, protecting civilians. Yoon-ha carefully observed her enemies and fought them with ease, clearing the way for the military vehicles. There were still 5 hours and 30 minutes left before Beelzebub's arrival, and alcohol appeared before the guy's eyes. The soldier said that due to the third stage of erosion, the A-rank players were rushing to the gathering place. Yoon only tiredly asked for a drink. The soldier asked again in bewilderment, and Yoon-jung again ordered him to bring the drink. Then the guy with glasses pointed to a box in the trunk that contained a dozen bottles. And a few moments later, Yoon-jung began to drink from the bottle, standing up and breathing heavily. The soldier asked Jung if he was sure he should drink since the operation was about to begin. But Yoon-jung ignored his question and simply kicked the counter, causing swords to immediately fall out. When Yoon picked up the sword, the soldier asked in fear if he really thought of carrying out the mission with him. Yoon said he would go alone. Turning around, he asked the soldier if he knew why he always went on missions alone. But the soldier just continued to look at his strange comrade in bewilderment. Yoon smiled and said that everyone else was just too slow and in the way. But then Yoon-jung stopped smiling again and said that there was just one thing they all couldn't understand. Yoon rushed forward and shouted that they didn't understand how scary it was to protect others. Then several dozen monsters appeared before Yoon-jung's eyes and rushed towards him. The monsters were short and ran on 4 legs, smiling contentedly. But suddenly the monsters stopped abruptly and again opened their mouths wide, closing their eyes. And just a moment later, the dismembered bodies of the monsters flew up, and Yoon only walked between them. Hen turned to him sharply, asking what Yoon was doing if he couldn't break formation now. Yoon laughed in response and said that the bastard who touched his guys should be killed, and not grumbled at. Yoon-jung rushed forward, saying that he would handle everything himself, but that Hyun had to clear the way for him. Hyun realized that due to the loss of his charges, Yoon now refused to work in the team. He wondered how to control someone who had not survived his trauma. At the same time, Yoonjong easily cut through the bodies of even the most enormous monsters, flying between their corpses. But suddenly the guy's gaze fell on the monster who was trying to catch up with the civilians. Seeing this from afar, Yoonjong was very surprised, and even froze in place in horror. But just a couple of seconds later, the huge monster devoured all the citizens, but only one child remained alive. The boy tried to crawl away from the monster, but it was too late because it was already preparing to pounce. And then the monster opened its mouth wide, stopping a couple of centimeters from the boy. But suddenly the monster's head was cut off by Yoonjong, causing it to fall to the ground unconscious. The sergeant landed on the floor and asked in fear if the baby was okay. The boy looked at his savior in surprise, momentarily speechless. But then the baby suddenly began to cry desperately, looking at the man in front of him. The child sank to the floor and Yoonjong suddenly stretched out his hand towards him and ordered the child not to cry. Yoonjong looked around and asked where the boy's parents were. But then the guy looked at the huge pool of blood that was spreading across the wall. And just a second later, the boy suddenly pressed himself against the surprised Yoon, hugging him. Yoon looked at the boy in confusion, tousling his hair and cursing quietly under his breath. Then the sergeant wanted to gently touch the boy, asking how he was. But suddenly a memory of the murdered boy asking why he hadn't protected them came before his eyes. The man's hand shook with fear. Yoonjong cursed, realizing that the memories were not letting go of him. But a moment later, shots rang out, causing Yoonjong to immediately pick up his sword. Hyun-wook fell down from the rooftop towards them, telling Yoon-jun that they can't break formation during the mission. Hyun suddenly asked what happened, because earlier Yoon had said that children scared him and he couldn't even stand near them. Yoon replied that they would take the boy with them since the child had no protector, and sending him alone to the shelter was also not good. Hen replied that this was not possible, since it was impossible to fight against the Demon King and protect a child. Yoon exclaimed that he rejected Hyun's refusal since he himself saw the state of the shelter now. Yoon exclaimed that sending a child there was tantamount to a death sentence, and if they couldn't destroy the source of the erosion, most of Seoul would perish. Yoon shouted that it was safest among them since all the A-rank players were gathered there. Hyun rubbed his forehead in response, knowing that Yoonjong couldn't be persuaded when it came to children. Yoonjong closed the boy's eyes, telling him not to look at Hyun-wook because he was a monster. But then Hyun-wook let out a tired sigh and allowed Jun to take the boy with him. Hen said that in that case, Yoon would stay with the child only until they arrived at the cathedral site, and until the wave ended, Jong would follow his orders. Yoon looked away and said that he would judge by the circumstances and then decide. But Hen leaned closer in response and said again that there would be no exceptions. Yoonjong responded by shouting that he agreed, and let everything be according to this clingy guy's rules. Then Hen turned away and said that then they would be moving out immediately, and so they should hurry. Smiling, Hyun understood that everything was fine because now Yoonjong would be under his control. At the same time, Beelzebub had already stepped onto the ground and the monsters were piercing the players with blades. Many of the players were already dead, but the government continued to demand that all fighters be present at the gathering place. Chu Kyo-won was the commander of the Great Mountain Squad who muttered that he would see to it that the players made it to the emergency meeting. Kyo-yun stood surrounded by monsters he could control and asked if there was even one player who could handle it. And then the middle-aged man kicked the radio, shouting that they were idiots. Kyo-yun's eyes flashed brightly with a green flame as he said that nothing would go as they wanted. Meanwhile, a voice was heard from the gathering point of the unofficial task force. The steel company arrived on the scene, and people began to whisper, asking if this was the entire detachment that had destroyed the cause of the erosion. But many refused to believe it, saying that the bulk of them would arrive later. Meanwhile, only 8 people from the detachment greeted the battalion commander. Kang grabbed Hyun by the shoulders, saying that he always believed in him and the boy worked hard. And Hen awkwardly replied that it wasn't over yet. But then they both looked at the shadow behind the bush. The commander's joyful mood immediately disappeared as he stared tensely into the distance. Hyun-wook became even more angry, turning his angry gaze to the strange shadow. And then a car drove up to the soldiers, with a green monster sitting on the roof. Yoon-ha immediately took out her shield and sword, ordering all the soldiers to prepare for battle. The rest of the soldiers immediately took out their weapons and exclaimed that they were ready for battle. But then Kong-seok exclaimed that he couldn't shoot, because it was an ally whose joke had gone too far. And then a man came out to meet them, his boots shining brightly. He asked the commander in bewilderment. There were monsters behind Kyo-yun as he said that he was only checking how well the soldiers were disciplined. And then the battalion commander's eyes seemed to plunge into a green haze, and he himself froze. The players behind him began to whisper, asking in surprise if this was really Kyo-yun. Kyo-yun said that it was good for trained players, but nothing more, and if the soldiers continued to come, they would only get in the way. Kang Sok immediately approached the red-haired man, exclaiming that this was a grave insult to the military forces. At the same time, their argument resembled a fight between a tiger and a monster. Q asked if he should show Khan what a real insult was. At the same time, Yoonjong covered the baby's eyes, advising him not to look at this abomination. Kang Seok said that Q Yun was lucky because soldiers cannot raise their hands against civilians. Q Yun said that Kang could turn a blind eye to his position and attack if he was not afraid that he would lure all the soldiers away. Hen stood between them and asked if they should regard Q Yun's actions as the Great Mountain's official position towards them. The stubbled man bared his teeth in response and asked who this soldier was and who gave him the right to interfere in the conversation. Kang exclaimed that Hyun was one of the key soldiers who destroyed the cause of the erosion, and also responsible for the tactical command of the operation. Q Yun asked in confusion how they could allow a mere soldier to lead such an important operation. After a while, Hen reported in which areas the gates had opened, which would soon unite, and Beelzebub would pass through them. Hyun Wook showed the approximate locations of the portals on the TV, saying that the players would be armed. Hen insisted that the players would begin to bombard the gates with concentrated holy power, and Q Yun exclaimed that they wouldn't even destroy the gate with this, but would only hold the Demon King in place. Q Yun exclaimed that he wanted to hear if Hyun had any ideas on how to kill Beelzebub. Lowering his head, Hen said that with their current strength, it was impossible to kill the Demon King. Q Yun asked who gave the unknown soldier the right to gather high-ranking players without having a solution to the problem. Q asked if Hyun was asking for trouble. Kong asked him to calm down and listen to Hyun because Hyun usually doesn't talk nonsense. Hyun said that it was impossible to destroy the Demon King's real body on the other side of the gate, but it was possible to tear off body parts and soul. Q Yun asked what Hyun planned to do with the limbs later, whether he was going to trade them for candy. He asked if he was sure they would be cut off at all. Hen said they had found places where bones were visible, and if they could delay the monster with bombardment, they could cut up the body and stop it from coming. Frowning, Hen said that if they destroyed the core after that, they would be able to deal with the wave for the first time in human history. Kang Sok replied that it was reasonable since the main goal of the quest was to destroy the core, not kill the boss monster. Khan said there was a problem because none of the players suitable for direct attack had yet appeared. Hen replied that if the C-rank players concentrated their attacks on one point at the same time, everything would work out. Q Yun reminded them that the gate system never allowed them to deal with monsters without intervention, and if they deal damage to the arm, the difficulty would increase. Hen asked if the commander was suggesting that in that case they strike all 3 points at once, destroying them all. Q Yun pointed his finger at him mockingly and laughed, saying that Hyun clearly had no experience. Kang Sok smiled in response and proudly replied that Hyun did not have experience and common sense. Kang said that Hyun cleared Seoul Station and the Red Gate with only an F rank. Q Yun asked again and laughed, advising Khan to stop exaggerating his military pride. Hen said that of course the opinion of an A-rank commander who is closer to an S rank carries weight. Hen said that they couldn't strike at the same time because, other than Mr. Chu, they didn't have any A-rank players. Hyun asked if Q Yun knew why. He jumped back in fear, hoping that the boy didn't know anything. Q Yun exclaimed that the players either fled to save their skins or were already dead. There was no third option. Q Yun said that if simultaneous strikes were the only way out, then he would take one of the gates and let the soldiers handle the rest. But in reality, Q Yun understood that if he participated, they would have to follow him, and that way he would be able to kill them one by one. Q Yun then told Kang Seok that he would take on the responsibility of leading the offensive. In response, Hyun Wook smiled brightly, saying that if the guild leader was with them, then that would be encouraging. Hyun Wook smiled brightly, realizing that he had finally caught him. He thanked Q Yun for his assistance. Hyun knew there was no turning back as planned, while Q Yun recoiled from the soldier in disgust. Hen chuckled and said that as Commander Chu had suggested, they would switch to a simultaneous strike strategy. Hyun Wook loudly exclaimed that Q Yun had promised this on behalf of his guild, and the latter gave a frightened look. Q Yun recoiled, not understanding why he felt like he had been tricked. Hyun Wook then leaned over and smiled even wider, exclaiming that the military would be in charge of forming the squads. Meanwhile, in Kanbuk, where the portal with the leg appeared, soldiers were running around with crosses. At the same time, voices were heard saying that the first and second blocks of the United Team were ready for bombing. In the Konso district, where Beelzebub's head had emerged, there was a third United Team unit that had been completed. In the Gangso area, there was Strike Team A, consisting of Kyu-yun, Min-hee, Hyun-wook, and Se-hee. In the area of Kongbuk, where Beelzebub's hand was, there was a team consisting of Yun-ha, Yun-jong, and Jun-mo. Some time ago, Jong told the boy to listen to the soldiers and not lag behind the adults. At the same time, Hyun-wook was still standing in front of the blue TV, telling the plan to Kyu-yun and Kang-seok. Hyun reported that the team in charge of Beelzebub's hand would include Han Tai-sang, the King of Strength. Kyu-yun immediately asked again in surprise, and Kang-seok exclaimed why they still hadn't seen him. Hyun said that a reliable source reported that Han Tai's training in another dimension ended an hour ago. Hyun exclaimed that moreover a spatial gate had opened right in Gangnam. Hyun-wook recalled that this reliable source was his memory because he saw it in the Soul Wave report. The only one who fought the Demon King to the end was the Power King, thanks to whom he gained a lot of information about Beelzebub. Hyun asked Kang-seok to take charge of the rear shelling. He agreed and asked again if the soldier was sure of Kyu-yun's plan. At this time, Kyu-yun walked away from them. Hun said that Chu was a scumbag who sold out his comrades to achieve his goal, so he didn't believe him. Hyun understood that the transition to the simultaneous strike plan was intended from the start, so he would be on the same team as Kyu-yun. But suddenly, Kang-seok put his hand on the sergeant's shoulder, who looked at him with bewilderment. Kang-seok thanked Hyun and apologized, saying that he felt guilty for putting such a burden on the soldier. But Hen only froze for a moment in response and then grinned, looking at the commander. Hyun said he has grown a lot thanks to the opportunity Kang gave him and will do everything to stop this wave. The battalion commander looked away in satisfaction and then smiled happily. But then Kang-seok gave the order into the radio, telling the allied team to begin the bombing run. At the same moment, the team raised the crosses to the sky, as if creating a huge fireball in the sky. And a moment later, thousands of fiery bullets flew into the face of Beelzebub, who did not even flinch. But when the blows increased, the monster only frowned slightly, clenching his black teeth tighter. And then the team began to hit the monster's hand, showering the monster's body with bright shots. Hen ordered the lieutenant to take C-High and Ken Jin and then move to Point R. Then the sergeant ordered Team B to move forward, and they immediately did as Hen asked. Hyun said that he would approach the gate as close as possible with Kyu-yun, asking him to remain quiet. Hyun said that there were many monsters around. Looking at his monster, Kyu-yun agreed with him. But then the boy cast a tense glance at Commander Chu, examining him. And just a moment later, a powerful blow from the monster Kyu-yun struck the man's back. Kyu-yun said that if an arrogant F-rank soldier died during a mission because he was showing off, it would be a tragedy. Hyun-wook used his steel body skill, staggering from the sword and saying that he hates being attacked from behind. And then Kyu-yun's eyes widened in fear as the blade came towards him. Hyun-wook turned around and happily said that Kyu-yun was the same as he expected. He asked if the commander was confident of his victory. A month ago in Bundang Park, a soldier was trembling with fear and looking up in bewilderment. The corpses of his comrades lay next to the soldier, and monsters that looked like red bears towered over him. But then a huge axe was struck on the monster's head, forcing it to stop attacking. The monsters that were under the influence of Kyu-yun began to beat the other monsters. Kyu-yun said that catching with a person is really the best, because the monsters just run towards you. The soldier thanked Kyu-yun, but in response he only took out his blade and knocked the guy out with one blow. Turning away, Kyu-yun said that it was easy to catch on a person, but it would be difficult if someone saw. And then, the man's gaze turned back to the slaughterhouse where his monsters were trying to fight the bears. A notification about the appearance of a boss monster appeared. Kyu-yun smiled and exclaimed that this was what he was interested in. Then a huge bear appeared in front of them, which the monsters immediately began to hug tightly. But still, the boss monster tried to resist the magic, burning the area around it to the ground. But then Kyu-yun used the Tamer's ability, and after that, the monster's heart was captured. But then Kyu-yun finally successfully used the monster break, smiling and raising his hand up. Bright sunlight shone from the man's bag, which was hanging over his shoulder. And then the boss monster began to see Kyu-yun as his master, and so he approached him, letting him pet him. In his past life, Kyu-yun controlled an army of monsters and was known as an A-rank player, closer to S-rank. Hyun-wook recalled that after the end of the Soul Wave, there was no trace left of Kyu-yun. And according to the records, after Kyu-yun disappeared, a necromancer appeared who controlled legions of monsters. Hyun didn't understand if it was possible that Kyu-yun had awakened the ability of a necromancer within himself. But at this moment, Hyun-wook used metal bending, slashing sharply at the monster. But then the boy suddenly jumped away from the monster, still turning his hands into blades. Hen asked if that coward had also killed those A-ranks. He wondered if he had done it himself or on someone's initiative. But Q-Yun remained silent because more and more huge monsters began to appear behind him. Q asked if Hyun thought he had a chance if he acted alone. The man then frowned and said that Hen seemed to have an idea and then it was definitely necessary to remove the soldier. And at that very moment, crowds of different monsters began to appear before the guy's eyes. Hyun Wook only clenched his teeth in response, then moved his hand to the side as if swinging. But the monsters had no intention of stopping, smashing the asphalt into pieces and howling loudly. When the monster wanted to hit Hen again, he was able to back away in time and run behind its back. Hyun Wook continued to fly past the monster's TV with ease, barely touching them with his blades. And then Hyun Wook suddenly flew towards the body of the surprised Q-Yun, who even froze in place. Then Hyun Wook shouted loudly, swinging his arm to make him reveal his goals. Hen's blow almost cut through Q-Yunu's face, but the monster managed to stop it in time. And a moment later, Hyun Wook's eyes widened in confusion and he frowned deeply. Q-Yun asked if Hyun thought he had a chance just because he was monster-free. At the same time, they were being watched by the same huge bear that had fallen on them from the sky. Then Q-Yun again tried to defend himself from Hyun's fiery attack, which was also physical. But it wasn't easy for Hyun Wook either when his hand got stuck in the strange red line. But then the monster suddenly blew up the place where Hen was, but he managed to run away in time. And after a few more moments, Hen finally managed to land among the wreckage. Hyun understood that until now, Q-Yun had not shown that he had any abilities other than controlling monsters. Hen didn't understand if this was because Q hadn't awakened yet and wasn't capable of anything else yet. But then Hen frowned even more, realizing that Q-Yun might not be a necromancer. Q-In said that Hyun is clearly not an F rank, so why did he pretend to be a loser all this time? In his previous life, the necromancer had gone beyond the system and was known for his explosive growth. Therefore, Q-Yun could not have known about the potential of the F rank. Q-Yun knew that Hyun couldn't hide his identity just to catch him. He said that it would be strange to kill him. But then Q-Yun pointed his finger, asking if he should cut off Hyun's hand to make him tell the truth. At the same time, Q-Yun finally handed over the weapon to his huge monster boss. But then Hyun Wook suddenly looked up and didn't understand what was happening. The monster attacked him with Hen's weapon, and he couldn't understand whether Q also had a fragment of the Mogai. And then the monster swung again and struck, and everything around was illuminated by a bright flame. This explosion was so strong that it was visible even from afar behind the roofs of multi-story buildings. Then Hyun Wook suddenly looked up, looking at the monsters from the guild. And just a moment later, these monsters laid him face down on the floor laughing loudly. Then the man with red hair pulled out his sword, saying that the monsters should cut. Hen exclaimed that he had information about the villain's missions, since he had important data about the Demon King. Hyun Wook frowned and hoped that Q-Yun took the bait, since, if he was a villain, then this type of mission would attract him. And Cheo-Yun looked away in bewilderment, and then asked again what this was all about. Hyun Wook looked at Q-Yun in surprise, thinking that he might just be playing the fool. In such a situation, no villain would hide his identity, and the alliance of villains will do anything to achieve their goal. Hyun screamed, asking why Q-Yun was killing people if it wasn't for the mission, and why he was getting in the way of stopping the wave. And the man with green eyes suddenly smiled madly, looking at the soldier pinned to the ground. Then Q-Yun turned his gaze to Beelzebub, saying that he also wanted to get that comrade. Q said that the guild leader gave him free rein, so it doesn't matter what others say. Q-Yun asked why he would stop the wave if the Demon King was his. The boy cursed loudly in response. Hyun advised Q-Yun to at least pretend that he had a reason, and then asked again. Q asked why he shouldn't do it, since they all either kill or die. Hen realized that there was no need to dig further, because Q was simply led by his desires, and not a necromancer. Then Hyun Wook used Mogai, which immediately pierced most of the monsters. And the man with red hair looked in fear at the sharp blade and heavy fragments flying at him. Then Hen Wook used Fanalo, firing a blue arrow into the eye of one of the monsters. Hyun Wook then also used Achilles' spear, which pierced the monster's body at the same moment. Kneeling down, Hyun Wook used the Cloud Sword, causing the monsters around him to instantly receive an electric shock. The other monsters looked in bewilderment at what was now devouring them in flames. But then suddenly, a certain man appeared before the eyes of the monsters and people. Hyun Wook stood on the snow-white hill holding the Fenlo and the spear in his hands. Then Q-Yun asked in surprise and bewilderment who the soldier really was. Hyun exclaimed that a worthless person like Q-Yun couldn't be a necromancer, and the world no longer needed a pig. And then a bright blue glow appeared in the air, from which small rays grew. But a moment later, Tae Han emerged from the portal, looking around at the area in surprise. Turning around, Hantai wanted to find his base, but now only pitiful ruins remained in its place. Then the man with long hair muttered, "Was it really that creature that destroyed his house?" At the same time, the military was reloading the holy cannons of the second category, but were not confident of their victory. But then, suddenly, a soldier approached the commander and pointed to the sky, advising him to look. Tayson suddenly flew up into the air, calling Beelzebub a little bastard. And just a moment later, Kontush seemed to turn into a firebomb that was about to burn the enemy. Just one blow from the King of Power caused a small hole to appear on Beelzebub's arm. Seeing this, the soldiers were immediately frightened by the player's enormous power and staggered. But then, for some reason, an explosion thundered in the distance, several dozen meters from the monster. Hantai was blazing with flames, saying that since Beelzebub had destroyed his house, he would destroy the monster. Hyun Wook looked into the distance with a warlike expression and was about to attack. He said that a non-entity like his rival could not be a necromancer. After Hyun Wook said that the world no longer needed such a stupid pig, his opponent was surprised. Then he laughed and said that he was clearly underestimating him. After which, a new attack from his opponent rushed towards Hyun Wook, to which he almost did not have time to react. At the last minute, covering his body with steel, Hyun Wook jumped back. Some kind of iron structure was flying at him, threatening to knock his head off. The young man did not understand how such a huge thing managed to silently approach and attack. Somewhere above his head, a huge monster with iron tentacles was hovering. The necromancer said that it was time for Hyun Wook to learn why the world compared him to an entire mid-level guild. In fact, the young man already knew this very well from his past life, but now he was convinced. At one point, he was attacked by many fierce monsters who were just trying to kill him. He successfully dodged another attack from a huge monster that suddenly appeared. But the monster could not stop attacking, and his eyes burned with an ominous fire. The giant raised his bat for a powerful blow, and Hyun Wook flew to the side. Suddenly, the monster's body was pierced by a metal spike from another, larger monster. The spike also hit Hyun Wook in his steel armor, and he thought that for the necromancer, both people and monsters were just expendable material. The battle continued, and the huge monster in the sky continued to spread its tentacles, destroying everything in its path. From the dark alleys, more packs of monsters emerged, just as ready to rush into battle. Their eyes also glowed with an ominous flame, which meant that they were controlled by a necromancer. Rivers of blood and the ringing of metal accompanied the ongoing battle, and Hyun Wook barely had time to fight back. He called upon his skill again and again and tried to do something. Hyun Wook picked up his weapon with his ability and was about to strike at the necromancer. The weapon flew upward and the necromancer headed somewhere forward, as if mocking. The necromancer's sheath did not contain his weapon, which was rather strange. He said that the military is very overconfident these days, because they need to understand when to stop bluffing. Blood continued to flow from the monsters after Hyun Wook's sword slashed at them, and the young man himself ran forward without looking back, as if in anticipation of something bad. The necromancer continued to say that when Hyun Wook said that he was of low rank, he didn't believe it. But now, he had killed an army of orcs with several weapons. Hyun Wook just dodged the new blow and was about to raise his sword for another blow. And the necromancer continued to talk about how Hyun Wook even blocked the strike of the tentacles of the ancient superweapon, Yekalopterus. That's why the necromancer now assumed that Hyun Wook had at least a Arng, and he knew from the beginning that something was fishy. But then Kyu Yun came back to consciousness and said that Hyun Wook's rank would not be enough to defeat him. He organized a full gathering of monsters, and at the same moment, even more monsters ran towards Hyun Wook. They were all under the influence of Kyu Yun, and they all wanted to finish off Hyun Wook as soon as possible. Monsters ran from the rooftops, from the streets, and some flew through the air. According to Kyu Yun, Hyun Wook should have seen why he was considered the closest to the highest rank. Hyun Wook turned around with an irritated expression and thought about how this madman had summoned all the monsters under his control. The young man decided that he was not going to deal with them one by one. So after some thought, he decided to head straight to the source. Kyu Yun said that he still used his brain a little because he decided to target their master. According to Kyu Yun, this was an incredible act of impudence on Hyun Wook's part. The young man fought off the steel tentacles of one of the monsters and listened to this monologue. Kyu Yun then directed his attack at him in order to fight him one-on-one. He asked if Hyun Wook really thought he could only control monsters. But Hyun Wook said that the only fool here was Kyu Yun, since he didn't understand how the muggle worked. As soon as these words were spoken, the villain's pupils widened in confusion. In an instant, a huge sword hung above him, which was somewhat reminiscent of a guillotine. The sword rushed straight at him and he tried to hold back the blow with his hands. With a gloomy expression on his face, Hyun-wook said that he wasn't aiming at Kyu-yun at all. At that moment, a strange glow appeared next to Chu-yun. It was Tristana's fail note. Now the fail note was back in Hyun-wook's hands and he caught it as quickly as he could. Then he made a couple more maneuvers and was ready to attack the enemy. Kyu-yun roared that Hyun-wook didn't dare touch the fail note and had to return it right now. The young man also held in his hand a bag of inventory, in which Kyu-yun kept the hearts of the monsters he had collected. Kyu-yun froze in place when he heard that this young man knew all his secrets about the bag. A new strength immediately awoke in him, and he pushed the mogul away from himself. He screamed that if Hyun-wook got the hearts now, hundreds of monsters would go out of control and go crazy. But Hyun-wook said that he was not in any danger from this. He also said that Chu-yun should be worried because these creatures seemed to have accumulated a lot of grievances against him. The ferocious monsters that were still under control continued to approach Chu-yun. His eyes were filled with fear and his face changed completely. He didn't want to die. So the man tried to calm Hyun-wook down and asked if the boy would be able to defeat the Demon King without him. Hyun-wook, who had already opened the bag, said that he would try to do it. But the main thing is that he never works with traitors. The villain immediately found something to answer, saying that Hyun-wook lied about his lower rank, so Kyu-yun also had the right to lie. Hyun-wook raised his bag up, replying that not all people are like that and not all are like villains. The next moment, the bag opened and golden light poured out of it. Kyu-yun, almost crying, asked the young man to stop and not do stupid things. But it was too late, as the golden light had already risen into the sky. At that same moment, Kyu-yun's body was pierced by the spikes of that huge monster that had previously been under his control. The monster, once friendly to him, now looked at him with hatred. Kyu-yun bared his teeth and asked the monster how he dared to hit his master. But the next moment, a bunch of monsters headed towards Chu-yun, looking quite hostile. He took several hard kicks to the face from these monsters, and Hyun-wook at this time was already releasing his weapon in order to quickly deal with all the monsters after they dealt with Kyu-yun. He was ready to act at any moment, keeping all 5 of his weapons under control. The system notified him that another Mogai fragment had been received, and Hyun-wook said that it was the perfect end for someone who treated people as expendable. In the middle of half-destroyed Seoul, fires began to flare up again. In the midst of all this fire, a man appeared, saying that someone had destroyed his house and it was time for payback. After that, he rushed straight towards the huge monster that was coming out of one of the portals. The man addressed the monster as a musclehead and said that he hated to drag things out, so he would finish him off with a blow. 2 huge tentacles, somewhat resembling hands, continued to emerge from the sky. The military pointed their fingers and said that this was the ability of the King of Power, Han Tae-san. A huge fireball suddenly hit one of the muscular arms. It was Tae-san who had threatened to finish off this monster, but something stopped him. He saw the face of some monster in front of him, and this monster immediately punched the man in the face, causing him to fly back several meters. The impact was so strong that Tae-san's body left behind a beam of light, cutting through the air. He kept flying and flying, smashing houses and other structures along the way. In the end, the man stopped his fall only after he had destroyed several multi-story buildings. The system warned that one of the 3 great forms of the Demon King Weselvul was here. Tae-san couldn't move as he lay on the pile of rocks. His body was aching with pain and he couldn't find the strength to get up. This form was called arrogance, and now she was in this world to resolve it. The fire and ash rose even more strongly as soon as this Demon King arrived. Tae-san looked up at the sky above him, still trying to gather his strength and not close his eyes forever. After some time, he rose to his feet and was ready to attack again. The man thought that all the people around him had been evacuated or were already dead, so he shouldn't worry. He was gathering his strength for another attack on the Demon King and wanted to deal with him. It seemed that this blow did not affect him at all because now he was going to attack again with renewed vigor. The man was about to fly into a rage to end it all as quickly as possible. Tae-san shouted loudly, asking the Demon King's arrogance to show what he was capable of. Arrogance looked at him slightly stunned because she couldn't believe that this man wanted to die so much. The next moment, Tae-san once again rushed to attack the Demon King to finish him off this time. The Demon King, who didn't expect this, opened his eyes wider, but he had no intention of dying. The hands of some huge monster continued to reach out from the sky, and the Demon King still could not understand why this mortal was so eager to kill him. Tae-san screamed that the demon had destroyed his dream of owning his own home in the Gangnam district of Central Seoul. That's why the man was now planning to cut off this demon's head. There was a sound of an explosion, and all the military in the area did not understand what they should do with all this. One of them shouted for the others not to panic because they had to cover the rear during the battle. The Demon King, completely untouched by such revelations and unaffected by the blow, looked a little strange. Tae-san continued to attack the demon, who still didn't understand anything. But this time his attack was thwarted when the demon's eyes lit up with malice. Something resembling wings began to emerge from the Demon King's back. The demon's eyes were still red from the pent-up rage. Something broke off and flew down from the battlefield. The next moment, two black wings opened behind the Demon King. Tae-san, strangled by the demon, wondered if this was the true form of this monster. Meanwhile, somewhere in the northern region, Strike Team B was thinking about what to do. Yunha gave orders to her subordinates on how to deal with the huge hands sticking out from the sky. The girl told everyone to stay alert and get ready, but something started falling on her. The swordsman shouted to her that she needed to put up a shield immediately. The girl just managed to react to her subordinate's call and put up her shield in time. Something that looked like a huge flower bud landed right on her, and as soon as this bud opened, something resembling a person began to emerge from it, but it turned out to be one of the demons. The girl was enormous in stature and looked menacing. Yunha quickly gathered herself and shouted for everyone to stand behind the shield. The next moment, she activated a holy dome around everyone present, just in case. The demon didn't waste any time and began to attack at that very moment. The warriors fought off new attacks, trying to cover themselves with Yunha's shield, and the demon continued to release purple lightning, looking down at them. A notification sounded that the second of the three forms of the Demon King had arrived in this world. Meanwhile, in Area A, a bud was also beginning to descend to the ground. There, another of the three great forms of the Demon King descended to the earth. The name of this form was Gluttony, and of the three, it was slightly stronger. The group's commander radioed the allied teams to set up a sacred barrier. The military began to put up their barriers to avoid being hit by one of the demon's forms. A blue beam from the sky hit the shield that the military had quickly created from technology. At this time, Tae-san was still in the chokehold of the first form of the demon. The first form of the demon looked at its opponent just as indifferently and began to strike again. This blow was no weaker than the previous one, but Tae-san had already gotten used to it. Although the young man continued to shout at the demon not to touch his face. The next moment, his body was again thrown onto the roof of one of the many buildings in the area. But this time, the Demon King's form went flying free after him, still trying to kill him. Tae-san was getting angry, asking if the demon had gone deaf if he kept hitting him in the face. But there was not a drop of sympathy in the demon's eyes, quite the opposite. The warrior now seemed to be extremely angry and was about to attack again, telling him not to touch his beautiful face. He launched another fire attack at the one who just wanted to attack him. The place of their battle was ablaze with fire and new explosions were heard. Tae-san was having a hard time as the demon continued to press his attacks. When the fire dispersed, only dust and ash remained, but the demon was no longer visible there. They moved to another location with Tae-san for further combat. Hanging in the air, Tae-san promised to return the same blow to the demon as the man was supposed to. At that moment, the demon showed his fangs and his face became irritated. Suddenly, Tae-san hit him in the face, exactly repeating the attack he had just received earlier. But the demon didn't care. Such a blow didn't even cause him the necessary damage. Although Tae-san's ego was now comforted, and he wasn't the only one with a broken face. But he could never have imagined that all this would only irritate the demon even more. The guy thought it was fun to go all out for the first time in a long time, but this demon never got tired. Somewhere in the distance, explosions continued to sound and the fire continued to burn. The demon jerked back, gathering the flames as if controlling his ability. Now his expression looked completely crazy. Tae-san looked at his opponent and couldn't believe that he was laughing right now. The next moment, the demon hit Tae-san with his head. And then he walked away, sending the warrior flying again from above onto the roof of the building. Tae-san found himself slammed into the concrete once again, but this time he quickly got back on his feet. This demon infuriated him with its fast regeneration. Tae-san thought that as soon as he got used to fighting at full strength, the demon would be finished. But before he could finish his thought, the demon returned to him. The earth and houses shook from their fight and the movements of this demon. Tae-san, who found himself under the demon's feet, shouted at him that whether he died or not, he would see it through to the end. But the demon didn't seem to listen to him. He was picking up some debris from the ground and was ready to attack. The villain clenched his fist and was ready to hit Tae-san again at any moment. The warrior could not believe that this monster was so much stronger than him. And now he was once again in the clutches of this demon, with no chance at all to attack. Suddenly a guy appeared somewhere nearby asking Tae-san if he was strong. Then several dozen sword strikes cut through the air around the fighting opponents. The demon quickly retreated into the air, leaving Tae-san lying on the ground. A moment later, someone ran up to Tae-san, holding a sword in a sheath. Tae-san heard Japanese and began to ask questions to this savior, who replied that it was better for the weak to retreat. The young man said something about one blow and pulled his blade from its sheath. He swung his arm and was about to try to engage the demon right now. The demon looked at him in confusion and could not assess his opponent. The next second, a sharp blow with purple light pierced the demon's body. Dust rose up around, but the swordsman and Tae-san remained in place. Tae-san looked up in disbelief as if he had just witnessed a miracle in reality. Two deep scars appeared on the demon's hands, which he used to protect himself from blows. The unknown Japanese swordsman stated the fact that the demon was strong. When Tai-san asked what the Japanese was doing, he replied that Tai-san was weaker and so he should have moved away. Tai-san didn't understand him and decided to say that he didn't like it when people touched what belonged to him. According to Tai-san, that foreigner shouldn't have interfered in that fight. The demon sank down to the ground and looked at the two young men reproachfully for having wounded him. Tae-san had already risen to his feet and said that if the demon didn't want to die, then it would be better for him to retreat. Dark energy began to gather around the demon with the help of which he wanted to kill everyone. Tae-san, engulfed in flames, also wanted to continue the fight with this monster. They rushed at each other, preparing to clash in another duel any minute. The foreigner looked at Tae-san and the demon with a strange and confused expression on his face. At that moment, two forces collided. Fire and darkness tried to overcome each other. The swordsman also jumped up, intending to help Tae-san deal with the demon. A third weapon was added to the two that had collided. The swordsman smashed the two into different corners of the battlefield, which surprised everyone. From such a force of impact, the demon flew back several blocks, destroying everything in its path. Tae-san didn't even fall off his feet, but simply slowed his fall with his weapon. The first form of the devil flew backwards so fast that it was impossible to keep up with it. Tae-san shouted out, asking the foreigner if he had gone crazy, and the Japanese replied that he should be grateful because he had twice spared him because of his weakness. The demon's first form began to change its appearance again. Now its hands were turning into something. This shocked the foreigner and made Tai-san's face grow even darker. The demon's arms regenerated and reappeared from the patches of skin. Now he looked like a monster with 4 arms and eyes burning with anger. His face also changed, becoming even more like a ferocious monster. The foreigner looked at all these changes in the demon's body with surprise, and Tae-san thought that the demon had become even uglier and realized that the enemy had been giving in to him until now. The demon quickly stood between him and the foreigner, apparently choosing the foreigner as his target. He aimed his fist straight at the poor swordsman, and he raised his second fist to strike Tai-san. Now he was a real danger. Having finally chosen his victim, the demon struck the swordsman with all his might. The young man flew back, smashing what was left of the houses in the area. Apparently, the demon considered him a stronger opponent, and therefore decided to deal with him first. Tae-san was also thrown back by a powerful blow from a fist and lay in the same way among the rubble. And the demon stood in the same place, satisfied with the result. The damaged houses nearby began to creak and sway treacherously, threatening to fall at any moment. Tae-san said that he was certainly lazy, but he had serious attachment issues, and the demon continued to feed his obsession. The swordsman also turned to the demon, saying that his heart had not beat like that for a long time. The next moment, the swordsman decided to strike the giant incarnation of the devil again. He used the hidden technique of Itu, piercing through space. The next moment, the blade of his sword came out of the hand of a huge demon. His blade headed towards the demon's body, which had previously tried to protect itself from the blows with its hands. At the moment when the blade of the sword was about to touch his demonic core, something changed. The demon tried to jump back, which caused the blow to move a little. The creature, which always responded with brute force, simply twisted to dodge. This meant that the demon was trying to protect something, and it was something that had just been attacked. Noticing the demonic core, the swordsman glanced at it and realized what was going on. The next moment, he struck again to protect himself from the demon's attack. Judging by the reaction, if he doesn't finish it off within the next 2 hits, the demon will become very dangerous. Then Tai-san appeared, shouting at the swordsman, warning him not to touch what belonged to him. The foreigner immediately thought that his friend was a complete idiot. But the next moment, there was another explosion, and everything around was again engulfed in fire. After the first blow, Tae-san realized that the demon had hidden something on his stomach. As soon as he voiced his guess, the demon struck back. And again, another explosion thundered. But this time, it was because Tai-san was sent into the air. The demon covered himself with his hands again, and Tae-san confirmed his suspicions that there was something there. Then the young man said that when he attacks, he never misses. And then he hit the monster's hands again, trying to break its core. But nothing happened. All that remained were a few burnt scars on the demon's hands. The devil incarnation looked down at his hands and realized that no serious harm had been done to him. Still, he was thirsty for revenge, so he launched a new attack. Tae-san, already well beaten by this demon, waited for a new attack, and the next moment, unable to defend himself, he fell to the ground. The young man coughed up a mouthful of blood from such a strong blow, but this was not enough for the demon, so he was going to attack again. This time the blow hit Tae-san in the face again, and he flew back again. Still, the power of this demon was enviable, and there were few equals to him. The huge hands continued to hang from the portals in the sky, and the city was now ablaze with purple, ominous flames. The demon's fist was covered in Tai-san's blood, and a glow swarmed around it. The warrior was no longer able to fight further due to the injuries he had received, but the demon had no intention of stopping this fight anytime soon. A malicious grin shone on his face, and his eyes were now not just glowing but burning with hellish malice. The swordsman thought that Tai-san was definitely a fool. But despite this, his partner continued to fight with full force, so his warrior spirit was worthy of respect. Although the swordsman did not take back his words about his weakness, thanks to the crack he made, it was possible to finish off the enemy. Moreover, he was not just going to kill the demon, but to deal with him in one blow. The swordsman rushed to attack the ferocious demon, who was still rejoicing in his easy victory. The foreigner used the final secret technique of Ito to try to defeat the enemy. Half of his sword disappeared into space again. He used spatial slash and gravity barrier to kill the demon. The next moment, the monster's hands with which he tried to cover the core were cut. The young man shouted to the demon that this would be his end. But Tae-san didn't think so. He got furious and said that that guy and that guy were just a bunch of scumbags. He rushed forward and decided that he would deal the final blow to this monster himself. The next moment, Tae-san approached to a sufficient distance. He slashed his sword at the core of the monster and it split in two. The body of this part of the Demon King burst into flames, and it seemed like this was the end. The monster roared in pain and its image began to dissolve into space. The system notified that one of the 3 erosion cores had been destroyed, and part of the Wei Selvold's body had also been destroyed. The foreigner looked at Tae-san and said that he was disappointed because he thought he had a fighting spirit. The young man did not understand what the Japanese man was talking about and said that he was furious that he had set his sights on him. Turning around and seeing the Japanese man's blade, Tai-san asked if he wanted to kill him. The foreigner said that he hoped that he was strong enough, otherwise it would be very painful. At the same time, the second form of the devil watched as, after killing the first form, one of the huge hands fell from the sky. The demonic girl turned back, her face completely devoid of emotion. She looked at the people gathered under the bud, at those who were supposed to attack her. But the situation changed and now Junmo stood with red eyes. And Yunha also looked like her mind was being controlled. Apparently, during all this time, these two were forced to fight each other. Now they flew into the air one after another to clash in battle. Both participants in the incident looked fierce, as if they had been storing up anger their entire lives. And the second incarnation of the Demon King rejoiced at the spectacle that unfolded before her eyes. A few dozen minutes ago, Yunha gathered everyone behind her shield and said that she couldn't hold out for that long, so everyone had to scatter. The shield began to crack, and this was visible to everyone present. Yunha also knew about this, so the next second she loudly ordered everyone to leave here. The girl's eyes widened, and the ominous purple lightning came closer and closer to her. They penetrated straight into her eyes, erasing the boundaries of her personality and clouding her mind. The girl felt as if she was caught in some strange cage. She turned around and could not understand what had happened and how she had ended up here. The room full of mirrors was clearly real, but where was it and why was it there? Suddenly, her father's voice was heard from one of the mirrors, saying that Yunha had failed the selection for the head again, and he was disappointed with her. The girl stared at the mirror, not believing that it was her father. But the picture in the mirror, as if according to a script, continued its monologue about Yunha's numerous mistakes. Then a silhouette of a woman appeared in the mirror, saying that Yunha had not changed at all and always followed her shadow. It was Yunha's sister. But now the girl couldn't distinguish reality from mirrors, so she began to answer. Then another image appeared in another mirror. Now it was her, telling herself that she should never show her emotions. That girl in the mirror tried to pierce the real Yunha, and everything around turned into chaos. Now there was a gaping sword wound on Yunha's chest, which he had just received in all the confusion. Her feet suddenly touched some other surface, and the surroundings no longer resembled that room with mirrors. Now she found herself in the middle of some kind of arena. The girl was dressed in regular clothes, not armor, and there was a trace of blood on her white blouse. This place was familiar to her. It was the training hall where the leader of the cadets was chosen. At the same time, Junmo was living through times no better than Yun-ha. There he stood, swinging a hammer at him with ability. They were in the gym, and there were a lot of people watching them. The other one asked him if he was going to fight. People around him shouted at him that his worthlessness would remain worthlessness even after he woke up. People around were talking about how much power the awakened loser had. And when he said that Hyun-wook told him not to show his abilities in public, the crowd screamed that he couldn't even disobey an order. At this time, the second he was already attacking him. His other self couldn't wait for the fight to start, so he impatiently asked if he would fight or not. Junmo crawled back asking what exactly he was supposed to do. The crowd was saying that he should take this seriously and not be a weakling. But Junmo absolutely refused to become different, because he couldn't just betray all his beliefs. His second self already asked what he was going to change and called him an idiot. The next moment it hit him, scattering all those who were standing behind the fence nearby. The space was filled with the screams of everyone who was affected by this blow. The other spectators now looked at the fight with expressions of shock and fear on their faces. The second Junmo asked if he was ready to show everyone that he was no longer a worthless person. At this point, the poor soldier saw no other way out but to agree to all this. But all these fights and all this horror took place only in the heads of two people. Yunha felt like she was fighting with her old self to finally live up to her relatives' expectations. She struck again, but the second time she dodged everything too cleverly. The girl tried to hit herself again and again, but each time something went wrong. The other Yunha told her that she was letting her emotions get the better of her, and it was insignificant. A real girl could only grit her teeth and continue this battle. They fought so fiercely that Yunha had a hard time. The second Yunha said that all her movements and attacks were too obvious, and yet she dared to brazenly imitate her older sister. Yunha bit her lip and didn't know what to even say to that. At this moment, the image of the second Yunha changed to that of her sister, who asked if she was crying. Then the second Yunha appeared on the field again, but the real girl only looked towards her sister. Suddenly a sword approached her throat, ready to cut her off at any second. It was her sister's sword, asking why she didn't stop dishonoring the family and die. Yunha asked what she was talking about and how much more she needed to try, because she had given everything and almost died. But her sister said that the girl behaved like a child waiting for praise, but efforts without results were worthless. And according to her, deep down inside, Yunha understood this, because that was why she ran away to the army. Tears began to well up in Yunha's eyes because it was true. But the second one on the battlefield did not appreciate this, and shouted that she had ordered not to show emotions. At the same time, things weren't going well for Junmo in the world either. He was trying to stop the second version of himself from doing something very bad. But he found himself thrown back as soon as he opened his mouth and tried to say something. According to his second version, they needed to show the scumbags that they were despised, who the real predator was here. The second Junmo said that the real Junmo also wanted this. At this time, Junmo began to give in and let down his guard, saying that he was right and he wanted to be recognized. But that was not how he wanted to be recognized, and so he decided to join the fight. The evil version of himself felt a moment of emptiness in his mind due to how contradictory the boy's words were. He repeated again that he thought Junmo was an idiot and rushed into battle with him. He said that Junmo was living in shit because he chose to live there, and would be treated like a loser for the rest of his life. And the real Junmo answered him that Hyun-wook said to wait and now was simply not the time. His evil self bared his teeth and continued to push, telling him to at least be honest with himself. And then he started to say something. This phrase clearly attracted Junmo's attention. His evil appearance changed to that of Hyun-wook, and he said that Junmo hates him the most. According to him, he hides the fact of his growth and uses his powers in critical situations, even after awakening. But Junmo didn't agree that he hated Hyun-wook. He screamed that it wasn't true. But the enemy continued to say that what he hated and envied most was the guy with the lowest rank, who was always ahead. He raised his hammer for another blow, and Junmo still denied everything. In reality, Junmo and Yunha were fighting each other without even knowing it. Suddenly, Junmo was sent flying, hit by Yunha's punch. The girl remained standing in place, already preparing to deliver the next blow in the chain. She lunged forward again, but something suddenly prevented her from moving. She overcame Junmo's technique and jumped up to attack the poor guy again. The second incarnation of the demon smiled, looking at the whole performance that she had arranged. Junmo gathered all his strength into a fist, thinking that he would attack himself. And Yunha moved forward quickly, trying to overcome herself and her sister in her head. As a friend, I heard someone's voice saying that someone had disgusting taste. Next to the demon incarnation stood Yunjong, who for some reason was leaning over the ground. His eyes were also red, meaning he was also under the influence of this demon's powers. In the New World, there was a portal in the sky in his head, and someone was speaking enthusiastically about Sergeant Choi. He and a crowd of soldiers stood in front of the monster they had just killed. The military said that if it weren't for Yunjong, the raid would have failed. But for some reason, Yunjong heard their thoughts, that everyone thought he was an upstart and that he had a scary face. Then his second incarnation appeared behind the sergeant, saying that these were their real thoughts. Yunjong said indifferently that he had heard everything and that he was familiar with envy and jealousy. But what irritated him most at the moment was the man with a copy of his face. Yunjong immediately cut off the head of the one who had the same face as him. And then, with another 10 attacks, he cut his clone into small pieces. Now he was the only one who was so quickly freed from the demon's influence. The young man looked irritated, saying that by whispering in his ear this demon incarnation had clearly crossed the line. The girl looked at him with a puzzled expression on her face. And Yunjong said that the more he thought about it, the less he could forgive her for showing him himself. The demon realized that she had made a big mistake somewhere, and now she looked as if she was scared. Yunjong began to approach her with his sword in his hand and continued to talk about something. The boy launched a series of attacks at the demon, saying that this was for her, making him feel disgusting. The demon's body was bleeding from the repeated attacks from this sword master, but Yunjong couldn't be stopped. He asked where he could cut her so that she would feel good. At the same time, Yunha continued to battle in her head with herself and her sister, who told her about the importance of hiding her emotions. Her sister said that Yunha imitated her stance, speed, strength, but she could never reach the same level as her. Yunha's sister told her that her emotions were hindering her path as a swordsman. The girl dodged another blow from her illusory sister with an irritated expression on her face. She continued to dodge as best she could, but now there was not just one but two against her. The next moment, the girl struck, trying to hit her opponent, but she failed. Yunha was still trying to catch her breath after such an attack that had failed. And her clone began to say that no amount of effort would be enough to compensate for the gap between her and her sister. Then her sister intervened in the conversation, saying that the girls had had enough of fighting. The next second, she decided to strike herself. Now this battle was almost impossible to win. A clap of thunder rolled across the arena, followed by Sister Yunha's electric whip. The girl tried to cover herself with her hands so as not to get hit and not to be thrown to the side. Her sister said she couldn't stand it anymore, and Yunha had to find another way to distinguish herself. Hearing this, Yunha looked at her sister with a strange look, as if she was thinking about something. She then turned her gaze to her clone standing at the other end of the arena, waiting for the time to attack. The second Yunha said that the real her would never be able to match her sister if she continued to just imitate. The girl then charged and ordered Yunha to surrender, pointing the tip of her sword at her. As soon as these words were spoken, the girl thought about something and looked down. In fact, she thought that it was time for her to give up and let go. Yunha closed her eyes. The next moment, her body was pierced by the sword of the second version of herself. This was unexpected for everyone. At the same time, Junmo was still having a one-sided fight with Hyun-wook in his head. The illusionary Hyun-wook claimed that the person Junmo envied and hated the most was him, Lee Hyun-wook, and the real Junmo continued to try to deny all this, lying on the ground. Hyun-wook talked about how Junmo has a long road ahead of him, he can't show his emotions yet and is forced to hide them. So, according to this illusory Hyun-wook, if Junmo wanted to continue living like this, he had to do one thing. He should have continued to hide in the shadows. Hyun-wook said this with a smirk on his face. Junmo then began to rise to his feet, saying that he had awakened after risking his life. His weapon shone in his hands and the young man was ready to repel an attack at any moment. He lost his temper, asking how much longer he would have to remain in the shadows. Hyun-wook also said that Junmo finally showed his true feelings, and he just wants people to pay attention to him. Purple lightning continued to spread out in different directions from Junmo's weapon. The young man said that he was truly envious and wanted the same recognition as the sergeant. Hyun-wook said that people like Junmo were scary because they pretended to be innocent, but were full of hypocrisy on the inside. The warrior told Junmo that he was rotten to the core and no one could change that. But Junmo had no intention of repelling Hyun-wook's attack, so the hammer struck his head. Hyun-wook was still flying from the punch, and Junmo was falling to the ground from the force put into the attack. The illusionary Hyun-wook asked Junmo why he didn't block his attack. At the same time, the second version of Yunha asked the real one why she didn't do anything. To which Yunha, coughing and holding the sword sticking out of her body, replied that she had given up. Her sister seemed to be looking at her with a disapproving look in her eyes, and Yunha said that she won't deny who she is. By trying to be like her sister, she would be recognized for something she was not, so she had to stop pretending. Her second personality was starting to freak out after hearing this. It was all very hard to believe. The girl shouted at Yoonha not to bluff because she didn't believe that she was capable of doing anything on her own. But Yoonha, coughing, corrected her, saying that she was no longer alone. She remembered how Hyun-wook gave them instructions, and she said that the three of them wouldn't be able to handle the Demon King. Hyun-wook listened to her concerns and thought about what he should tell her. He started to say something, but the girl didn't hear and asked again. Hyun-wook asked again if she wasn't sure that they could complete the mission with their current lineup. After receiving an affirmative answer, Hyun-wook said that he believed in his comrades. Then he looked at Yoonha and said that that's why they should believe in themselves. On the list of those who had to believe in themselves was also Jun-mo, who was worried about the task. And Yoon-jong closed this list, frightened for some reason when Hyun-wook said his name. In fact, Hyun-wook really wanted these three to believe in themselves. And of course, they had to also believe in the one who stood behind them, in him. So when the illusory Yoonha tried to prove to the real Yoonha that she was still unsure, she ignored her. Yoonha said that she had been drowning in insecurity her whole life and couldn't just start believing in herself, so she believed in him. Saying that Hyun-wook was her comrade, the girl pulled out a sword from her chest and the world around her began to crack. Jun-mo told himself at this time that he was a worthless and hypocrite, but that was precisely why he followed someone who was much stronger. The illusory Hyun-wook didn't want to believe that Jun-mo wouldn't even try to hit him and egged him on to grab a weapon. As he crumbled into pieces, Jun-mo said that Hyun-wook was the only one who believed in him. At the same time, Yoon-jong headed towards the demon incarnation to quickly deal with her. The girl wanted to call some kind of attack on him, but she was too slow. The next moment, Yoon-jong ran around her from behind and was about to strike her with his most powerful blow. The young man cursed, saying that she had wrapped herself well, and then he shouted for her to bare her belly, and then he would finish her off. The demon was pierced by several sword blows, causing blood to flow from the wounds and her face to twist. At this time, Yoon-jong was making unprecedented pirouettes in the air, trying to attack more accurately. Suddenly, he found himself in the clutches of this demon, who was about to pierce him with her claws any minute. But then she stopped abruptly, noticing something. A hostile lieutenant was flying towards her from the other side, ready to cut her into pieces. Yoon-jong shouted to Yoon-ha that the target was the jewel on the demon's stomach. Yoon-ha's sword glowed and she was ready to deliver a fatal blow right now. The girl struck the gem on the Demon King's incarnation's stomach. But the next moment she was in great danger of being thrown aside, since the demon knew how to defend herself. But Yoon-ha continued to press on the sword, causing the gem to continue to crack. Being a hair's breadth away from death, the demon grabbed the sword in Yoon-ha's hand to somehow stop her from striking again. At this time, Yoon-jong noticed a strange movement from Jun-mo. By this time, he had also come to his senses and figured out what to do, so he released a series of lightning bolts. The young man jumped into the air, swinging his hammer, and said that Private Jun-mo was on his way. The next moment, he aimed one of his attacks straight at the demonic core. This attack and Yoon-ha's sword together cut through the core of this Demon King's incarnation. The demon's eyes widened and she screamed, dissolving right before everyone's eyes. The system issued a notification that the second incarnation of the three had been killed, and Jun-mo began to rejoice. Yoon-ha also seemed to be glad that that annoying woman was done away with. The lieutenant even smiled as she looked at Jun-mo. The private couldn't help but notice that this was the first time he had seen Yoon-ha smile. At this moment, Yoon-jong remembered that he had not managed to cut the demon into pieces in the most pleasant way. He began to hit the demon's already lifeless body with his sword, shouting that whispering in his ear was going beyond all bounds. Jun-mo and Yoon-ha turned around, saying that the sergeant had to deal with the last incarnation. At the same time, a second giant hand fell from the sky. Now there was only one left. That last limb symbolized the Demon King's third incarnation, gluttony. Military drones flew around him, deploying magical fields. The demon turned around to look at what was flying right next to him and continuing to buzz. Someone who looked like one of the soldiers was climbing out of the portal in front of him. This soldier fell straight from the sky thanks to teleportation. The demon looked at Hyun-wook, who had appeared so stupidly in front of him, and did not understand what was going on. Hyun-wook, on the fly, ordered all the VSBM forces to use a formation with teleports. At the same second, many teleportation rings appeared around the demon. The third incarnation of the Demon King looked around, only now beginning to realize what a trap he found himself in. Hyun-wook gathered mana to perform one of his techniques, and then announced that the steel rain was ready to bombard. Portals began to open around, which, after a few moments, filled the entire sky. Beelzebub only frowned in response, watching what was happening carefully. Hyun-wook loudly exclaimed using the steel rain that he was ready for the bombardment. Kang-sok ordered that the casualties be assessed and moved to the rear, while those who could fight were to flee forward. The soldier asked if they could trust one soldier if they couldn't hold out for long at this rate. Kang replied that they had only survived the wave thanks to Hyun's tactics. The soldier exclaimed that they had few soldiers. Kang Seok replied that Hyun had always managed to get by with a small number of men. Kang Sok exclaimed that he and the entire army had entrusted the future of Seoul to the sergeant who was then soaring in the sky. Hyun Wook stood in front of the portal and sent a rain of steel towards Beelzebub, intending to injure the enemy. But in response, Beelzebub only turned around tiredly, looking at the hundreds of daggers that were flying at him. And after a few more moments, a steel rain poured down from all the portals. Many sharp swords and blades struck the red body of the monster, piercing it through and through, and Beelzebub smiled strangely in response and frowned, showing Hen his fangs. Min-hee and Si-hee watched the madness unfolding carefully, trying to control it. Min-hee didn't understand what was happening to Hyun and why he used up his entire supply of weapons for one attack without even calculating the distance. And Hyun-wook continued to scream and point his weapon at the monster in front of him. But then Hyun-wook suddenly turned around and glared, clenching his teeth even tighter. Behind the guy, a barely visible silhouette of Beelzebub flew by, rapidly approaching him. After just a few moments, Beelzebub moved even closer to Hen, looking at him carefully. Beelzebub jumped even higher, trying to reach Hen, who immediately managed to recoil. Beelzebub had almost caught up with his enemy, but Hen, having reached the portal, quickly fell into it. And then Beelzebub roared loudly, raising his disappointed gaze to the sky. Min-hee hid the girl behind his back, saying that he thought they would be able to at least hurt Beelzebub a little. Min-hee said that they couldn't win if Han kept missing. Beelzebub then used his power. Seeing Beelzebub's power, Min-hee ordered the drones of the VSBM squads to retreat to their designated locations. Dozens of soldiers who were directing the weapons in the sky immediately exclaimed that they were already retreating. And a few moments later, a beam of bright blue energy pierced the sky between the portals. A bright beam emanated from the monster's hand and went into the distance, as if it was about to pierce someone. But a moment later, a loud explosion was heard in the distance, which made Beelzebub freeze. Jun said that Beelzebub was much stronger than before, so shouldn't he help Hyun? Yoonha replied that the sergeant ordered them to stay away. Yoonha hoped that Hyun had a plan. At that moment, a bright portal appeared above the irritated Beelzebub. And from there, Hyun-wook, who was in control of only one sword, quickly flew out. Then Hen used Cloudmaster's Dark Tura, almost piercing Beelzebub. Then Hen ordered gunners 3 and 4 to reload their weapons. The soldiers immediately moved forward, holding their spears tightly in their hands and saying that they were already reloading. The swords were then pointed towards the portal again, and the military prepared for a second bombardment. At the same time, Beelzebub was pursued by the sword, which forced him to fly to the ground. But a moment later, the monster suddenly recoiled and the sword finally stopped moving. And after another moment, Beelzebub only clenched his fist, gathering blue energy around himself. Hyun-wook flew closer to him, as if he wasn't even afraid of the monster's monstrous strength. Flying even closer to Beelzebub, Hen decided to use Moglai, releasing one half of the mass. A moment later, a huge weapon appeared between Beelzebub and the boy, making it impossible to attack through it. At the same time, Beelzebub irritably extended his hand forward, using even more mana. And then the monster finally managed to hit Hyun-wook, who immediately flew down. But after a moment, Hen also managed to come to his senses and tried to defend himself, thinking. Then Beelzebub wanted to strike the guy again, but he was stopped by a huge weapon. And then Hyun-wook suddenly called out loudly to the squad leader while flying down. Min-hee exclaimed that since the location was confirmed, they now had to move the drones even closer. And just a moment later, a drone with an open portal finally appeared before Hen's eyes. But Beelzebub suddenly pushed the guy away, grabbed Hyun-wook tightly by the neck and threw him to the ground. And Hyun-wook could only look angrily at the hand squeezing his neck, clenching his teeth even tighter. And just a few moments later, Beelzebub threw the guy several dozen meters away from the portal. Beelzebub slammed Hyun-wook into the broken asphalt with all his might, still holding him tightly. But Hen managed to use his steel physique in time, which allowed him to survive. Then the blonde threw an irritated and attentive look at his enemy. But then Beelzebub barely turned around, noticing strange blue lightning behind him. And just a moment later, a huge Moglai appeared again over Beelzebub's body. Beelzebub tried to back away, but the huge blade had already been imprinted into the ground. But Beelzebub managed to dodge again in time, taking with him the body of Hyun-wook, who again raised the weapon into the sky. But a moment later, a small sword cut a hole in Mowgli, which even began to sparkle. And then the asphalt finally broke into pieces, and only its debris flew everywhere. Two men tore down a multi-story building and everything around it, leaving only smoke. Beelzebub flew into the sky, looking at Hyun-wook's body, which lay motionless among the rubble. Hyun-wook barely opened his mouth, and large spots of blood were visible on his steel face. And looking at this picture, Beelzebub finally smiled predatorily, and his face seemed to be torn. Beelzebub's smile now widened, and the monster's eyes glowed a bright purple. Min-hee stood on the rooftop and shouted into the radio, ordering Hyun-wook to respond immediately. Min-hee didn't understand if Hyun had really brought Beelzebub into the kill zone. He could only hope that the sergeant would succeed. Min-hee then shouted into the radio that they had set up the bombing points high, just as Hyun had planned. Hundreds of portal drones flew over the streets of Seoul, ready to strike at the monster. Min-hee reported to a joyful Kang Seok that the target had finally arrived at the right point. Kang Seok ordered the wind speed to be maintained at 0.2 of a meter per second at a distance of 20 kilometers from the ground. Then Kang Seok ordered all the mages to use spells that affected the speed of the wind. But there were still debris flying around Hyun-wook's body, and huge clouds of dust were floating in the sky. But after just a few moments, all the consequences of their battle began to slowly descend to the ground. Min-hee asked Hyun-wook to answer, saying that they had everything ready. Si-hee gave him a frightened look, and then Hyun-wook opened his eyes and smiled, answering Min, which seemed to stun him. And then Beelzebub recoiled in bewilderment, as if he were looking at a living corpse. Hyun-wook chuckled and extended his hand towards Beelzebub, saying that it would hurt. And just a moment later, a steel rain began to pour out of the portals again, stronger than the previous one. But then the blonde just cast a puzzled look with his white eyes at his opponent. But a moment later, the sound of weapons could be heard, destroying buildings and roads. And one sword flew through all the debris and corpses that were lying all over Seoul. Then Beelzebub raised his head up, meeting the gaze of the sword that was pointed at him. Then the monster frowned even more and showed its fangs, suddenly freezing in place. Hyun-wook exclaimed that the monster might try to dodge again, but that entire area would be destroyed. And then, thousands of swords and axes destroyed the entire territory to the ground, breaking down residential buildings. The knives easily broke the entire area down to the ground, leaving behind only debris. Kang Seok barely covered his face with his hands, not stopping to watch the attack that was happening. Si-hee and Min-hee were also nearby and tried to protect themselves from the knives. Min-hee screamed loudly in horror as he watched the sheer madness, and Si-hee hid behind him. Debris, cars, buildings, and weapons flew up sharply, but were immediately covered by a rain of steel. But after some time, the attack finally stopped, leaving behind only destruction. Dozens of swords were thrust into the monster's body, from which long tongues extended. Hyun-wook looked at the monster with fear and anger, barely managing to cover his face with his hands. And then thousands of long tongues began to appear from Beelzebub's head, which captured the swords. Beelzebub's belly swelled and his tongues began to resemble tentacles that pulled weapons towards them. Kang Seok, noticing something strange, ordered the soldiers to report the situation immediately. And at that very moment, all the tentacles disappeared from Beelzebub's mouth because he pulled them back in. Min-hee exclaimed that Beelzebub's thought form was still alive and had devoured all the weapons. And then Beelzebub smiled madly, and the crystal on his head sparkled even brighter. Hen increased his death resistance and smiled, saying that he had taken Beelzebub's gluttony into account in his plan. Hen placed his hands on Beelzebub's swollen belly, saying that he would pay for his gluttony. And then Hyun-wook began to control the swords that were still in the monster's belly. Then Hyun-wook let out a loud scream and decided to use sword destruction. Beelzebub responded with a loud, shrill scream, and his body glowed with a bright blue light. Hen exclaimed that this could happen if you eat metal without having an internal furnace. And just a moment later, Hyun-wook tore Beelzebub's body into pieces, leaving only a ball of energy. Hyun-wook then threw the remains of the body away from him, still using his strength. The sergeant then paused for a moment and tried to catch his breath, holding Fainlo in his arms. Hyun-wook frowned heavily and said that the damned soul wave would end there. Then the man slowly approached the head of Beelzebub, whose body lay separately. And then the man used Fainlo, aiming the arrow at the bright crystal on the enemy's head. And then Beelzebub's body once again glowed brightly with a blue light as the arrow approached him. But suddenly, tentacles appeared from the monster's mouth again, which captured Fainlo's arrow. Hyun-wook immediately recoiled in fear and then turned his angry gaze towards the monster. The monster's head shot up sharply and a warm pink light began to emanate from it. A notification appeared that the Demon King's thought form was being restored, causing the military to become frightened. Kang Seok's eyes widened in horror, and he began to look more closely at the battlefield. Then Beelzebub began to scream and grow his body again, which was even stronger and more robust. Beelzebub grinned and pointed his hand at Hyun-wook, from which a pink spark immediately began to emanate. And just a moment later, a huge explosion was heard next to the sergeant's body, and Hen was only able to miraculously dodge it. The monster, which had grown in size, was not going to stop there, blowing up the zone again. Beelzebub blew up absolutely everything he saw, and then suddenly directed a beam at the sky. At the same time, Beelzebub began to explode portals in the air, causing the sky to immediately turn red. The military tried to quickly take the drones away and save the portals, but it was useless against the monster. Kang Seok broke out in a sticky sweat and shouted that they needed to stop the mission and evacuate the area. And Min-hee responded by shouting loudly to the commander that they were unable to find Hyun-wook in the zone. Junmo shouted that they would not go there. Yun replied that they needed to find Hyun alive to create a new plan. At the same moment, Hyun-wook used Moglai's release, pointing two huge weapons at Beelzebub. But the monster only looked up in bewilderment in response without even moving from its place. But then the blades cut through the ground, causing the monster to suddenly jump and fall. The two moguls dealt a crushing blow, shattering the entire area into tiny pieces. Hyun-wook shouted out decisively that all units needed to stand and hold their positions. Then the sergeant ordered Min-hee to move him as close to the thought form as possible. He asked again, puzzled. Then the sergeant shouted to Kang Seok that they couldn't retreat, and he only opened his eyes in surprise. Hen controlled Moglai, saying that if they left now, they would not have the strength to return to the fight later. Hyun-wook shouted resolutely to the commander that in that case, the people of Seoul and everything else would become food for the thought form. Memories of a past life flashed before their eyes when Beelzebub came out of the gate, and they fought with the thought form. Then the soldiers screamed loudly in fear as their comrade was eaten by the terrible monster. The soldiers tried to fight off the thought form, but ordinary bullets had no effect on his body. Seeing the monster's maddened smile, Hyun-wook could only widen his eyes in horror. Hen shouted that they couldn't run away, and therefore the commander had to make a decision faster. There were still 36 minutes left before Beelzebub's complete descent, and Khan closed his eyes and thought. But then Kang Seok ordered everyone to reload their weapons, saying that Hyun had to handle it. Hen rushed forward and exclaimed that he would complete the task even at the cost of his life. And then he used fire. And just a moment later, a steel rain began to fall on the monsters again, forcing Beelzebub to recoil. But then the thought form only mockingly turned its gaze to Hen, grinning. And just a moment later, huge red tentacles began to appear from the monster's mouth again. Beelzebub stretched out thousands of tentacles to the sky and began to quickly absorb all those weapons. It seemed that now the steel rain was useless for Beelzebub, because it could not cause him any damage. But then the blonde frowned for some reason and turned his irritated gaze to what was behind him. For some reason, the blonde's gaze caught on the portal from which no weapon emerged. And then the drone began to slowly approach Beelzebub's body, descending. Min-hee exclaimed that the portal was as close as they could get, but it would be quickly discovered due to the noise. Hen shouted that everything was fine, and Min had to hold the portal for as long as possible because it would already move to him. Hen rushed towards the portal, realizing that the only way to defeat the thought form was to go into its stomach. Then Hen planned to blow up the monster with the king bomb. But suddenly something came out of the portal. Beelzebub made his way through the portal to Hen and then stabbed him in the chest with one blow. Hyun-wook screamed loudly in pain as the huge blade pierced through his body. Min-hee immediately screamed in fear, trying to reach out to his comrade again. Hyun-wook's bloody body fell to the ground, blood still spurting out of his chest. The monster then suddenly tore out Hyun-wook's heart, squeezing all the blood out of it. Crushing the heart in her hand, Thoughtform smiled madly, looking into the distance. Kang Seok stood among the military, ordering Min-hee to report what was happening immediately. Min-hee replied with a trembling voice that Hyun-wook fell after being stabbed in the chest. And Kang Seok immediately opened his eyes wide in horror and then clenched his teeth in anger. Yunha froze in place for a moment, as if she refused to even believe that Hyun was dead. Park Jun was the most frightened of all, staggering as if he could barely hold back his tears. Yoonjung's gaze, however, was rather disappointed and empty as he looked into the distance. The fastest to come to his senses was Kang Seok, who ordered all VBSM units to retreat. And then the commander used his power. And then an eagle, a white tiger, and a gorilla appeared out of thin air. The animals rushed towards Beelzebub, and the commander exclaimed that he would gain time for retreat. And Beelzebub continued to stand over Hyun-wook, who had a hole in his chest and a pool of blood spreading around him. The man's skin quickly turned pale and he froze, his mouth wide open and looking back. The huge white tiger suddenly stopped in front of Hyun-wook's body, its mouth wide open. But then the thought form turned an irritated gaze to the commander's animal. And just a moment later, Beelzebub slammed the animal's face into the wall, causing it to shatter. The tiger hurried to escape. But then Beelzebub was attacked by a gorilla who was immediately struck down. Beelzebub dealt with the animal in a couple of seconds, throwing it into a pool of blood, and then rushed towards the bird. The eagle opened its huge mouth wide, preparing to devour Beelzebub, who was frozen in the air. And then the eagle smiled contentedly, quickly swallowing the enemy and rushing forward. The bluebird flew between the destroyed houses and debris as if examining. But suddenly a sword pierced the bird's head, causing it to open its eyes wide in horror. And just a moment later, Beelzebub tore the bird apart from the inside, leaving only pitiful feathers. At the same time, the military tried to get to the cars as quickly as possible and retreat. And Beelzebub watched them attentively, smiling predatorily and opening his eyes wide. Beelzebub watched carefully where the military was heading, rushing after them. But suddenly, Kong Seok jumped on Beelzebub, wanting to give his subordinates time to escape. A moment later, Khan grabbed Beelzebub by the body, saying that he would not pass. And then the commander abruptly threw the monster's body to the ground, breaking it into pieces. Beelzebub tried to get up again, but the commander again knocked the monster to the floor. But then it seemed as if Beelzebub simply disappeared from the commander's strong grip. With the help of his long yellow tail, Beelzebub was able to throw Kong Seok into the wall, breaking his arm. But Kong Seok stood up abruptly and was ready to attack again, only exhaling heavily from the pain. Then the commander again created a silhouette of a white tiger out of thin air, which was very angry. Then Kong Seok created a gorilla as well, saying that he couldn't stop Beelzebub alone. And then, with the help of mana, Kang Seok was able to once again create 3 huge animals. Khan said that even if his mana ran out and his body was torn apart, he would not allow Beelzebub to follow his soldiers. But the thought form only grinned nastily in response, frowning and preparing to attack again. And then the gorilla and the tiger suddenly pounced on Beelzebub, who had already stretched out his hand forward. Then the blonde laughed loudly, using a beam of bright pink energy. The beam was so long that Beelzebub was able to blow up absolutely every building within a radius of several kilometers. The whole of Seoul was burning brightly as Min-hee hugged Si-hee on the rooftop and asked her to come to her senses. Si-hee struggled and screamed that they hadn't checked whether Han was really dead. Min replied that Wook's heart had been torn apart and couldn't be saved. At the same time, Hyun-wook's dead body was still lying in a pool of blood while the city burned down around him. Then a huge cloud of smoke and soot settled on the man, but the corpse did not move. A notification appeared that Hen's life force was draining and his inner fire was dying down. At the same time, there was a relic in his stomach. Hen did not have time to digest the religion of the fallen angel, and therefore she was doomed to remain in a dead body. At the same time, the white tiger and gorilla were already choking on blood, while Kong Seok looked at them in surprise. The man's face was covered in bloodstains and his body was battered as he realized how strong Beelzebub was. Beelzebub flew into the sky, watching the defeat of the commander, who sat in a pool of blood. And then the thought form showed its tentacles again, opening its mouth wide. Within a few moments, Beelzebub had almost reached Khan's body, who was sitting motionless on the ground. Looking at the tentacles near his face in fear, Kang Seok realized that this was the end. But suddenly the tentacles were cut off by Yoon-ha, who quickly ran towards her commander. Kang asked Yoon if she had heard the order to retreat. She replied that the soldiers were being evacuated and that she would spend her last seconds fighting the commander. Then Beelzebub cast a puzzled glance at the girl, freezing for just a moment. And then Beelzebub for some reason removed his tentacles, while lightning and tongues of flame flew behind him. Yoonjung and Junmo were already rushing towards Beelzebub and the commander, cutting everything in their path. Yoonjung almost cut Beelzebub's body, but he managed to fly up and retreat in time. The thought form looked at the guys with fear and then stretched out its paw towards its enemies. Yoonjung grabbed Jun by the clothes and exclaimed that Beelzebub would now strike the square. Yoon-ha helped the wounded commander up and then turned her frightened gaze to the monster. And then powerful explosions filled Seoul again, burning huge buildings and people to the ground. Min-hee and Si-hee watched the scene in fear, still standing on the roof and covering their faces from the smoke. But even these explosions again failed to reach Hyun-wook's wounded body, which lay motionless. But suddenly Hyun-wook shook his head slightly and then opened his empty eyes in fear. At the same time, Kang Seok abruptly pushed Yoon-ha away from the explosion site, covering her body with his own. The shockwave sent Junmo's body flying high, but Yoonjong grabbed onto him tightly, preventing him from falling. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook continued to watch the explosions with a dead look, and the relic slowly stopped burning in the inner furnace, and the guy's fire slowly died out. But suddenly, for some reason, the relic began to glow even brighter than before, as if Hen wanted to absorb it. Hen used a steel bend, but the system returned an error saying that there was a mistake and the guy had broken the rules. And then the relic began to turn into molten gold, taking the form of thin sticks. The system said that Hen attempted to break the rules and replace his internal organs with an item not intended for this purpose, and this action resulted in a serious error. At the same time, the golden relic began to carve out the shape of a heart, fastening the other organs together. The system issued a warning saying that the player should immediately stop scaring the system, because it will not be able to protect the player in case of an error. And then the golden relic actually replaced Hen's heart, and the hole in his chest began to heal quickly. Small electrical waves began to emanate from Hen's new heart, continuing to heal his body. And then, as if from the sky, a giant blade, blazing with fire, was thrust into the ground. He and Min looked at the huge red weapon in front of them in surprise. Then they came a little closer to the sword, looking at the huge blade in surprise. The sword pierced near Beelzebub's body, who turned around and looked at the sword in surprise. Near the blade stood the barely visible silhouette of Hyun Wook, who clenched his fists and looked up at the sky. The system then returned a critical error, saying that the player was no longer counted. Flames swirled around Hyun Wook as he pulled off his shirt, revealing a steely area near his heart. Watching the actions of the madman, the system displayed on the screen only a frightened question. Who is Hyun Wook? Hen's eyes lit up as he said that he was the sergeant of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade Steel Company.